Good morning, people. So welcome to our live broadcast this morning. It's going to be all day. It's going to be for 12 hours. We are in it for the long haul. It's going to be really exciting. Um, just some housekeeping is that at the moment, we thought we could broadcast to Facebook and YouTube at the same time, but apparently not. So we're broadcasting to YouTube. That link is being shared in the Facebook groups and event pages. So you can pick it up there. If we're really having problems with the YouTube link, our backup plan is to go on the Facebook event, Let's Talk Home Education, and stream directly to there. It may take us a few minutes to get it sorted, but that's the backup plan. And I will also make my co-hosts here officially co-hosts. So if for any reason something happens to my connection, that somebody else will continue to keep it going, hopefully. Okay. So this morning, your hosts is myself, Juliet English. I'm a long-term home educator from originally from South Africa, moved to UK in 2007. I've been home educating since 1998 and coming to the end of my journey now. And I've been involved with home education groups and activity nationally, internationally for a long time. I run a conference every year for home educators as well, and am actively involved in a lot of things to keep an eye on things nationally and try and improve things for home educators in this country. Michelle, would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself, please?
Hi, so I'm Michelle here. I'm a current home educator of a teenager. So it's an interesting time now. I've been home educating for about 6 years now. And I also co-own Educational Freedom, which is an information and support organisation. And I'm actively involved at the moment in any sort of campaigning to promote home education being an option for all parents.
Wonderful, thank you. And Alison, would you like to share anything about yourself? I'm sure you would.
Yeah, I'm Alison Sauer. I've been involved in home education since 1999. My children are now grown up. One of my children went to school at the age of 11. The other one never went to school. I've been actively involved in campaigning since I first started home education. I am the chair of an organisation called the Centre for Personalised Education, where we support alternatives and we question the mainstream. It's currently a dormant charity, but it should be back up and running in the next couple of years. We all exhausted ourselves over COVID because we gave so much support to so many hundreds and thousands of people across the country who had their children at home temporarily. I'm also the General Secretary of Homeschooling Europe, of which Juliet is also a board member. Yeah, I'm just hanging. Oh, and the car. We will talk about the car at some point, but I'm also the person running Operation Canary, which is a little yellow car running around. But we'll talk about that at some point during the day, won't we, Juliet?
Yes, we will. And just if I seem a bit distracted, it's because I'm going to be managing all the speakers and people coming in. We will make the Zoom link available for anyone who wants to actually come into the Zoom and listen and watch or ask questions. But we will probably control the numbers on that just because it could get totally crazy with our very, very full program. So for now, we're just watching. Now, I heard, and I don't know if you've heard this, Michelle, but apparently it does wonders for your algorithm if you do things like put on your makeup instead of like talking serious stuff. So I just want to say I've brought my lipstick here. Yeah. Ta-da! And so much better.
Brilliant.
Total makeover. There you go. So I've done my bit for the algorithms. Come on, guys, what are you going to be doing? So anyway, we're very happy to have everyone here. And today is meant to be a celebration of home education, a really positive conversation about all the things, all aspects of home education. We've got guests that represent just so many different things. and some of them you will know really well. We have people like, let me give you the lineup here. We will be kicking off with Dr. Naomi Fisher at 9:15. We will be joined by Fiona Nicholson, Rachel Sarah Lewis, and Laure Jackson. She's a sensory occupational therapist who specializes in sensory issues. We have Leah Boden from Modern Miss Mason. We will be joined by Anne Charles, who spearheaded the setting up of Home Education Law Project and Joy Baker Fund. Julia Black from Lights on Universe. Harriet Pattison, who many of you will know, well known in the home educating community because of her research that she's done and her book called Rethinking, Learning to Read. We will have Jax Blunt, who's going to be talking to us a little bit about home education and special educational needs. We may be joined by one of our young home education graduates and home educating mother, Chloe Newby. Alice Khimasia from Organic Education. We will have the team from Streams for Home Educators. And we will also be joined by Lord Way, Nat Way, who is a home educating dad as well and has done much in the House of Lords to promote, to talk about home education and the needs of home educators. We're going to be joined by those that were behind the book called Hidden Voices Speak. So we have Judith, possibly Ben, and Addison, who will be joining us. Dr. Gina Riley will join us from the United States and be sharing about her knowledge on intrinsic learning. Marita Gibbs, also long-time home educator and activist, and just a lot of experience of dealing with difficult local authorities. We will be joined by Simon Squibb, who's a content creator on TikTok and other social media platforms, and also a home educating parent. Dr. Peter Berg from the United States will join us as well. He does a lot of work with teenagers. Ross Mountney, many of you will have heard of Ross, who wrote a couple of books on home education some years ago, and is now, her children are all grown up, but she's coming to share with us as well, which will be fantastic. Julia Black again will pop in. We'll have Mark Storey, who wrote the home education protest song, Graham Stuart, MP from Beverly and Holderness, Hannah from TikTok, Thriving with Hannah, Heidi Steele, livePlayLearn.org. She's an unschooler. Jen Hodge, who has been a phenomenal voice in recent months and does so much for just for inspiring us and motivating us. Somebody from Education Otherwise will join us. We will be joined by Randall Hardy, who's always kept an eye on the political landscape. Joe Symes from progressiveeducation.org. And a very old friend of mine, we're not old though, Kathy Kutsir, who was an unschooler, children also grown up, and actually even be joined by my own daughter later on, who's a home education graduate, and will come and share a little bit about her life and what she's doing now. So that's our lineup. It is quite impressive, but we just want to get the conversation going. So I'm really asking people, please, to share this in all your networks. Share this video, share this live stream. Let people join us, let people come and see just how amazing home education is, what a positive thing it can be, even if you're starting for not so positive reasons. And just that this is a phenomenon and something to be shared because it is so beneficial to children. Michelle, what are your hopes for today? No pressure. Oh, you're muted, Michelle. There we go.
My hopes is that people actually realise how diverse home education is and how it just works for such a variety of people, and that there is research around it, that it's not that most of these myths we see in the media are just not factually correct. There's lots of narrative that comes not from home educators, from other people's perception of home education without knowing anything actually about the real life lived experience of home education. So I would love for those myths to be dispelled, because people can see the real stories around home education, and that it is quite well known. It's not a brand new thing. It's something that's been going on for time, and that there is good outcomes known. That all of this information's there. And today the beauty is it's all here in one place. You don't have to try and find it from anywhere. You can literally stay on and find all of it in one place and at one time.
Yeah. And we've got I want to just also say just what a wonderful community we have of home educators. To me, I count myself so privileged to have met the people that I have met through home educating. It's you guys that I've met through this, and there's so many people across the world that I'm in contact with now because of home education. So we're going to be joined shortly by Dr. Naomi Fisher. Hopefully she won't be too long. I'm going to just quickly, where's my screen share thing? Honestly, it's so this is so out of my comfort zone. You wouldn't think it's out of my comfort zone, but to kind of be doing this on YouTube. So I'm just sharing. There's a bit of information about Dr. Naomi Fisher. She has authored quite a few books now, and she home educated her own children, and she is now a very strong, powerful voice out on social media about some of the things that are going wrong in schools, some of the ways in which schools are not working for a lot of children, the issues that are being focused on instead of focusing on the proper well-being of children and what works for children. And she's just really been an inspiration to so many of us because she puts into words very articulately what we sometimes cannot. So we're waiting for her to join us, and hopefully she's got the link and everything. And what I will do actually is I need to put the link somewhere in the event. So we are expecting some people may want to join us in this session. So I'm going to copy that link and put it in the event, the Facebook event page. But we will expect that people will sit by quietly most of the time, but if they really have a question, they can put their hand up and ask a question. But if it gets too crazy, we may have to change that. So I'm just going off to go and find the event, because with our social media these days, you've got so many things. I cannot tell you how many windows I've got open, or tabs and things on my but it's all good. I mean, we're managing somehow, and it just means that you get a bit distracted. Oh, there's Naomi Fisher coming to join us now, and I'm just going to pop the Zoom link in the Alliance event page.
While you just get settled, Juliet, I wanted to say what I hope from today.
Oh, please,
and
Addison.
That is that we are taking the opportunity to actually celebrate home education. We've had so many attacks on home education in the past few years. It's just become more and more and more and more and more. And I'm hoping that today is like a day off of all of the battling, and a day where we can remember why we do it and how wonderful it really is.
Okay, so I've shared the Zoom link on the event page. So if there's anyone that wants to come in quietly, we have already been joined by somebody. But Naomi, welcome. Lovely to have you here. We've given you a little intro already.
Oh, great.
Spoken a bit about your books and what you've been doing for being a voice for young people. Would you like to tell me a little bit more about how you sort of got involved in home education?
So I home educated my own children, who are now teenagers and are moved on. But yes, right at the beginning, I felt quite strongly that school was not going to be the right place for my children. I was already a developmental psychologist, and when I went around visiting the local schools, including excellent schools, I just had this kind of discomfort between the mismatch between how I knew children develop and what schools were offering to those children, particularly the kind of early years. At that point, it was obviously 4 and 5 and 6-year-olds. And I could see, I think at one of the schools we visited, I was given a list of key words that my son was meant to learn over the summer. My son was 3 at the time because he was very young in his year and he turned 4 just before starting. And I just thought, this is absolute madness. He's nowhere. This is just not where he is right now. And we're going to have a horrible summer if I spend my summer trying to get him to read these words. So I decided that instead we would take a different route and we would home educate them. And it was a big decision for us. I had to give up my job, which is a job I loved. And yeah, it was a huge thing to do. But now looking back, I'm delighted that we did it. I think my son's 17 now. He's just starting college. And it was absolutely the right thing to do at that stage. Yeah. So that's how I got into home education.
Yeah, and what was your experience of home education? And I mean, that's obviously led you to what you're doing now. So I'd love to hear a bit about that journey.
So I think, like lots of people at the beginning, I thought we would more or less replicate school. I thought that we would have a timetable of different things that we do, and I ordered books on learning to read and all that kind of thing. And then it became really clear, quite obvious, quite quickly that my children weren't up for that. And I thought, oh well, if I'm going to home educate them, school is there and I'm choosing to not send them to school, so maybe I should choose to do something really quite different. And that was what we did. So we were very child-led in those early years. We were unschoolers. We just did a lot more playing. And I think I had the confidence to do that partly because I know about the research of how good play is for children, but also the longer that I did it, the longer that I was home with my children, the more I saw evidence of them learning through play. And that was really what kept me going. I could see, because it's quite scary in those early years. Like when my children were 5 or 6 or 7, they didn't learn to read, and the children who were at school were learning to read. So our friends who'd gone to school, their children, we'd go out with them and their children would read the signs, and my children would just be completely blank. And I'd like have this awful feeling that maybe I was letting them down, failing them, that I should be teaching them to read, but they were not interested in learning how to read at that point. And I think so the big moments for me, my son started to learn to read when he was 8. And the way I first knew that he'd started to learn to read was because he looked at a road sign and he said, "Does that say zombie?" And he played Minecraft a lot. And Minecraft, the things come with words attached. It's a great game. And it wasn't a word it didn't say zombie. The road sign said zone. And I was like, oh, well, you're working something out there, aren't you? You're seeing words and you're making connections. And from then on, for him, it was all about road signs. Quite quickly, he was reading Way Out and Tesco and that kind of thing. Yeah. And my daughter had a really different route into reading, and hers was much more intentional. She didn't learn to read when she was 8, and she was still at 10 or 11, was still not really a confident reader. And then she said to me, "I want to learn to read. Will you help me learn to read?" And I said, yes, of course I will. And at the time I thought, I was still schooled, maybe I thought we'd order a scheme or something. And she was like, "No, I don't want to do that. I want to read Toto and Silver, the Ninja Cats, which is a chapter book, which I had read to her several times and which she'd listened to the audiobook. And she said, "I think that would be a good book to start to learn to read with because I know it." I was like, okay. So that's what we did. We spent a whole summer with Toto and Silver the Ninja Cats, and we would just open it together and we would read it together. And by the end of that summer, she was reading. And now, so she's just turned 14 now, and now she is an avid reader. She doesn't ever stop reading. She's always got a book with her. And her reading, I'm sure her reading age now is way above what other 14-year-olds might have, but it's amazing. So and I think with both of my children, they both really enjoy reading now. And that's been a huge thing for me, seeing that late reading outside the school system doesn't have to mean that you become a reluctant reader. It means that you can become a passionate reader, really, for both of my kids.
So did that lead to, would you say there was an aha moment, some of that? Are there any sort of other aha moments
There
that
were
stand
lots
out
of
for you?
aha moments, yes. But I think what kind of led to me writing my books, and particularly my first book, We're Changing Our Minds, was this feeling that I was watching something unfold which most people didn't know about. That most people's children went to school, and when you go to school, you assume that this is the best way to learn. If you don't go to school, you won't learn. And we tell children that, don't we? We say all the time, that school's where you go to learn, and if you don't go to school, you won't learn. We all imbibe that as adults. I think, having been myself, I went to a lot of school. I was told that a lot. Um, and to see how my children would learn things so differently and in their own time And I started to feel more and more that it wasn't that we were missing out. Whereas I think previously there was often a feel like, oh, yeah, they're missing out on this. Don't you worry, they'll miss out on this. And I was like, well, actually, the more I see it, the more I worry that the school children are missing out, actually, because we're doing so much more. But also, I felt that they were learning how they learned. So,
Yeah.
like when my daughter said, oh, this is how I want to learn how to read, she was right. She did
Yeah.
know how she wanted to learn how to read. And I think that's a really powerful thing for a young person to be able to say, this is how I learn best, and this is how I can do it. And I think that's one of the things, unfortunately, we take away from children at school sometimes, that we tell them this is how you learn, and we just present it to them.
Well, there's no, like only, it's almost like people act like there's only one right answer,
Yes.
isn't it?
Yeah. John Holt writes that, doesn't he? That schools are temples to the right answer. We've just got to find the
Yeah.
right answer, and that's it. And actually, there are many, many right answers. There are many ways to gain an education. There are many routes through education. And I think the way I think about it now is that, particularly for those children who don't really fit into the school mold earlier on, so particularly those children who are maybe really active, really want to be out there, who are maybe still really want more time at home, are really attached to their parents, aren't ready to separate, particularly for those children, I think home education can offer something which means that when they come through to being teenagers and adolescents, they haven't had lots of the damaging experiences related to learning that sometimes unfortunately happen to children at school. So that was definitely one of the motivations for me. I was worried that if my children did go to school, that one of the things that they might learn is learning is boring, and also that they weren't good learners because they weren't ready to be doing the things that school was asking of them at that stage. So what I wanted them, my aim for my children really has been that I wanted them to grow up thinking of themselves as competent learners, thinking of themselves as people who could learn things that they wanted to learn and that had meaning to them. Yeah, and I think that's happened. And I think it's the kind of thing you can't see until they're
Yeah.
teenagers. Then you're like, oh, that was what it was all about, all those years of playing.
Well, what do you think the government are getting wrong at the moment in the education system, that we are seeing such a huge exodus
Of
of young
children and
people
people,
from,
young
yeah, yeah,
people.
yeah. I mean, I know it's like,
Yes.
where do you begin? But where do you
Um,
begin?
so I think one of the things that they're getting wrong is there's a focus on compulsion and on the idea that every I think you lose something really important when you lose the idea that children come to school or come to education or whatever it is because they want to be there. And I think with this focus on education, we've lost that. It's been you come because you must be here. And it doesn't actually matter too much what's happening in those school walls. You must be here anyway. And I think with COVID, a lot of young people and a lot of their parents saw what got sort of close up. The parents got a better view on what was happening in the school gates. And a lot of them were like, hang on a minute, this isn't really very interesting. This isn't, a lot of parents would say to me, I discovered what they're doing and it's tedious what they're spending their time on. And I think the government needs to be turning around thinking, what can we be offering to our young people that makes it worth their while, that they would want to come to? And I think our kind of the focus on test results, the focus on exams at every level, we've brought in, the government have brought in many more tests at different ages and different levels, have just made everything about outcome and not about process. And yet childhood is all about process. Childhood is all about doing things and exploring things and learning things.
But with all the researchers and psychologists and sense specialists, and the list is endless, saying, and teachers
Mm,
saying, something's got to change. This is not working. Yet the changes we see are generally, I don't know, they tend to be sort of cosmetic, I would say, superficial, and
yeah.
geared not so much towards the children as to what works for the convenience of the school and the managing of children.
Yes, I think it's something to do about the view we have of childhood in our culture, which is about a time when children must be made to do things, must be trained, must be made to jump through hoops. But I also think, unfortunately, that there's been a kind of focus on the outcome of the education system being exam results, and good exam results are what measures a school. Schools therefore have got a lot of pressure on them. And I think the government have really bought into that. They think that getting good exam results is what means a good system. And to me, that seems completely illogical, because the way that our exam results work, the way that GCSEs work, is that they are actually designed on a curve so that a third of children are always going to fail. There's no Whatever you do in that education system, you're never going to have 100% pass rate at GCSE, just because of the way the exams are designed. So it's like a kind of fool's errand to me. It's like, does someone not understand that this is going to be the case? No matter what we do, the third of them are going to fail. And that's partly because GCSEs are designed as a way to discriminate between young people. So they're not a test like the driving test, which is a test of whether you're competent or not, you know. So the driving test is just, can you drive? They don't mind whether everybody on one day gets passes or fails. It's just about, can you drive safely? GCSE is about who's the best, who's the middle, who's the worst, so that you can decide who gets to go on to A levels, who gets to go on to this. So it's a sorting process, and I think that's not a great way to conduct a general education of our young people, because it means that a third of them end up as failures. A third of them get to 16 and are told you're the failures of the system, which again is a terrible way to start adult life, really.
Well, it puts a ceiling on children, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
An artificial ceiling.
Yes, and it's measured against a very narrow yardstick, a really narrow, you know, GCSEs are such a narrow yardstick, such a specific way of thinking
Yeah.
that you have to do in order to get good results at GCSE. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
I think.
so we're kind of getting towards the end of your little 15-minute slot.
Oh yeah, great.
But I'm sure you've got some messages you'd like to get out there. So I'm going to give you 3 minutes to.
Okay.
You're very articulate. I'm sure you can do it. But what do you feel is like a really important message to get out there to home educators and to educators, to government officials?
I think the most important message is there are lots of different ways to gain an education, that there is never one size fits all. We will never have a school system that fits everybody. We need variety. Children need different things at different times in their education. And for home educators, I think keeping the faith is really important, particularly in those early years, in those primary years where it can seem like everybody's soaring ahead and you're, you know, playing Minecraft or playing in the mud or playing with Lego. But that's the foundations of education for children. Actually, that kind of play is really important. And I think we need to shout about it as much as we can.
Well, I've taken to saying more recently that we should never stop playing. So because play is, to me, play is actually how we learn. And sometimes our play might not look like play to anyone else. But if I'm enjoying learning and I'm getting a real kick out of it, that's my play.
Then it's like play. Absolutely.
And, you know, I feel like that is we need to get that message out to adults and to children alike.
Yeah.
But it's the whole thing.
Learning can be fun, really, is part of this. Learning doesn't have to be a slog in the way that many children learn that it is at school.
And one of the things I like to ask adults who question home education, I'll say to them, do you think you learned more in school, or you learned more once you left school? I mean, normally they need to be out of school a couple of years for them to
Before
have an idea. Yeah, and then they'll normally say, oh, you know, actually, I think I probably learned more after I left school. And I'll say, well, why was that? And I'll say, well, they'll say, because I was actually interested in what I was doing and I was passionate about it. And
they taught themselves into it.
Yeah. And then I say to them, so why would it be different for a child? And you see the little light bulb go on, because that is, to me, and home education is such a positive thing when you get it as an adult and you get out of the way.
Absolutely. Yeah. You suddenly see a whole different way of learning and you're like, oh, that's what it's about. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's your books are available out there. I'm just trying to think if I've put the link out. I need to put a link on the Facebook. I'm managing several platforms.
Don't worry. Yeah.
Not doing so well at that. Yeah. But I will try and make sure all the links are available. I think they are under the YouTube video.
Yes, there's Changing Our Mind, and then there's a different way to learn, and they're both available on audio.
And you've got a couple of other books as well that you've written. So and you blog, and you have your Substack, and you have a lot going on. And I just want to thank you for being that voice out there that is so much needed today.
Oh, thank you. It's been a great journey.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we'd love you to stick around. Feel free to stick around if you want. But I'm going to now. Let me just see if I can get. I'm going to remove the spotlight off you, and I'm going to quickly do a screen share here. To just show our next guest. That working? So our next guest is Fiona Nicholson, who is from edyourself.org. And Fiona, like Naomi, has been a fantastic voice in the home educating community, in keeping people informed about things that affect home educators, and just so much more. And it's actually a very rare thing to have Fiona join us on a live like this, isn't it, Fiona? You okay there, Fiona? I'll spotlight you. There you go.
Hi.
Oh, there, your voice works great.
I can't hear myself on
You
Zoom.
can't hear yourself?
Can people hear me?
Can you hear us?
Hello?
Can you hear us, Fiona?
Okay,
Yes,
great.
can you hear us? Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to,
So hopefully this will work.
yes.
Until it gets the question and answers, I might have to take the headset off for that.
Okay.
So if you need to communicate with me, Juliet, could you just type a message to the screen here? Is that
Yes,
okay?
I can do. Let me just get back there. So I'm going to give you some questions, Fiona. So
I just don't dare fiddle with anything to make it better in case it makes it a whole lot worse. There's a metaphor in there somewhere.
okay, I've put a message there for you. I hope you can see it in the
Okay,
chat.
so I'm going to start because Juliet seems to be telling me I'm in. So my name is Fiona Nicholson. I'm a former home educator. I live in Sheffield. My son Theo was home educated all the way through, and he's now 32 years old. He is self-employed as a cello and violin maker. I do lots on home education politics at a national level and at a local level. And I also do a lot of work with trying to enforce parents' rights in the areas of alternative provision when children can't attend school, and also education otherwise in school packages for children and young people with EHCPs. So this is, I would say, 99% for England. I do have a website, Ed Yourself, where I cover information and legalities on Wales as well. But my primary focus and experience and factual knowledge is in English law.
Okay.
So my topic for today was just broadly, are local authorities allowed to do that? This is the question at both ends of the spectrum that I get asked all the time, is either that there will be a local authority, somebody's just started home educating, or is even trying to start home educating, and the local authority is trying to prevent them, or raising a safeguarding concern, or saying there has to be a three-way meeting with the school, whatever. And people say to me at that point, is my local authority allowed to do that? And then when they start home educating, I have parents contacting me a lot of the time saying, local authorities, length and breadth of England, Wales a little bit, via social media or my website, and they say, my local authority is insisting on a visit, my local authority is insisting on samples of work. Can they do that? Are they allowed to do that? So that's for home educators or people who want to home educate. And then at the flip side of that is when local authorities have a legal duty to make provision for a child who or young person, in the case of special educational needs, who is unable to attend school. And it seems that the local authority is saying it's completely up to the school, or we don't really have to do anything. We're ignoring your complaint. We're not engaging with the tribunal process for special educational needs, even though there keep being letters saying that bad things will happen to the local authority if they don't engage. And again, I get parents saying, literally, are they really allowed to do that? And the answer to pretty much all of those questions, sadly, is yes, because they are allowed to do that. You don't have to let them get away with it. You don't have to necessarily go along with it. There are levers that you can pull to an extent to get them to stop if it's something that you don't want, or legal levers that you can pull to get them to start eventually if it's something that you do want. But the law is very permissive. They don't write laws that say a person isn't allowed to do X, Y, Z. They say what an authority must do, but they don't say what they mustn't do. And essentially, that's the problem, because it requires knowing what the law is, and also having some confidence, and preferably having some backup so that you can be assertive with the local authority. And then even if you're not giving them what they want, they don't have the impression that you've got something to hide or that you're being overly defensive. And in a lot of cases, you can establish some sort of, well, maybe not relationship, but you can establish some way of working with your local authority. When it comes to enforcing provision in the area of what's called Section 19, alternative provision for children who can't attend school, or education otherwise, and it's called packages within the EHCP, you do have the law on your side very much at that point, but you need to know exactly what the law is, and you need to be good with paperwork or have help from somebody who's good with paperwork. And essentially, it just takes getting your rights enforced takes a really long time. So the local authority can and do refuse everything just automatically, because they'll dislodge more and more parents at every stage in the process. So it's always worth the local authority saying no, because most people will just accept that. And it's even worth local authorities putting a barrister up against you. They're usually not very good at tribunal, because again, for the one case they have to fight, or the 100 cases they have to fight, there are maybe 1,000, 2,000 who are too scared because of the stories they've heard to get into that whole, tribunal process. Apparently Juliet put some questions for me on WhatsApp, which I've now not looked at. Oh, right. Please share. So you're now saying huge expensive tribunals. If I could just jump in on that. I'm appearing again at 4:30 when I might be potentially a little bit more slick with this, so I could cover more questions then as well, maybe. So Juliet, I'm seeing a comment from you about the expense of tribunals. It actually needn't cost very much at all. Potentially it can cost a great deal. If you're going to do it for free or very cheap, this will sound like I'm advertising myself. You need an advocate, I would say, who is quite dispassionate and knows the law and can sort of hustle you through the process, because it will take a long time. It will take a long time to get your EHCP. The expenditure of local authorities. Okay, well, do you mean they they don't have the money to spend on special educational needs, so they say no to everybody, or they spend money fighting cases which they are 99% likely to lose, because it does make a perverse kind of sense for them to fight all the cases. And it is the case that they're pretty much all going bankrupt with their special educational needs budget. They've been allowed to sort of stave off bankruptcy by kind of putting it into another sort of hidden pot that doesn't look like a deficit, but it is all going to hit the buffers next year or 2027 at the very latest. So that's why we're hearing rumors all the time that local authorities are going to take EHCPs away, or you'll only have an EHCP for a special school. Anything about that is not in the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill that's going through Parliament. That's in the schools white paper that we haven't seen yet. We're just getting lots of sort of semi-orchestrated leaks about what might be in, so that we think it's going to be beyond terrible. And then when it's just horrible, we're kind of quite relieved. I think that's the plan.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can hear me now.
Was there
Fiona?
another question?
Yeah.
I feel I'm not answering any questions, possibly because I'm not seeing the questions or hearing them. I could revert to the question that you typed me, Juliet, which was, please share a bit about changes you've seen in the home educating community over the years and how that might be influencing politicians. Now, this is a weird one. So I've been home educating. So my son is now 32. I thought we weren't allowed to join education otherwise till he was of school age. So we joined in 1998, and I wasn't aware of the internet, or I don't know if the internet was invented then, frankly, but I was very involved in like local groups. Within a few years, maybe he was like 10, 11, 12, I got involved with Education Otherwise as a local contact, and Education Otherwise government policy group and disability group and so on. And the message I heard over and over again, going to see loads of different local authorities, talking to local and national politicians, was there was some golden age in the past where the right sort of people were home educating, but now it had just all gone to pot, and people were taking their kids out of school just because they were throwing their toys out of the pram because they'd had a problem with school, which should be resolved, and they were home educating for negative reasons, and they shouldn't be allowed to do it. And there was a frightening rise in numbers. It was scary that we didn't know how many there were or where they were, because terrible things might be happening to them. And this was in 2004, 2005, 20 years later, pretty much relentlessly ever since, always the same message. There is a golden age in the past when the right sort of people did it and knew how to do it. But now there are far too many people doing it for the wrong reasons who aren't likely to be able to do it very well. So I guess it's as true or not as it ever was. I think politicians get some quite complex messages from home educators and parents of children with special educational needs, or rather they get messages that it's quite hard for a politician to process, because I imagine they want to try and fix things. So they'll hear loads about problems with schools, and they might think the answer is better schools, but not all children can thrive in schools. I'm getting a message saying wrap up shortly. Yes, okay. I will try and sort out some sound things for the afternoon. Is there anything else you'd like me to cover now that I could read and then speak to? I'm so sorry about this sound thing. Too many bits of new tech.
Okay, I'm
trying
going
to combine them.
I'm going to okay, well, we're going to thank Fiona. She doesn't seem to be able to hear us properly. So thank you, Fiona. Fiona will be back with us at 4:30, and hopefully she will get her headset working and be able to hear everything as well. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to mute you, Fiona, because we're hearing double there. Okay. So we are meant to have been joined by Rachel Sarah Lewis. I don't think she's come into the Zoom this morning. So we may just take a little bit of time to just reflect on some of what has been said. I want to ask everyone, please, as well, because we've had to have a change of arrangements, please, if any of you are watching this or come across Facebook and people don't know where to find the live stream, please could you point them to the YouTube video. I have tried to put it in there, but you know what people are like. They sometimes don't see it. It's not obvious enough. I would like to make it obvious, but more obvious, but you're limited by what these social media pages will let you do. But we are live on YouTube, so that can be shared. So I know Fiona you can probably hear me now that you have your headset off. But thanks for sharing what you did. And Fiona's been such a stalwart in the homemade community with her page, edyourself.org. And I'll put that in the chat as well. I need to put some of I think it's in the description. I think I put all the links in the description on the YouTube video. So people can go and find your website, go and have a look and see, because you've written copious amounts over the years for home educators. It's a very, very rich resource. But yeah, we've seen a lot of changes over the past few years. I think we're seeing a lot more children coming into home education because they have special educational needs and the schools are not meeting those needs anymore. And we're finding that that's changing the landscape. So we've got many more home educators who didn't really choose. It wasn't really their first choice to home educate. And, I don't know. Sometimes I don't know if I'm just remembering with rose-tinted glasses, but certainly from my own childhood, I feel like we had a kind of a better time of it. And obviously I was educated in South Africa. And I feel like somehow we kind of enjoyed going to school. We didn't, home the schoolwork was a little bit of a drag, but it didn't stretch us to the extent that we felt like we just couldn't cope. And we still had a bit of a childhood. We had some time to relax and to have some fun and not overburdened with homework. And I think that the scenarios changed so much because it's all become very outcomes based, but it's not, the outcomes are not happy, healthy children. The outcome is basically, you've got to meet these. We want to make sure the teachers are teaching properly. So we can only do that by testing the children. We want children in school so parents can go out to work. There's all of these other things that are part of that picture. I don't know if you want to comment on that, Fiona. You can try without the headset and I'll let you know if we can hear you okay. Oh, you're muted though. And I'll just ask you to unmute and then you can. There we go. There you go.
Now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Just talk.
Right. Okay. I did a Teams yesterday and there was just so much background noise that I thought it might be better with a headset, which is new. Yes, I think there are a huge number of children whose needs are not being met by school, and they are they're coming into home education, or rather they're maybe still on the school roll, or they come off the school roll, and I guess effectively they're home educating, but they don't consider themselves to be home educators. They don't want to be home educating, which is ironic because it's called elective home education, like it's something that you choose. And they are very traumatized by the experience that they've had with local authorities. So there are all kinds of things that trigger them, quite understandably, around safeguarding referrals or implying that their parenting isn't up to scratch. And yeah, so that is definitely some of the home education communities
Yeah.
are those families everywhere, I would say.
And
Yeah.
I think the message I would like people to hear is that even if you start home educating for reasons that are maybe not elective, it is reluctant, that it can still turn out to be a really positive experience. It need not be a negative at all. We've now been joined by Rachel Sarah Lewis. So let me just see if I can share that bit on my little intro. Sorry, Rachel, I am like all forgetting how to operate things today. So I do have a little, there we go. Hopefully that's sharing the right screen. So Rachel, to be fair, Rachel, I only know about you what I hear from Addison, really. So I'm going to ask you, I'm going to spotlight you in a minute. So people can find you on Instagram. That's what I could find out, is that you could be found on Instagram. Somehow it's lost the image I had there for you, but that's not too serious. We go back and
I
stop.
think what I would say about Rachel is she's very, very active, but she's probably invisible to most of us because the community in which she's very active does not overlap with ours particularly. So we can let her explain that a bit more.
Yeah, so please tell us a bit about yourself, Rachel, and the things that you're involved in.
So I'm Dr. Rachel Sarah Lewis. The reason why Addison says that is because I'm usually the only face of this description in the room when we come to most things. So home education or education in general, for me, I was home educated. I am now an adult home educating and I have 6 children.
Fantastic.
The communities that I overlap with are the Hasidic Jewish community in which I was raised, but then also the Muslim community, which I converted into at the age of 15.
Oh, interesting, very interesting. So that's you've got a little bit of an insight into quite a few.
So we're the isolated
yeah.
communities, the communities that, in my opinion, this bill is meant to focus on, but doesn't explicitly want to say that it's focusing on.
Yeah, exactly. And I know you've been very vocal when you've been given the opportunity. I have had the pleasure of being in a few meetings where you were very vocal, and thank you for that. So how did you did you start home educating because you'd been home educated yourself?
No, actually. Originally, I was not going to home educate. I had the initial idea that my children were going to go to independent schools. They were going to be independently educated all the way through from 4 to 18, and I was going to be on the other side of the classroom, because that's what I originally trained to do, was to become a teacher, because looking at the education system in general, especially in inner cities, not many of the students in comprehensive schools look like me. So the teachers don't look like me, but the students do. So that was my initial idea about how I was going into education. How I came to home education was actually twofold. My nephew, who I adopted, was not doing very well in school. I was originally told I was not able to have biological children. So yeah, it's obviously a lie. When my brother's children needed taking in, my youngest nephew said he wanted to live with Mimi, and I am Mimi. So I took him in, and he was not doing particularly well in school. He was dealing with a lot of issues, but I knew automatically he was on the spectrum. So I said, do you know what? That's not going to work for him. But he wanted to try secondary education. Sent him in. He had been educated at home for a long time. Because he was on the spectrum, he had superpowers. We know kids on the spectrum are not what people say they are. High functioning, high flyer. His teacher said to him, if you believe you know best because you've been at home all this time, which was supposed to have been a slur, go home. He's on the spectrum. He did. He left school premises and he went home. That was the first thing. So I needed to take him out. Safeguarding issues. You can't tell a child who's on the spectrum, go home. He's going to go home. He crossed several main roads, came straight home, was sitting on the doorstep. Neighbour phoned me at school to tell me, I was teaching in a classroom at the time, that I need to come home because my son is sitting on the doorstep. School hadn't phoned me because they hadn't realised he was missing. How do you lose a 6-foot 11-year-old? How is that possible?
Yeah.
So they got what was coming to them from me. They were not happy about that.
Oh,
Second
dear.
thought is, by the time he was old enough to be in secondary school, I already had a tiny one. This is when I met Addison.
Okay.
My tiny one was about 3. She was in the University of Leeds nursery because I had gone back to finish my PhD. I took her to an induction day at our local primary school. She walked in, she did an hour. She walked back out and she went, 4-year-olds are stupid. I'm not going back there again. She said, the teacher tried to teach me my alphabet. When I told her I could read, she told me I was lying. I'm not going back there again. I had no choice. Home ed was, because it was on my radar, it was going to be something we did. So by default, she just stayed at home. She never went back. She never had a full application put in. She was home ed all the way through. She is now 16. I have another one who's 12, another one who's nearly 10, another one who's just turned 8, one who's going to be 4 next year, and a 5, nearly 6-month-old baby. So obviously someone lied when they told me I couldn't have children.
It's wonderful when that happens. I do love that. I think, the human body is a mysterious thing.
Very interesting thing. But I'm also from a large family. I'm the youngest of 10, and we were all home ed. A lot to do with my brother, my eldest brother, who did not take very well to school. My mum said, you know what? She was home ed, come home. And everybody stayed at home. So everybody had the option to be at home. So by default, home ed is very rife within our family.
So is this right, Rachel? Are you a 3rd generation home educator? You're not even 2nd generation, you're 3rd generation.
Because my mum moved here. And when my mum moved here, it was quite, I'd like to say the climate of racism has got better, but it really hasn't. So my mum had a lot to deal with. She was a mixed race Hasidic Jew. And then also being a woman and being very vocal was not a good combination for the 60s, 70s in school. So my grandma was like, oh, do you know what? Forget it. I can do the job. So she did it. And everybody else did it since.
So Rachel, I want to, you've also shown a keen interest in what is happening in the education system, and even you've made some references as you've been speaking. What is we're facing a situation at the moment where we don't feel heard as parents and as home educators. We don't feel heard. What do you think the government could be doing differently?
Honestly, I don't think it's in the government's best interest to do anything differently.
I tend to agree, yeah.
So we could want them to do differently, but they're not really going to do differently because they need that army of supposed middle class.
Yeah.
And to have we can look at exam results from this year alone. The failure rate's ridiculous. So those children are having to resit examinations, and some of those kids are just not fit for exams. It's not for everybody. We can't have a one-size-fits-all, but we are being made to have a one-size-fits-all, which doesn't fit anybody. And then the policy of no child left behind, they had to kick that out because it was sort of every child was being left behind.
Yeah, Rachel, I mean, the other thing is, of course, what Naomi Fisher was saying just before you came in, that, of course, the exam system is actually set up to automatically fail a 3rd in every exam.
Yeah.
Because so the idea that we can improve exam results or get more passes is just a fool's errand.
It is, most definitely. And it's a fool's errand on the basis that if you look at the criteria for hitting foundation or higher, when you are sitting your core exams, it's the idea that quite a lot of children who are capable of the higher paper are not given that opportunity. And they're not given that opportunity. I'm dealing with a child at the moment, so I tutor privately also to help children in my own community pass exams. And a child decided that she wanted to go and study religiously abroad, and she's come back. She is perfectly capable of sitting the higher paper. She is more than capable of acing every paper that's put in front of her. But the school that she has now been allocated does not have class capacity for her to sit the higher paper. So she's being forced to sit foundation. That does a problem for morale. And once you break morale at 15, 16, you cannot remake it.
Yeah, well, one of the things that I have, we see education systems in other countries, and some where it's working better than others, but somehow, the government doesn't seem too interested in seeing what is actually working in other countries. And my own experience of school was we were required to generally stay in school till we were 18. There was no exam at 16 years and then choices. And one of the things that I think is that particularly boys, they tend to only kind of mature at that stage, almost where they're kicking them out now.
Yes.
And actually get their head in the game and think, oh, actually, I think I want to get serious about this now. And by that stage, it's too late for them to maybe, recover.
But the education system that is being sat at the moment is geared towards girls anyway.
Yeah.
We had the problem with many years ago, it was a lot of coursework that was also geared towards females. Boys are not being considered in this equation at all. Because having taught boys and girls in my own household, let alone outside of my household, boys school in that term or educate very differently to girls.
Yeah.
We phased out single sex education.
Yeah.
We phased out everything that was working in order to opt for a model that isn't working.
Yeah. Yeah. And these little boys are sitting at their desks reluctantly with their brains clearly out in the fields and and outdoors.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So we've had the idea where my son, who is now 9, nearly 10, has spent most of his time outside restoring a bicycle.
Yeah.
The last couple of weeks. But when I bring him inside and I say to him, okay, fine, you've done all of that. Let's get some paperwork down. It will take hours. Hours for him to write anything down. But if I say to him, how am I going to de-rust the chain on a bicycle? It's automatic. They need to be more hands-on with boys, and we also don't have enough male teachers in schools.
Yeah, and we're not teaching the subjects that they need to be learning either. We're not giving them opportunity to.
We're not really teaching anything.
And not much of use.
There's a lot of my students, even the ones that are in school that I teach privately, and they say to me, okay, fine, this is algebra. When am I ever going to use this?
Yeah. And my own approach in home educating my own children was, if I could not answer that question, why am I doing this? Then why am I, there needs to be a reason behind everything that children can buy into.
And that's the whole thing, is I'm very honest and open with my own teaching, with my own students, but then also with my own children. You are never going to use this.
Yeah, and children see right through it. They that's why they call BS on it, really, because and I think they disengage for that reason, because it's not of use to them.
But then the whole thing is the pandemic highlighted all of that, especially teenagers now. There's no, for my generation, it was go to school or get a great education, go on to university, and you're guaranteed a position in some sort of corporate law firm, or you are going to become a doctor, or you will definitely become a teacher. That does not exist for them anymore. That linear sort of idea is highlighted because they saw schools shut down, they saw hospitals locked down, they saw if their parents were doctors, their parents had to leave home, essentially, to do their job. Law was shut down. There was no law in the world. And it's sort of the idea that, okay, fine, you bring in martial law, that is an automatic idea to tell a child that nothing else is going to work.
Yeah. Well, when it suits, we can change these things. I wanted to finish off on a more positive note.
Okay.
Could you perhaps just share, obviously you're engaged in the Muslim community. What are you seeing sort of positively happening in respect of home education in the Muslim community? I know certainly in my area we have quite a thriving community.
I think the Muslim community as themselves are going through what we call an enlightenment. And that enlightenment has pushed home education through the roof.
Wonderful.
Unfortunately, I think we are the reason for this bill.
I mean,
the other reason for this bill, not on the basis that it was a notion of, yes, these people now want a bit more freedom, they're going to do whatever. It's our parents were very much block voters. If you went into a mosque and had a conversation with the men of the community and said, vote Labour, they did. because the imam said, the leader of the community said, vote Labour. My generation, the ones who were raised in this world, not coming as immigrants, are very much just as much British as they are where have said, but Labour doesn't do anything for me. I went through university, it's not doing anything for me. Conservatives don't care about me. Nobody cares about me, so I'm going to care about myself. And since the community is a younger community of millennial parents coming downwards, they are saying, do you know what, we can work around this. I work 50% online, so if my husband works the other 50% online, we're going to flip and the kids are going to be home ed. Families where you would not expect home ed to have been even a conversation is now, I'm getting conversations or people contacting me, child's 2, 3, 4 years old, and they're like, we're not thinking school at all. We're not thinking Islamic school. We're not thinking mainstream school. We're not thinking private school. We are keeping our kids at home. What clubs are in our area? We have WhatsApp databases. We have all sorts. But then it's also the idea that quite a lot of the community that I come from are now not staying here. They're global families now. So they are saying, okay, fine. My children, I don't speak my indigenous language, but my kids will. And they will pack up for 6 months and leave. And because they are educated in the way that they are, they can work however they want to work. And that means that they're pushing their work online, and the kids are living in Ghana for 6 months, Pakistan for 6 months, and then they come back. And grandparents are old enough that the grandparents have gone back home, so they're going with them.
They've discovered a new way of doing things and unlocked a whole other world, haven't they? Rachel, I'm going to have to wrap it up now with you because we've got Anne waiting in the wings to take our next slot. So I'm going to remove your spotlight here. And oh goodness me, here it comes to trying to control things again. Somehow, Anne, I'm sure I had a slide for you, but I don't know where it's gone. So
I'm here.
Yes, I know you are, because I created a little introductory slide, but somehow I have missed that. And anyway, so let me just spotlight you. So I want to welcome Anne Laure Jackson to our chat today on home education. Anne has spoken at quite a few conferences that I've organized. Her speciality is sensory needs, and she offers services to home educators who are dealing with a child with sensory needs, and I guess a parent too, for that matter. So, Anne, I'd like to just ask you to tell us a little bit more about yourself and your experience of home education, how you came across home education.
Yeah, well, it's a really interesting stage just within this last month that I am actually officially through the hands-on. My youngest turns 18, has just flown off to university. So I home educated right from the very beginning. That's 25 years now that I've been in the world of home education, working alongside being an occupational therapist and sensory specialist, and realizing how within both the home ed world and the school world, there is an awful lot of work that needs, or support that needs to be given for those who are not neurotypical, for those who don't fit. For some, definitely the home education place is the way to move into, and that's what I'm a strong proponent of because of what it's done for our family. Really, it's been absolutely amazing. And coming to the end of it, looking back and seeing, goodness me, that absolutely was worth it. Dropping him off at university was one of the most satisfying things. And I have three children now, completely doing what they want to do and thriving in the life that they have now in their 20s. And it's like, I'm so thankful for the opportunity to home educate, no matter how difficult the battles were in the early years, when society really was not understanding home ed at all. The government, I live in Jersey here, so our government is different. So that we've had lots of battles along the way, but every single one has absolutely been worth it. Looking back at now, what our family looks like and how my boys have developed.
And can you mention sort of any aha moments for you as a home educated parent?
I think it was the sense that you just relax into it. The fact that there was no need to put any pressure. There was no need to be anything. There was no, you just didn't have to be anything for anybody. It's just, what do you think is the best thing for your children? Leaving peer pressure from the home ed community, from the school community, from a government community. You as a parent, how can you love and nurture your child the best? And having the strength and the confidence to stick by what you truly believe is the best way for that one. Because of course each child is different, so you have to do everything differently for each of the children. But that's what it's about. It's like, what is best for them, and hold your ground. And if it doesn't look like what anybody else is doing, that really is okay. And it builds an awful lot of strength and confidence in you as a home ed mum anyway.
Yeah, and then you've kind of continued now. I assume at some point you picked up, it was sort of that at some point you were sort of full-time home educating. Am I right in that? Or were you always, did you continue working throughout?
Yeah, well, my husband was the one who said he didn't want me to give up work, but we had a lovely family network. So in the early years, when the children were 1 and 2 and 3, we had the grandparents. So I always worked part-time while doing that. And
Yeah.
then I was able to then become self-employed, and then I was much more able to work around the children. And then as the boys grew older, I was able to invest more time. But while they're doing their work, I'm doing my work too, and I'm there on hand if they need anything. So we were very much organised our home ed day around the needs of all of us. I wasn't just purely dedicated to them, which would have been amazing, but without, my husband has a disability as well. So we had to be wise in thinking, well, we don't know what his progression looks like. He could deteriorate really, really quickly. He's got multiple sclerosis and a visual impairment. So he could deteriorate really quickly, but we don't know. We pray that he doesn't, and he's been amazing with what he's been able to continue to do. But there was always the sense of just holding that space, me developing and increasing my skills, because I really believe in the work that I do. And I'm actually now in over 45 different schools trying to help the children, for the parents who choose to be in school. So I'm not anti-school in any way. I don't think it's not the best place for so many things, but it is for some things. So if parents need to, then I really hope they can be as supported as they need to be if they need to be in school. If there is any way at all anybody can home educate, that would be my first choice.
Yes, Jodie has just said she wishes she'd known about home ed earlier. I'm in the same situation where I think I would have probably, well, you don't know really because your circumstances change. But I think if knowing what I know now, I wish I'd started from the beginning. But sometimes it is a journey of discovery, and it doesn't you're sometimes breaking down your own barriers and your own understanding of how learning happens. Isn't that right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. And I love the fact that home ed is just so fluid, and learning just means absolutely everything. Even the tone of voice that you use, and it's the subtleties, I think, that really makes a difference with home ed, that there isn't the time or the space or the capacity normally within a school environment to address the subtleties of who we are as humans and how our individual brains develop.
Yeah, and you've managed to, because you're an occupational therapist,
Mm-hmm.
and you've really managed to develop a system of helping those with sensory needs. You run courses for families, you run courses for home educators. You've managed to sort of integrate all of that knowledge, bring it all together. Please, do you want to tell me a little bit more about that and what you do, or the kind of work you do with families?
Yeah, well, it's an online sensory super system. Because I'm based on the island of Jersey, it's very hard for me, especially with my husband and the fact that I was home edding, to go back over to the UK or to go internationally where I would work and actually speak to people face to face because of the needs at home. So I developed an online system 10 years ago, which has been absolutely brilliant. And then within COVID, that was super to be able to offer that to people, to help people equip themselves and be empowered. As I know that parents, when we're empowered and we know what to do, we can do amazing things. So it was about using the sensory super system, which helps parents or grandparents or family members to assess the needs of the child from a sensory perspective deeply. as an OT, we go so much deeper than there's general awareness about autism, there's general awareness about ADHD, dyspraxia, so on and so forth. But I've developed the system so we can dig deeper to really understand what's going on. I've got a new thing out called Crack the Sensory Code, which is about going beyond the basics of sensory processing to really get to the foundations of what is going on with that child's behaviour and make it individualised. So the way that you do your home ed day, what it looks like, how long you spend, just basically we look at everything, every single activity somebody does during the day to make it the sensory healthiest possible so that they can thrive and so that it's easier to live in the household. Because you've got one mum who doesn't want to be touched and you've got another child who's always on the go, or they're flapping and they're biting and they're bouncing around all over the place. It's like, how am I supposed to do this? How am I supposed to help educate the rest of the family when one child is off doing something that's not really helpful to that environment? So we look at all of those things. It's the tiny details, again, that I can help address. But it's an online system that people join, and then I'm here to coach every week. But the online content is there to fit in with people's days, because I recognise as a home edder, some people are up at 7 o'clock in the morning and that's their quiet time to focus and do what the things that they can just do with mum, or it's late at night, or actually if they've got littlies, then they can do some things during the day when they're asleep. So it's an online system to serve people.
Yes, well, that's, and I know a lot of people that some of the people who've attended our Learn Free conference and have listened to your talks, and some have even attended the courses and have found them really, really life-changing, which is lovely. That, because I think you're bringing everything you've learned from your children really as well through home education.
Oh,
because we do learn from our children, don't we?
Totally. I mean, home education has changed me so much more than virtually anything else. It is just, it's a mirror to your own character. And that's a really good thing. If you want to be the best version of yourself, or whatever phrase you want to use, your children really show you who you are. And that's such a good thing, because you want to bring out the best in them, and therefore most of it starts with changing who you are. But also that the gentleness of approach and the individualized approach is what I'm trying to bring in to workplaces now, or to adults who have been through the school system and were just not supported in any way, shape, or form. And it's just like, well, this is for adults as well. And that's why, as you said in your introduction, this is as much about supporting the parents as much as it is the children, because there'll be many parents also that have undiagnosed needs that could really be helped in the way that they home ed and help their own families.
And something I've observed, and perhaps you have as well, is that the parent that comes to you right at the beginning of their home educating journey is a very different person to the one you meet 2 years later. You know, you just see a transformation. I think I even remember somebody saying to me, "Oh, how can you just stay at home with your children all day? You're just going to be like a vegetable." And I don't think could be further from the truth, because I think your brain is sparked in a whole new way. It's life-changing to the parents.
It is the freedom that it brings. There's a lot of laughter, there's a lot of joy, there's freedom in choices. And if it's not working for your children, it's just like, well, what is it? I never had to fight my boys about academics whatsoever. We just didn't fight. We didn't need to shout in the household. There were certain things that are just lovely about being at home. And now the fact that they're grown adults, I can really enjoy who they are. And I really enjoyed the teenage years. I was absolutely dreading the teenage years before home edding. But it was actually the teenagers that I'd met who were home educated that showed me that maybe there's something in this home education. Because I thought it was weird. They just spoke to their parents with respect, and they were just really nice. And they spoke to me as a person.
Yeah.
As a real person, rather than thinking, oh, teacher, or whatever. It's like there was a really lovely honouring, and just I was a real person to them. And I thought, if my boys can treat other people with a sense of respect and honour, and value every single person, regardless of creed, colour, nationality, language, all the rest of it, we are humanity, we are humans. If they can grow up to just treat people as just people, all lives matter, no matter, then that's the ethos that we have taken on.
Well, I actually feel like home education, and I don't want to be too broad, because people do it differently, and you bring your own parenting whatever personalities into it. But for me, I feel like it's killed the generation gap.
Yeah.
There's no generation gap. So if anything, my children are sometimes maybe what some might say is a bit too familiar with me, but that's because we kind of co-created, we co-existed. They were just younger human beings in the household than me.
Yeah.
But they don't have any problem talking to adults at all. They're very comfortable with adults.
It's the security. That's one of my biggest things that I think home education gives. It's the child is growing up in a very secure, they feel very secure and they should feel very loved. Certainly that's been, you know, being loved and feeling secure and safe and respected. You set those foundations in place, and who isn't going to thrive in that kind of environment? And then the academics and any particular learning things that they want to do can you just add that on the top. But those fundamentals, I suppose, because sensory processing is all about the fundamentals of what the things that we see and feel and how our body moves. I'm used to working at a much lower level and appreciating how important foundational things are. And home ed sets those foundations for a great life ahead.
Yeah, and we've had some comments on the YouTube, because we've had to go live on YouTube because we were hoping to go live on Facebook and YouTube, which worked in my test a couple of weeks ago, but it hasn't worked today. So we've adapted. We're on YouTube, and the link is being shared everywhere, so people can come and find us, hopefully. And we're getting comments about how, you know, home education becomes a way of life, that people have changed so much just over a year. It's been pure joy and happiness. We do have someone asking about any tips with children who don't want to learn maths and English. He's 13 years old. And I think generally, you know, we talk about deschooling in a way, don't we? It's kind of just clearing all of the debris of the system off of us.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've had much experience of that, Anne.
I think because I'm working in the SEND, the special educational needs area, there are so many children coming out of school into home education. No matter how much I can try and support the schools, there's only so much that a school can do and the school can change. So I see a lot, particularly in that area, moving into home ed, and it is about throw the rule book out, throw expectations out, learn maths in a very, very different way. It's got to be hands-on, it's got to be practical, and at the end of the day, what is it going to do for you? I know your last call was talking about algebra, and I always used to tell my boys when they were doing things, look, it's good brain training to do things that you aren't used to doing. It teaches your brain to do things. Yes, you will never use algebra again in your life because none of them were mathematic in that way. But if you've got neurotypical children, well, you can press on with it if you want to. If you don't, forget it. It's all about the shopping and the cooking, the car, you know, putting however much diesel or electricity you need. All of those, you know, it's functional maths, it's practical maths is what you need.
Yes, and I think that for the majority, that's what they need. And then there are the few that will go on to be rocket scientists, and obviously they need to get into it. But it is also about, for me, I would say to the children, well, it's good to learn to solve problems. You're training your brain to solve problems. But to that person has asked that question, obviously we're aware local authorities might want to see some like evidence of what we're doing. But I think if you can find a slightly different way to do maths in a more practical, where the child can see the end result and where this is leading and can feel productive and that it's worthwhile learning the maths, you connect it to real life. That can make a big difference, because I think a lot of the time children don't see the connection to real life in school. They don't know where's this going.
And that's where we can show the evidence. You know, when you talk about evidence, you could potentially show a maths book or a curriculum or some certification that they've got. But if not, you just show, well, actually, this is how they've grown. They've now understood they can measure this, they can do that. They have done this practical task, which shows you break it down then and show the maths element in order for that to happen.
Yeah, like measuring a room for a carpet, or using baking ingredients, any kind of task where you've got to make something and measure it and make sure it all fits and adapt.
Yeah, how much paint you need for the wall.
There's a lot of practical examples. So Anne, before we say goodbye to you, any last thoughts or messages that you'd like to put out there to anyone watching this live stream?
If folks are wanting support, there's a book, Home Educating a Sensory Child with Ease, on Amazon. If they want that as a first point, if they're struggling. Also, if they want to come to sensoryhealthservices.com and have a look at the online system that I have, where I can support folks online as they get trained and equipped in themselves. But if they don't have sensory needs, if they're, I just want to encourage folks to continue on, because actually when you finally get off at the final end, it's a remarkable and really satisfying, really satisfying feeling to think I did my best. I was good enough, and I did my best.
Well, yeah, and I don't think we should always compare to schools, but sometimes, people are criticizing what parents are doing, but the school hadn't even managed to do that much in the time they had the child. So I think, it's sometimes the child is still better off, even if you've got them at home and they don't seem to be like doing much. The fact is, for that particular child, if they continued in a classroom, would they have actually been gaining anything anyway? So if you can at least support them in their mental and emotional health until they feeling more able to cope, then I don't think that's a bad thing. It's just getting the local authorities to understand this, the politicians to understand this.
Yeah.
Having a bum on a seat in front of at a desk does not equal learning.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much. Yes, definitely. Good old Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I think, nobody's going to learn when they're anxious and scared.
Yeah.
And benefit in any way. But thank you so much for joining us today, Anne. We so appreciate you, and I hope that those who need the kind of help you give will find you. But please go and check Anne's website. As I think I've added it in the comments as well. So she's at sensoryhealthservices.com.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne. Okay, so we're going to hopefully be joined shortly by Leah Boden. And I will get her slide up in a minute as well, just so to give a little introduction to Leah. There we go. I'll share that now. Okay, so we're waiting for Leah Boden to join us. Leah is a proponent of the Charlotte Mason approach, and she founded Modern Miss Mason, which kind of brings things up to date. She has a big following actually across the world, has been a speaker in America at the Wild and Free conference, and has home educated her own children as well, of course. So I'm going to we're back to this. I'll just stop the share there because we've sort of seen who she is, and I'm just waiting and hoping she'll be joining us. Michelle, there was a question there that you brought into the chat, which I'm still trying to unpick. Have you had a chance to think about it?
That question would have needed Rachel to answer. To be fair,
yeah, just read that out. So I've got it here. How visible are the needs of the home educators from the global majority in UK? And I'm not sure if they mean the global majority. How visible is it compared to the global majority of other home educators? I
literally typed it exactly as they've written in the comment on YouTube.
Are there any groups
so I literally copied it off YouTube.
Majority where we can have conversations. So global to me implies global, as in around the globe, but then it's asking about the UK. So perhaps that person could clarify that question a little better for us about what exactly they want to know. Are they talking about the global majority as in everybody else in the UK? How are visible are our needs compared to everybody else? That's what I'm just not sure of. So perhaps we can get clarification of that. And I will also just check. I will send Leah Boden a message and remind her to join us. And anyone else want to say anything right now?
Yeah. Hi, Juliet. It's
Hi there, Kathy.
I've got a little comment on kids who don't want to do maths. As you may recall, I had a child who was incredibly resistant to doing any kind of maths, and when she was 8, I'd read John Holt's books and decided, okay, you don't have to do maths. And it was super scary to make that choice. But I said to her, and she was delighted. She said, do I ever have to do maths again? I said, no, never again, if you don't want to.
Very brave,
With my
Catherine.
heart in my mouth, like thinking, oh, flip, what the heck am I doing? But I was going to do it anyway. And it was really, really amazing because she didn't do any kind of formal maths. However, we had horses and she had to figure out how much to feed them. We cooked and baked a lot. We built structures, again, for our horses, hay feeders and stuff like this. So she was actually doing maths, but not in any kind of formal way. When she was 16, just out of the blue, she decided she'd like to do maths GCSE. And I was like, okay, this is really interesting. I'm not sure how this is going to work. Her brother was doing a maths GCSE. He was going to a tutor for maths. And so she started going as well. And she did her maths GCSE eventually and got a B for it. And to me, that was kind of proof of the pudding that when the motivation is there, when the desire and the interest to learn something is there, then it can happen. And it once and for all hit the theory on the head and squashed it flat, that you have to do 12 hours of maths before you can do a GCSE, or 12 years of maths, sorry, because we've been told, you know, that maths is layer by layer and the only way you can do it is if you've gone through all the grades. And that was actually not true. My daughter, Karen, did not do all the grades. She just did a maths GCSE. So there you go. It's a bit of encouragement anyway for those kids that don't seem to want to do something, you know, at the right time. If there's a good enough reason, then they will do it, same as us.
Okay, well, thanks, Kathy, for that. And I've also heard of stories of children who weren't reading and writing at all, and then suddenly at the age of 12, you know, they just got it. I think that question that we had earlier, I think, was meant for Rachel. Rachel, if you're still in, would you like to see if you can address that question, which was about, it's in the chat. How visible are the needs of the home educators from the global majority in UK? Are there any groups created by the global majority so we can have conversations?
Sorry, I'm here.
There you are, Rachel.
I'm here, but my camera can't.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, could you repeat the question for me, please?
Okay. How visible are the needs of the home educators from the global majority in UK? Are there any groups created by the global majority? I think they maybe mean where we can have conversations. There might be a word missing there.
Yes, there are groups and things, WhatsApp groups. Also, there are also international traveling groups. So we tend to travel together, especially those who are from the Afro-Caribbean community who have never indigenously set their foot on African soil. That is something we're looking to set up as of next year, taking our children periodically to the African continent. Also, for those who are of Asian descent and background, there is another group for Indian subcontinental families who will be doing the same thing, and all families are actually invited. It's not just necessarily those families from those backgrounds. So if you want to contact me via my Instagram, I can signpost you to the right location.
Okay, great. Thank you for answering that, Rachel. Okay, so we have now been joined by Leah. Leah, we did a little bit of an introduction in your absence earlier, but I'm going to just ask you to start off telling me a little bit about your experience of home education, kind of how you came to home education, and then we'll take it from there. I will just spotlight you, but welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me. Good morning, everybody. Everyone's up and at 'em on a Saturday morning. That's amazing. Yes, I'm Leah Boden. I have 4 children now, adults and older teenagers. Well, mid to older teenagers. And I started home educating in the early 2000s. We home educated for 18 years. And I was kind of researching it and studying various pedagogies for the past 20 years, really. And yeah, my introduction to home education began actually in the States. I was at Bible college in the States and met some children who looked me in the eye and spoke to me as an adult. And I remember thinking, oh, this is they were so interesting. I remember them telling me about a book they were reading. And I said to a friend who was with me, one, why are they in this building during the day? And there's something different about them. And she said obviously it was in America. She said they're homeschooled. And I said, what's that? And so I was single at the time in my very early 20s. And that really was kind of what I call the seed conversation of thinking, that's an option and how wonderful, and began to just ponder it. And then obviously, fast track to being married to Dave, beginning our family. And the moment I remembered that conversation was I didn't know any other home educating families at all. And it was my eldest daughter's first day in the nursery school that was attached to the primary school that she was going to go to. And I think she may have been in the either nursery year or the reception year. That's all she did in the end. And I remember walking down the street with her in uniform, and she had a little book bag, and it's so tiny and this school uniform on. And I remember thinking, hang on, I didn't want to do this. This wasn't really part of my plan, or our plan. And thus began a real kind of deep dive into the legalities of home education. So remember, this is the early 2000s. And in my early days, one of the first people I met in Coventry who home educated was our lovely Juliet here. So, and she had got a good few years under her belt, was quite new in the country actually, because I remember Kyla being 2 years old and the most beautiful, talkative 2-year-old I had ever met. Again, another great advertisement for home education. And we took our time because Dave and I wanted to get on the same page. My particular deep dive was into the teaching philosophy and pedagogy of Charlotte Mason, and I went down a rabbit hole all those years ago and have never come back up really. So we've just finished formally home educating. We're no longer doing that. My children have taken various paths. I mean, we can get into that, Juliet, whenever you want, but my children have taken various paths, especially when it's come to GCSEs. One went all the way through at home. We did, different hybrid models, but I home educated him up until he was 16, 17. And then he went into sixth form college. All my other children have opted to go into either a year 10 joining like an academy to do GCSEs, or my youngest has gone to a local academy here. So I'm officially no longer a practitioner of those values and ideas. I actually miss it every day. And that's another story, isn't it? The kind of weird, I would call it a little bit of grief really, because I really relished those years, loved those years so much, and valued why we were doing it, the impact I saw on our family and my children, and also just loved sharing about it and encouraging other mothers and fathers on the journey as well. So I hope that's enough to get us going, Juliet.
Yes, definitely. What I'd like to really, I think a lot of people would like to know is what are some of the lessons that you've had from home educating your children, things like aha moments for you?
Yeah, so many. I think the deep privilege of home educating is, well, there are various things, but one, walking alongside your children on their educational journey. I think the traditional approach to education, where they are sent away into a classroom with children their own age, you might get to see the homework book, or you might get to kind of talk at the weekend, but actually growing with them and learning with them. And lots of home educators say this, and I honestly say this. I went to university, I've got a degree, I've done all the educational journey, But I really, truly, hand on heart, can say my education began when I started home educating my children.
True.
There were things I learned about history, and there were passions that kind of came alive in me that I knew were there from childhood. You know, I love art and culture and poetry and music. They were the things that kind of were put in me as a child through my family,
Yeah.
but weren't nurtured through the education system. And I got to do that journey with my children. That was a big aha moment. Was like, wow, people really miss out on a lot when you don't get to do this alongside them. I think also being able to cater to their individual needs was really special for us. So Dave and I always said, each child an individual, whatever. We're not just going to do this one set thing and you know, we'll do, this is the way we do it, but we're going to observe our children and talk to them and engage them in the journey, and then look at the alternative things that they can, the ways they can walk out their interests and giftings. Now, the world is so different now to how it was when we first started. There are so many more things available, and the community is so much larger. And I'm grateful the community I did have. But that was a huge aha moment when, my younger children were starting to grow up, and they were so different from the older ones. And here I was thinking, well, I've got 10 years under my belt, I know what I'm doing. And I didn't, because each child needed and should have had, you know, they deserve to have this. Okay, let's think about you, let's look at you. That was brilliant. But also, I think, Juliet, there were days when I realized, you know, there might have been days when formal learning, as people might understand it, you know, the maths lessons and the whatever, and the kind of doing the teaching or the learning, didn't necessarily happen, because the needs of the children, emotional needs, you know, the days when they're just having a big paddy and they need you, those days, I learned how to see those as much as part of the educational journey as ticking off the boxes and finishing the books. Because part of that, the privilege of home educating, is the holistic approach to seeing your children grow up and walking alongside them. So I remember one particular day when one of my children were really struggling, and it kind of taken over the whole day, and it had taken over everything, and in my, you know, schooly head, I would have said, we did nothing today. And I remember Dave coming home and saying, you know, how's your day been? And me probably sat crumpled on the bottom step and it was terrible. And he said, just talk me through your day. And he said, you know what, that was what you were supposed to do today. That was your most important work. And actually what was going on was, you were able to attend to the emotional development of our child. And again, often in the traditional educational approach, they might be sent in a corner or being put in isolation or whatever, when actually what they needed was nurturing. And that was, I remember that day, that was a huge aha, like, this is just as much as part of the big picture of education as the books and the exams and whatever, that I get to attend to the whole person. And that was wonderful. And I will always treasure that.
Yes, and I think you were very, very much influenced by Charlotte Mason. Some people may not have heard of Charlotte Mason and that approach, which many home educators have subscribed to. So perhaps you could give us a little bit of information. We have a little bit more time, actually, because we've got a bit of a buffer right now. So if you don't mind giving a bit more information.
Of course, I would never mind sharing about Charlotte Mason. So Charlotte Mason was a late 19th century, early 20th century British educator. She was revolutionary in her time when women were really silenced. You've got people like Beatrix Potter, who was an incredible scientist who wasn't allowed to speak up in London, and she was a contemporary of hers. And Charlotte Mason saw this polarized approach to education, where if you had wealth and you know, that kind of legacy, then children had a lot more given to them educationally and a lot more opportunity after went to university. Anything outside of that, you know, the kind of different part of society who were working in factories and mines, they basically got taught the, you know, maths, a little bit of arithmetic and writing, and then were just put into the workforce. And she saw that happening. She was a teacher's apprentice at the age of 13, pre-working class upbringing herself, and was orphaned by the age she was 17, completely on her own, but forged this path, which, her words, for the children's sake, which was, in her words, she saw a need for a liberal education for all, liberal in the way of wide and spacious, and she sought to and worked for her whole life so that every child could have the same approach and offered the same things in education. And these ideas of hers were based on the holistic approach to a child. So a child is a whole person, therefore we need to attend to their mind, body and soul. So she focused on physical things, she focused on the mind being nourished with culture and art and great literature and music, and she very much focused on nature, learning from being outside, and she also, she came away from the kind of traditional approach to, well, what we would see as traditional approach to examination, and she used a method called narration, which is really this feedback loop of being able to read and observe and listen and then tell about it straight away. And that was her way of kind of enabling that learning sticks. Anyway, she started this revolution in the late 19th century, early 20th, and it really did kind of take off into this movement, especially with governesses. There were PNEU, Parents National Educational Union schools all over the UK, and then they grew to be across the world, actually. And after the Second World War, or First World War, because of the changes, I guess, in national curriculum and all that kind of stuff, her methods did go out of fashion, I guess we could say. And really, the people who have brought her back into the forefront of our minds educationally have been home educators. So even though she was British, we got to thank the American home educating movement, who rediscovered her ideas and brought them back into the forefront of her mind. So I'm just all like, I think it was in the 1980s.
That's perfect, because we literally have had the question, are there any books about her, about it you can recommend, and philosophy list. That's literally come up. What can you recommend about it? I
didn't even read that, Michelle, either. So I can recommend lots of books, but I would be amiss if I didn't recommend mine. So I wrote a book. I had the privilege of writing a book called Modern Miss Mason, and this is Discover How Charlotte Mason's Revolutionary Ideas on Home Education can change how you and your children learn and grow together. This came out in 2023. So British author, you can get this on Amazon or wherever you buy books from. So that's mine. But you can actually read her books. And if you go on to anywhere you buy your books from, type in Charlotte Mason. These are very old. When they first came out in publication, these are the books that that is what they look like. But many people have brought them out again now. You can even listen to them on Audible. And if anybody's got further questions about the Charlotte Mason philosophy and interested in using her ideas, just go onto my website, leahboden.com, and you can email me or reach out, whatever, and I can give you but on my website, Michelle, I have got a whole page of books about and by Charlotte Mason, so people can go through that list and have a look. But there are many now, but hopefully people will go and have a look for mine. But
and websites and other resources,
there's so much. If you think, there's a really famous book came out in 1984 called For the Children's Sake, which was using Charlotte's language, but it was really it kind of triggered everything going again, bringing her ideas into the forefront of home educators' minds particularly. And since then, so if you think that's 1984, a lot of us in the UK started home educating. The kind of movement built back up again from the early 2000s. Then lots of people, Kathy's saying your books are pristine. Kathy, let me tell you, I have actually got 2 copies of them, and this is my note. This is my copy.
That's cheating.
That's it
People
for
often
show
will
copy.
people say, hey, do you, so I do have library copies where I can lend them out to people, but that's the realistic.
Okay, well, that's what mine look like as well.
Yeah.
I feel better now.
Don't worry, that's what they actually look like. And I do, but when a new kind of version comes out, I'll try and buy Home Education or Volume 6 Philosophy of Education, just to see how and basically they've made the margins bigger and all that kind of stuff. But yes, I'm sure mine and yours look very similar. Don't worry.
I just want to say, I think I even have a mention in your book, The Modern Miss
Oh,
Mason. But
you
yes,
absolutely do, Juliet. Yes, yeah, you do. I think
so
Kathy might
you
actually
can buy
as
just
well.
for that,
Yes, yeah. If you're gonna get it just to see Juliet's name, yeah, I think you might get a couple of mentions in there,
yeah,
Juliet.
and I think perhaps and I think you're very involved globally as well. You sometimes get to speak in the United States and that kind of thing.
I do a lot. Yeah. I was there twice this year in Chicago and in Minnesota, and got to speak at the Living Education Retreat. And and I've got a podcast and a Substack membership. I mean, basically, her ideas. Even though I'm not I'm not home educating myself at the moment, her ideas, I hope, will stay with me for the rest of my life, and really do have formed a lot of my own way of learning and continuing to be a lifelong learner. So I'm really passionate about that and love to help others on that journey as well.
Now, I had to nip out for a little, what do you call it?
A comfort break.
Yeah. But did you mention that very famous quote by Charlotte Mason about all children are born persons? Did you mention that? Because that's
I did
such a
say
good
about.
one.
I didn't. Yeah, I did talk about that. Yeah, that kind of all holistic approach that she had to childhood. That's so important, isn't it? One of my favorite quotes, I'm looking to the side because it's on my wall, is it may be that the souls of all children are waiting for the call of knowledge to awaken them to delightful living. I love that.
Isn't that beautiful?
Isn't that beautiful that she believed that actually within every child, they really want to learn in this way. And I truly believe that. And I think even if it's just for a few years, that to give them that opportunity of a spacious education, it's wonderful.
Yeah. Well, I think it's what I found is it did change my attitude, or even towards my own children, changed from when I started to now. And I must say, like, in some ways, there's some regrets because I've got very independent-minded children and they don't ever let me forget it. But I think my role as a mother in the beginning was very much functional. I'm taking care of you, and yes, you're my children and you're cute and all of that. But as you go on in this journey, walking with them on that home educating journey, you come to sort of appreciate them as individuals. As I always say to people, because I have 7 children, and I often, people think I'm crazy, and I say, well, actually, they're really nice people.
Yeah.
And when they're little, they're especially entertaining people, but they are people. We don't, we may give birth to a baby, but we're actually birthing a future adult. And I think we always have to remember that this is they are babies for just such a fraction of that time. They are children for just, such a small proportion of the whole. And to think beyond, to think to long-term goals and not just this thing about the outcomes right now, getting GCSEs right now. It's like, well, where do you want to actually aim to?
That's right.
Eventually.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, your children are wonderful people, and mine are too. And I love that we often say to our kids, if you weren't my child, I'd want to hang out with you. You're really fun. And I just love getting to know them in every season of life. And that has been an immense privilege of just having that a little bit more time. I loved it.
So we've had a question on the YouTube channel. So, somebody asking about, she'd love to hear about successful stories of young people who've been home educated and succeeded, either in university afterwards or adult life or a career. And we definitely do have examples, and we will have a few of them joining us today. And Rachel Sarah Lewis, who was with us earlier, is one of those too. And we will have Anne Charles joining us hopefully at 11. If you're here, Anne, I think. And you know, there definitely are these stories. Do you want to give us a quick little rundown of what your children are doing today?
Absolutely. Also, depends on your definition of success, but these are all success stories to me. I have my two adult children who have in their 20s. So my eldest excelled at sixth form, was head girl, as some of yours were, Julia, I'm sure. They all ended up doing that, and ended up going on to do chemistry, physics, and biology, and which actually I didn't do a lot of at home, maybe biology, but it's amazing when that happens. And she's basically on a path. She wants to be a paramedic. At the moment, she's moved to Cornwall, and she is working in the care industry to get some kind of experience behind her to then go on to be a paramedic. So she's on that path. My next son always wanted to go into some kind of a trade, which was definitely his strength. And he got a brilliant apprenticeship as an electrician, and he's been studying and working, and he should finish in the next couple of months actually, and so he's just turned 21, and by the end of the year he'll be a fully qualified electrician, pretty much on par with the directors of the company he's been working with. And I'll tell you a little success story for me with him. And what's interesting again about home educated young people is he started that process at 16, 17, and the company weren't used to young lads of that age being able to speak to adults and being able to look them in the eye and shake their hand. And I know, and that's not for every child. I know that's depending on how they are in the world. But in this case, it was a career he was going into, and he had to be able to speak to clients. And they were so used to, I guess, young people just not being able to do that and kind of hiding a little bit and just kind of skulking around. And he repeatedly, in the first few months, had people say to him, "How old are you? How old are you?" Purely because of the way he approached his work and the people he was working with. So they would be, negotiating with a client who needed it wasn't domestic electrical work. It's like big hospitals, colleges, all that kind of stuff. And he would be involved in the conversations. And I remember saying to him, he would tell us these stories when he came home, and I said, "It's all that narration, Joel." It's all the telling back that we got you to do for years and years. But that to me was encouraging, of sending him onto a different path. And then my next one, who's on his final year of sixth form college, is going to be applying for university in December. My youngest is in year 10. So
Yeah.
We're encouraged. We have cheered them all on in their individual journeys, and we're excited for them. Yeah.
Yeah, and I can share with my 7 children. My oldest did a childcare qualification, which she's never used. She works now in admin with a water company, local water company. My second oldest went off to university, but decided after the first year that it was not taking her in the direction she wanted to go, and she's done a couple of other things, including working at the church that Dave and Leah used to run. And
She's brilliant.
Yeah, and she's now working actually for Warwickshire Fire and Rescue's support team. And then my son did a course in college on web design and interactive media, and he is self-employed. He does contract work for different companies, building websites. And then my 4th son, he's had some difficulties because of ADHD, but he has got a job that he's held steadily for 10 years now, I think. And married, having a child soon. I don't know if you knew that, Leah, that they're taking
that. Congratulations. That's amazing.
And then my 5th one, she did a business degree, and she's currently actually got 2 jobs that work together in the same place, 2 roles that she's fulfilling. And my 6th one, now,
Yeah.
she's just moved to Leeds to start her first adult job, having completed her degree in games art. And she will be on later this evening, actually, with me. And then my youngest is about to start university at Birmingham to do material science and engineering, because he's
Wow.
very much geared towards the engineering
Science.
thing. Yeah. So I'm going to say thank you so much, Leah, for joining us. Feel free to hang around if you want.
My
We'll pop in
pleasure.
later.
Yeah.
It's been lovely to hear from you, and thank you for joining us. The links to Leah Boden's link should be in the YouTube description. If you want to go and find out more, you can visit her website. I've got to bring Anne in now because she's basically available at 11 o'clock, and that's it. So I'm going to take you out there then.
Thank you, Julia. Thanks
Yeah.
for all you're doing.
Well, thank you so much. And then I'm going to spotlight here on Anne. Now, for the person who was asking about home educated people who have been successful as adults, Anne, would you say you're a successful adult?
Oh gosh, that sounds like a lot of pressure.
And you never went to school, right?
Yeah. So I've never been to school. Yeah, and I'm now in my early 40s, so I've been around the home education community for a long time.
And still very heavily involved.
Yeah, doing what I can.
Yeah, so tell us a bit about perhaps a little bit about your childhood and a little bit about what you're doing now. Just kind of like a little quick bird's eye, or not bird's eye, but whistle stop.
Yeah.
You are now.
So I grew up in Norfolk. My parents had both been teachers, but that bore no real relationship or help to them home educating. In fact, as a lot of teachers say, they had to kind of learn a lot of stuff that wasn't what they'd done before. But it did mean they were kind of interested in education in general. The plan hadn't been that we were home educating. Mum didn't really know it existed. It was the early 80s, and my birthday's in September. And in those days, you went to school, if you were going to school, genuinely the term following your 5th birthday. And because I was in September, I'd have been one of the oldest in my class. So when I was about 2.5 or 3, so earlier than you'd normally do it, but just so that they had enough time to have a think about things, Mum and Dad had a look round the local school, which would have been the school that I went to. And so I'd been 2.5 or 3, and the local school had the red table and the green table and the blue table. And my mum thought, well, like most 3-year-olds, Anne can already do colours. And she'll be a very old 5-year-old by the time she comes here. This isn't going to be very interesting. And they looked around some other places as well, but it was all pretty similar. And the other thing that happened was my sister is 18 months younger than me, and my mum didn't want her to miss out on doing rhyme time at the library or those kind of things, because she was having to rush back to pick me up. So she thought, well, in Scandinavia, they don't go to school till they're 7, and we're perfectly happy as we are at the moment, living our lives, doing interesting things, going to different groups and seeing friends and going to the shops, doing whatever we're doing. We'll just carry on like that. And then around the same time, she happened to have a couple of conversations with other people and read a couple of articles and realized that other people did this is a thing that actually existed, and the organization Education Otherwise existed, and she wasn't just inventing it. So yeah, the plan was that we'd be home educated until we were 7. And then that went very well, didn't it? Because I've never been to school. So I think my mum said the best advice she ever had was to take things 1 year at a time. And of course, by the time you've all been home educating for 2 years and you're having a lovely time, then school seems less and less sensible and relevant, because it's always there as an option. We got dragged around lots of school open days at the point it would have been time to apply for high school, just so that we knew what the options were. None of that was of particular interest, because we were already so busy having, doing lots of interesting things already. So yeah, I've never been to school. My sister chose to go to 6th form as a bit of an educational experiment, and then got headhunted to work in the school in her gap year. So yeah, so we did lots of different things. I guess how we approached home education changed a bit over the years, depending on how old we were. We were probably slightly semi-structured to start with, so we used to do a few mornings a week of doing some workbooks and things like that. But unlike other families, we didn't have a timetable, and if something more interesting came up, we wouldn't say, oh no, we're doing maths this morning, we can't possibly go out to the WI coffee morning or go and see our friends. We would be very flexible. And then we did a 52-mile round trip through the wilds of the Norfolk countryside once a fortnight to go to a village hall to meet other home educators. And then we'd also have museum trips and things like that with other home educators. And then a lot of stuff happened in the after school time. So brownies and guides and trampolining clubs and gymnastics groups and dancing, and I was in a theatre company, and we did lots of volunteering. I helped set up the local talking newspaper, and my mum and dad were both very heavily involved with the community, so they were both bell ringers, so we got dragged around various churches in Norfolk on the weekends when they were going ringing, and they'd be involved in running various different groups. So like my mum was involved in the local museum, so we would go and volunteer there, and like we just kind of lived a life. I think we'd all say now we're older, if we would go back to have our time again, we were more and more self-directed as we got older, and I think we'd probably be self-directed from the start now. But
Yeah.
that's the kind of, but it wasn't wrong at the time. It's just now we've gone through it, it's like, well, we didn't actually need, you learn so much from life.
Yeah.
So yeah, learning from life is a thing, and learning in your community and being interested in the world around you. And then you wanted me to talk about what I do now.
Yeah.
So I work in radio. I absolutely love it. I've been working in and around broadcasting since I was a teenager. I started out as volunteering at my local talking newspaper, and then I was involved in writing a book about home education, and I got asked to talk about that on our local radio station. And from there, I got invited back to be a paper reviewer, which was quite funny because I was 17 and they'd have like the Bishop of Norwich and the Director of Social Services for Norfolk County Council, and then me. That was quite fun. And then I got involved in volunteering at the local radio station, and then from there I started getting work. And then I did all sorts of things. I worked in television news and in producing drive time programs and producing a gardening show and being a tour guide and doing every kind of possible shift you could possibly imagine, and across various local radio stations. Then I got a job in London. I was one of the youngest in our department, actually working in children's radio. So I used to get paid to operate a fart machine for a living, and I got a program on Pick of the Year, which I was very proud of, which was all about children and death. And then I was always very interested in the technical side of things, so I got a secondment in our technical department, and I knew that it was going to go okay because during the interview we had someone said, we've never ever had anyone apply to go from production to engineering before. And so then I worked on radio playout systems. So if you've heard any pre-recorded noise at all, like any music that's pre-recorded or any trail or any package or any drama or anything like that, then it's being played out from systems I've worked on. If you're listening to anything on the BBC. So I was working as a staff member at the BBC for 12 years, and then I worked on the two largest projects the BBC had ever done, so Broadcasting House rebuild and then building the Salford second headquarters. And then I left the BBC to go travelling, and I worked in New Zealand and I taught journalism in New Zealand. Then through various circumstances, I ended up being in and out of South Sudan and Abyei for a little while, training broadcast engineers and producers there. Set up my own company. I run a broadcast engineering conference called Radio TechCon. And now I'm freelance, so I do broadcast infrastructure projects. I do training. Within the last 12 months, I've been in South Africa, Botswana, and Saudi Arabia for work. So yeah, I travel a lot. I get to hang out in radio studios all over the world. And I absolutely love what I do. And then because I'm home educated, I have a side gig in baby wearing and doula stuff and birth geekery. So yeah, I think it kind of Dr. Rachel Barrow at the University of Lancaster recently did some work in home educated people and when they grow up and what they do for work, and she found there's a common theme of a lot of us ending up running our own companies and having unusual combinations. So but you can all thread it back to being home educated, I think.
There was somebody commented on the YouTube feed about do young people meet any difficulties or challenges when applying to higher education and integrating well socially. So, obviously, those of us who've been home educating for a while, we know that we know that this is not actually
No,
problem
if
that we
and not even
encounter.
if
But
I had a pound for
yeah,
every time I've been asked about my social life. I think if you never had a penny for every time I've been asked about my social
we
life, I
really
could
be
be
doing very
living off
well.
the interest and have several houses in Mayfair. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's so weird to me that that's the question that you get.
yeah,
And you always get asked it twice as well, because you're asked, what about your social life? And then they say, how do you make friends? And that's the same question, guys.
yeah,
And yeah, it's so weird because you're meeting people from every single background, and you're actually living in your community, and you know people of different
well, you're
ages,
more in the
and you
real
know
world actually
people,
than
yeah,
you
you
are
know
in a
people on a real
classroom.
level.
Yeah,
One of the education officers at Norfolk Museum Service, I'd known a lot when I was younger, and then I ended up doing a course with her. We were both studying sign language, and we are both on the same course when I was a teenager. And she like sent me a good luck card when I was applying for other things, other places. And we had a proper kind of, yeah, people,
mm,
people in your local shops, in your local library, and if you've been dragged along to
yeah.
volunteer at the museum, lots of people who are
But they're not
much
all the
older than
same
you.
age as you, are they?
Yeah. And
Okay.
also at homemade gatherings, my mum used to say it was like being in a big Victorian family, or I guess being a bit like in your family, Juliet, because you've got lots of lovely children. But that multi-generational thing that you just instinctively, if you were one of the older ones, you just have someone else's toddler on your hip, and you there was no, oh, I'm not playing with them because they're an older boy or a younger girl or any of that nonsense. Everyone just mucked in together, and and I think that's just how we're designed to be, right? That's quite a natural way of
Yeah,
being, and this
yeah,
separating everyone away from society for most of their waking hours and segregating them by age and geographical like location where they've been brought up is so weird, and it's so false. And especially how children are being treated in schools at the moment across the country. Like there's a real, it's very hard for teachers as well. There's just a massive culture of disrespect throughout schools. Teachers are
yeah,
being bullied by Ofsted, and children are not in a good environment. If you're not allowed to look out the window without being in trouble, which is some of the behaviour policies of some of the academies, like
yeah.
it's appalling. Like it's not good for children. It's
We
not good
have
for
had a
adults either.
question about whether you feel, do you have do you feel positive about your home ed experience,
Yes.
or do you see any negatives in it?
So genuinely no negatives at all. And when I was growing up, I'd say it's a very positive experience. It also helped that obviously when you're 5 or 6, you just, if your parents say you're going to school or your parents say you're being home educated, then you're just like, oh, okay, that's what's happening. But by the time you get to 7 or 8, it was an active decision we were making as a family. My mum and dad were very good at talking about school and school being there. And obviously nearly all of your friends go to school, and my dad was still working in a school, so schools were a familiar place. I ended up working in a school when I was older, teaching trampolining. But yeah, so it's always there. So I'd never say home educate a child completely against their will. That's awful. But the great thing is if you make someone's education, if you make it your child's choice and you support them in that choice, then there's absolutely nothing they can do. They can't turn around and blame you when they're older, because it was like their choice all the way through. In terms of negatives, absolutely no negatives. When I was growing up, I'm very, very positive about the whole thing. I think nowadays the negatives are, which isn't a reason you shouldn't do it, but just the general hostile environment is really horrible.
Yeah.
And when I
Mm,
was younger, people had never heard of home education, so you were forming their opinion of what it is. And now people are coming with all sorts of ridiculous ideas in their head and
yeah.
stereotypes that don't bear any relation to evidence. And that, I
And
think, makes it harder.
I mean, I think there are some families that have more struggles than others, but
Yeah,
I feel
absolutely.
with the right support, every family, it can be a positive experience
And I
for
think
most.
that's what most of us who've been around for a long time have seen as well, that even for families who are coming to home education because of some kind of crisis, because even when I was younger, there aren't many people like who've never been to school, certainly not who are my age. Most people were coming into it because something had gone wrong, like either this local school didn't suit them, or there was bullying, or there's a reason, like school doesn't work, and that's why you end up home educating. Either you just believe fundamentally it doesn't work for you or your family, or you've tried it and it hasn't worked for you. And of course there's always the option to go back into school. Some people, I always say it's a bit like some people are employed their whole life, some people are self-employed their whole lives, and some people mix and match depending on what works. And that's the same. Some people go to school, some people are home educated, some people do a bit of both. But I think, I don't know if you'd agree, Juliet, but from what I see, even when families come to it from crisis and it's not what they wanted and it wasn't the picture they had in their head for their family, once they've got through certainly the first year, certainly by the time they've done 2 years, they're often like, well, we had this horrible circumstance to get here, but actually thank heavens we are here, because this isn't what we expected, and this is amazing. And why would you do anything else?
Yeah.
So if you are coming to it from crisis, then I'm really sorry that that's happening to you and your family. But know that a lot of us have seen a lot of people come out the other side, and really, once you get into your head that home education does not have to be anything like school at home, and home education is parenting and family life, really, and living in community and being interested in the world,
Yeah.
then you can have a lot of fun. And you
So,
don't need to
Anne,
spend very much money either. I mean,
I don't know if you have a few more minutes, because we've
I want to plug Joy Baker Fund.
I
If
mean, we
do.
could obviously keep you on for ages, but I know you've got things to do. But
You've got other
yes,
speakers.
I do want you to explain a little bit about the 2 initiatives that you've put in place. We do have Julia Black meant to be after you. She's very kindly said you can speak a bit longer, and
Sure.
she's coming back later on today. So I think if you can do that in as much of a nutshell as you can.
Yes. So I'm sure you'll be talking a lot about things like the children's well-being bill that's going through, and we've had various things happening in Wales as well over the last few years. So the kind of general environment for the regulation and legislation around home education is becoming much more hostile, which is a real shame, because we have currently the best home educating laws probably in the world. And we have all sorts of safeguards already in place. And the problem always is that officials don't know the law and that they don't follow the law, not that the law needs to be changed. So as a result of seeing all these issues over the years, a group of us from various different organisations that are supporting home education realised there was a bit of a gap. So I've been involved in setting up 2 organisations. We're still nearly there with the websites, but one is called Home Education Law Project, and that will be training professionals in home education law. So people like your local authority officials, social workers, solicitors, barristers, all of those people who might need to know about home education law, who are dealing with home educating families in a professional capacity, because so many problems and issues we have with local authorities come because their staff are paid to administer the law, and it's really shocking. They have no training, which puts them in a hard position as well. But your tax money is going to fund officials who are paid to administer the law who have no training at all in home education law or pedagogy. So we're creating some training courses, or we will be creating some training courses once the CWS bill stuff is shaken out, to make sure that home educating people and people with good experience are there to train officials. And we want to make sure that the community is very much involved in those initiatives, and so that you all have input into what's going on. So that's Home Education Law Project. And then a separate organisation is Joy Baker Fund, and that is a charity, and the aim of Joy Baker Fund is to give out grants to home educating families at risk of financial hardship, so that they can access legal advice and support. Usually if they're having to take on big expensive cases that need a barrister, so things that might be going to the High Court or judicial review. Not that we want anyone to be involved in court cases or taking court cases, but sometimes people need professional legal opinions from education specialist barristers as well. And up until now, people have had to fundraise for themselves, or they've been excluded from getting access to legal information because it's really expensive doing that kind of thing. You know, even getting an opinion from a barrister is like £5,000, and if you end up being in one of the higher courts, it can be tens of thousands. So Joy Baker Fund will exist to give grants in those areas. At the moment, we can't give any grants at all because we don't have nearly enough money in the bank account, but we are fundraising. I don't know if we're allowed to share links,
Of
Juliet,
course. Well, actually,
we've
also,
got some in the comments.
I didn't put any links because the websites aren't finished yet. But
No.
if you're able to add anything, I can put it in the description where people can find out more. We
can
are
put a message
working
to
on
that.
those
We've
websites right now.
we've got a document that we shared a little while ago. It's got a link to we do have a donations portal.
I'll put it on the YouTube
yeah.
conversation
So we've
as
got
well.
like a temporary holding Google Doc that's just like, here's what we're doing.
Yeah.
And then there's a link there to our donations portal.
Yes,
which
because
I'll
those
also-
websites are under construction at the moment.
Yes, but it's because the one thing that we don't have much of is time, because we're
And money.
doing lots of time and money. So if you have, if anyone on the call has accidentally forgotten to remind everyone that they're a millionaire or something, but yeah, we're all registered. Joy Baker Fund's registered with the Charity Commission. We're registered for Gift Aid. We've just done our first sort of big set of accounts and stuff, so you can go on the Charity Commission website and have a look. And obviously, if you have any questions at all about Joy Baker Fund or Home Education Law projects, because this session isn't about them, so we can can spend ages talking about those. But please just do ask. Like Juliet knows, I know stuff too. So yeah, we want to be open and there for the community. But it's definitely something I hope that people will feel able to support, because
Yeah,
we're
and
going to
if
need
you
to
want to
help
find
each
out,
other
yeah.
as we do in our community.
And Anne is on the action group if you want to get hold of her to find out more, or if you can't remember where the document is to donate or anything like that, you can get in touch with her.
We should have a lovely website soon, because we were very lucky to receive a grant to help us get set up. So yeah, we are.
Yes,
we're
getting there. Yes,
if the government would stop trying to change the law all the time, we could have some time to do these other initiatives.
Exactly, we would, but it's going to possibly be really necessary to have these safety nets of sorts.
Yeah, and just to say, just do the legal bit. It's not an insurance scheme or anything like that. So it's a charity, and the Charity Commission likes us to say, please remember that if you donate, then it could be used to take, to fund court cases and things like that. But it won't be taking any court cases itself. It will just be there to make sure that people who need that legal support are able to.
And there will be a committee that decides on those grants. There will be a process.
We're going to be recruiting. We're recruiting for a grant subcommittee and all that kind of thing in due course.
So there will be a process.
Slow and steady, I think, is the way we're going to take this.
It's been the story of this whole process.
Before the pandemic, we started setting this stuff up. So it's been a lot of work and a lot of incredibly dull paperwork. But hopefully, those will build some really strong foundations, and that is important, so that you have two well-run organizations that are all have everything in place. So
yes, thanks so much, Anne, for everything you're doing and giving back to the community.
Join you for the whole day, but
no, well,
if
well,
in doubt, just
YouTube,
home educate. It's going to be fine.
We've had
just
to
take it one year at a time. You'll be okay.
Yeah.
It's great. Your children won't hate you so long as it's their choice. You'll be fine.
Good. Thank you for that. And we're streaming live to YouTube only because we couldn't make it work to Facebook as well. So it will stay on YouTube and people can come back and watch and catch up later. So that's really great. Thank you so much, Anne.
Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Okay, so I am going to share screen quickly because so we have coming briefly to introduce herself. I think it's probably the only thing we'll have time for, but she will be back later, is Julia Black. And Julia Black can be found on her Lights on Universe website. She can tell you more, because I do know, Julia, your things change their names occasionally, and be a bit of a job keeping up. But anyway, I'm going to just spotlight you, Julia. So welcome. Thank you for joining us. And Julia's also spoken at the Learn Free Conference and at the Home Educating Families Festival. And I've got to know Julia and really appreciate what she brings, because she's a thinker, and I always enjoy hearing what's coming out of your brain, Julia.
Excellent. Well, thank you for that introduction. Yeah, it's been really nice listening to people beforehand. So, yeah, thank you. Yes, just to clarify on where you can find me at the moment, because you said it changes. It's lightsonuniverse.com, and on socials, I am the Lights On Mum. But shall I start then, just a bit of intro to my experience of home ed, Juliet. Is that
Yes,
the right
and
place? And then
I'm
maybe
just
one
going.
point, because I know I've only got a few minutes.
That's fine. I'm actually just going to check with Harriet because Harriet's on next, and then I think we have a little bit of a so we have a little bit of a margin after Harriet. So if Harriet is agreeable, we will let you talk a little longer until about 11:40.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
no worries. Just wrap me up when you need to.
Yeah.
So I kind of like to say I flex the education system every which way for my children. And my guiding kind of light has always been their well-being, their mental well-being, and really taking that as my guide as to what to do. And that started, my daughter's now 22. She's in her final year at university doing natural sciences. My son is 18. He's just about to 19, actually. He's just about to start doing maths at Manchester. So my journey to this began when my daughter was 4. And I realized that even though both my children are neurotypical, they were going to get bored. She was getting very bored very, very quickly. So that's how I kind of came into flexing the system, started with flexi schooling. And then we went on a family adventure when she was 7, took them both out, saw their learning explode, which was really exciting. And then at 9, it got to a crisis point where it was like, okay, she said, you might as well send me to prison every day. That's what it feels like. And so I took both of them out and I actually set up a creative learning centre for homeschooling children. So that was back in 2013. And I began to see children en masse come into my centre. So I've been a parent home educating, I've been an educator working with home educated children, and I've also worked with schools. And I've got my own educational philosophy and approach, but a huge advocate for doing what is right for our children based on their mental well-being, because I don't think you can divorce the two. Mental well-being and learning go hand in hand. So yeah, that's my sort of route in to the home ed conversation.
And what has it done for you, home educating your children? Because I know that you've done a huge growth thing yourself.
Yeah, well, I guess I was a filmmaker, documentary filmmaker, and realized that being a mother and also then solving my children's happiness when it came to learning made me make a choice. And so I put I've never really put my filmmaking hat down because I still love telling stories visually. But what it did for me, and I know this is something you love, Julia, is it just opened up. It suddenly, from feeling a little bit stifled with my own creative energy, if I wasn't going to make films anymore, it allowed me to almost jump into the learning process at the same time. And I think that is the gift of home education. I think we as parents can be learners alongside. So I always talk to the mothers that I coach. It's not about teaching. It's not even really about content. For me, it's about who we are being as a learner. And when we as the parent jump on into that adventure at the same time, we become the best role models, because we can then role model sort of, hitting obstacles, coming up against challenges. We can role model finding something we're passionate about and diving into that. We can develop our own mindset and have really, really honest conversations around what learning is. So for me, rather than what are we going to learn, how are we going to learn it, when are we going to learn it, and where are we going to learn it, it's like, who are we being as learners, whether we're at home, school, out in the world, wherever. That is really the important question that I explore with my body of work. And my simple metric for us to kind of know, like, who are we being? Are we being lights on? And, you see it in our eyes. It's like our lights come on and we are passionately engaged. We are taking ownership and full responsibility. We are following something that we love to do and really leading our own learning, but we're also really courageous when we hit challenges. I think this is the key with Lights on Learning, which is the name of my approach. When you lead with your heart, whether you're an adult or a child, you become the most courageous learners. And sometimes what parents and educators do is they start with the mindset. I start with the heart set, because then actually the mindset is much easier. It might lag and it might not want to come along and it might have some tantrums along the way. but boy, will it follow. It absolutely will follow when you lead with your heart. And then as a result, I have heart set, mindset, and skill set. The relevant skill set. I've heard some people talking about, they didn't want to do the maths until they realized, actually, I want to jump the maths hurdle of the GCSE. So they locked in and they got the skills needed. So leading with your heart, when you see your lights coming on, you absolutely will develop as learners faster than anything. And here's I know we're short on time, but the one takeaway I would love parents to take away from this is not to make the mistake I made when I first kind of started working with children on a school site. I had a centre on a school site, which is to not think disengagement is a problem. Disengagement is not a problem. It is the biggest opportunity you're likely to get to grow as learners. And it's a signal. It's a signal for something you're feeling something and you've got some thoughts behind that is taking you into a fear zone, out of your comfort zone. But when you use the lights off signal as your guide, that again is when learning takes off on a whole new level. Yeah, I think I've squeezed quite a lot in there.
You have, well done. And I think what I will do, because Harriet said she will have to go off soon, so I will bring her in, and we may have some buffer time if you're still in. We can have some other chats, because the conversations has been amazing. So I'm going to.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
We're going to come back to you, Julian. Thank you so much for being willing to join us more than once today. I appreciate it.
Not
I'm going to go and find Harriet. There you are, Harriet. Welcome.
Hi.
Harriet.
Hi. Yeah.
Yes.
Hi,
And
nice to be
let
here.
me do my quick little screen share thingy. Yeah, wherever it is there. Just a little introductory slide, because this is Dr. Harriet. You are a doctor, aren't you, Dr.
I
Harriet?
am indeed. Yes.
And most people know Harriet because of this book, which she wrote, called Rethinking, Learning to Read, which really just blows your mind a little bit if you're concerned about your children and how they will learn to read as being home educated, particularly. But even if you're not a home educator, I think it's a really good book to get a hold of to help keep things in perspective. But then you've done lots of other research as well. So I'm going to just ask you to. So Harriet, home educated her own children as well, and is now involved at Liverpool Hope University with doing research, all sorts, and also giving the occasional quote to newspapers as well. So Harriet, I'm going to spotlight you and just ask you to give a little bit of an idea of your journey, how you came to be involved, or how you came to be involved with home education. What was your experience of home education, etc.
Yeah. So as you say, it started with our own children. We had our elder daughter had a bit of a disastrous experiment with nursery, preschool, before compulsory school age, and it didn't go well. I guess by the time she got to school age, with that in mind, by then I'd already started thinking about home education. I've met some home educators. We were living in Leicester, and there was a really engaged, really thriving home education community there. This is back in the 1990s, and the idea just kind of grew in my mind. Actually, do you know what? We don't have to go through that again. We can do this. We can do something different. And so we kind of slid really sort of naturally into home education. And it was brilliant. It really suited our family. We've got two younger siblings, and they didn't go to school either, because once it had started and it was going well and everybody was happy and we were doing great things, we just kept on being happy and doing great things. So we had a very, very easy slide really into home education. I've always been a researcher. I was an academic researcher at the time in a completely different field. And I suppose one of the things about the home education setup was that it would mean that I wouldn't be pursuing that as a career any longer. But I also kind of felt like I couldn't put that part of my life down completely, and that I would start learning about child development and child learning. And I would, we had this really rich life going on at home with these, these 3 children, just discovering things every day, being so engaged and curious and bright and interested in the world around them. And I just thought, yeah, it'd be really great to learn a little bit more about how their brains are working and what's going on there. And so I started doing some Open University courses on child development. And it was quite shocking, really, because the things that I had noticed and that I had become so engaged with, they didn't come up on the courses at all. Lots of other things came up, but not so much the things that I was interested in, the things that I was that I wanted to find out about and that I was seeing at home. And then in an amazing piece of serendipity, I took a part of a master's module. And it was an accident, actually. It was an accident. I got put into the wrong post bag at the Open University, wherever they sort these things out. And I ended up being assigned to the London group with Alan Thomas. And I'd read Alan Thomas's books and I thought that he was just absolutely amazing. And now I was going to be his student by accident. So, and of course, once I'd got hold of Alan, if people haven't heard of Alan Thomas, he is one of the major, and certainly at that time in the 1990s, he was one of very, very few people globally engaged in home education research. And his research was it was groundbreaking. It was mind-blowing. It was, it was an insight into home education like there had never been before. And I don't think it's too much of hyperbole to say, probably hasn't been since either. And of course, once I started talking to him, I wasn't going to let him go. I was just really tapping into his knowledge, his expertise, the things that he knew about it. And we ended up working together. And out of that grew our research into informal learning, and following that, my own research into learning to read. And then, as Juliet says, when I look back on it now, I think part of the trajectory of my research has been dictated by the wider world of home education. I started off really fascinated by pedagogy and about learning, and I've ended up writing an awful lot about politics and minority groups within home education. And I see that as being steered not because I've had a sudden turn in interest, but because the subjects that have been most pressing have not been the pedagogical ones, they've been the political ones. And I think that is one of the, really, I want to say, sadnesses of the changes to the law, because we're not talking about the pedagogy, we're not talking about what the difference is going to be in children's learning as a result of these things, but it's absolutely what we should be talking about.
Yeah, well, this is something that is, you've had a little bit of time, I think, to look at the Children's Wellbeing in Schools bill. And I think it's not so much what it says right now, but it's the potential of what it can do in the wrong hands or being misunderstood, misinterpreted by a local authority.
Yeah.
What are some of the scenarios you think might happen?
Well, I think the learning to read is a really good example, because one of the sort of the things that really came out of the learning to read research was that home educated children were learning to read successfully, and by successfully I mean enjoying reading and being able to use reading for other things as well, at ages which would be unacceptably late in school. And a lot of children were learning 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Some early teens. The oldest in the piece of research that I did was 16, a 16-year-old girl who started reading at 16. Now, in school, if you are a late reader, and the term late reader only applies to the school situation, there's no such thing as a late reader in home education. But if you are a late reader in the school setup, it has very serious ongoing educational consequences, which is the reason for the huge amount of emphasis that's put on children starting to learn reading at 4, and having such a rigid reading trajectory and reading backup and reading what's termed support if they're not hitting the targets that they're supposed to be hitting within school. Because if you leave primary school and you're not reading at standard, the outlook is really, really bleak. It cuts off the rest of the curriculum for school pupils, and it's extremely rare that they will ever reach the standard that school requires in that setup. Not many children who are not succeeding in school terms on the transition into secondary school actually go on to succeed in secondary school. So it's really important. It's really important, and it's a bleak outlook if you don't. In home education, none of that applies. In home education, if a 12-year-old is not reading, it doesn't mean that they're cut out of all the other things that they might be interested in or that they might want to learn. It does not curtail their learning opportunities in any significant way, because there are lots of other ways to learn, and home educators are in prime position to use those other ways, whereas schools are not in prime position to do that. So it doesn't have that effect. And the other thing that was really interesting about children learning to read is that in school, reading is presented as a set of skills that you have to be able to master in order to benefit from the written word. In home education, that is pretty much reversed. And all the children in the research had substantial contact with the written word and were engaged with it, understood it, understood things like genre and vocabulary and plot and narrative and conversation and discourse and all sorts of things around literacy. They understood all of those, even if they weren't independently reading themselves. So when they began independently reading themselves, they had a vast amount of knowledge and experience to bring to that situation, which is not the situation for most 4-year-olds in school. So the process of learning to read is, or can be, completely reversed at home. That is such a shift in mindset that it is very difficult to talk to people about it. And if the conversation starts with, you know what, it's okay if a child learns to read at 10, it's very difficult to get anybody to listen to that, anybody outside home education to listen to that and accept them, okay, maybe it's not, but to move then even further from the idea that the experiences of that child learning to read at 10 are going to be totally different to the experiences of a 4-year-old learning to read. That is something that people find very, very difficult to understand. And I think my big fear is that local authorities will have these extra powers and they will go into homes where children of 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 are not reading and say that's educational neglect, or that's an education that's not working, and this child now needs to go to school, when actually that education could be working really, really well and that child could be learning really, really well. But the people who are going to make the judgment will not have the knowledge and not have the insight to be able to see that. That's my big fear.
Yeah, I think, because there is this idea that children only learn in one way, and that you have that whole idea is actually rife. People have come to believe that sitting at a desk with a person standing in front of you talking at you, that's going to teach you something, and you can't learn any other way. And I mean, we know that actually that's probably the least effective way of learning of all the ways of learning, in my opinion. And I just still remember during the COVID time, my grandson who goes to school, he had to come to me because his mum had to work, and I would dutifully stick him in front of the laptop, sign him into his classroom, and he would sit there on the chair with his little legs swinging and watch everything, and hour after hour. But then I'd say to him, okay, so what was that all about? He says, well, I don't know. But he was doing it, but what a waste of his time.
Yeah.
And I did ultimately say to the school, I will make sure he's there for his maths and English, but I'm not worrying with the rest. It's just too much. It's not fair on him. And that's what we did. We did the maths and English, and he could go and play and do what he wanted for the rest of the time. No ill harm to him. He's carried on with his year group. Mind you, that's not saying anything, but that's a whole other story. So, what are your thoughts at the moment with the direction you see things heading in terms just politically and the way politicians think and regard home education? I mean, that might not have been the best phrased question, but
no,
make of it what you will.
I think things are looking very difficult at the moment. I think things are looking very difficult at the moment. And I think I think we really need to hang out on the idea that if local authorities are going to be given more power, they must also be given more training and more education, and that has to include not knowledge about education in general and not knowledge about schools, but knowledge about home education specifically. And that's always been something that needed to happen, but I think it's become even more crucial.
Yeah, we have. Yeah, I think it is very worrying because they're ignoring every bit of research that exists and ignoring every bit of good practice that's happening in other countries.
Yes, yeah. And it's sorry, excuse me. I think it's always been very difficult to talk about research, and I think part of the problem. And I did go to the House of Lords, and I know Judith's going to come and speak. Judith and Ben are going to come and speak to you. They were there too, and I was there because of them earlier this week. And you know, in some very candid conversations, what came over was, you know, we're not that interested in research here. These are political decisions. These are not decisions that are based on research. And that's that kind of mindset in itself is quite a scary place to be, because it's almost an admission that people who don't understand what they're talking about are going to decide about these things.
Yeah, and it's not about the children.
No,
I think that much is clear.
No.
It's not about the children.
No.
We've had some great comments coming in on the live stream on YouTube. So Becky said her son was a fluent reader age 3 because I'm just trying to, so I'm not quite sure. So Becky's just saying that he was a fluent reader age 3 with such an emphasis on reading and phonics, etc. at school. I thought he would be so bored, but obviously he's taken to it quite well. And then we've got the reading schemes at school would have squeezed all the joy out of it. And we do know that they've got a problem with children not reading for the love of it. They've had some articles about that. Somebody else saying that her daughter's just learning to read now at 10, so it's so really good to hear what you've got to say. And she's learned sort of naturally. And you know, some children enjoy reading, go to school, and then stop enjoying it once they're there because they're made to read books that are not interesting. It's kind of a bit soul destroying, I think.
Yeah, there is a big recognized dip in school children who may sort of look like they're doing okay in the first few years, and then, as you say, there is a big dip later on when they lose interest. And reading for pleasure, reading for enjoyment, or or reading because reading is a great thing to do. So I would say, looking across, there were 400 children in the reading research cohort, 400 children, and looking across those 400, everybody had a different story. Everybody had a story, and everybody's story was really fascinating, and nobody's story was the same. Trying to pull out, as a researcher, trying to look across that and think, what are the commonalities here? Is there any way of making sense of this as an experience beyond the individual experience? And I came up with 5 things, which again, I would say are not set in stone either, but might be helpful in thinking about commonalities in the experience. And one of them was love. And by that, I don't mean parental love or family love, because I'm kind of taking that for granted. But the love of reading. And it was really important to parents. And very often parents would be talking about their child reading, and they'd be saying, I wanted him to really enjoy books. I wanted her to have a great relationship with literature. I wanted to instill a lifelong love of reading, you know, and it was all about their child really gaining something out of this, really something personal and deep with longevity and enjoyment, excitement, interest, you know, something that was going to last all of their lives. And I think that really informed the way that parents went about reading with their children, because as soon as children started saying, oh, this is boring, or I'm not enjoying this, or this is difficult, or, you know, or getting into a stage where it wasn't fun, where it wasn't nice for them, or where they just wanted to do something else, or they just weren't interested at that particular time, I'm just going to have to excuse me for a moment. So sorry. I'll be right back.
Let me just take the spotlight off you then quickly then, and we can have a bit of a conversation about this kind of thing. I mean, Kathy, you're in, and Julia's still in, I think. If you want to just join in the chat about how your children learned and at what stage they learned different things. But looks like Harriet's back. So
sorry, domestic crisis, but it's been averted.
No worries. We will Harriet to the rescue, no doubt. So yeah, so I think the thing is that research that you've done on reading is indicative of so many areas of reading that of learning. I mean, generally, children don't all learn everything in the same order at the same age. It's, you know, just like adults. It's no different.
Yes. Yeah. Which, you know, really shouldn't be that surprising to us, because these, as you said earlier, you know, these are people that we're different from each other. We have different interests, different motivations. We do things differently. We go about things differently. That, you know, that was really informative, because there was, you know, there were children like the lady that you've just been speaking about, you know, and a 3-year-old who's reading really happily and really enjoying it, you know, and that's great. But there were lots of other children, I don't know, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, some older than that as well, who were doing other things and really enjoying those, and really getting into them and being very knowledgeable about them, and very involved in them and very excited about them. They just didn't happen to be reading.
Yeah, there's actually a comment now in the live, under the live stream, where somebody has said, you know, we've got parents, the adults in the family, they weren't taught to read for pleasure. I wouldn't say taught, but they've come up through the system where reading is a drag. Reading is equivalent to schoolwork, and that's boring, and the books are boring, and there's no real anything I can get my teeth into that grips me. And so you've got those parents who are not loving reading and read only if, you know, purely as a functional thing, which, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that if that's, but that's not been nurtured, and then they're raising children, and they're not going to really support their children to read for the love of it and role model that, are they?
But you know what, Juliet, and I think this goes right back to the research that Alan and I did together. A lot of parents talked about home education as being their own education. And this wasn't just in terms of reading, this was in terms of other things as well. And parents who maybe had not got on with the subject at school, whether that be reading or maths or something else, or, you know, science or whatever, and thinking, and home educating and thinking, you know, well, I have to face this now because, you know, I have to help my child in doing this. And those parents finding, actually, do you know what, maths is really interesting, do you know what, I actually do like reading, do you know what, you know, some of these books are just absolutely mind-blowingly brilliant, or, you know, do you know what, I never thought about science being things that we could do, you know, in the kitchen sink or in the bathroom or out in the woods. You know, I never thought of it like that, and now I think of it like that, and I can see it's really great, and I've got, you know, really, and that's parents discovering those things for themselves alongside their children, which is, you know, it is in one sense it's really great and absolutely fantastic, and should really give people confidence, thinking, you know, you don't have to know everything to home educate your child. You don't have to be an expert in all of these different subjects, but you do need to be open-minded, and you do need to be willing to challenge yourself and to be prepared to have a go at things alongside your child. And then loads of parents just really loving that experience for themselves.
Well, that's, I think the whole myth about home education is that it's going to somehow limit you. And it's such a burden and a big responsibility as a parent to take this on. And I think what I found certainly is that, yes, it is a responsibility, but it's not burdensome because
Yeah.
we're doing it together with our children. And I think you certainly, I mean, there's a good chance you might not have been doing what you're doing now if you hadn't home educated your children. Do you think? I mean, do you agree with that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, as I say, you know, I was researching, but I was in a completely different subject area and doing completely different things. And those two, you know, sort of came together for me for an academic career that's been based on home education. You know, that's my main subject for research, and the main issue that I try to impart whenever I can to people, you know, still in universities who are often, I'm afraid, very misguided. Not always, but you know, but very often part of that, the very negative narrative that we do have now about, you know, a wonderful form of education. And it doesn't have to be for everybody, and it's not right for every family, or, you know, or possibly for every child, you know, but I don't think that's what we're saying. I don't think that's what anybody's saying. They're just saying, you know, let's have the freedom for people to do this when it works for them. And I think things like, you know, I think things like people understanding that reading is not something that you have to master by the time you're 5 or 6 years old. Otherwise, that's it for life. Which is, you know, sort of pretty much the consequences of the school kind of speak. But to understand that you can come to this, I don't know, maybe you can come to it at any age, but certainly you could come to it throughout childhood. And the research really reflects that there is not an optimum time to learn to read.
Yes, now I know you have to leave very, very soon. Harriet, I don't know if there's any comments you want to leave us with, maybe regarding, you know, just our role as parents, in terms of being responsible for our children's education, so that doesn't get taken from us. I don't know if there's anything, you know, I don't know.
I think, and again, it's something that really came from the reading research, you know, is you've got to trust yourself. And there were parents, and I'll hold my hands up and say that I was one of them, who found it really difficult to stand back when a 9-year-old wasn't reading. Found it really difficult to say, oh, do you know what? I'm not going to worry about this, and everything's fine. And lots of parents at that point got out the books and said, right, let's crack this thing, let's do it, you know, and had a go at teaching, or I don't know, doing something, you know, around reading to try and G their child into literacy. And I think if that's where you are, that's absolutely fine. If you're thinking, no, you know, in this family, this doesn't feel comfortable. For me, this doesn't feel comfortable. Then don't think, but I need to be really hands off, or but I've got to wait another 2 years and see what happens. Go and give it a go. And because you will also be the expert in knowing, do you know what, this isn't making a difference, or do you know what, we've hit on something here, you know, and we're going to keep going now. You know, you will also be the expert at making the next decision after that, which is possibly the more important of the two decisions. So I do think that parents really have to trust themselves to know, I will be making the right decision for my child at this point in time. You will be doing that, whichever way you decide to go.
And we're getting some lovely comments on the chat about, you know, just how home ed sort of has changed our own attitudes as parents to learning and love of certain subjects. You know, and there's always hope that parents might also grow to love to love to read and share that love with their children. And I do often say to people, the best way you can help your children to love it is to read to them. Read them good books that they can enjoy and love and want to read for themselves, and also let them see you reading as well.
So this came up loads, and you know, as I say, the children that learned to read when they were older already knew an awful lot about reading. You know, they already knew about stories, they knew about books, they knew about plot, you know, they knew about genre, they knew about poetry, they knew all of those things. So they had a huge wealth to bring when they actually started reading independently for themselves. And a lot of that was gained through parents reading to them. And the other thing that's really interesting is that parents didn't just read to children who weren't reading independently. Families read together because they enjoyed reading together and went on sometimes years after children were reading independently. And again, it goes back to that love. You know, we love doing this thing. This thing's important to us. We love doing this thing. We're not going to stop it because, you know, now child is reading to themselves. And we're like, oh, you know, well, job done. We'll give this up. You know, people still went on, families still went on reading together. But the other thing to say is that there were a couple of families in the research where the children didn't want to be read to. There were a couple of parents who said, tried to read to them, but they were never that interested. They wanted to go and do other things, you know, didn't want to be read to. He wanted to, whatever it was, play football, do a painting, go for a walk, just chat, you know, whatever it was. And again, when parents didn't do it, it's not like, oh my goodness, we have to read to our children, because if we don't read to our children, they're never going to become independent readers themselves. It's all going to be our fault. So sit down because I'm going to read you a story. Again, it was the right decision to say, okay, if you don't want to do that, that's fine. And again, it's back to that love, you know, not going to force
and the trust.
Not going to force you to listen to something that you're not interested in, because I think it will be good for you. Because do you know what? In the long term, I want you to love this thing, and you're not going to love it if somebody says you've got to do this at a time that you don't want to do it.
And that's exactly what school does.
I'm afraid so. Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Thank you so much, Harriet, for joining us. I know you have to go off somewhere now.
Sorry about that, but great to be part of
we've
it.
loved having you in, and we are going to we're going to just release you now to the rest of your day, and then I've got to let Jax in because Jax is joining us, and I will do a little share about Jax there. The image I used, unfortunately, wasn't the greatest quality, but there we go. That's Jax, and we are hoping that Jax can give us some guidance in terms of home education and children with special educational. So I'm going to come back into the Zoom because I'm trying to flip between Zooms and between, oh gosh, where's it gone? Oh, I know where it's gone. It's and the live stream and reading the comments. So I'll stop that share, and there we've got Jax over there. So Jax, you know, I must say I haven't had a huge amount to do with you, but I know that you have quite a lot of involvement in groups and so on for parents with children with special needs, neurodivergence, this kind of thing. And so what I'm going to spotlight you now, and there we go. There's Jax, and Jax can be found there. There's her website, and she's on social media as well, on TikTok too, I found. And if you could just talk a little bit about, you know, sort of what led you to home educate, how did that play in, you know, you have children who've got some learning needs, neurodivergence and all of that. Just give us a little bit of a story about you and your family and your journey.
Yeah, sure. Hoping you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can hear you just fine.
Always like to check that before we get going.
Definitely.
Yeah, I actually chose to home educate from the start before I knew that any of the family were neurodivergent. In fact, before there was a family, because I learned about home education when I was on a PGCE back in the 90s in Durham. And I found books by John Holt in the university library, and they just lit me up. It was like, oh wow, this is fantastic. It makes so much sense. So when in the early 2000s I had a family, I wanted to home educate from day one, and we did. We found the groups, the Muddle Puddle group that was run by Mary Raymond, that was based around a website of the same name. And that was for families who were home educating from the start. So for people with children below compulsory school age, we were already going to groups, getting involved, going on camps. We used to go to Kessingland in the summer. We used to hire a youth hostel in the winter for a week and all go as a big group of families together. And it worked so brilliantly for my kids. And a little bit later, because I was working, we used a Montessori school, flexi schooling, part-time. And that was when I began to notice that my children were not developing in quite the same trajectory that other children were. And it took us a little while, but we did eventually get diagnosis, first of all, of autism for all of the children. I now have 4. And for myself, I'm autistic. And then more recently, we've discovered that myself and the 2 younger children, who are now teenagers, we're all ADHD as well as autistic. So we have to flex our learning patterns around all of that bundle of different needs. So sensory needs, routine needs, not routine needs, social anxieties at times. It's meant that I've built an education individual to each child and to their interests across the years. So my older 2 are now 25 and 22 and independent. My 25-year-old did use school in year 11 to pick up GCSEs. Wouldn't actually recommend starting school in year 11. That was a little bit intense. She did 5 GCSEs and an AS level, and the 5 GCSEs included photography and doing all of the coursework in a single year. So, you know, I personally wouldn't recommend trying to cram all of it into 1 year in a school environment.
How many GCSEs did they do in that year, Jax?
5. So
wow, that was from a standing start.
From a standing
5
start.
GCSEs.
Yeah, from a standing start. And what's more, the English language, she actually took in the November sitting. So she joined the school in September, and they got a new head of English, and that head of English threw out all of the coursework for all the kids that had been there throughout and went, you're all doing it in November. So my daughter sat her first exam in the November and walked out with a B. So, you know, I didn't think that was too bad, really.
And what I mean, looking at the fact that your children are neurodivergent, and the fact that she went in and she met that challenge head on and got a B in English. Where did she get that success from? What was the foundation that meant that she had success when that happened?
The thing that I've done for all of my kids, and I do it for kids that I mentor or tutor as well, is I meet them where they are and I tell them they can do what they want to do. They have to want to do it. You know, and Addison, my eldest, had decided that she wanted to be able to go to university to do an English degree. Okay. So because that was what she decided she wanted to do, she then tracked back and said, so that means I'm going to need A-levels, so that means I'm going to need GCSEs. So the easiest way to get GCSEs is to be in a school, because you can do them as a private candidate, but it's hard. You know, it's hard. And if you're not familiar with mark schemes and how to practice timings and exams and all that kind of thing, which most of us as parents were not, it's much easier to do that in a school environment. So she decided a school environment would be an easier way of doing it. And she went in, and my eldest is a bit of a force of nature. The way we've worked has always been, she's told me what she wants to be able to do, and then it's my job to find a way for her to do it.
Right.
I'm not a teacher, I'm a facilitator.
100%.
Yeah.
And that comes through in everything you're saying about the education, that you're a facilitator to your children's child-led
absolutely
education. And I have a kind of similar experience in that my son never went to school, but my daughter wanted to have quite an academic education. And so when she decided that she was going to do secondary school, the whole of secondary school, and she was going to go to a selective grammar school. So she had to go through the 11 plus process. Very similar in some ways, because, you know, she'd never sat an exam in her life, etc., etc. And she got in and she went and she had quite a successful school career, given COVID and all the other nonsense that went on in the family. And she's off to go and be a civil servant now. But again, you know, it's that facilitating your child to do the thing that they need to do in order to get to where they want to be. And if you are very child focused, then it doesn't matter what your child's needs are. They don't become, I don't know, would you agree with this, that special educational needs don't have the depressing weight in home education that they do if you're in school?
Exactly that, yeah. One of the problems with our standardized education system is we expect all children to hit the same targets at the same time. So
let me just say, that's ironic, isn't it? Because health visitors are taught not to expect all children to walk and talk at the same time. But as soon as you get into school, all of that goes out of the window.
Absolutely. And so we've got all of these sort of standard targets. We've got a national curriculum that says everybody's going to be doing this thing in this year. And it doesn't cater to children's interests. It doesn't cater to children's different abilities. It doesn't cater to their sensory needs. And it sets so many of our kids up for failure.
Yeah.
And instead, if you are doing it yourself from home, you can meet your child where they are. So each of my children learnt to read in a different way at a different time. They all learnt to read, and they all read extremely well. My now 22-year-old, who was the first one to pick up a diagnosis, people were sort of saying to me, "Oh, you know, gonna have a lot of problems." A lot of problems. When that child was 14, he accessed one of these 14 to 16-year-old home ed programs from a local college, and he did his maths and English in 1 year because he was ready for it at that point. We then went and looked round the college because I thought he was going to go into computer programming and coding, because that was what he was really interested in. He was also very interested in guitar and playing in a band and in a group with other people. So instead of going to do computer programming, he went to do music performance, because he said to me, I can learn computer programming at home. There are resources on the internet. I can do that online whenever I want to. I can't play in a group from home. You know, I can't perform music by myself in my bedroom.
This is just to interject there. Music and team sports are the two things that home education can make a bit difficult, I think. Everything else you can do. Yeah.
It can, yeah. But what we did for that kind of thing was we had access to guitar lessons, because while I do play the guitar, I do not play it at a level that any of my children think is acceptable. So we had access to guitar lessons for him, although my daughter is self-taught, my eldest, she's self-taught as a guitarist, as a singer, as a songwriter. So he went and did his level 3 music performance at the age of 15, so a year early, simply on the grounds of meeting the head of music at the college when we were looking around it to see what was on offer, and blew the guy away. And he was, okay, fantastic. Come and have an audition. So long as you can actually play the guitar the way you're telling me you can, we'll take you on. And then my daughter decided she didn't want to do English anymore. Suddenly she wanted to be a songwriter. And I was like, okay, didn't see that one coming. And she went and looked around the college to look at their creative business course. And we bumped into the same guy, and he said, you don't want to be doing that. You don't want to be, you can learn all of that yourself. Come and do the music performance. And, I've met your mother and I've met your brother. And if your mother vouches for you, I'll take you on to the level 4. And I was like, is that usually how these things go?
No, it isn't.
No, it's not. But so she then went on to the level 4 music performance, absolutely blew them away, did that, worked for a year or 2. There was that little pandemic thing that interrupted a few things. She was actually working in, I think it was Homebase at the time, who were a required retailer, so she didn't get to go on furlough. And then she said to me, I want to go to university, I want to do songwriting. And she did. And so in the middle of a pandemic, she went to university, did a songwriting degree, and graduated with a first.
So what I'm hearing is a theme here, not just that you're a facilitator and that everything is child-led, but that you were instrumental in creating relationships, and those relationships then led to the trust that led to the college saying it's okay for you to do this. And I think this is where sometimes people who are very new to home education don't understand that this is the way the world works for a lot of us, that by creating those relationships and having those conversations, it opens doors that you weren't visible before.
Yeah, and I mean that's similar to what happened with her when my eldest, when she went into school, because we actually had the conversation with the head of sixth form, who to begin with said that he would take her into sixth form for 3 years, but then decided that wasn't going to work because she didn't have her GCSEs. But because we'd gone up, because we'd had the conversation, because we'd said some of these things have got to be possible. And I see this time and again in the home ed groups where people are going, oh no, schools won't go for that. Schools will sometimes go for it. Colleges will sometimes go for it. You aren't going to know if you don't ask.
Yeah, you have to make the approach, don't you? You have to brave it. You have to brave it. I remember when my son, who is now 28, nearly 29, when my son wanted to do GCSEs, that was very funny, you bobbing up and down like that.
I was just trying to get the lighting a bit better because I seem to be very dark and I don't really know why.
Oh, don't worry about it. It's your voice that counts. Yes. When my son needed to do GCSEs, we were at pretty much the pioneering stages of trying to get local schools to accept private candidates. So I had to go and have that conversation. And that conversation meant that I developed a relationship with that exams officer that meant that 20 other people managed to go and do their GCSEs at that school.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, she's moved on and it's now part of a multi-academy trust that won't do private candidates, which is but
that's been a big problem for a lot of people.
And the 14 to 16 college stuff, which seems to be evaporating as well, for no good reason whatsoever. We can't get to the bottom of it, other than they can't be bothered.
I think it's because government are increasing the hoops that courses need to leap through. So it becomes more difficult to take it on. I mean, we're very lucky in Suffolk to have West Suffolk College, which has a very broad range of courses available on a 14 to 16. But that was mainly because the guy who set it up didn't take no for an answer, and he just did things. So the first year where my son was doing the maths and English, they were actually based a lot nearer to us because the college is like 45 miles away, so it's a bit of a hike. But he just, I don't know whether he hired a room or what he did, but he based it in the nearby town, which is like 15 minutes up the road. And I think he broke lots of rules and regulations, but he did it. He was like, no, this will work. And it did work. He got a whole range of kids through their maths and English, either their GCSEs or their functional skills, in a year, and then proved that it was possible. And they started doing more things out of the college. So
I
you
think
need those people.
You do need those mavericks, don't you?
Yeah,
You need those maverick people that are prepared to stick their neck out. And we also need parents that are willing to ask the questions like you asked. And we need all of this to happen. And I think the general trend at the moment, and I don't know where it's going to end, because the offer has got narrower and narrower from the state. You know, the things that are allowed in a school have got narrower and narrower. The choices have got less and less and less, all the 14 to 16 and all the rest of it. You know, we have to hang on to those little bits of diversity that we can and try and expand them where we can. Because that trend is going to end in disaster.
That's the conversation we need to be having. And with the newer home educators who are coming in, and we're seeing wave after wave of them coming into the home education groups. I mean, I'm admin of the Suffolk group, and the flood we have had this September.
Yeah.
But they come in and they sort of go, what's on? What's happening? Where can I go? And part of what we need people to do is go, if there isn't something that suits you, set it up.
Yeah.
You can do it.
Yeah.
You know, that's how groups start. They start by a couple of families getting together and clubbing together and hiring a hall, or getting a room in a library, or meeting up at a house or a park.
I mean, a lot of the new to home, we know that more than 50% of new to home education home educators are doing it because school has damaged their child in one way or another. And that's quite new. That's in the last 2 years. It's been that over 50%. And it's really, really tricky because those parents have already, they're battered. They're absolutely battered. They're battered and they're exhausted, all the rest of it. And in addition, the new generation of home educators, I mean, I'm 56 now. You know, I was born before the moon landings, which my girl guides always laugh about. They can't believe that that's possible. I'm still walking and talking. But, you know, when I was brought up in the 1970s, doing your own thing was respected. And the new generation have not grown up in that environment that fostered diversity and celebrated quirkiness. We're now a lot more conformist, and we expect people to be a lot more conformist. And it must be very tricky if you've grown up like that to start to buck the trend. It's almost like you have to de-school yourself. You have to de-society yourself, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I've been trying to get people to do. One of the things that I offered off of my website over this summer was a little download, a free download that was called Use the Summer to De-School Yourself. You know, de-school yourself.
Yeah.
It's not about your kids. You know, it's not actually the kids that we need to de-school at this point. It's the parents and the families. Because we have to give that power back to the parents to then be able to facilitate for their children.
And I think we need to acknowledge that power is not a burden. Getting that power is actually a very freeing, liberating experience. Once you realise that there are options and you can do things and you can educate your own children and you can do all of these things, it's actually really, really liberating, and you'll feel a lot lighter and all the rest of it. So I think we all need to encourage a lot of the parents out there to go down this journey and to start to rediscover themselves and their talents and their opportunities. And if we pull together as a community to do that, I see a lot of hope in the future.
Yeah, but like I say, it's the parents that we've got to help.
Yep.
Parents can help their kids, but only when we've supported them. And
I agree.
That's what I'm targeting doing. And I am targeting the neurodivergent families because that's what I know, that's what I live, that's what I am. But they are overrepresented in those families coming out of school because our kids don't squish very easily into boxes. We don't fit into routines. We don't take well to being told what to do. So we have to help them to then support their children. And it doesn't matter if your child isn't reading at the age that school says that they're going to. It doesn't matter if they're not doing the maths that somebody says they ought to be able to do at that age. It doesn't matter if they don't learn their times tables. I still, at the grand old age of 53, do not know all of my times tables.
Me neither.
I worked as a computer programmer at a very large banking institution. You know, there are ways around all of these things. And there are tools that we can use. We've got to give the power back to the families.
I totally agree. I think that's the strong message.
Yes,
I think that we need to get forward.
I agree.
Thank you.
And just something that you know, I know people often say, oh, you know, it wasn't like this, you know, when I was at school. But I actually have a theory about that. I think that part of the problem is exacerbated by the early starting age.
Yeah. Oh,
so,
I agree.
So children don't have the opportunity to form an emotional, secure attachment and foundation. And then I think the way school is structured, the way they push certain things and they want it by this age and what they actually do is they create a learning barrier, which may then manifest as a learning need, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Because that child has now developed something that wasn't possibly there before, but they've developed it in reaction to this environment and the tone of voice of the teacher or the goal-drivenness and all of that. And so you then have a great big barrier that you're not going to easily get rid of. And my daughter was in school, and the year we took her out was because she was saying she was stupid. And it took me a year to get her to stop guessing maths answers. I mean, I was still trying to do the structured thing then, as you do. But because
we all go through that.
it hadn't passed her, somehow it hadn't she hadn't figured out that, oh, there's a method. And if I follow the method, the answer will be right. She just thought if you put your hand up and you say something and it's right, you're clever. And if you say the wrong thing, you're stupid. But she had no idea that there was a way to find the answer. But that's the whole thing, is what I'm saying, is that you've got a system that is, some children are not, they simply are not ready for that system. The system's not ready for them and cannot support them because they're different, their brains are different, they maturing at different ages, all of these things, you know.
The one system that we know, the one education system that we know doesn't work is the one that we've got in this country.
Oh, whoop, whoop.
You know, that's the one thing that you can pretty much guarantee doesn't work. And part of it is it's designed not to work. Naomi was talking this morning about it being built in that a proportion of children have to fail because that's how GCSEs are set up. But there are so many different ways of doing it that do work. You know, a Montessori, more hands-on approach that allows every child to follow their interests and develop in a particular area when they're ready to. But it's individual. Yeah. All of these things that are individual, that are built around the child, the child's needs, the child's interests, those are the things that work. And if schools were more like resource centres, so that you could drop in, you could go, right, I'm ready to do my GCSE maths now. I'll book into this batch of lessons and I'll sit the exam then. you know, if that's what schools were like, if they were kind of libraries of resources, and the resources included teachers as well as books and computers and hands-on stuff, kids would be doing better. But we wouldn't have them all in a building out of the way so the parents could be in work all the time. And what would our society and system actually look like at that point?
Yes, and sadly, no government that we've had at any point has considered that sort of out of the box thinking, and it is very concerning, because we do feel like we aren't heard. And I think the beauty of home education is that you don't you can know their SEND needs, but because you're doing everything with your children as individuals and meeting them where they're at, it doesn't really, I don't know if it was the same for you, but for me, I have a son who was diagnosed as an adult with ADHD because we just did things for him that worked for him, and we adjusted for him without really even thinking about it or seeing it as any kind of a problem. And I think the thing is that we don't, this one size fits all is just that approach. It doesn't belong anywhere near children.
It really doesn't. It really doesn't. And it damages children, it damages family, and it damages society.
It does, because it's also,
you've automatically set up this confrontation where some people aren't good enough. And if they're not good enough with the qualifications, they can't then get the employment. And if they can't get the employment, what's the alternative for them?
Well, there's a long-term cost. They might save money now, but they're going to pay for it down the line in terms of possibly benefits and extra training, or suicides, or jail.
Mental health issues, criminal justice issues, all of these things are increased bills. But because we've got a system that splits things out into different pots and goes, this is the bit we're going to spend on education, we're saving money on education, and we'll ignore the fact that we then have to pick up all the broken pieces over there. That's a different budget, so we don't need to worry about that.
And they're just going to put a mental health professional in every school, so that should fix all of that, don't you think? And free breakfast clubs, I think that should help a lot. What do you think?
Oh yeah, that'll make all the difference to my kids, that I cannot get out of bed before 10 o'clock on a morning. Free breakfast.
So Jax, we're going to move on to Alice soon, but just if you want to just tell people, if they want to chat to you, you've got your contact details there, right?
Yeah. The website is there. It's been established for 20 years, liveotherwise.co.uk. It's got a blog of everything that we've done throughout home education, so our stories right the way through. You can find me across pretty much all social media, although the Twitter is more of a
you're also active on some groups. You're also there. Do you want to mention any Facebook groups that are that people might want to join if they're dealing with SEND needs?
There is. There's an Autistic UK parents group that I'm admin of. Autistic UK Home Education, I think it's called. So you can find that one. There is a little fledgling group based off of my Facebook page for neurodivergent home educators, and if people want to join it, then I'll actually start doing things in it.
Yeah, can I just say, do join those. There are some really bad autism support groups on Facebook. In particular, the Autism Parents Support Group, which is it seems to be full of Americans who use ABA techniques for at least 30 hours a week on some of their children. Which is no, don't do that. So do be really choosy about where you go. Stick to the UK. Definitely stick to the UK, because in the UK, I think we've got, for those people who work in autism, and I'm one of them, I think we have a better handle on it than the other parts of the world. I'm not saying we're perfect. I'm not saying the services are all there, but our understanding is far superior to the understanding in, for example, North America, generally speaking. So be really choosy about where you go for your advice.
Yeah,
really, so,
really good, sensible stuff there, Alison.
And Jax, I think you were watching the live stream as well on YouTube. So if you want to go and add any of your links in there as well.
I will do exactly that, and I'll go and link back into the comments.
Yeah, thanks so much for joining us. But do feel free to pop in, and also just to say to if anyone that is watching wants to actually join into the Zoom and come and be in the Zoom. If you go on the Facebook event page, the link for the Zoom is in the Let's Talk Home Education event page. Thank you, Jax.
No problem.
Okay, next up is my very good friend Alice. Now Alice, you know, she's one of those people that those who've met her have been very, very much influenced by her. Alice has done a TEDx talk on, I think it was a self-directed learning, Alice. She's been in the newspaper. She's been on, was it a BBC news item? But she's been out there. She's had quite a high profile on some of these things. And Alice has this website, organic slash, not slash, hyphen, education.co.uk. And she's currently also involved with me and a couple of others on the Streams website, and has 4 boys. And I'm going to let me spotlight you, Alice. Thank you for joining us this morning. Her passion is all around self-directed education, and that's quite an adventure that you've been on personally. So I'm going to just hand over to you then, Alice.
Yeah, thanks, Juliet. What a lovely lot of names and faces I can see here. This is a great thing.
Yeah.
Thank you for inviting me. Yeah, Juliet's given me a glowing introduction there. Thanks, Juliet. What can I tell you? Well, let me talk a little bit first about maybe why we chose to home educate. That's a good starting point. So when my oldest boys were quite small, we spent some time living in Turkey, and I think that was quite significant in that it was this big family adventure, and we lived in a different culture, a different part of the world, and it meant that when we came back, I think we were sort of seeing things a little bit differently, having been away. I noticed my son my eldest son then went into year 2, which was a SATS year then, and had quite a good year in a way, actually, because the teacher was amazing, and it was quite challenging for him to come back in and have to sort of catch up, because in Turkey they don't start formal schooling until 7, which I think is very sensible. And so he had this amazing cross-cultural adventure in another place, immersed in another language, playing lots of chess, which interestingly they learn in Turkey from nursery, but not really doing much kind of reading and writing. So he had quite a steep learning curve that first year in a British primary school. And it was around the beginning of year 3, he'd done 4 terms in that school when I began to be really quite concerned about him. Something in his demeanor changed. His head dropped. He just stopped asking all the questions that he was always full of. His curiosity seemed to diminish. He became quite anxious. There were some behaviours around that which were concerning me. And he lost his sparkle, really. It was like the lights went out, the lights of, just curiosity and joie de vivre, and I just thought this isn't right. Something's not good here. He's not thriving. So that was the push, really, to me to take the boys out of school. I sort of thought about, would it make a difference to change his school? But it was the system that I realized was not enabling my boy to flourish. And actually the way that he learns, the primary way he learns, is through asking questions and discussion and talking to people, which of course in a busy class of 30 was continually being shut down because he was being told to be quiet, sit down, be quiet, not now. And he was shutting down. sitting down and being quiet, and something wasn't it just wasn't a good environment for him to flourish and learn to his full potential. So yeah, that was the push I needed, really, to take the boys out of school and start off on our journey into organic education. But really, if it actually went back into my own childhood, because even as a child, I dreamed of a different way of being and learning, and I used to refuse to go to school. And my mum was a nursery educator, with a very strong kind of play-based philosophy. And sometimes when I wouldn't go to school, I'd go to nursery or to work with my mum, and I'd ask her, she remembers me asking her, aged about 9, Mum, why isn't school more like this? So I think even back then I was imagining something different way of growing up, and enabling that playfulness to continue as children grow older. And I used to read books that were actually about unschooling, really. For example, my favourite book of all time still is Gerald Durrell's My Family and Other Animals. I've always loved that book. But really, he was unschooled essentially in Corfu. And I still love going back to that book if I'm feeling a bit low. So yeah, I think that the decision was very much shaped by me and my background as well, and my dreaming. Yeah. So
and you've that experience, I mean, led you you went on a journey of self-discovery yourself with your children, didn't you? I mean, like most home educating parents, you kind of don't 100% know what you're doing in the beginning, and you have to figure it out.
You do.
Yeah,
it's a great adventure. I think that there was a lot of learning in those first years, and particularly my eldest son and I had to kind of thrash out a way of working and being together, which really involved me learning to relinquish control and get out of the way, really, and appreciate what my children were doing, what they were interested in, and then getting alongside to support and facilitate and champion that. And that really for me was the greatest lesson of those early years of home education. I think often my son would have brilliant ideas and projects on the go, and sometimes in the morning I would say, today we can do this, and I had my own kind of nice agenda, what I thought we could do, and then he would present, actually, Mum, no, this is what I want to do today, and it would be totally different.
I think he takes after you, Alice.
Maybe he does, yeah. Maybe he's a chip off the old block, but he would have his own agenda. And sometimes in the early days, I mean, I would fight him, because I had this idea of no, we need to be doing this, and we need to make you kind of too influenced, I think, by fear and by your own schooling, actually, and you're thinking about how it needs to look, how it should look. And it was that process of having to unschool that in myself.
So because we don't have loads of time before we're going to be joined by our next guest, I want to fast forward to you recently completed your master's in childhood in society at the University of Warwick.
I did.
What kinds of ideas, behaviors and outcomes were you interested in researching? And just tell me a little bit more about that study.
About the study, that was a really interesting opportunity for me as part of my master's to do a research project and I was really interested in hearing from children who'd never been to school, centering their voices and understanding more of their own perceptions of their learning, their own narratives of learning, if you like. So I set out to do that, and it was so much fun. I loved talking to the children. They were brilliant. And we used photographs. So they took photographs of their learning and then spoke to me about them, really. And it was wonderful. The learning that these children shared with me was so rich, so full of challenge, so creative. And I found through that research that both the process and the context of the learning were significant. So the process that the children were engaged in was interest-led, right? So it was led by their own interest and curiosity. It was always challenging. They set themselves challenges, hard challenges, and persevered, and accepted that sometimes it wouldn't work the first time and they'd have to try again. And they would persevere through difficulty with that kind of growth mindset. The learning was very practical and very contextual. So there was lots of skills being built around what they were doing at home, cooking and looking after their environment. And the learning was very contextual. So it was rooted in their experience. And the context in which they were learning was important. Families were really creating environments that supported learning. And these children are immersed in relationships which support that, and which were really important and encouraging. The families were committed to lifestyles of learning. So the children were really making use of all the resources that were available to them, including technology, in really wonderful and creative ways. It was brilliant study, and it really brought home to me, and again reminded me just what amazing and capable learners children are.
Exactly. And your certainly my observation and knowledge of your children is that you're seeing the fruit of that now. And I know it's not always easy with strong-willed children with personalities and ideas of their own, but you've done an amazing job, and they're well equipped for the real world that they were already part of. Anyway, we're going to invite, let me just share this next slide. I'm going to take you, Alice. I just want to say thanks for joining us, but I hope you're sticking around to join with the streams team in 15 minutes. Yeah,
I can do that. It's a great pleasure.
We'll see Alice again. And our next guest is Chloe Newby. Some of you will know Chloe because she's very, very involved in organizing, helping and organize the Home Education Families Festival. And Chloe was home educated herself. So for those who are interested in seeing the outcomes, seeing what happens to young people who were home educated, you will get hopefully a little bit of her story as well. So I know she has joined the Zoom. I've just got to stop that share. And then there she is. And I will spotlight Chloe. And thank you for joining us, Chloe. Just a little bit, I know that you weren't home educated for your entire childhood, but you were also one of these strong-willed kids who kind of knew what you wanted and made sure your parents knew as well, weren't you?
Yeah. Hi. Thanks for having me. Home education wasn't my parents' first choice. They sent me to school, but I was just totally lost and alienated. I didn't know why I was there or what was going on, and I was super stressed. And they could see that in term time I was very withdrawn and couldn't function properly, and then in the holidays I'd be normal again. And so they took me out when I was 8, and it was a real revelation to me that you could have a life and it actually be just good. I did get sent back for secondary school at first, and then I came out again because my parents were sort of worried they couldn't cover the academic side. But then, similar thing. I very much didn't fit in, and I was a little bit more forceful about wanting to not be in school because I knew the alternative. And so, there was a little bit of strong-willed child meets parents who are just trying to do their best, and it worked really well. Once I was out and had kind of accepted that I'd got my way, but I had to do something with it. It was really good. I had an amazing time with quite a lot of self-direction, quite a lot of trying just random things that seemed interesting, like I did work experience with a barrister, but also with a butcher. And I learned shorthand writing, and I sailed tall ships. So there were lots of opportunities like that that didn't sort of go anywhere academically, but were just finding out about the world and the society I lived in. And then alongside that, I did most of my sort of studying, I did just on my own in my room. Like, go away, everybody else. I don't want to talk to you. And I sat some GCSEs as an outside candidate, which were just entirely self-studied at A-levels. And then I went on to study with the Open University because I had finished my A-levels when I was 17. So I thought, I'm not going to go to university and be too young to go out with the other kids. But also I was really leery of getting stuck back in an institution because school had suited me so badly. So I didn't go to college or anything. I wasn't interested in any of that. And being in the OU worked really well for me. I was able to study part-time, work part-time, get out with a degree and no debt. So that all worked pretty well. And now, yeah, I've got 3 kids of my own. So I'm a second generation home eder. My husband was also home educated, so we knew from the outset that's what we were going to do. And we've been able to organise our lives around that. I've sort of been involved with my home ed community locally all the way through, but there was that period between sort of 20 and 25 when I was too old to be a kid and I didn't have a baby, where I wasn't as involved. But I was actually working as a tutor, so I still knew some of the families and I was involved in some of the groups, but sort of from the other side as a facilitator rather than as a kid or as a parent. So I've taken every view, and it's been a real pleasure to see it from all those angles.
Yeah, so I'm gonna interject here because there were 2 major things you've missed in that entire story. Okay, the last one is that you actually run the Home Educators Family Festival, which happens in Staffordshire, with a board, and you are instrumental in that. And that is the big major national camp and holiday that we have every year, is it not?
Yes, sorry, I'm terrible at self-promotion, but I am a founding director of HEF, the Home Educating Families Festival, which is a week-long camp festival with workshops, music, really good community, excellent place to let your children have a lot of freedom and explore a lot of things. And it's just lovely to bring the community together nationally and internationally. We have people from all over. So there's
a conference at that as well, which I am running next year. So
yes.
So we have to remember the conference bit of it. So there are 2 national conferences every year. There is Juliet's one, which is a day conference where you can rock up and go to that, and it's all in one day, and it's absolutely brilliant.
That's called Learn Free.
It's called Learn Free, and that's really terrific. These are really good places to learn things that you never knew existed, and to meet other home educators, etc., etc. And then the other national conference happens gently through the week of HEF, so you can come to HEF, have fun, and then once or twice a day there will be a session for the conference, and your children can be off and occupied doing other things. Now, the other massive thing that Chloe has not told you is that once upon a time we had a report that was commissioned by Ed Balls, who was then the Secretary of State for Education. This was in 2009 on the 17th.
Oh, why don't you let her tell it, because it's her slot. Let her tell it, because
so we're running out of
her time.
Yeah, you need to say what happened.
Okay, so I was just home ed teenaging around, and I happened to hear on the radio that Graham Badman, who named him, had been commissioned to do a report on home education because it might be a cover for abuse and forced marriage. And I got very angry, and I got on the train with a hunk of cheese, and I insisted on meeting Ed Balls. I told security I had an appointment, and they didn't know what to do with me because I was 16 and I said I didn't have a ticket home. So eventually they said, sorry, he's in Darlington, but you can talk to his secretary. And the secretary kindly took notes about how they'd completely misunderstood how home education works, and that children do in fact have agency, and politely intended to ignore me. But a group of us aggrieved teenagers that year got together, because one of the themes with this idea was that Graham Badman's report said, oh, all the children I spoke to said that their home education was great and lovely and they really like it, but I only spoke to them in the presence of their parents. Therefore, we can't trust them and we need to interview them alone. And that was his recommendation for how the law should be changed. And we were like, well, let's form a group that is home ed children talking on our own. And so we made the Home Educated Youth Council, and I was chair. I was voted chair. I didn't just make it up myself. It was a group of us. And we lobbied as hard as we could. We had to wrangle with the system. We got given an appointment to meet with the DCSF, which is now the Department for Education. And they cancelled on us on the day. So we sat around and had a little protest in their lobby while security looked on, and then came back another time, and they wanted to film us. So we laboriously made a transcript, because they hadn't given us permission to share the recording. So we just made a transcript of the hour-and-a-half long meeting and published that instead. And they didn't really like that, because they looked like absolute idiots. Because they had these Every Child Matters agenda, which it had a bunch of things that they wanted every child to achieve. And a bunch of the benchmarks were totally school-based. And it's like, how can you say you want every child to achieve being school-ready? That's not what we want. You can't judge home education on the basis of these benchmarks that have nothing to do with home education. And we went and lobbied our MPs. We came to various demonstrations and things. It was a busy time. It was a lot of fun. We had support from adults, but we were very much a self-led thing. We had some tech whizzes who set us up a website with some of the earliest HTTPS technology, and our own secure forums and stuff. So we really felt like we were doing it ourselves.
Yeah, but you also pointed out to Mr. Badman that he couldn't add up. Isn't that
yes, correct? I actually decided to make my degree in statistics. I did maths and statistics in the end, because I was so cross that he didn't understand basic statistics, because he was trying to say home educated children are more often known to social services, but he was only talking about the ones who were registered, and all of the ones who aren't registered aren't known, because if you get reported to social services, you are no longer unknown. So if you actually look across the estimated pool, we had a much lower rate, but if you only look at the ones that we know about, then you're picking from both pools, because all the referrals end up going into the known category. And I don't know if he genuinely was just that stupid, or if he just couldn't stand to be upstaged by me, because I was arguing with him in the bill committee, which we gave evidence to. But yeah, it was great, because I'd spent my childhood shouting at the radio occasionally, and so actually getting to be the voice was really empowering, I guess. It was a lot of fun.
And
we kind of won. I mean, they said they were going to push it through anyway, but then the election came, and we'd got enough of the Conservatives on side that it got kicked out in the wash-up. And it was my MP then, Nick Gibb, who stuck up for us. And I was very pleased with him for a few years. And then when the Conservative Party had been in power a while, they started being horrible to home ed as well. And he was a wet blanket then. So
yeah, and you're now also a mum and home educating your own children, even though they're still quite young. We know this happens from birth, and we really need more Chloes now in this current fight that we're in with regards to children's well-being in schools. Would you want to sort of give a message out to those that have potential to be the Chloes of today?
So I mean, it's probably mostly parents who are watching this. So if you have teenagers, don't shield them from what's happening. Let them know, and let them know that they are in a unique position to do something about it, because the police really don't like arresting teenagers, especially like 15, 16-year-olds. It looks very bad. So if they want to get out there, they don't really have anything to be afraid of. Whereas as a parent, you have much more fear that if you bother the local authority, they'll come after you. The local authority can't come after you because your teenager wrote an angry letter to them.
Yeah.
It's actually a really powerful position to be a child and to say what you think and do what you want. And you don't have to worry about doing it perfectly. I'm sure we quite often didn't express ourselves perfectly, but you've got your own power. You can say, well, I don't comply with things like this. You can make your laws and I'm not going to do it. And, you know, as the parents, you might be worried about going to jail. But as the teenager, you can be like, I'll let them go to jail. I'm not cooperating. And, you know, don't take offense if they do that. It's
you have
not,
to use the
it's
power.
not-
You have to use the power you have. And I think I just want to also, I don't know if we've mentioned it, but you also married a home educating young person, home educated young person. So it's all in the family.
Yes, it is. It's very much a lifestyle decision from the outset and a philosophical commitment that, yeah, we met at a party. We had a lot of parties. As home ed teenagers, you get to travel around and see people. It was a lot of fun. And yeah, we knew that we wanted to home educate from the outset. He was completely autonomously educated from the start, which was really, really cool for me to see, because I'd been in the system and then been out. And I mean, a lot of my friends had been home educated from the outset. We've got, you know, in my local area, there was quite a community, and obviously I had friends nationally. But it's definitely easier being on the same page, and it's so much more relaxing being second generation. I really appreciate the leap that my parents took, because they didn't know how it would turn out. Whereas I'm like, I know a couple of hundred adults who are home educated, and they're all just people, you know, like there's probably a higher rate of slightly weird jobs, like people in the circus or barristers, or you know, like people who really went and did their own thing, more musicians, more business owners, because, you know, if you follow your passion, it sometimes takes you to somewhere unusual. But my husband, he's a manager in a tech company, so he, having had a completely freeform play with Lego, bounce on the trampoline, tell stories while walking around in circles childhood, he was like, oh, I'll go to college, I'll go to university, get my master's at Oxford. And I actually think that's one of the things that the government and civil servants hate. It's that because we don't do things at exactly the same rate as all the school kids, where, you know, you study all these years and take this raft of GCSEs, because we leapfrog that. They don't know how to benchmark us, because we don't put in the work necessarily. Obviously we do, but in different ways. And then we end up getting things that they may have seen as something you have to grind for years and it has to be horrible. And we just sort of joyfully.
Yeah, learning's not supposed to be fun, is it? If it looks too easy, you can't be learning. If it looks like you're having fun, you can't be learning. It's got to be ugly and horrible, and
yeah, and it's amazing how if you come at life because you love what you're doing, things just open up. Even if you're sort of on the same level in terms of your credentials compared to someone else, if you're there because you want to be there rather than because you had to do something and you were going through the system and they said you had to do it, you show that, and people respond to that. And I think that really opens doors, that you're there because you chose it, and everyone knows you didn't have to be.
Yeah. Chloe, we're going to have to come to an end now, but I just want to say that Jade has said that you are inspiring. Her daughter's nearly 11. She desperately wants to do something to stand and unite children's voices, etc. Your voice of encouragement is amazing. And Chloe continues to be a voice, even with her 3 little ones and lots of other challenges. She does her best to do whatever she can for the home ed community. So thank you so much, Chloe. We really appreciate everything you do. Okay, so next up, I will just skip to another slide here just to share. So we have, let me get the right one there. We have our Streams education team. So Matt, Joe, Alice, and myself run this website called Streams Education. And through that, we try and to be an encouraging voice and to offer support and help for those who need it. Trying to find where the gaps are, where people, you know, home educators need support and perhaps are not getting it or need a different kind of support. So welcome. Let me just pin all of you. Okay, put you all there. And let me add Alice there and Joe.
I thought you were just going to pin Matt then, Julia.
No, that would be very, very scary.
Well, there we go. So yeah,
my
so
face looming over everybody else's.
Yeah, so I didn't really get to prepare any slides about the Streams website. But perhaps, I mean, we're an interesting team with different strengths, and we're just plodding along, trying to sort of find where we sort of fit, where our little unique niche is. Isn't that right?
Yeah. I wonder whether we introduce ourselves a little bit for those who don't know
Go
us.
ahead, Matt. You can start.
So I'm Matt Harris, live in Bristol. I've got a wife and 2 teenage daughters. We've been home educating in Bristol now for 7 years. And there's a story in that there, but I'll keep it very, very brief so we can hear from the others. But that's kind of like the very brief background. What we need to know at the moment. I'll pass over to someone else.
Joe?
Yeah, well, I've been home educating for 8 years, married to Jez, 3 teenagers, an 18-year-old son and twin girls who are now 15. And yeah, Matt and I are long-standing friends, so sort of jumped and leaped into the home ed journey and sort of together-ish, and have interwoven our educational pathways and also connected through Streams, and have learnt a lot and journeyed with Juliet and Alice, and also Sian, who's not with us today, to form Streams really with a heart to encourage, equip and connect home educators.
Yeah, and we kind of connected during the pandemic. Leah Boden, who spoke earlier today, she put Joe in touch with me. There was a lot that I was trying to do for home educators and very much on my own. And so, it was really good to join with these guys and bounce some of the ideas off each other. And that's led us down some interesting pathways. So I am the old lady of the group.
The wise guru, perhaps.
Having been home educating since 1998. But and then Alice, you're probably second longest, right?
Yeah, I started home educating at the beginning of 2010, which now seems a long time ago because it was before social media and things like that. So it does feel a bit archaic. But anyway, yeah, my boys are now, oh gosh, the eldest is 23, 22, 19 and 13. So still one learning from home, but the older 3 have all grown up and moved along now.
Yeah.
So, and we're in Coventry.
Joe, perhaps do you want to just share some of the vision behind Streams?
Yeah, I think as and when I became a new home educator and Matt and I connected and started this journey and talked lots and explored lots, I felt very aware of the fact there was this amazing community out there, but it felt quite disjointed. So I was mindful there were localized groups, but the majority of them were coordinated around Facebook. And I think Facebook has many strengths, but I'm not a big social media person. It's something I don't really use. And when I do, I use it painfully. And I was like, how can we connect if we're not using that as a platform? And how do we link in and support each other and encourage? And so as we were talking, I connected with Leah Boden because I was like, Leah feels like this woman who's got a bit of traction, who's connecting and talking. And I'd heard her speak at conference, a Wild and Free conference, which again is an amazing community out in the States. And I felt so inspired that we could do something similar here in the UK. So how could we connect? How could we, the heart really to encourage each other? I think for me, when I stepped out into home education, it was that immediate sense of freedom. And yet also that panic. I always sort of correlate it or draw an analogy with, like, I imagine jumping out of a plane, you thinking you're in free fall,
you're going, oh my goodness, like it's exhilarating, but it's also that panic and that responsibility. And what if I don't do this? And whenever I met a home educator in Bristol, I would literally jump on them and go, but how do you do this? And how do you do that? And what about the curriculum? And how do you teach maths? And oh my goodness, Bunsen burners is a big question that regularly pops up. And so there was just this part of me which was like going, how do I learn this in a healthy way if I'm not on Facebook? And so it was through Leah, as Juliet said, connected with Juliet and the three of us, along with Sean at the beginning, we were just saying, well, what would it look like to have localized groups? What would it look like to share stories? For us, that is one of our passions. And when I am often rarely on Facebook, I do see people will share these stories, like these testimonies of lives changed, whether through long-term home educating or just stepping out the system. And as we know, with a Facebook feed, these stories would disappear. And I'd be like, but that's a precious story. That's an amazing narrative of a young person's life who's been changed by parents who've been brave enough to do different. And so really, we started with a heart to share those stories, to gather those stories. And I'll be really honest, it's not easy. We see the stories, we jump when we see them, we grab them, we're growing slowly. But I think our long-term vision is what would it look like to have a library of stories? So when a journalist is scrabbling around trying to find a story about a home educator, there would be somewhere. And if, as a home ed's mum starting out, you were going, but how do I do this? There would be a story where you could read someone else's journey. So I think that combined with slowly connecting with researchers, gathering information. We recently pulled together some mentors. We recognise, particularly at the beginning, there's that kind of crazy start. So we have almost like a shop front of mentors, people who we feel you could trust if you're starting out on the home ed journey. You know, all those questions, you know, what do I do? How do I do it? What do I read? Where do I find resources? Our heart really was to try and bring together some people who could be trusted for the path. And then we run webinars now and again, and very much connecting with the work Juliet does with Learn Free.
Yeah, and we also have a monthly newsletter where we try and really keep the community informed and update on things and encourage people through, you know, link people to good resources. And Matt is the one who's responsible for our social media, and he does a great job.
I try. Yeah.
And I think what I would like to say is that if you want to read some of the stories we've collected, you can go to the website. It's very easy. It's just streams.education. And you can go and read people's home ed stories. We also have a monthly blog. So we try and encourage people through the blog. So there's always something coming up on the website. So you can sign up to the newsletter and receive all the latest information there. I don't know, Matt, is there anything you want to add in there?
Joe, you guys tell such good stories. I don't think you've explained it so well. I think one of the things, well, I remember right at the beginning, and whether anyone else relates to this, kind of when you're at the start of your home education journey, it's that I think one of the quotes that really inspired us was that one from Brené Brown, that braving the wilderness, and standing on the edge of this wilderness, and you've kind of made this decision to do this thing. And all of a sudden you're going, oh my goodness, what now? Where to step? And it's just having that courage to step. And for us, and there's so many people out there doing this sort of thing. So it's really good to be, you know, that thing of, are you going to be okay? You're going to be all right. We want to go with you. And I think that's one of the things around the idea of streams, is that people do find there's no one way that is right for everybody. Some people will choose a certain route, some people choose a different way. They'll step into home education for a while that's relevant and right for them, and then maybe go back to college and things like that, which is kind of something we're experiencing. But all these different streams have their own strengths, and also particularly where, you know, we can all these different streams, trying to bring these streams together so that they have agency and power and a voice. And that's one of the things about trying to, you know, the idea of streams is that everyone brings something different. Everyone's creative, doing things in their own way, but we want to kind of somehow galvanize the the different voices, which is fantastic. You know, things like this today is bringing people together. Maybe and that's probably one of the pluses that's coming out of this the bill, is that people are getting together. People are saying, actually, we do need to get together and work out these things. Yeah, I think it's, as Joe was saying as well, is that we kind of do stand on the shoulders of giants, and there's people that have gone before us. And I think one of the things that we really wanted as well, and aware of, is that there's so much wisdom and so much well, let's just say wisdom and experience that home educators have had throughout the years. And even though, like, maybe the modes have changed and slight things, the principles stay the same. And and one of the things that I love is, like Joe was mentioning about the mentors and things like that, is actually people can give back into the community. People can give back into our culture, and I think that's a really powerful thing to learn and develop and grow. And that's one of the things that I've loved seeing with this as well, and glad that we're not the only ones out there doing this sort of thing as well. So it's a real again, that idea of streams, the different people bringing different gifts and different skills, and yeah. I'll stop talking now, otherwise I'll carry on forever.
Yeah, it's been really good, because it's just trying to do things in a different way. And Alice got involved with us recently, and she and I are working on something that we're hoping to launch soon, which will enable people to connect in a very different way, and be supported. So I am waiting. We should be joined quite soon by Nat Way. So I am going to just get us out of the way, so as soon as he joins, we can get him in, because I forgot to send him the link. But fortunately, we have I've sorted that now. So anyway, if anyone wants to come find out more about streams, you can go and visit our website, streams.education, and also find us on social media. We would be happy to have you join us. So I'm going to just remove my spotlight, and we are being joined at the moment. So I'm just have a little introductory slide up here that we are being joined by Nat Way, who is in the House of Lords. And we're just really grateful for the time that you're giving to us today, because we know you must be very, very busy. So thank you so much. And thank you very much for everything you've been doing in the home, for home educators in the House of Lords. We know that must be really challenging, because there are so many dissenting voices as well. So you are a home ed dad yourself, right?
Yeah, just this last summer, my two boys, we finished home educating formally, with the eldest having previously gone to sixth form already. He just did his A-levels, and then the youngest just finished his GCSEs, and he's now going to
So you're coming to the
dance.
end of your journey?
Yeah, they're both now in sixth form as of Monday.
Oh, fantastic.
Or post sixth form, yeah, in one case.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
And there was something else going. I just had on the YouTube feed where people are commenting, when we had Matt come in with the streams team, somebody said, "Oh, yay, a dad!" And they're very happy to see some dads coming in. So it's really good to have you in.
I think more credit does need to go to my wife, who did most of the heavy lifting. I mainly provided the doober, I call it, the daddy Uber, and a lot of the funding.
It's very important, because that's free. There's, as a dad, I think there's different roles you play. The one could be that you're very active like Matt, but an equally important is freeing up your wife, if she's going to be the one doing the home educating, and making it easy for her to not have to worry about all the other bits.
Yeah, I remember reading a book about home ed a few years ago, which highlighted how stressful and how much work it is for the lead sort of home ed spouse or partner, and that really helped me to be available. My work is pretty full-time too, so you kind of you get home and you're sort of like, I want to rest here, but actually you then have to get your overalls off and get another bunch on, don't you?
Yeah.
And support your spouse
Well,
and
yours
help
is pretty
them rest.
full on because you're getting communication from people all the time as well. You're not really able to shut it off, are you?
Yeah, I guess that's true of home ed too, in a way, right? The conversations never stop, the learning never stops. But yeah, it's I think especially when you're in the media eye, you never know what will turn up. So
Yeah,
you have
that's
to
very
develop a thick
true.
skin.
That's very,
Yeah.
I'm sure you do. And you know, I'm sure you didn't home educate all those years if you didn't believe there was something in it.
Yeah, I think the journey for us began in East London. Our boys went to a cooperative creche. I'm a big fan of cooperative hubs in education. And where the parent would give, one or both would give a morning or an afternoon a week, and you'd pay a lot less compared to full-time nurseries. And at one point I did try to get a minister in my party in government to try and roll out such a scheme, because they do it. I think in France it's the de facto way of caring for children, but it gave us a taste of, oh, we can do this. And my wife, who had been a teacher, but suddenly she could see the potential. She wanted them to learn Cantonese, which you can't easily do, because especially the writing on a Saturday. So to be able to blend that into kind of a broad education was a real attraction. So it sort of began from there, really. That I think it was a good experience. Sadly in COVID, lots of parents got to experience. I wouldn't call it home ed what they had. It just happened to be school education at home. But it's funny when you give people a taste of it, they then that shapes their understanding for better or worse. But for us, it was a great experience.
Yeah, I think for some people a little light bulb went off for them during that time. For other people, it was like, oh, I don't ever want to do this again. So there was a bit of a mix.
Yeah, and I think it varied depending on what work the school gave the child.
And if you're trying to do school at home.
Yeah, yeah. In fact, and to tell you an interesting story, and I hope my eldest son doesn't mind me sharing this. I don't think it's too bad. When he first started sixth form, because he'd never been to school before, you have to get used to all the kind of work that you're sent by this, in this case, a very good local school to us in London. And he hadn't read from the intranet portal that there was an extra piece of homework for maths A level before they started A levels, which takes the whole of the summer to do normally. And we found out sort of 9 p.m. the day before he was about to start school. So I stayed up until, this is probably the one of the contributions beyond just the driving that I did, until about 1 or 2 p.m. Using ChatGPT, not to give him the answers, but to give him the questions that he would need to sort of think about, that would guide him to think through, a bit like, because he'd done a lot of maths at GCSE. So what do you need to remember? What's the question you need to ask to get to the next stage? And so there's a whole set of sort of sheets like that. And he managed to get it done by 7, and he woke up very early, got it done by about 6, 7 in the morning, and kind of managed to do it. It's an essay crisis. Don't want to do that again. But it's interesting that the work you're given, sometimes it's a bit sink and swim.
Yeah.
And then if you can cope, that's fine. But sometimes other kids need a bit more, as we found, all of us, I think, to find their own path. So
I think the interesting thing with the education system is that, well, look, we know it's missing the mark in just so many ways. But, in terms of this preparation for GCSEs, is that like one of my daughters, she wanted to have a few more GCSEs. So some of them she only started preparing for in the February before the exam. And she passed. I won't say she did outstandingly well, but she did demonstrate that it was quite possible that you didn't need 2 years to prepare to write this exam and still pass. Which it was an interesting experiment, really.
I do think exams for us, a lesson learned, it suddenly hits you, and the whole tone and tenure of the home education shifts the moment you're having to get ready for those GCSEs, you know, or even 11 plus if it's earlier, if you're going down that route. And so when I have younger now, you know, millennial friends who have babies who are now contemplating home education, I go, great, really enjoy it. You know, there are many different philosophies and ways of doing it. But when they hit a certain age, you know, 2 years before any kind of exam they need to do, have a quick look
Yeah.
and start
Well,
getting them
yeah.
ready. Because otherwise you do end up, you know, it becomes like big in a cog in a machine, doesn't it? And
Yeah, and I think
wanna,
for me it
yeah.
was about giving my children the support they needed to know how to write the exam, what was expected of them. But certainly they could, I found in the primary years, let them have as much fun, make as many happy memories, and
Yeah.
just play a lot and enjoy reading and that kind of thing. But when they get older, you can become a little bit more focused. And my
Can I
children
just
chose
interject
their
a little
own.
bit here? Because I home educated from the get-go with my son, who's now 28. And what we did was we spread those GCSEs out over quite a number of years. And it takes away that massive launching into that whole new era if you're just drip feed. So he did maths 3 years early, for example, because that was his best subject. So we started with the maths and he got an A, and that gave him the boost to carry on.
Yeah.
So he never did more than 3 GCSEs at a time, which was good for him because it didn't overload him. And we could just drip feed that, and at the same time he could have the rest of his life still as normal.
We did that too. We spread ours over about 5 or 6 years, I think, all in all. But I still think it's a shifting of gear, no matter, you know, if you do 3 or 8 or 10, there's a shifting of gear that you're not always prepared for. And I think it's interesting. Many years ago, I was in one country speaking to some very senior policy makers in education, and we were talking about neurodevelopment, you know, the children's brains. It was really interesting. We kind of half jokingly concluded it'd be great to have in every country home education or Scandinavian style education until at least 7 or 8, and then more Chinese or Asian style from 8 to 12. British boarding school from 12 to 18, and an American university from 18 to 25. Because basically, not in every case, but on average, your brain wants to play until you're 8. And then you're good at memorizing from 8 to 12. And then you're trying to find out what are you good at, even if it's rugby or, you know, from 12 to 18. And then from 18 to 25, your brain stops, most of the growth stops at 25. You kind of want to know what's my role in the world.
Yeah.
And actually, each of our systems has strengths.
Yeah.
But we, you know, depending on who the education minister and what they found beneficial of those different types, they impose it on everyone else.
Yeah.
All the way through, preferably.
Yeah. Because we don't have a lot of time, I want to just address specifically, you know, just your role, you know, in the House of Lords. You know, that those voices are so important because we're in a very difficult position right now in government, where we have such a majority that our chances of getting amendments and that kind of thing has been really, really difficult. And, you know, would you like to comment on that? I don't know how to guide that particularly because, you know, would you like to share anything about that with us?
Yeah, I'll say this, that as you said, it is tough. There's very, very little support. I'm probably only 1 or maybe 2 in the entire place, both houses, possibly, who opposes the register, full stop. Everybody else is sort of, well, let's have it, but, you know, sort of be a little less draconian. So, and you know, there are lessons to be learned there, but I'll separate where we are in the process and what we can do, you know, before, God forbid, you know, we have an act that and the enforcement of that. And then I'll talk about what do we do moving forwards, because you've got to often in politics play both. You know, I think part of the lesson maybe we as community need to learn is, you know, we've seen this coming quite a number of years away, but did we really mobilize, you know, the wonderful protests and all the things that people were doing? Obviously, as home editors, we're very busy, you know, finances are constrained. And we all do our own thing. You know, everybody has a slightly different take. That's the whole point of home ed, right? But there are things like times like this when it would have been helpful to have united and mobilized earlier. And now we know. I don't think it's completely too late. But looking back, I think, if you look at America, they have an amazing home ed kind of movement that has lobbyists, full-time paid people that are winning over more than 2 peers and 0 MPs. We could get much more support if we actually, each gave £5 a month, one for that infrastructure, and then another £5 a month for the insurance to fight the legal cases that we're going to have to fight, right? So I think I and others are kind of thinking about, can we come together, put aside some of the differences that might be there, even between those that support the register a little bit and those that are very opposed. There's still a lot of common ground there to kind of speak. And so I think, we're coming from a place of, and a lot of what I've had to do is try and get them to stop and think before they rush things through. And you can see I had a few cheeky ones about chess players, but I was trying to make a very serious point, is that you literally haven't thought through. You're cookie cuttering everyone, including parents that might in future want to home ed. So can you just, have a bit of nuance here? And so far, we've had a few, I was proud last week. I wasn't available to attend myself, but Lord Lucas was speaking on my behalf, that at least they're going to destroy the data of the children at 18. That's a small, small victory, but it shows what you can do if you push hard enough, and if enough push hard enough. So the other thing to note is that it can still be slowed down even after it becomes an act, because they've got to go through consultation, put out the guidance. The guidance has to be in line with the legal, European Court and all the other sort of frameworks. And then don't even get me started on the IT systems they're going to have to build to make this work and how long that's going to take. So, realistically, I know there are many local authorities already sort of pretending it's in power and threatening parents. And, I'm standing with you in that. And you should remind them that it isn't yet law, hasn't yet been implemented, and make noise about, and let us know, and let the media locally, and, because I think your biggest ally is going to be the parent who is a bit worried that if their child is going to need to be taken out of school, the council might say, well, the very fact you want a home ed, we're going to start an investigation, and then we'll tell you no. Win those guys alongside you. Home ed is not electorally strong enough on its own, but with parents, every other parent in the country, we could win quite significant battles in the short and medium and long term. So what that leads to is, whatever happens with this bill, and as we start to get our act together for the future fight, don't think this is over. This is just the beginning, right? That we may get to a point where very little of it is implemented in full by the next election. And as you know from the events this week, there's very likely going to be a change of government in the next election. And no matter what you think of the people that might be leading the next government, they're the ones now that we have to convince that home ed is great and that needs less, not more kind of regulation. Or at least, if any, then ones that can allow us to get on with our home education. So again, putting aside any qualms you might have, if you know people locally who are leaning towards reform, or who are, in that social media battle, they're really good at that. Get alongside them, sort of for the sake of our children. And then even on the hard left, bizarrely, when we were doing forest school in northeast London, there were Corbynite families, learning how to start fires, as well as Marxism. So you'd be surprised the kind of allies who have real leverage. It's great to write letters.
is Sara Sultana, so
there you go. It's great to write letters. It's great to protest.
Great if she answered, yes.
The real leverage is those loud voices on social media who are winning electorates over. That's the guys we need to win over.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for everything you're doing, and just we applaud that, and we're very much just behind you. I think as long as they're not going to fix up the education system, we're in real trouble. If because they're not addressing the very real issues or thinking out of the box in any way. And I think if we knew they were going to actually improve the system, I think people would maybe be a little bit more cooperative and not so
SEND support.
That's
yeah.
And there's so many other countries that are doing a great job that we could be looking at, and we don't. And thank you so much for joining us. I know your time is precious, and we really appreciate it. And we do have our warrior Michelle, who's very much on top of everything. We're very thankful for her, and I know she's taking on board everything you're saying as well. So anyway, enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Good to meet you. Well done. Take care.
Thank you. Bye. Okay, so I'm going to just, where's that there? So Judith, I've got you, Judith, partly as just under the name of the book because I wasn't quite sure where you fitted in everything. But Judith is the mum. The photo's not very high res, sorry. But Judith is mum of one of the boys involved with the Hidden Voices Speak book. And as I said, I haven't had a lot of time to get to know you. So, why am I spotlighting? And I did spotlight the right person. Goodness me, really, all fingers and thumbs. So, very nice to have you with us, Judith. It does say your bandwidth is low, so hopefully it'll hang on until we can until you're done.
Okay, let's just give me a signal if you can't hear me.
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit.
Oh, really?
But persevere.
Okay.
Persevere.
So yes, I am mum to Ben, who's one of the children who has produced this amazing, quite thick book called Hidden Voices Speak. Ben's just having a bit of a rest this weekend because they've been really involved in everything over the summer. And he was at the House of Lords on Tuesday, which was a very full day. So yes, he sends his apologies. Could I try without the camera? Yes, sure.
Yeah, that'll work.
Is that better?
Yeah. Yeah, that should help a bit without the video.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
So yeah, his apologies. He was very busy this week. So yes, what would you like me to talk a bit about our home educating journey, or about the bill, or about?
Yeah, well, whatever. I'm putting up the image here, so it's got something for people to look at. Just tell us a little bit, yes, about how you came to home education, and what the impact has been for your family.
Lovely. So, I mean, it always strikes me strange that people talk about home education as the thing, in a sense, because all parents are home educators. The first place that children are educated for everybody is at home. And so that's very much been the case for us, that it's not really a thing, it's just we never stopped. So, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, brilliant. So yeah, we were just home educating, as everyone, or the majority of people do when their children are very, very young. And then some friends of ours discovered the concept of home education. And so our sort of hang out in the park groups became home education groups. And we went on trips and did stuff, and the children were educated in the way that most children of preschool age are. And then when he got to compulsory school age, he did nursery. He didn't hate it, but he didn't get anything from it that he wasn't already getting. And so we just carried on home educating. And his story of learning to read was very much what Harriet was talking about earlier. He had no interest in it. He was, very into language and books, but no interest in reading for himself. Until one day he just read an entire chapter of Harry Potter aloud with the voices as part of our bedtime reading. And now he's 14, so he's just about to start what would be thought of in school as his GCSE years. He's no intention to take them early, but he has already got 5 GCSE set texts under his belt just because he likes them. So yeah, in that way, we probably fit a lot of the research on how home education often happens.
And what would you say, what have been some of your aha moments in home education?
Oh, what a great question.
Anything that stands out for you?
I think a lot of it's been retrospective, in the sense that at the time it's just been normal and, just living life. But then the other day, a home educating friend who has a younger child asked me, well, when did you start maths? And I said, I have no idea. I remember him being very into maths. I can remember him strongly at 6 asking to be asked sums on the bus. Every time we got on the bus, the whole time we were on the bus, I had to ask him sums. And I remember him, when he got to long division and long multiplication, enjoying that spatial element. And again, if I had to do something, you know, he wouldn't ask to be on a screen. He'd say, Mum, can you write me some problems before you do your call or whatever, so that I can do them. So I suppose the aha moments has been that there were no aha moments in a way. It was all just completely normal. But when you look back, you think, isn't that extraordinary that I can't tell you when we started maths?
Yeah, yeah. That's amazing. And I mean, I've met Ben, and he is a lovely young man, and you know, real credit. And what made him feel so strongly about things that he, you know, he and Addison decided to get this book done.
Well, Ben's very into politics,
and
he has been for years. You know, we spend hours debating the various sides of politics, and I'm quite on the left, but my brother is on the right very much, and so he's always had quite a, I guess, holistic understanding of actually you need a bit of this and a bit of that. You know, we need a bit of the idea that we all look after each other, and a bit of the idea that everyone takes responsibility for themselves. You know, we need a balance. So he's always been fascinated with politics.
Yeah.
And so when the bill started to be talked about, he said, well, can we read it? And so, you know, we sat down and read all the sections that sort of related to home education. And he said, but this is going to be a problem. How are they going to establish that? You know, this seems like it's going to affect some groups more than others. That feels a bit discriminatory. And he sort of couldn't quite believe that this was how legislation could be drafted. He thought, well, you know, this doesn't really make any sense. And so I think Michelle and some other people, I think you were also there, had organised a protest, and he and some of his friends went along, and some of them gave speeches. And I think Addison will tell you much more about that later on.
Yeah.
But then Addison came up with the idea to make a book, because he said, well, even from the few minutes that we're allowed to talk, no one's really going to understand what home education is. And I think this is really what they felt, that clearly whoever wrote this document has never met a home educator and doesn't understand how home education actually works. And he was really thrilled. He was thrilled with so many of the speeches that have happened throughout the course of the bill being in the House of Lords. And actually, I wanted to say to Lord Way, Ben asked me to say to him at the debate in July, every time he stood up, he just wanted to clap. So I think he's going to write to him. But
well,
many of them have given.
If you want, I can forward that on to him. If you,
I would love that.
If you want
Thank
to
you.
you can send that to me privately in the comments, and I'll just copy and paste it to him.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sure he'd love to hear that. It's just so powerful when it comes from the kids, though, isn't it?
Like all these things, isn't it? It's just when you hear it from the mouths of babes, it is clear. And what was really lovely, actually, on Tuesday is we heard from Baroness Estelle Morris, who obviously used to do Bridget Phillipson's job under Tony Blair. And she was saying this exact thing. Who is going to be assessing these home educators? If it was me, and I mean, this woman is incredibly humble. I really love that about her. She said, if it was me, I wouldn't know how to do it. I have a very particular view of education. And so who's going to be assessing it? Because home education looks completely different to school education. And that speaks to what Harriet was saying earlier. You know, really, if the intention is to make sure that all children have a good education, surely we need the research on what does pedagogy look like in a home educating context. And even from the safeguarding angle, you need to know what healthy home education looks like, to know what it doesn't look like, to know when, in the few cases, that there is genuine neglect.
Yeah.
And it's good that that's coming. It's even now coming from the government side of the house. But, you know, it feels like they're maybe starting to ask these questions late in the day. And I think, you know, the question of training, I mean, educationally, Lord Hacking put it very powerfully with regards to safeguarding. All of the reports that they're totally ignoring say not that we need more data, not that we need to find the children that need to be helped, but they all very clearly say Children who need to be helped are already known to services. The problem is those services don't have the resources, the frontline workers don't have the training, and that's actually what causes these tragedies. It's absolutely nothing to do with being home educated or data or anything like that, as we all know.
Yeah, they think it's going to help them find more that aren't there, but if they're not even dealing with the ones they do know about, then that's a problem. And I wanted to just ask you, just looking at your own family, your own journey, looking at Ben, under this bill, how do you think it will impact you as a family?
Very good question.
Yeah, if this passes, how do you think that's going to play out for you guys?
Well, something that Ben has raised a lot, which is very much his concern, is that his data will not be safe. That this isn't just a list of everyone's names and addresses, and we can debate whether that's the most efficient way to know where all the children are, and probably not. But even if it is, that's one type of register. But a register that has this incredibly wide remit of things that you have to provide, then in addition to that, the LA can ask for anything else they want. And in addition to that, the Secretary of State can ask for anything on top of that. You have potentially a huge amount of incredibly detailed, incredibly personal data, which amounts to, my child is going to be with these 3 friends at this location studying this at 2 o'clock, and then he's going to walk along a road to this location at 4 o'clock with these friends. I mean, given the leaks that we know about, and they happen, big leaks like the legal aid leak, and also frontline workers, potentially disclosing information that they shouldn't be disclosing, as Lord Hacking spoke to. That's a huge amount of data. We already know so many mistakes are made, but we've never had that much data for mistakes to be made with before. And I wonder if the government has really thought through, or if either side have really thought through that amount of data. Each extra piece of data represents an extra risk in terms of data protection. And how confident are we that risk is not going to make children more at risk of harm? I think it's a really serious question, and I don't know it's been taken seriously enough.
Yeah. Well, the thing I find, there are a couple of things that I really, really object to. The one is that the education, if I make use of anyone to provide education to my children, that I've entered into a private contract with, I am paying them, that they would have to hand over information. And the other is that they're lowering the threshold for sharing data to promoting welfare rather than being at risk of significant harm. And those are the ones that I feel are particularly harmful. So because Ben couldn't join us, I've said to Jo Merritt that she could also join in the conversation and at this point, and I'm going to actually add the spotlight, Judith, because I don't really want to lose you from the conversation. So I'm going to maybe let you and Jo have a chat, actually.
Sure.
But Jo, perhaps you want to tell us a little bit about your own journey, your experience of home education, how you've come across home education. What's your involvement?
Sure. First of all, hi Judith. We actually have not met before, although I did
nice
put something in the book for your kids as a researcher, which was fantastic. Great thing to facilitate and do. So hats off to you for that. Brilliant piece work. I'm a researcher at the University of Exeter. I've been researching home education there and education outside the school system in general since 2017 at Exeter University. And been working on not just research, but influencing policy at national and local level, and also talking to a lot of other academics about home education. Inspired actually by our very own Harriet Pattison, who has been a wonderful academic mentor to me since I started. So thank you to Harriet, absolute hero of mine. And I also try and create a lot of work around neurodiversity and education and neurodiversity and young people's experiences just in general, living life as a neurodivergent young person, and how they are included or not in society, youth groups, and their local area. So at the moment, the other thing that I have been doing is working on the university's admissions process and being the obsessive focused person that I am. I took a part-time job in admissions to understand it, and I've managed to make some quite, I think, significant changes to how admissions see home educating applicants, which I can show you if I can screen share in a minute, if that's all right, Julia.
Yeah, you should be able to.
Because I think so often home education, I think lots of institutions forget that you can opt for school or education otherwise, and they actually hold equal weight in law, and we shouldn't just be gearing everything up towards school children. We should consider both options.
Yeah, you're going to share that now, yeah? Oh, and let me, I think I'm still sharing Judith's image there, that this book image. Sorry. Okay, you should be able to share now. So sorry.
So I get the right screen because I've
yeah,
got a million screens up with
that's the problem.
ADHD brain.
I could do with a few big screens actually around me just to sort myself out.
Okay.
Let's come. There we go.
Hopefully you've got the right one and not load of my notes.
No, that's applying as a home educated student.
There you go. So this was a mix of admissions and widening participation and access teams to the university, as well as being informed by my research. So I'd done some research over a few years with home educators, and I think we have totaling about 2,000 participants across 2 or 3 studies. And all of the questions and insights that we garnered around going to college or university, doing exams, and going through that process as a home educator were all drilled down into what questions they had, what barriers they perceived, and how we might overcome that as a university to welcome home educators as applicants. So all of that research informed what then went on the website, including loads of frequently asked questions. So now we have a dedicated page, and this is sector leading across universities. So some universities had a bit of information on some courses for home educators, but very few actually had dedicated pages. So we've created a whole page for home educated students. And the questions that we took from the research, we went back to the community with some focus groups on the questions and answers to make sure that they landed right, to make sure that they made sense and that they were the ones that home educators wanted. So it's quite a comprehensive list. So above the information about applying, we've also now got some of the most common questions that home educators had when they were thinking about and going through the application process for university. And we also included, which was a really interesting part of it, because a lot of applicants didn't just do the GCSE route, there was often some perceived complications if they had perhaps American style SATs or a mix of different qualifications, or if they'd done like OU modules instead. So we actually then ended up, because there were so many, working with a group from America, so Michelle Holmes and Kat Patrick, which you may have heard of in the home ed world. And we went through and we did a really bespoke, apart from the bespoke page for home educators, we came up with a page dedicated to understanding, if you are doing American style SATs and have those transcripts, how that we can, as UK students, how we can deal with your application with American style SATs if you don't go down the GCSE route. So that has a whole separate set of information, and you can see all the equivalencies if you're doing other qualifications and not GCSEs. So lots of supplementary information on the page, and on every page there is an inquiry line. And the other thing that we did set up as part of this, because it often is complex if you've got a mixture of qualifications, is we have now got a bespoke position that's been set up. So there's a person called Caspian, and when you email in, you can ask for the home ed lady or you can ask for Caspian. And then you will get you can ask for a one-to-one appointment on Zoom or Teams, I think they do it on. And then you can tell that person what course you're interested in doing. You can tell them what qualifications you've currently got or which ones you're looking at, and they will tell you if that will be accepted to get on that course, or if it won't be, or if not everything you've got is enough to get on the course, they will then tell you what else you could do in order to get on the course. So really bespoke offering to ensure that it's really clear what you need to get on a course with us.
Fantastic.
So that was, yeah, it was really exciting. We're the first in the sector to do that, which is really exciting. And it isn't just home educators, it actually then widens to now all of the children that have maybe come out of school without GCSEs, which is what's happened this year. A lot of children left school without GCSEs, phoned our helpline and wanted to get information and booked a one-to-one appointment about what else they might do in order to come to university without GCSEs. So that's a really exciting step, I think.
I mean, I think we had a conversation about this a few years ago, Jo, where I said to you it would be really good to get a program where the university kind of allows home educated kids, or particularly through COVID, that lot, no questions asked, and see how they do as a study. How do these, are they dropping out? Are they keeping up? Is somebody monitoring that, to see how they're performing?
Yeah, so it's quite a complex landscape, and there's lots of different compliance things in place. So with Oxford and Cambridge, they do what's called direct entry. So you don't necessarily go through UCAS, you can go direct entry to those universities. But with like Russell Group universities or other universities, most of those will not offer a direct entry, which means you go via UCAS. What that means is it then removes the option for an entry test. However, there are places like Open University that are obviously you can go to and do an access course, and other universities offer an access course which you can then go through to do a degree at a Russell Group or another university. So there are other options and pathways, and I think for me what I've learned trying to do things from the inside out is that there are established pathways, for example, for mature students that we can borrow and then rearrange slightly to make it suitable for home educated kids. Yeah. So that's really useful to understand what processes are and are not doable in that sense. But the other thing that we have been doing at Exeter that I've been pushing is that we're looking at whether it was possible to do an exam centre and look at whether that could be rolled out sector wide across universities. So can we be an exam centre? Weirdly, because of the league tables, it had a complication about being measured, and there were concerns that if home educators were doing exams and they maybe didn't match up to the wider league tables, how that might affect universities. So the alternative actually has been, that's a whole other issue and one I'll be working on, but there is an alternative, which is that setting up to take mock exams and to work with local colleges to, again, try and set a precedent for other areas so that universities might be able to offer mock exams, marked mock exams, which then local colleges could accept in place of a GCSE to get onto some of their courses. So there are other things that are being looked at the moment, which are also really exciting and might offer another pathway, especially with the dwindling number of exam centres. So the other thing that we have done as well, which I'm really pleased about, is that all of the outreach work that we do has now been extended to home educators. So everything that we typically offered to schools, so we have this Exeter Scholars is a good example. Last year, we rolled this out and opened it up. And last year, we had our first home educators actually get onto our Exeter Scholars programme and take part in a lot of our wider outreach and access to university pathways and projects and events. So that was really exciting because that actually is another pathway to looking at how you get into university and supporting students in the transition to get to university. And it also just widens the view for universities and colleges to remember that these young people exist outside the school system and that we should really be considering them. So that's really exciting. And we also have got, which I can probably share with Juliet to share later, a little mini form with like 3 questions. We don't need to know any of your own details, But this year we'll be setting up, we trialed it last year, it was really successful. And this year we're putting on some bespoke Zoom calls for home educators, whether they're thinking about university, about to apply to university, or don't know about the process at all, or for example, want to do medicine, which is really competitive. We're putting on some bespoke Zoom calls that are for home educators specifically to address their questions, give them information. And if you don't know anything about applying to university, we can put on sessions for that as well.
You're doing some great work there, Joe, and I've no doubt that it's your influence that has got some of these things going. So that's really fantastic to hear about. And I'm hoping you'll be able to join us maybe later on this evening just to chat a bit more. It's been such a packed program. There's not really been a lot of time for indulging in some of the things we'd really like to talk about. So that's maybe a point to remember. But we made it 15-minute slots because that people can do 15 minutes. They can't always do longer. And it makes it easier to just pop in and not feel like it's going to take your whole day. So what I'm going to do is if you don't mind, Judith, I'm going to remove you here now, and then I'm going to remove Joe because we're going to get Gina in shortly. And I will share the slide about Gina. So where's your slide, Gina? There you go. So Gina has also, she's joining us from the United States. So thank you so much, Gina. And she has been a speaker at quite a few of our online Learn Free conferences. And I've always found Gina really, really encouraging. She speaks a lot about the importance of intrinsic learning. And she's agreed to join us here today. And also the other interesting thing for those of you who are familiar with Peter Gray, Gina has done some research as well together with Peter Gray. I'm trying to stop the share here. There we go. And then I can let me spotlight Gina. There we go. So welcome, Gina. I know it's probably a lot earlier in the day for you. You're muted still.
That's fine. Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here.
Yeah, so we have some people in the Zoom and we have others watching live on YouTube. And then we've also shared that onto different platforms. So the conversation's going on in a number of different places. But thank you for joining us.
Amazing. So I was going to talk a little bit, if that's okay, Juliet, about intrinsic motivation and homeschooling.
Yes, please take up all your time. I don't want to interrupt with interfere with any of it, and particularly your interest in home, how home education comes into that as well.
Sure, absolutely. So I'm going to share my slides, and we are just going to talk about home education and intrinsic motivation. And again, thank you for inviting me. I'm always such a great support of you, Juliet, and the work that you do. It's so exciting. So I am a educational psychologist. I'm program director and associate professor at CUNY Hunter College in New York City. I'm an internationally known researcher of homeschooling and unschooling and other self-directed learning models in New York State. And my research focus since now 1998 has always been on intrinsic motivation, self-determination in homeschoolers and in other forms of alternative teaching and learning. I've written 3 books. There's more on the way. So Unschooling, Learning Beyond the Classroom is probably the most known academic book on unschooling. We have a 2nd edition coming out in May, so super excited about that. Homeschooling Starter Guide is probably the most budget-friendly book, and that's great for new home educators. So if you have a new home educator in your life, it's not expensive, and it's just a great starter guide. And I also, with Carlo Ricci, edited The Joy of Self-Determined Learning, and we have a new book coming out any minute now. We're waiting for the publisher to release on ungrading, which is an alternative form of assessment that you see in homeschoolers and unschoolers a lot. Along with my professional endeavors, I also unschooled my son. He is now a full-grown adult. He never went to school. His first day of school was his first day of college, and he is now an editor of medical journals in the United States, as well as a music educator. So, intrinsic motivated learning fascinates me, right? The fact that kids and teens in a home ed environment and elsewhere can learn with no adult coercion through their own intrinsic motivations is amazing. And when I speak to governments, I hold a state board position in New York State in the New York State Education Department. And so when I speak to governments about home learning, I am really like the secret in here is intrinsic motivation. It's really, really what makes home education so special. It's not something you see all the time in schools, although some schools do it really, really well. When I talk about intrinsic motivation in homeschooling, I generally use Edward Dici and Richard Ryan's cognitive evaluation theory as a basis because I think it gives such a great framework for what we do in home education. If you don't know self-determination theory, it defines intrinsic motivation. And if you don't know cognitive evaluation theory, it just sets up three basic environmental tenets that facilitate intrinsic motivation in education. And that's a sense of competence, a sense of autonomy, and a sense of relatedness. So for those of you who are currently home educating, along with anyone who are teachers outside in the audience, right, I always think that competence, autonomy, and relatedness is the most important part of what we do as facilitators of learning. And I always think the more we professionalize home education, the easier it is for outsiders in terms of government agencies or schools to grasp. So when I talk about intrinsic motivation, I always say that it creates a different environment for learning, right? Instead of learning because they have to, kids and teens learn because they want to. And so the first thing we do when we're trying to facilitate intrinsic motivation in others is we really want to give them a sense of competence, right? And so if you're homeschooling here, if you are thinking about teaching and facilitating learning in any environment, it's that sense of competence that we give kids and teens that is really, really, really important. It's that, right? Like, oh my gosh, look how much you can do. Look how great your writing has been. Look how amazing you are at like the mental math. Look how amazing you are at Legos, at Roblox, at anything these kids do, because kids are doing incredible, amazing things which should be highlighted. And so as facilitators of learning, and I'm going to use that, right, because that professionalizes what we're doing as homeschoolers. As facilitators of learning, you want to really highlight that competence, not only in your child or in your teen, but also in others. So competence is super important, and it's all about a focus on talents, interests, and strengths. And usually what we know from research, and specifically my research with Peter Gray of Boston College, is that more time exploring interests always equals greater competency in that area. And so whatever your student is engaged in, whatever your kid or teen is engaged in, whether it's math, writing, or video games, right? We see that the time spent on those things really gives them a sense of competence within themselves that we should be highlighting and that they can use in other areas. So competence is really important. The second part of that facilitation of intrinsic motivation is the sense of autonomy and choice we give kids. This is probably the greatest strength of home education. And when I'm talking about autonomy, and when Ryan and Dici are talking about autonomy, we always talk about a sense of choice, an acknowledgement of feelings, an opportunity for self-direction, right? Whatever choices we can give our kids allows them practice with the choices and decision making that they make as adults later in life. So that's really, really important, right? Making choices now allows students to practice choices and decision making later on. Again, it's another great strength of homeschooling. So when we talk about homeschooling in a professional context, it's really that autonomy that kids have during the homeschooling period. It's really that sense of choice that highlights this form of education. And I think that's so, so important. when Peter Gray and I did a study of unschooled adults, right? And we really, really learned about them, and we really, really learned about what they do. We realized that the greatest benefit of unschooling is really that, unschooling provides kids the time to delve deep into subjects that matter to them, into topics that interest them. And that allows them to participate in the real world and learn skills and have conversations with people of all ages. Age mixing is also a great strength of home education. And then what we're providing as parents and facilitators is autonomy support. And that's really important, right? Support for a student's autonomy. Oh, I love that, Juliet. And it becomes more precious, right, as our kids grow up. We are giving our students the gift of time. We're giving our kids and our teens the gift of our time, but not only our time, of their time, right? We're giving them childhood and we're giving it back and saying it's yours. And it's the same with teens, right? We're giving them their teenage years and we're saying it is yours. Take advantage of it. Life is so precious. I love that, Juliet. That is so beautiful. And then lastly, we have to talk about the power of relatedness in home education. And again, when we professionalize it, we talk about, in schools, people worry about relatedness all the time, right? They worry about relationships with teachers. They worry about relationships with others, with peers and things like that. And what we see in home educated students is they really have a strong sense of relatedness. They feel that security, right? And it's really important to note that a sense of relatedness doesn't always occur when kids are babies and cute, right? It also occurs when you have those amazing conversations with your teenagers, when you have those times in the car or wherever you are with your growing like adults, right? And so relatedness is really important across the lifespan. And it's really about one person who unconditionally loves and accepts you no matter what. So this is why like autonomy support and relatedness is important. It also provides cultural transmission, which I don't think we talk about enough, right? It provides kids the time and space and opportunity to learn about one's culture and also others' cultures. I'm going to end with a quote from A.S. Neill because I love him so much. But I really, really strongly believe that intrinsically motivated self-directed learning is the way to live a positive, healthy life. It's the way that allows our kids to lead a positive, healthy life. And I love that Neil said, my own criterion of success is the ability to work joyfully and positively. And what more can we want for all of our kids? And that's what home education provides. So I know we're running out of time. I'm gonna
No, you've done great. You've done great. You've
Okay,
really given it.
amazing.
And I think one of the things that I loved about what I got from John Holt's books was this thing that of children love to be productive. So they like to do something that's productive. It produces and they can see the end result of what they've done. And I think what the issue we find within the school setting often is they don't see the end result, or the end result is a paper, which is not real. You can't do much with that really. I don't know if that's but it builds the self-esteem as well. All of that, it does that competence, feeling like actually I'm successful. I did this and I did it by myself. All of that, what it does for them as a person.
I love that so much, right? And that goes back, if there's any like psychologists or sociologists in the room, that goes back to like Erik Erikson, right? That the time between like 6 and 12 is like industry versus inferiority. And a lot of times in psychology, it's equated to like the school time. But school, is like, I always think the classroom is the world, right? It sometimes looks like a classroom with walls, but other times it just looks like a home, or other times it looks like the world. And so when Erik Erikson was talking about industry, right, he was really thinking about kids and their natural inclination. And I love that you said that, Juliet, their natural inclination to be productive and busy and doing things, right? And the value of valuing what what they do and who they are is really important, especially in this world where we're so worried about the self-confidence, self-esteem, and mental health of our kids.
Yeah, and at this in this country at the moment, one of the concerns is that with this new bill, if it passes, local authorities may want to measure the home education by a school model, which means, you know, that those things like that gift of time.
Yeah.
And how is it going to impact parents and what they're doing with their children?
Yeah, and I would say, right, when thinking about, I do a lot of like traditional and untraditional assessment. And I think the messaging is when thinking about assessing home education and when thinking about assessing different learning environments, you can't assess, right, using the model that we use now for traditional schooling. It's just not equal, right? And so that's really, really important for government authorities to know, for parents to remember when we're thinking about assessing homeschoolers, right? You can't take a model that has been used in schools and then automatically move it to another model. That's not good assessment anyway. So just thinking about that as we have this conversation.
Yeah, and you know, it's that empowering of children, putting them in the driver's seat of
Yes.
their own learning and their own future.
Yeah, it really is. And again, that's the gift, right? We're talking about the gifts of home education, and it really is that empowerment, right? If, you know, home educated kids, when they become adults, are those people who are more competent and confident. I've done research on this, right? They do feel more related, not only to their families, but also to their peers, as well as their community, right? Because they've been interacting with their outer community for their whole school experience. So it's really important to think about.
Yes. I hope you're going to stick around, Gina, because we've got one of our own young men going to be joining us in a minute. I'm going to take your spotlight off and I'm going to bring on Addison.
Thank you so much.
There we go. And Addison, hello. We're very happy to have you here. And Addison is a great example of the doing, becoming competent, and learning some skills, because you know you've actually I want to come next to you, Addison, because I think I'm going to add myself here so that you don't feel too alone there on the screen. Can you see me okay?
Yes.
Yeah. So Addison, I mean, you've been through a huge learning curve this year, haven't you?
Yes, I guess so. It's been busy.
Yeah, I mean, a year ago, nobody would have been able to tell you this time this year you would have been responsible for putting out a book.
Well, actually, sometimes, unless it was one of those days when I'm like, okay, I'm writing a story.
I love that. I love that. So, I know some people have heard the story already, but I'd love you to share about how, you know, you came along to one of the protests with your mum.
Yeah.
Yeah. And tell us what happened from there.
Well, it was, well, I guess I just went along to the protest, and after going to the protest, I suddenly felt a bit more like, it made me feel like I wanted to make a difference a lot more. And whereas before, it just felt like something which was happening. And then I just, with coming up with it, it just felt like I wanted like a way to express myself, and so
Because I remember you got up and you wanted to speak. And
yeah, I did.
I mean, I didn't know who you were. I was the one with the microphone, and I thought, okay, well, the kid wants to say something. We'll give him the microphone. And you had something to say. You were a little bit, I think, angry about this bill, weren't you?
Yes, I guess so.
And that sort of, you got together then with Ben, do you want to tell me a little bit about how things happen from there? How you came to decide to produce the book? I think you've frozen a little bit. You might have some connection issues there. I don't know if Judith is still in. Is she still in? No, I think Judith left as well. Yeah, I think we've got some connection issues there with Addison. Hopefully he'll be back with us in a minute. I don't know, Michelle, maybe you should come in and explain a little bit more to the story. Michelle, you're spotlighted and muted. Okay, we've lost Addison. Hopefully he's going to come in a minute.
Yeah, I was just messaging his mum to say that
To let her
it
know.
frozen.
Yeah. Because I know
So
that I know that Michelle, you were very much also part of what's the word? Fostering this and actually, you know, blowing on the little flame.
Well, yes, because I actually was attended that particular protest without my own child, so I was able to circulate. He didn't want to come for some reason. I can't remember the reason now. He probably had something he wanted to do that's more important to him. And so I was able to circulate more than I normally can. And they were very clear they wanted their voices heard. And then we sort of explored different ways, and the idea of the book came about. And then they contacted all their friends, contacted everyone they knew who might be able to help, to see if it was feasible. And within a couple of weeks, had got lots of submissions.
Yeah, a lot of people got behind the idea that they had for this book, which was about the voices that weren't being heard.
Absolutely, and alongside that, we had the point where there was a lot of written submissions we know had been put in, but they hadn't been published, and we knew they existed. And so that also fed in. So the hidden voices came from our voices aren't being heard. They're not listening to our parents, and they're also not publicising what they already have. So they're not even allowing people to hear the voices that exist.
Well, what I might do is Marita is here, so I might bring Marita in, and then when Addison comes, we can just add him on at the end, just so we can work around. So let me just add Marita here. I've got a nice slide of you, Marita. Let me just share it first, because it's got this picture of you with your sign at one of the protests. There's Marita, one of the protests there with her sign. Sorry, the resolution's not good because you were quite small, and then I blew it up to get that
That
picture.
was a good day, though.
Yeah, and so I also know Marita because of this protesting against stuff going on politically. And Marita and her family have been very much personally affected by overzealous local authorities and making the point of what could go wrong if this bill passes. And Addison's just come back in. I'll let him in, see if he can, and we might just let him carry on, and then but stay in here, Marita, because I think let me just find him so I can spotlight. Okay, not there he is. There we go. I will spotlight you again, Addison. Sorry, we lost you there. I think you're off camera at the moment. Let me just find you. There you are. There you are. We'll add you here. So I did bring Michelle in to kind of carry on the conversation a little bit while we lost you. But yeah, we were talking about what kind of made you feel like a book would be a good way to move on with this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yes.
Just being a bit embarrassed.
Oh, no, you know what? People's Zooms go wrong all the time.
Yeah.
We've had
Also,
Yeah.
Even Lords, peers in the House of Lords, their Zoom goes wrong sometimes.
Yeah,
so don't you worry about that, Addison. You are amongst many people who have had these problems.
We're just happy that you're back, because I wouldn't have wanted you to feel like it had gone badly because of that, but because this is what Zoom does. It just drops people just randomly, and then we get them back again and we carry on the conversation.
It does. And Addison, you are important. And that is why you are here. You are important. You have done a very, very good, wonderful, brave, amazing thing. And we are all very, very proud of you.
Yeah. And I think we just want to share the story with people who haven't heard it before, and let them be encouraged by your story. Yeah?
Yeah. Okay.
So shoot, go ahead.
So what has happened in the conversation?
Okay. Well, I think where we were at is what led you to thinking a book is the thing to do?
Like, well, it just like I wanted, like, it's hard to remember, but like I kind of just wanted to find a way to express like everybody's views and to show them like how everything felt, and to show what like how I felt about home education and how everybody felt about home education, and yeah.
Yeah, and Michelle helped you a little bit with that, didn't she?
Yes. Well, I kind of had like the idea in my mind, and then I said to like Michelle that like I kind of had this idea, and like we kind of talked about it, and then just like came through the conversation and kind of just yeah.
And I mean, I've got the book. I bought it because my submission to Parliament is in there, which would never have been seen if you didn't put it in the book.
Yeah.
So you gave me a voice. And that's something that I appreciate. You know, the thing is what you've done is a really good thing, a really important thing. And I hope you realize it. I think many, many people are very, very grateful.
Did you have a few things, Addison, that you'd prepared that you wanted to say? Did you want us to be quiet while did you have a few things you had in your mind you wanted to say?
Not really. I just decided to wing it.
Yeah, well, that's good. That's good. And you know, the thing is that as children, this bill will affect you the most, won't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's you know, for us as adults, you know, we can argue and we can stand up for you, but it's the children that the government needs to hear from.
What has been your home education journey? How did you come to being home educated, Addison?
Bit of a long story, but but then it's also a bit of a classic story. I went to school, unhappy, hated it there. School realised they couldn't meet my needs, decided to home educate.
And what are some of the things that you're interested in now? What are the things you're enjoying right now?
Right now I'm quite like I'm just right now the things which I'm normally doing is like one, protesting about the bill is one of the things which I do a lot, but then also I'm also doing a lot of maths recently, which just feels a bit like normal, but it feels like like while I'm doing it right now, it just feels a bit different to how maths normally is, and it just feels different in a way. Yeah. I mean, I've just been yeah.
Do you have any, are there any future plans for follow-up books or anything like that? Are there more projects you'd like to take on?
I think that I'm not really, I'm just seeing how it goes, I think.
It's been a hectic year.
Yeah, it's just been like everything just feels a bit.
I've just had a relative of yours interject. Apparently, you're writing a book now or something, or you're working on something now.
What?
With another relative. Something with your brother?
Yeah.
Or is it a secret that you're just going to launch on the world with a big book launch when it's finished?
Penny, did you like that?
Sorry.
I feel like when I was at HEF, I feel like Addison said that he had or it might have been at Learn Free conference when you came there. I think you told me something about maybe doing another book, but maybe I.
Yeah. I'm thinking that like maybe that Hidden Voices Speak might need like a second edition or like just extra in it, because I feel like maybe not everything was captured. That was mainly what I mentioned there.
Yeah.
And about that book which I am writing, it's like a like a kind of a fantasy story which I've been writing for a while with my brother. We've been working on. It's yeah.
That sounds awesome. And I think you're quite right about something, maybe a follow-up where we maybe capture some other voices, because I think with the first book, and I'm going to say the first one because I'm going to hope we're talking about a second one soon. But I think the first one, we put that out. I mean, you guys put that out incredibly quickly, really quickly. You did an amazing
I think it was
job.
2-3 weeks.
It was amazing what you did. And so there were probably lots of people that didn't get to share their stories, don't you think?
Yeah. I mean, I know some people who was like, oh, I didn't know this was happening.
Yeah. So I think the trick is going to be how do we capture those stories now? What do we, what would be the best way to collect those stories and add them?
I mean, I'm thinking either a second book to capture extra voices, which probably will be done the same way as before, or maybe an extended edition might also work, or a second edition. I'm not too sure.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like you need to spend a little bit of time thinking about what's going to work best, and because I think it's going to be hard to top the last one. So I think you'll get very creative, I think, and it's really, really appreciated. On the YouTube video, we've had some comments for you where so somebody said they want to go and write up all these things. They want to get hold of like your book as well. And somebody else said it sounds amazing and you are doing so amazing. And someone else said you're very brave. So there's some lovely comments that are coming through on the YouTube where this video is going to be on YouTube. And you are also an example for other children of getting out there, and we do need young people like you to be putting your voices out there, supporting one another to get your voices out there. And I don't know if you realize quite how much of a role model you are for other children. So well done.
Have you got
Thank
any
you.
sort of final thoughts or final words?
Well, to those who do want, like, for those children who want to make a difference, I'd just say, like, I would say just have a go at it, and you don't necessarily have to even know how you want to make a change. Just think, I want to make a change, and then I would say just try and make a change, like go and say to, like, maybe say, like, maybe write a letter to your MP, go to a couple of protests, and try and speak up. And yeah, that's how it started with me.
I really like that. I really like that. That's very encouraging. And Michelle's organizing a march on the 10th of September that kids can take part in to get their voices heard as well, where they're all going to go and dress up. And I think that's going to be lots of fun. Are you going along to that?
Yeah, I'm going to. I think
Great.
so.
I hope you've got a good costume ready. And you know, that's another way that children can take part and hopefully make some politicians aware that actually children need to be considered. Can't forget them. And if you dress in very bright colored costumes, they can't miss you, can they?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you so much, Addison, for joining us. Feel free to hang around in the Zoom and listen to everybody else. It's up to you. And then I'm going to bring Marita in that we had in earlier. And let me get her back in here. There's Marita. I'll say goodbye to Michelle for now. Yeah, so back to Marita. We were talking about your own brushes with the local authorities, and an example of local authorities that interpret the guidance or whatever the government's putting out in a way that's worst case scenario, really, isn't it?
It hasn't been ideal for us. We have had a bit of a bumpy ride. We started home educating after my eldest went to school many years ago now. It's 12 years, 13, a while, and it was lovely. We enjoyed it so much. We met with the local authority. We were one of those lovely families who say, I've got nothing to hide, so I've got nothing to worry about. And so we welcomed the local authority into our home. And the first local authority we had was Kent, who I know can be rocky for lots of people, but were fantastic for us. They came to our home and it was brilliant. And the lovely man, Jay, was so encouraging. And he told my children that they were very lucky to be home educated and that obviously we were going to do a fantastic job, and that he didn't really need to see us again because obviously we were not he was very stretched and he didn't want to spend his short amount of time focusing on families where he knew that the children were being very well educated. So he told me that I could reach out to him if I ever needed anything at all. And that was how it started. And so we thought, oh, this is great. The children absolutely loved it, actually. It was really positive because they were jumping on the trampoline and telling him about the poems that they had read, and he was being really wonderful and encouraging. And they said, oh, Mum, isn't it great? He thinks that our education is amazing. He thinks we're so clever. He loves what we're doing. And so you could see that a local authority could be a positive experience and it could be really wonderful. So there we were, lulled into a false sense of security, and along bowled Bromley when they realised that although our postcode is Kent, we live in Bromley. And so Bromley turned up and they had a tick box process, and I'm not really a tick box kind of a person. And so when they said, we have to have a meeting and then we have to then collect this and then we have to do this, I thought, but you don't though, because other local authorities don't do this. And so I questioned them, and they got very cross immediately and started threatening us, and it got our heckles up a little bit to think, why are you being like this? There's no problem here. This is supposed to be a supportive relationship. And so off the back of that, we started writing questions right from the outset. And the long and the short of it was that they denied us our subject access requests. They wouldn't give us any transparency over their process. I learned a lot about the law. I ended up becoming an activist, apparently. And it was all reluctantly. I just wanted to be a home educator, and I didn't want to have this negative influence in our lives. But it's I don't know if I'm explaining myself very, very well. It's draining, and it's been a real eye-opener to how badly wrong it can go when local authorities force themselves onto into people's lives. And we're still battling. It's just an ongoing nightmare, to be honest.
And what I do want to just say for everybody's benefit, Marita, what was your profession?
I was a teacher. I studied education at university, and then I became a teacher. I've taught in 2 different countries. I've taught for 15 years. I had outstanding Ofsteds, and they knew all of that.
Which is what makes it also very, very, it's just, I don't know, it's not even ironic. It's just you can you get a sense of the pridefulness and the arrogance of the local authority in that sense, in that, they do not want to back down.
No.
Because I've seen your kids, and I know they're doing amazingly in all the things they're doing. And there's really nothing to see.
No. The local authority backed themselves into a corner with our family, and rather than apologize and say, sorry, we've made a mistake with you, and rectifying the issues that we had, they've just carried on. The funny thing is, though, when I say to them, you sent a social worker into our home as a first port of call and then didn't share our subject access request, they say, we no longer do that. And when you say, did you change your process because after we pointed out that it was unlawful, you had to, and why don't you apologize and now correct our records? They say, oh, no, it's just evolving. And thank you for being so cooperative and working with us. And we're not trying to, actually, I would quite happily work with them and to try and create an environment that was positive, because we've had that experience before. And that's what I would love for the people of Bromley. I don't love that so many people are really terrified of the local authority in our area. I don't want to be scared of them. I don't like that. For quite some time, we all had a trauma response every time we saw the Bromley insignia. I think that that's really damaging. And I spend a lot of my life thinking about how I protect my children from the harm that has been caused to them by the state. And I think that's a horrible position to have to live in. I mean, we have to think about, with this bill, it's miserable actually for us. We are thinking that we'll be first in the firing line. And with the last bill as well that was brought by Baroness Barron with the Conservatives, we also thought that we would be in the firing line. And so it's quite horrible to be the family that know that if someone goes to prison, it may well be me. And that's horrible for my children.
And for no real
No, they have no
reason.
concerns. Yes. And it's actually on our record that they say it would be reasonable to assume that the children are in receipt of education that is suitable. And so then, even in their own words, they're being unreasonable. It's not fair. It's not fair that they treat people like this. And I think that it's very concerning that this is going to be coming to more families, because one of the reasons we've been able to push back, and one of the reasons that I'm still sitting here, is because They really do not have any concerns at all. And I worry my children are not diagnosed with any SEND issues. We are semi-structured. They are very active in the community.
You've got a few GCSEs behind you now too, don't you?
Yes, and A levels now too. So we have qualifications aplenty but I worry about other families who aren't doing as many things as we're doing. You know, members of our community, it's quite amusing. We were on school attendance orders, and the members of the education committee at Bromley were contacting us and saying, your children are really musical. Could they please play The Last Post? My eldest plays The Last Post for Laura Trott in Sevenoaks, and my middle child plays The Last Post for Bromley Local Authority in Biggin Hill. And our MP knows my children by sight and name. They wander up to them when they're at events and say hello, and he says hello, and he knows exactly who they are and can ask about all the members of our family. The mayor at the moment is our councillor, and he has presented numerous awards. He's my friend on Facebook. He can see exactly the education opportunities. As soon as I post that my son was harvesting honey and using centrifugal forces and all sorts of things, he's going to know. So all they need to do actually is to ask the members of the education committee to open up their Facebook and look, and they will be able to see exactly what education my children are getting. They really do know. So I worry for the families who haven't got all of the connections that we've got. I mean, if they're doing this to us, what are they going to do to everybody else?
But what has been the cost to your family as well? It's not been just, I mean, besides, we don't want to even start on, you'll get into the financial stuff, but never mind the emotional toll that it's taken.
It's the costs are in every aspect that you could possibly imagine. So we have costs that are financial. We have I think it's taken the biggest toll on me, to be honest. You can probably see, even though I'm blurred, that my husband's in the background. He's just making sure I'm okay. He is amazing. And anyone who knows our family knows that he's amazing. So the children, I'm hoping they seem to be very happy, very grounded. It doesn't seem to be bothering them. They sometimes laugh and say that they're the most uneducated children in Bromley. And in a funny way, as they are accepting awards and, you know, working with a music scholarship and meeting the Mayor of London or whatever they're doing. I mean, they've been at Buckingham Palace meeting Princess Anne. So they laugh. I don't know. Does this have long-term implications for them? Probably. For me, it's very stressful. I find it hard. I have to be very careful to protect myself. I think my capacity is restricted. I spend a lot of time writing silly letters that I wish I didn't. I mean, I spend a lot of time reading.
I can imagine.
And sometimes I just step back and vanish because it's just too much and I need to go, you know, and have time out. So I try. I've come up with lots of. I go walking a lot. I live in the countryside, so it's nice. I can go for a country walk, take a dog, try and unwind. We've just got a paddle board. We're quite excited. I love the water, go out on the water. Yeah, those sorts of things, I think.
Okay, well, Joe would like to ask you a question.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Go for it, Joe.
Hi, Marita.
Hi, Joe.
We do know each other a bit, and we've met in London. Marita kindly met me, and we went round.
Great.
So obviously being a qualified teacher, my question, if we think about the bill coming in, is that a lot of local authorities do employ former social work. From my research, they employ former social workers and often former teachers. And you had difficulty, even though you can speak the same language, you can use educational terms, you can describe something as educational that might be on the surface to somebody who doesn't know about home education seem like play. And I wonder what you think about the families who maybe are not teachers, don't have the same educational language, so might not know how they're going to describe their home education, which we know might work really well, especially if it's like in an unschooly fashion, or if they've come out with some school trauma and they need some time to de-school or unschool for a period. You know, how difficult do you think this might be for those families who, when the bill comes in, who might then face inspection?
Oh, I think it's going to be incredibly difficult. I think it will be stressful. I think knowing that someone's coming to observe you and that the judgment is either they think you're okay or they're going to remove all your human rights is an incredibly stressful position. It's not supportive. So from the outset, it's a horrible position to be in. I think they will be trying their best to protect their children, and it will be they'll I think actually it will just be hard because we'll be needing to provide a lot of extra support to help these people to be able to word it. But I would go further. When I went up and met Baroness Barron with the last bill, one of the questions I asked her was, how are you going to make sure that these judgments are correct? Because as a teacher, if you don't know the child, you can't know if it's appropriate. And then if you don't know the curriculum, you don't know what you're assessing. And we have so many checks and balances when we have the national curriculum, we have the actual exam boards, we have a mark guide, we have answers, and yet still the people who are paid to mark the exams make mistakes. When it's that structured and everything is known, and you can still appeal and get your exam remarked and change your grade, you know, they're not putting any of those measures in place in something which is going to be much more difficult to assess. And when the assessment is wrong, you don't just get a D or a B, you get all your human rights removed. I think it's a disaster waiting to happen. I think it's going to cause a huge amount of damage, and I think that there's going to be a large number of very, very stressed people.
And the thing is, you're not able to fully enjoy the time with your children.
No.
The activities, I mean, I have some resentment for the I don't know, it must be years built up of hours that have been spent pushing back against the different attempts against home education. And I know that a lot of the politicians, they don't see the big deal. They're like, oh, you know, it's just, you know, we've got to know where the children are, got to keep them safe. But they are not the ones dealing with a local authority who's got to be in their bonnet or who has a bias, has a prejudice. There was no reason for the local authority to approach you in that way.
No.
There was no grounds for them to treat you or to even, you know, to me, I would take one look at a family like yours, you know, but that's not even the thing. It shouldn't be about a family looking this way or a family looking that way. It's about, is this right for this child? And they're the partnering. If the local authority want to work with families, let's partner for the best interests of the child. Let the parent know you have the child's best interests at heart, truly, sincerely, not in a platitude sort of way or something. That's just something we say. Oh, child left behind, and then it's a partnership, but with the family needing to, the parents should have carry more weight in that respect because you know the child. And problem is that many of these children that are being home educated now, they were worse off in the school, regardless, even if the parent is not a teacher and the parent, maybe they're not able to do GCSEs, maybe they're not able to go and play a musical instrument, the child may still be better off at home than being in that school environment. And that is where the problem is coming, is that there's this assumption. And I was in a meeting, I work in an education related job, and I was in a meeting where one of the senior staff members said, you know, well, we all know that the safest place for them to be is in a school. And I really I wanted to challenge it. It wasn't really the time and the place, but there is that assumption.
Absolutely.
And it isn't borne out by evidence.
No, you're spot on, actually.
Place for children.
when I was meeting with Baroness Barron as well in the last schools, but another question I asked was, if you deem a family to be failing in education, you're not going to provide support for them and help them to keep their children in the environment you want. You're going to be forcing them to go to a school. So when you force these children into a school which they don't want to go to, removing everyone's human rights and making them utterly miserable, are you going to be forcing them to go to the local failing school that's the only place that actually has spaces? And why would you be forcing a family that you think are failing into a failing school? And they couldn't answer that either. And so you can see they're definitely going to be forcing families into failing schools.
And actually, our minimum standard for our children should be whatever the school's minimum standard is. You
Yes.
know, if the school is allowed to have children that can't read and write, well, then
they
you can't judge me.
They have P levels to measure
Yeah.
progress, which are absolutely tiny little incremental steps for children who are in schools. And will they be assuming that a child who's not making progress, which is normal, falls under P level progress? Because why wouldn't they?
There's room for it in a school.
Absolutely.
There needs to be room for it in a home. And I'm not suggesting that because that's not the norm anyway in the majority of home educating families I come across.
No.
There's no such thing really. If every child I've seen has been well cared for, well raised, and is thriving and curious and eager to learn and grow. But it is just this very idea, and they're looking down their noses at parents as if parents cannot make the grade possibly. How could you possibly? And it's rife. The rhetoric is in all the conversations with people on every level. And I did see there was an article with a lady that was interviewed, and she was saying how it's exhausting. It's exhausting to have to respond to these things all the time when people can't be bothered to go and do the research and find out what, just spend a bit of time in someone's home just observing, or be around some families. We will need to. We've got a few minutes, but we will. I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to add, Marita.
Oh, if I start, I'll just keep going. There's just so many things to talk about with home
But I'm
education at the
thankful
moment.
for you. I'm thankful that you have been vocal, because somebody like you has to meet with the Baroness Barons of the world.
It's terrifying.
And I know that we do often say, when they say, oh, we need somebody to meet with this person, it's like, Marita, because we know that you can articulate and you can make a strong case of just where these things can go wrong in the worst way.
Yes, it's really unfortunate, and I do just wish that I could have back the home education I had, and I wish that they were providing support. I really, really wish that when they said we would like to work with home education families and we would like to support them, I wish that actually was a thing, because obviously, if you're going to support home educating families, the very first thing you would do was provide exam access. Why, as a bare minimum, are they not providing exam access? Why are they not providing anything that looks like support? It is not supportive to have a judgmental person come into your home and threaten you with removing your human rights, with nothing to offer, no support. They know that if the state inflicts itself into somebody's lives, it will be damaging. They know it causes harm regardless of how gently they tread. And yet in this case, there's no support at all. And I just don't understand why their first port of call is to force children into school. Why is their first port of call not to set up a resource library and say, oh gosh, I think you really maybe need to do a little bit more literacy. But look, all these home educators have donated the resources they're no longer using. Come and have a look. Let's work through. Let's see if there's something that you might like to take that would be supportive and help you, enable you to do something that will jump through our hoop a tiny bit, so that we don't just strip away all your human rights and force your child into a place where the whole family is going to be miserable, and you're actually going to be ruining a classroom environment for other children too, because you don't want to be there. So support would be great. I really hope that the Lords next will be talking about how they can, what support might look like, and I hope that gets raised in the debates, because I have been incredibly grateful for the House of Lords, I have to say, in all of this process, sitting through and watching how hard they are all trying to get the very best that they can for their children. Yeah, absolutely. They're trying to protect rights. They're trying to make sure that there is protection for children, but also protection for their parents and for their families and for different ways of life, and for people to be able to have their own pedagogy, to have their own beliefs, and to be able to carry them out. People need to be able to raise their children as they see fit, unless there is a chance of significant harm, not for a family like ours where it doesn't appear that there's a problem, and the state basically is causing significant harm in our case.
There are, and I think that's where there's no, this bill doesn't offer any protection against bad actors.
No, and no
to home educators, so it's very unevenly, it's not balanced at all. It's very, very very much weighted in the favor of the local authorities, and with the threats and things like that. It's, as I said in my submission, that is now in the book, Addison's book, is that it's all stick and no carrot. And as I say, I resent the time it takes away from families being able to support their children and be there for their children when sometimes they're going through quite a difficult time recovering from school trauma. So we've got a couple of minutes and we're meant to be joined by Simon Squibb. So I'm going to just remove, and hopefully he will join us soon. He's got the link as far as I know, and I will share the screen there. So Simon Squibb is also a home educating dad, but he is also a content creator, very, very active on social media, and he has been also using his influence to speak against the bill. So we will be expecting him in a couple of minutes.
He was in the YouTube chat a little while ago.
Yes, I
so
did
he has acknowledged and said hi. So
yes, I did see that. And Marita, there were quite a few comments on what you had to say just about school not being the safest place. Often at the moment, schools are drilling preparations for locking down. We've got Jade, who said her son he didn't do very well in school, but he would stop talking, but since he's home, he will not stop, and he's thriving and chatting and learning in a way suitable to him. And yeah, so Marita, your story is known and you are an encouragement to people as well. And I did like the idea of having a resource center. That's from me. And I'm fortunate to be in a local authority where they do actually listen, and they are we have one local authority officer who works part-time, so she doesn't have the time or the resources to go running after people that don't need to be run after, and she does adopt quite a supportive approach with families that want to home educate, but and where there's no way they could put their child back in a school. So she is very supportive, and we're thankful for that in our local authority. So I'm just going to ask Alison if she can just check and see if Simon has the Zoom link. He should have it because I did send that through to join us. And just a reminder, if you are watching on YouTube, you can actually also come and join us in the Zoom. You just need to go to the Facebook event page, the Let's Talk Home Education event page, and I have popped the Zoom link in there, and you can actually come in and ask questions if you need to, or just sit in and listen. That's all fine. And we've had really good engagement today. I would love to see more. Maybe I need to put more lipstick on, just fight those algorithms again. My makeup tutorial. See, lipstick on. Algorithms fixed. Obviously we're streaming live to YouTube, not to Facebook as we usually would, but it was a bit of a toss-up. I felt like we needed to rather do it on YouTube because then the video will stay there, whereas on Facebook we would have to download it, and it's going to be one heck of a long video, 12 hours long, so it's best if it stays on YouTube, is my opinion. So please do go and share the YouTube link. Remind people that they can watch on YouTube. I have shared the link into the groups, but they just need to click on it and they'll be on the YouTube page. So, but it's been a good day so far. And yeah, we've got some excited people waiting to hear from Simon. So I do hope here he comes. Here he is. So I have stopped the share, haven't I? Welcome, Simon.
Hi, how you doing?
Great. I'm going to add a spotlight there so you can join us. Before we go any further, Simon, I have a dream.
Okay, tell me more.
I want to see parents supported to be the parents their children need them to be. And I want to see home education recognized as a positive and valid choice that should be respected and supported. So
I think that's a valid dream.
Yeah.
And a good one. And I think it's something that can happen.
Yes, and we need a lot more clout and power to get our voices out there. The Americans have a very strong lobby. We don't have a lobby. I mean, it's us. Those that we're not doing this, this is not a full-time job. We're just fitting it in around our work hours and our families. And we're all a bit exhausted, quite frankly. But anyway, welcome. We're trying not to keep anyone too long today, although you're welcome to stick around. But we'd love to know more a little about you as a home ed parent as well. How did you get into home educating?
So I myself left school at 15, and that sudden going from school into the real world gave me a bit of a shock. I felt like the school system, my education, 12 years, I guess I'd been in school at 15, 12 years is a long time. And I realized that when I hit the real world, I wasn't prepared. I didn't know how money worked. I could tell you the capitals of a few cities I'd been told to memorize, but, how to sell, how to negotiate, how to, actually do things like life things. I hadn't been given any of the tools to do those things. And so
yeah.
I both count myself unlucky that I left the school system so young. It wasn't my choice. But I then I think I started my education when I left school.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
So I had my own version of home education. Most people do it, presently the other way around, right? They do it young and then 15, 16, 17. I heard Nat Way on earlier talking about, as the kids get older, they kind of find their place within the education system. But I had it the other way around. I was forced into the system. I didn't know there was an alternative when I was younger. And then when I hit the real world, I started my real education. And so, accidentally, I was a home educated teenager. It's a form of home education, right, in the real world. So yeah, I think that my son, my instinct initially was not to home ed. I think my initial instinct, was go to nursery. And we found a lovely nursery for him that he really loved and we really loved. We're very privileged. We were able to afford private nursery. So that makes a huge difference, being privileged. And we had a lovely, woodland school experience. And then when my son was about 5, we moved him to another school, less nursery focused school. And again, we were very privileged. We had a really lovely school that we took him to, as private school, small classrooms. The philosophy of the school was all about like climbing up trees, having a good time. It wasn't sit at a desk all day. He was in a forest most of the day again. And he was happy, very happy. And then something changed. When he was just turning 6, his teacher changed, and the teacher came from the mainstream school, even though it was a private school. And suddenly the teacher from the mainstream school was having him sit down, listen, blackboard, do what you're told, kind of vibe. And he just started like hiding in the car. He didn't want to get out of the car. And the whole kind of excitement of going to nursery stroke school was suddenly like, he didn't want to go. And the breaking point for me, I'm sure my wife, Helen, who's probably listening in, she has her own version of this story because she, you know, we seem to be on the same page almost instantly. But the breaking point for me personally was I was at the school front gate and we were 10 minutes late. And I don't want to get blocked on YouTube, but my son basically, just as we were about to leave in this rush to get to school on time because we were not allowed to be late, he needed a poo.
Oh,
and basically, you know, when kids need a poo, they need a poo. They don't have much warning. It's like, I need to go now. So I'm like, but we're going to be late. Can you do it at the school, sort of thing? So I don't like doing it at school. I get told off. And so I was like, okay, wow. You know, you need to go to the toilet when you need to go to the toilet, you know, like, surely we can tailor make that bit for you, mate.
Human rights and all that. Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. So, and then he went to the toilet, we rushed to school. And I remember the person that was running the school, and bear in mind, you know, this is a private school. They literally told me off at the gate. They're like, "You're late," you know, right in front of Aiden. You know, like, I don't like being insulted in general anyway, but like, and I have a slight problem with authority generally, but like, I'm like, okay, I'm late because my son needs to go to the toilet, and they're like, well, if every parent's late, you know, it's just go to the toilet earlier. I'm like, but he told me as we're leaving. And I suddenly thought, like, if I'm being spoken to like this as an adult and I don't like it, how are they going to be speaking to the kids? You know, like, I just felt really uncomfortable. And the power was with the school. It was almost like, well, we might have to report this. You'll get a fine. Like, look, my kid needed a poo, yeah? Like, what is going on here? And I think that was it. I was like, oh, okay. The little honeymoon I had with education as, you know, a glamorous daycare model was shattered. And I suddenly remembered, you know, the problem that I had experienced when I left school at 15. And then my wife and I, we just talked about it, and we just felt like our son was not excited about going to school, even though it was meant to be this, you know, lovely private school with all the beautiful, you know, outdoor facilities. Somehow, as he got older, he was being shoved into this, you know, one size fits all regime. So, you know, again, very lucky, very privileged. My wife, Helen, and we worked together for 15 years to build a company up from nothing. We sold that company and made a load of money. And so, you know, Helen doesn't have to work in a job. She still works, of course, because looking after kids is work. But she basically was able to take on the majority responsibility of looking after Aiden initially. And we kind of went for it. It was pretty daunting to start a home education process, just because of all the rules, I guess, and the paperwork you've got to fill out, and the people you've got to notify and all that sort of stuff. So huge learning curve, especially for Helen, who really took on the bulk of, like, allowing us to home educate Aiden. Best thing we've ever done, though, and just so many pluses to it. Of course, like anything, there's some downsides to home education, and now I pretty much spend nearly every day telling someone who's having kids or has a kid to look into it, and don't just cross it off as something you can't do because maybe both parents have to work. There's always that element. You know, look at the option, because I really think the present system's broken, and you know, one way around it is for you to educate your child. And I love it. I'm so proud of my son. Ironically, I don't think I'm teaching him anything. Every single day he teaches me something. I think that's one of the philosophies that home education teaches you. This isn't about us shoving information down our kids' throat. It's about us understanding each other, our likes, our dislikes, our passions, and so on. And every single day I learn something from my son. You know, so I'm grateful that he's educating me.
Well, I always, you know, you said that you think you've learned more since you left school. And that's often the question I ask people when they query, you know, they question home education. I say, do you think you learned more in school or out of school? And then they will say, well, actually, I probably learned more after I left school. And I'll say, well, why is that? And I'll say, well, I was able to follow my passions and my interests. And, you know, I was interested in what I was doing. And then I'll say, well, why would it be different for a child?
100%.
You know, and we are designed to learn. We are made to learn. It's actually what happens within the school environment. It's artificial, and it actually tends to squash the child's natural ability to learn, their natural curiosity, and as Julia Black shared earlier, turns their lights off.
100%.
Yeah.
And I always, when I'm talking about this subject, I am quite a high-profile figure these days. I have, 17 million followers, and
yes, we know.
I have, with great power comes great responsibility, and I have to be very careful how I talk about this subject. You can talk freely, and I think, but I have to say what I feel, but I have to explain it very carefully.
Yes.
So, for example, teachers are not the problem.
No.
Most teachers, of course, not everybody, most teachers actually agree with what you're saying, and there's a real problem. I met a head teacher who quit recently, and they quit because of what you're talking about.
Yep.
The teachers know better than anyone. But sometimes when I'm talking negatively about the school system, people think I'm having a go at teachers. Not at all. The opposite. I think teachers are also trapped in the system as well.
Yeah. They are, but it's intrinsically, mainly it's because the system is not designed for children. It's designed for the economy, for the country to function a certain way, and they want the children to go through a certain program to help the country function that
100%.
way. So it's not really. So we don't have a huge amount of time. I don't know if there's. I know that you are a businessman, entrepreneur. And home education really lends itself to running your own businesses and being an entrepreneur. And perhaps you want to give some encouragement to parents who are thinking about that.
Yeah, again, I know a lot of parents who worry about, well, what happens at, GCSEs, 14, 15, 16, 17, and university. Look, I think I left school at 15 and I was homeless for a while. And today, if you look at my view, I'm in basically the penthouse in New York, if you can see.
Fantastic.
I think, sometimes you have to flex a little bit just to let people know there's more than one way to live a life,
Yeah.
I don't.
Well, Richard Branson is another example of that, because he also
Yes,
dropped
so
out
I'm
of
part
school.
of Richard Branson. We have a whole program to help people with their dreams. And so he's one of my heroes, by the way, one of the few people when I was younger, when I said, look, I don't need university, I'm an entrepreneur. And people are like, well, that's someone who can't get a good job, isn't it? Entrepreneurship's a bit cool now. But when I started out, it was not cool. It was for the misfits. Ironically, a bit like, sometimes how people categorize home education. But it's not for the misfits. Home education is not for the misfits. It's for those that want a personalized education, if you ask me. And I think that, I don't think this traditional path of university is the only route for people. And certainly I would argue now, for 90% of people, it's even the dangerous route. Because AI is going to take a lot of jobs. And university is teaching you to get a job that is going to be done by AI and robotics.
Not only that, most people change jobs. I actually trained as a social worker. That's not what I'm doing today. And a lot of people, you're not training for a specific job anymore. You have to learn to be flexible and adaptable.
100%. And again, if you educate yourself in the real world, you'll be aware of these things. When you're educating yourself in a bubble in university, for example, I think you will have a weaker education. So, to encourage this point, I would say, education, or home education in particular, is not the wacky alternative. I think it's the most sensible thing you can do. And certainly all the people I know that are successful are encouraging their kids to think outside the system, not fall into the system. So if you're nervous, to do home education, for example, and you're worried about that stage of the 15, 16, 17, what will happen? Will my children have a disadvantage because of this? I think it's the opposite. I think your kid will have an advantage because you'll be looking at things outside the bubble of what the education system is selling you. People just need to remember that university in particular, it's a big business. It's a business. They're selling you something.
Yep, of course they are.
They're telling you that their way is the best way. You won't be able to make a network unless you go to university. What a load of rubbish.
It is these days.
You won't be able to get a job unless you go to university. Well, I can tell you right now, someone that hires a lot of people I'm looking for people with experience. Everybody says they got a degree. It doesn't mean anything anymore. It's about experience. And so, I think the best thing you can do for your child is give them real life education in the real world, let them follow their passions, and they'll be just fine. If you force them to have an education to get a particular job later, you're going to be very disappointed, because very likely, if you're going to university today, you're going to come out the other end, that job you're training them for won't exist.
Yeah, the only ones that I think are, if you I'd still like my doctor to be university trained, and maybe my engineer. There's a few jobs, but they've made
Well,
it
university
so much more
trained,
than that,
I think because you're university trained doesn't make you a good doctor.
True.
I think there is, that's definitely become the default, and I get it. There's some technical things you need to do, and certainly to be a doctor, you need a good memorization model, because you need to remember. So that's what's good about it. I think that Tesla couldn't get a job at Tesla anymore. That's the madness of it. Tesla dropped out of university to go and invent a new form of electricity, but Tesla would be like you've got to have a university degree to get a job here. So there's a real problem. A lot of talented people. I always have this thing which is like, talent is equally distributed. I've discovered this too. I've done the largest human survey in history, asking people what their dreams are in the streets all over the world. And what I discovered is talent is equally distributed. But opportunity is not equally distributed. Yeah. And so, and therefore, that's why I think home education is the opportunity distributed, equally distributed. Because for example, and this is not necessarily just one part of home education, but like I made a YouTube video this morning that teaches you how to sell if you're an introvert. Right. Yeah. So that is a lesson that if you're interested in selling, you can go and listen to right now. So this stuff now is thanks to things like YouTube, and we all love to put down social media, but I think social media for social good is very powerful. And when I see places like Australia banning YouTube for under 16s, I think they're banning access to good knowledge. Yeah. I mean, why don't you just filter out the bad content and do your job as a social media channel? Why would you block it? It's just ridiculous. And so I spend pretty much, once a week making a piece of content that is useful to people. They can view it for free. It's, that's home education right there, right? You can get the knowledge that you're interested in. That's what we want. We don't want people stuck in a classroom being told to learn something they're not interested in.
Yeah, my son was trained on YouTube, but anyway, I have a question for you. Somebody has asked if there is any way we can that you can think of, that we can raise the profile of home education so it doesn't get such a bad rap. How can we really get people together? And it's a tricky one, because we're this one is a stumped, is how do we galvanize people to support as a community and stand together?
Yeah, I mean, I think the question needs reframing, because if you just, it's a bit of like, I want to be more famous. Okay. Well, what's the goal? I think in fairness, what I have experienced personally so far with home education is the community is pretty close. Like within the community I'm in, I feel like the home education folks, we do support each other. There is quite a nice network. I think if the mission is more people know about it, that's slightly different. Or more groups or more chats like this, where we can come together and share best practice or our insights and so on. Then let's do more of this.
Yes, I think it's the PR. We're talking about the PR. How can we improve?
Yeah, the PR. Well, look, I've been doing PR my whole life, and PR is an interesting animal, because I mean it's press relations, right? So if you for example take it as, I could go very deep on this, by the way, because this is kind of a sales process, but just as an example, let's say, right, PR, what does it mean? We want the press to write about it. Okay, well, we know the Sun and the Daily Mirror and the Economist all have very different reasons for writing about things. You ironically have to create content that appeals to that publication. Okay, so it's tailor-made messaging. Now, ironically, with the Daily Mail, because they have a very clickbaity product, you'd probably be like, home education is destroying this country. That's going to get everybody that believes that to click on the link, and then, you know, hopefully you have a story that explains, well, that's what some people think, but these are the people that think that that's not true. You know, like it's very clickbaity, reverse psychology. Now, you know, could you get the Daily Mail to do it? Maybe. I mean, I do like positive PR, but the problem with positive PR is it doesn't get many clicks.
Yeah.
So, you know, I would rather have home education, you know, is the best thing in the world, says Simon Squibb, you know, one of the Britain's best known business people on social media. But I'm pretty sure it won't, you know, people, that's not as exciting for the media, right? They're a vulture bunch, you know, they want clicks, and negativity gets clicks. So you have to play the game.
Yeah,
and so do we want to play that game?
Identify who the dead bodies are going to be for the vultures.
Something like that. Yeah. I mean, again, PR in particular, I am actually, you know, my whole reason for doing what I'm doing, I've never worked so hard as I'm working right now. And my reason for doing it is I want to fix the education system. But what I didn't want to do when I started this journey 5 years ago was just moan about it, you know, and keep saying, I wish more people knew about this, and I wish the system was fixed. And I built an alternative to it. That's my vision for helpbank.com. That's my vision for my YouTube channel. You know, I have the world's most successful people on my YouTube channel, and they share their knowledge for free. You wish these people were your teacher in your classroom, and they won't be, because they're successful. They don't have time to do that, but they are on my YouTube channel. So I've built out, you know, a free education alternative model. And that's, I think, sometimes just as important as like getting PR. You know, like that's my YouTube video on business is the most popular business video ever globally on YouTube.
Yeah.
14 million views. And that's 14 million people I've been able to educate so far. And PR will get me 50 people that read a story, maybe. You know, like, so me, I'm now like, and maybe this is like we can all rally around. It's like, let's just find the content or people that have knowledge that helps people and signpost to it. And you know what? These PR people are catching up. They're asking me to talk about, you know, how have I got the most popular business video on YouTube worldwide? You know, why is it important to provide this, you know, this financial, you know, literacy and business knowledge to young people? That ironically gets you the PR, but frankly, you know, there's a demand for this help, and I'd rather I look at PR as like, let's provide value, and then it will get written about, if that makes sense.
Okay, well, thank you, Simon. Sorry, I've got Dr. Peter Berg waiting to come on next, and I just appreciate you joining us so much. There's Addison waving at you. And it's just been lovely to have you join us. We really appreciate it, and we appreciate the bits that you've put out there to just try and raise awareness. And I hope we see more of you. We would really enjoy hearing more from you, I think.
Thank you so much. I am trying to do, you know, one proper post a week about home education so people know. And I've got a full-time PR company that works for me, and I'm presently pushing them to do more around it. So if there's anything I can do to help you guys, we're on the same mission. I'll be there.
Yes, well, there's a few of us that could help with material content, and you know, anything that will help with that as well. So thank you very, very much for your time. And
thank you for what you're doing too. Appreciate
enjoy
you
your
guys.
time in New York. It looks great.
Yes, I am. Yeah, thank you so much.
Oh, take care then.
See you all soon. Bye for now.
Okay, so Peter, we are running a little late. I'm sorry, but so I'm bringing in Dr. Peter Berg, who's also been a speaker at the Learn Free conference, also joining us from the United States, and looks like in a very lovely forest setting. I'm going to just add you here, Peter. Looks great. And you are from AERO, which stands for, remind me again, something Education Revolution.
Alternative Education Resource Organization.
Oh, there we go. Okay. And Jo Symes, who runs the Progressive Education group, I think you're on her group as well. She's with us as well. So that's great. So Peter, let me just get my notes up here as well. I had some talk. You sent me some talking points, I think. Yes, so I'm actually going to just unleash you, because what you're wanting to speak about is let the children decide, and I'm going to just let you go for it, because we we are running a little bit behind now.
Sure. Well, hello, everybody, and good morning from the United States. And thanks for doing this and inviting me on today. So, interestingly, when I was listening to Simon and he was talking about, just kind of doing it and letting the stories or the doing kind of tell the story rather than say reach out to media outlets and say, hey, tell our story, which is okay, which is something that Arrow does as well. But I think it's interesting with Arrow, a lot of what we've done is highlight the doers, right? To highlight the things that are happening. And Arrow started 36 years ago, with that kind of idea in mind, to say, hey, there are all these other models out there, that work for kids and families, that are, innovative, that show that you don't have to do the one size fits all model. And, there are a lot of ways to go about it. I'm sure all of right? There's everything from, what we're talking about today, homeschooling. Some people take that and call it unschooling. There's, Montessori, there's Waldorf, there's all different kinds of philosophies and ways to do it. And so what I want to talk to you a little bit about today is, it's a kind of a thing I see worldwide, and certainly here in the States, that there's definitely a lot of legislation and support for alternatives to the conventional system. And that looks a lot of different ways. I mean, as you probably know, the United States is made up of 50 different states, and, each state has, slightly different regulations and slightly different legislation in terms of how they support educational alternatives. Where I currently live right now, I actually grew up in New York City. So when Simon, showed us that, where he was, it's like, oh, that's, that brings me back for sure. But currently I live in New Hampshire, and which is kind of Northeast United States, kind of way up in the New England area. And, New Hampshire is really friendly to alternatives and even, pushes the conventional school to be innovative. And there's programs and legislation that sort of allows them to do that. Unfortunately, not a lot of the schools take advantage of those programs. So what I want to talk to you about today, though, is more this idea of, what we see a lot here in the States, especially, is the talk around that is parental rights and, the rights of the parents to choose. And I don't know anybody that I've talked to who doesn't think that's a good idea, right? That parents shouldn't be involved, or they shouldn't have the right, or anything like that. I think, and I myself agree with that. And I think that's really important. I think what happens, though, is that's incomplete. It sort of misses the actual person, right, who is going to these alternatives. What about the kids? What about their rights? What about their ability to choose? And quite honestly, to choose and maybe make some mistakes, but learn from that, and to be given that opportunity, but also given that opportunity in with, legislation and with supports from adults, and with, in a way, it, I think we see this sort of happening, but it's really slow. It's almost like a cultural shift as well, because for a lot of adults, and I know for myself, I had to kind of unlearn this, and I was taught that, kids don't really make decisions, or, you get sort of dictated to, and this is what you do. And maybe you have a decision within that sort of context, or within that very narrow framework. Yeah, I could have decided not to do my homework, or I could have decided not to go to class or whatever. And sometimes I did decide not to go. But it was also like, well, it's either this or this. It wasn't really a choice of like, well, if I don't go to this class, I can go to do this, I can go to do that, and I'll be supported in doing that. And it won't be a, a punitive thing where, okay, if I don't decide to go to class, okay, I'm making a choice not to go to class, but there's this outcome that I don't want, which is maybe, I don't know, detention or whatever it was, right? There was sort of a negative consequence to that rather than, hey, I don't really want to go to this class, but I do want to go to this, or I do want to do that. And so a lot of what, we hear here, and even with homeschooling, here in the States especially, is a lot of people when they start to do homeschooling, they sort of rely on the old model or rely on what they know. And especially when things get wobbly, a lot of us do. I do it, I know for sure, is when, things are getting uncomfortable, we sort of revert back to the things that are comfortable, the things that we know, or like, well, okay, I didn't set out to do worksheets, when I did homeschooling, but man, I don't know what else to do, so I'm going to try this, and I'm going to revert back to that. And sometimes what we say in Arrow is we say to people, don't do school, right? Don't do it. You might be really tempted to go and do that, but don't do it. Let the kids decide. Talk to the kids about, well, what is it that they want to do, right? And kind of like what Simon was talking about earlier is, having these choices, right? Having these things that are there, but also letting them direct it. And even when, maybe as an adult, we might be able to see a little further down the road than a kid, maybe, that's not the case all the time. And, we might say, well, if they do that, I could see that coming. But, we have to give them those opportunities, and we have to give them those chances to do that. And, again, what we see here in the States in terms of homeschooling is there's a lot of apprehension to let that happen, right? And I'm not saying everybody. I mean, of course, there are people who do that, and that's like they're like, well, yeah, this is what homeschooling is, right? The kids are going to learn by their interest, and they're going to learn, to do amazing things like what Simon was talking about, basically, like. And I can tell you, I mean, I'm an adjunct professor at a university here, and I help kids that are, I guess college age, right? With their college applications and all that. And I can tell you that a lot of admissions officers look for homeschoolers and look for, students who are, who learned outside of the conventional system. And there's a couple of reasons why. One is kind of like what I say is sort of the darker reason, and the not so fun reason is that they look at those kids and they realize that they're independent learners and they're not going to need as many supports. So like in some of the things that I've done in university, I was a mental health counselor and all of that. They look at kids that are coming out that have not been part of the conventional system, or, were maybe not, totally part of it for their whole schooling career. They look at those kids and they realize that those kids are probably not going to use those resources. So I hate to say it this way, but they cost less, right? Because they're not using those resources, because they are independent learners. They know how to, navigate their own schedule. They know how to do, a lot of the things that are anxiety inducing for kids that come out of the conventional system, because they're so used to having, okay, you go here now, you do this now, you do this. And it's just kind of like they follow along. When they get to university, a lot of that goes away, right? In university, no one's waking you up in the morning, right? No one's telling you to, go here, go here. I mean, you have a schedule, of course, and you have to kind of navigate and find where your classes are, but no one's really there, behind you, pushing you to go and do that. So a lot of what we see, a lot of what I saw as a mental health counselor was a lot of that was just anxiety producing, and also the pace and the depth and all of that. And in general, students that, homeschool are, are used to going a lot more in depth into, various topics and things that they're interested in. They also know how to manage their time. They also know how to, you know, look past maybe what even the instructors, putting out there and make those connections. So an example is there's we call it a junkyard here. I don't know what you all call it in the UK, but it's basically a place you can go to get like old car parts and really anything, right? Old metal, things like that maybe someone couldn't use, but it's now at this place called the junkyard, and it's I love it. I go there all the time when I'm doing a project here at home, and I'm like, okay, I can use I can reuse something that's already been used, and I go there. And there's three kids that are there. Of course, their family owns the junkyard, and the kids are there. They have never set foot in school, not once. Like that wasn't even a thought for the family. They are, and I might kind of mess up their ages, but I think in talking with them, there's a 13-year-old, an 11-year-old, and a 10-year-old, and they, in a lot of ways, pretty much run that place, right? In the sense that they are often the first people you see when you come in, and they are, I mean, incredible in terms of what they just know that's there. And this is like it's pretty vast, this junkyard that I'm talking about. And they can tell you, most times they can tell you, oh yeah, that's down this row, about this many feet down, on the right, you'll see it. And hey, we just got some new things in that you might be interested, things like that. They know how to run a forklift. They know how to drive a tractor. They know, they do all of those things that help make that business run. They also create these incredible projects, and when I go in, and I'm sure they do it with other people as well, but when I go in, and if they're working on something new, they're happy to show you and talk about it, and just the things that they're coming up with are brilliant. And so I remember talking to the family, the mom and the dad, and there's actually a couple uncles who help as well. And we were just all talking one day, and kind of told them about what I do and all of that. And I said, so what was sort of the motivation behind doing this? And they just said that in the beginning, when the kids were small and they saw how they were exploring and they were starting to take to some of these things, they just felt like they were going to learn so much more, doing that than, going and sitting in school and again, like Simon was saying, being forced to learn something that they're really not interested in. And, there have been examples of where they're doing some online learning. I forget which one of them. I think maybe it's the middle child is like really interested in physics and of course, working in a junkyard, that is sort of really practical application, but interested in more like the quantum physics and things like that. So, they found things online, YouTube and Neil deGrasse Tyson and all of those kinds of different things that that this child is interested in. And so, what I'm here really to kind of, hopefully get more of the message out is, letting kids decide, letting kids choose. And even when it gets tough, and even when it looks like, man, this isn't really working, or, they're just sitting around not doing anything, I hear, and I'm sure you all hear this a lot, right? If we let kids choose, they're just going to sit around and not do anything. Well, maybe, right? That might be true, but sitting around doing nothing is sitting around doing something, right? So when we think nothing's happening, there's actually a lot that's happening. And, we can see this on a lot of models that are not just homeschooling. We could see it in, self-directed models, Sudbury, like that have that sort of idea of just letting it happen organically and naturally rather than, forcing it upon a kid. So yeah, it's, for me and for what the work that we do here at Arrow and, a lot of what, is sort of coming down the pike here. And it's an interesting time for educational options, I think all around the world, but certainly here in the States, is that it's interesting because again, this idea of parental rights is sort of taking front and center. And, there's a certain political party here in the States that are really sort of getting behind school choice and educational options. And, for some people, it's not the popular, political party. So it sort of pushes on people's like, well, wait, what do I do? I was for school choice and educational options, but now this party is kind of the one that's, taking the mantle up, so to speak. And I don't agree with this. So what do I do? And so there's a lot of, that happening as well. But again, what that really misses, where are the kids? Where are the kids' voices? There's, amazing organizations out there that are doing amazing work. Again, I mentioned, Arrow, and we've been around for 36 years. And for a while, Arrow was one of, maybe 3 to 5 organizations that were doing it. And now there are, I don't even know, I lost count. There's probably 75 or more, which is a good thing, right? Which we see that as a real positive. What we are seeing though is like, again, that kind of like incomplete part of it where the kids are not included. So here, when we talk about legislation that are, that's making homeschooling, I'll just say, a little easier to do in terms of regulation and how do you report it and all of that. And again, there's some states here that make that really accessible, but in none of that are kids involved in those decisions, right? Or kids involved in any way, or even like taking what kids might say. Maybe kids aren't, some people, well, maybe kids don't want to sit there for a legislative session and be part of that. Okay, maybe they don't, I know it's not the most fun thing to do, but there are actually a lot of kids who are interested. But let's put that aside. Let's say they're not necessarily physically there. What about taking their ideas and their opinions and the things that this is what we need, this is what we want, these are the things that we think should be in place. And so there's sort of like two pieces of that. One is, in sort of the bigger picture, how does this look in terms of I would say kind of philosophically and also from an operational standpoint, where are the kids' voices? And then when you get down to kind of the day-to-day, practically like what you're actually doing and what kids are actually doing, again, their voice and their choice, and they're the ones that are leading it, and making it, into whatever it is they want to make it into. Now, to be fair and to have what I hope is, in the short amount of time, a somewhat almost, complete discussion is, of course, adults are involved. Of course, adults can be guides. Of course, adults can say, wow, I see you're climbing up that tree. Tell me about that branch up there, right? Because that one looks like it might snap if you step on it, right? Something like that, which I think, is totally fair for an adult to do, to ask that question. But I think the other side of like, no, don't climb that tree, right? That's a whole different, right? That's a whole different kind of thing. Where it's like, okay, you're gonna climb that. What does that look? Tell me how you might get up there, and do you see that? I see that. What, how does that look for you? Things like that, I think are, a different way of approaching it, right? A different, and I know we're probably close to time here, so
we are.
Stop talking.
Okay, well, thank you, Peter. I think it's so important, and here in one of the things we've realized that yes, there's a parental rights argument, but also there's sometimes children need their parents to speak for them because they don't have the voice, and sometimes the parents need certain rights to be able to be the parents that their children need them to be. So they're kind of like linked, because children need their parents. But yes, we do get that argument a lot here about, it's not only about the parents, because in this country, they make it sound like if we make it about the parents, because the parents are planning something nefarious with their children, they, sending them out to work in the mines or whatever. There's that kind of perception of parents, a lot of parent blame we're finding. But but I think the problem we're finding with this current children's wellbeing in schools is that children's voices are not being heard at all. It's not at all about the children it's nothing that the children are asking for. It's an imposed thing. Anyway, I will have to just thank you and
Thank
make
you.
way for Ross, because we are running a bit behind. So thank you so much for joining us, Peter, and feel free to stick around, and thank you for sharing with us today. It's always a pleasure to have you on here.
Thank you, everybody.
I'm now going to bring in Ross Mountney. So Ross, before I bring in, let me share your slide, just showing a little bit about you. So Ross is a name that many home educators, particularly those who've been around for a few years, will be familiar with. Ross has written a few books. She's the one that's been the most popular, I think, has been A Funny Kind of Education, is the one she says has had a lot of impact. And then she's also written Learning Without School. And then she has her home education notebook, which is something a little different again. But I'm going to bring her in, and what you'll see. So Ross had her very first Zoom meeting with me ever, her very first Zoom, just about a week or so ago. And she's now an old pro at it. So
my opening line is going to be basically, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. And if I haven't to do anything different, because two people have just put a message on here to say how nice to meet me, and I have no idea how to reply. So thank you. And it's nice to meet you too.
That's lovely, Ross. And I'm sorry that we are running a bit late. So we will keep it fairly short and sweet today. So what I would like really is just for you to talk. So you were what did they call us the other day? It's the OGs.
Oh God, yes. That sounds too much like
what did
OAGs to me.
Yes, it was.
It was OG.
It was the original
generation,
of home educators. Basically, that's what you're saying, and it's interesting to hear it labeled. But Ross, just tell us a little bit about your own experience of home education, and basically, I think people would love to hear a little bit more from you in the flesh for a change.
Well, thank you. I hope so. I mean, I have been accused in the past of making it look all rosy, and of course it's a bit like childbirth. You look back and you forget the pain and you just think, got this lovely baby, and there obviously it was up and down, but it was just a lovely inspirational thing for us to do. We never once regretted it. The children did go into school because I just thought, what do I know? I can't be right that this is actually not good for children, some of this. But I did work in school, so I did see children, and I saw an awful lot where I thought, this isn't working for them. So I suppose I got a bit of confidence from that. But I also realised that I couldn't, maybe I wasn't right, and we should give it a try. If they liked it, all well and good, and if they didn't. But it wasn't that they didn't like it. I just saw them completely diminish, really, from being switched on kids who love to learn things to kids who'd had the smile wiped off their faces, constantly ill, illnesses that disappeared when they were out on holidays. And so we were kind of got to the point we've got to do something about this. And it was really because their needs weren't met. And I saw that firsthand in schools. The children's needs weren't met, really. How could you? The classes were overflowing. So we kind of thought, we've got to do something. Our youngest declared at the ripe old age of 5 that she hated learning, and I was heartbroken. So we, decided that they should come out. We asked them, would you like to learn at home instead of going to school? And we proceeded from then on in. We never made the decision to do it forever. It was suck it and see at the time and make another decision if it needs be, but we never did. And it stayed like that till they were in their teens, and we were beginning to say, well, we know you're educated and we know you're intelligent, but we've got to persuade other people. And also their interests were moving towards things that were, that were narrowing down so that they could choose something to study and went into college to do that. got BTECs, and then went on there from there to uni, which actually was quite an eye-opener for them. And one of the things they said to us was, why are these kids at university when they don't seem to want to learn? Which I thought was really eye-opening. University wasn't great for them. They didn't stay that long, did a couple of years and went on to other things. They are now in their 30s and have been constantly employed and busy and productive, despite one commentator, I think it was, I had an article in the Times once, one commentator telling me that I was just creating unintelligent, uneducated no-hopers, really.
Yeah, well, what a relief. Whew, they were okay.
Absolutely. And we haven't got two heads.
Yeah, no tails?
No.
Horns?
Normal.
Okay.
Oh, well, I don't want to insult them by saying that, really.
Yep. What is normal anyway?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and you wrote your books, and a lot of people have been very inspired by those. We had some comments on the YouTube saying that she was really looking forward to hearing from you, because she loved your books. So I was told that I shared the wrong slide earlier. I didn't share the slide about you. I shared the slide, the back of what's going on in YouTube. Isn't that interesting? So you all learned something new. I'm just a little distracted, I think, with everything going on. But yeah, but your books, you know, there weren't a lot of books about home education out at that time, really, were they? Not in the UK, not UK written.
No, that's right. And that's why I wanted to do it, really. Once I'd experienced it, been in it a while, and I wanted to put something out there that was a help. But which the first one was aimed at being more of a textbook. But then I thought, well, you know, parents don't want to read a textbook about education. They want to know what it's really like, what it feels like. So that was the inspiration for a funny kind of education, so that they knew that. But also, it was also me being sneaky, because I wanted to share ideas about parents who are really stuck, as the gentleman before was just talking about, in an institutional way of thinking about education. And I want to try and lift the lid off that a bit, really, so that maybe people could think in other ways about it. For example, you know, I think parents are actually conditioned, bribed, actually, to think that GCSEs, if your kid hasn't got GCSEs, they're going to fail miserably in life from thereafter.
And then they fail their GCSEs, and then they go and do something stupid because they believe their life is over.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's myths like that I really wanted to dispel, and to show parents that there were other ways of doing it, and that children learn anyway, despite what we do. And you know, they become so strong, as the gentleman was just saying. They learn independence as well by having their own learning at home and having a choice about it at home. They become independent, and it doesn't have to be done the way that the government would like us to believe it has to be done.
Yeah, and the government obviously has an interest in making it look like it's a terrible, hard job, and you know, we're not really equipped to do it, because the secret is a caring parent can do this.
Absolutely.
You don't need qualifications.
You don't need any at all. And I mean, we started before the internet was really a thing. It's going to make me seem really old. When I said that to my daughter this morning, I said, "Oh, thanks, Mum. You're going to tell them how old I am." I said, "Well, not necessarily, but yeah, with that, with all, you can get at all knowledge, can't you? So you know, you have a ready-made tool at your disposal. We didn't have that when we started. But I'm sure it's made an enormous difference now, because people can get at the knowledge, and they can join up like we have today and prove that there are other ways of doing it. And GCSEs aren't a golden gate to life in the future.
Well,
in fact, I think I wouldn't call someone with masses of qualifications after their name educated. Not if they do things like drink cans out of their window as they go down the road in their car, or they have no care for the planet.
Yeah, there's more to life than book knowledge.
There's more to education.
Yeah.
And if it's not involved with caring, I don't believe a lot of the children in school feel cared for.
Yeah.
They would, in that they matter, that their opinions matter in the way they would in a home.
Yeah.
So it's a lot to do with that.
Yes, we prioritized character quite significantly.
Yeah.
Because you can catch up learning anytime, but you can't fix character when once it's sort of like set.
Yeah. Or once it's suppressed, or once it's been sullied by what the school has taught them they are, like no good, useless, I can't do that, I can't read, I can't write. You don't have to read at 5. In fact, the problem with schooling and learning in a school setting is that it puts kids off learning. I saw it happen. I was working in schools. I saw it happen.
Yeah.
My youngest didn't read a book till she was 13. I mean, I had a lot of time. I was gritting my teeth thinking, leave her alone, she will. And the point is, the children, as they grow, they want to be part of the adult world. And in order to do that, they're going to need to learn certain things. They're certainly going to want to have to learn in order to earn money. So they're going to do it. They're going to want to join in all that, aren't they? You don't have to force them.
Yes, exactly. And I think the thing is, the world has so much more to offer, and actually being in a classroom limits.
Absolutely.
I think it limits your exposure to the world.
Yeah, totally. And let's face it, how can you learn about the world shut in a classroom that is in no way indicative of what the world is like?
Yeah, and you have an occasional little visit outdoors. Yeah. Can you maybe just share 1 or 2 moments that were for you when you started out, like, aha,
Yeah, I think probably, I felt that they could learn without everything that went on in school, but I kind of took a while before I really believed in myself. But I remember thinking, my God, everything is learning. Everything that we do has the potential for learning. And it was because my youngest, what would she be, 6 or 7, sat on the toilet going through the toilet door. And then she says, Mum, how does the wee get in there? So you get all these questions. You're doing biology at 9 o'clock at night when actually you want to go to bed because you're knackered. So it's moments like that I think were just so eye-opening.
Yeah, learning's not confined to between 9 and 3 every day.
Absolutely, or a book.
Yeah.
Again, my second being dyslexic, which I'd seen in school and I'd seen the terrible mess children were getting into. And I really had to back off reading so that she would come to it. But I also, thought that she would come to it, but how can she learn without me having print involved? So, and of course, this is where the internet and image comes into its own, because you can YouTube.
Yes, exactly.
Who needs to do workbooks when there's YouTube?
Yeah, we used to have YouTube at breakfast to find out how pearls were made, in how they were formed, because I decided I realized very soon that they can explain it far better than I can.
Yes, absolutely. And and my daughter's saying, oh, look at that one around the wall, that's a painted lady. And I'm thinking, I don't think it is. I said, I think it's a tortoiseshell. She said, no, it's a painted lady. Anyway, I looked it up when I got back, so I was real spiteful, really. She was right.
I had a moment like that, and we don't have much time. We need to bring Hannah in a minute, but I had a moment where I did a lot with the children when I first started out. We did all sorts about history. We did puppet shows. We dressed up. We made the food. We did all of the things. And when my daughter was old, I said to her, well, don't you remember when we learned about the Sumerians and we did this and we did that and we did? She's like, no. And then another time, she came out with some random fact about Cleopatra. And I thought, I don't remember us ever talking about that. And I said to her, where did you get that? She said, oh, no, I read it in Horrible Histories.
That's it.
And the thing is that, that was an aha moment for me, realizing that it's really not about you, who am I doing it for? Am I doing it so I feel better? So I don't feel guilty? So I can tick the box and say I'm doing, is it any better than school? No, even if it's dressed up all nicely and doing fun things. We made so now I just say we made great memories. We had fun times together.
Yeah.
But,
and they're still speaking.
Yeah. And the children, if the children learned, they learned because they wanted to learn and they were engaged with it. It was very little to do with me.
Yeah. And I wonder how much of what goes on in school with parents pushing kids to get the GCSEs, the A levels, the high grades, etc., is to do with the parents. It's not to do with what's right for the child.
Yeah. It's just, who are you doing it for? It's like those cute shiny toys you get for babies, and the cute, clothing, and the, all the brightly packaged things. It's marketed at the parent. It's not marketed at the baby.
Yeah, I'm not dissing those things. They're useful tools, aren't they? To show employers, look, I've done this. So can I have a job, please? I'm not dissing them, but I'm just questioning the manner and the reason they're done.
Yes, and I think we always should ask that question: who is it for?
Yeah,
who's benefiting from it?
One of our home educated peers, he went to apply for Cambridge, and when he went to this interview, and they're all there having a chat, and the professor who's doing a little introductory chat said, right, how many people here are doing 10 GCSEs? And of course, nearly all of them put their hand up. And his response was, well, why? You only need 5 to get in here. You could be doing other things that are much more worthwhile.
Exactly. It's all just, it's all a bit back to front, isn't it? But it is as you said, it's a funny kind of education. So, anyway, but thank you so much, Ross, for joining us. Please feel free to stick around and listen to some of the other speakers.
Thank you.
It's been just lovely to have you present with us today.
Thank you.
Quite a rare treat, I think. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you. And thank you for the kind compliments.
Oh, you're welcome. Okay, so Hannah has got some birthday party emergency, so we've had to switch the program around a little bit. And so we are joined with Hannah, who runs, well, I've got a slide for you, and this time I'll even try and share the right one.
Hi.
Let's see if I'm sharing the right one. I'm sharing the right one. There we go. She's on TikTok, Thriving with Hannah. It used to be called Hannah Home Educates on TikTok, right?
Yeah.
And you've been quite an important voice in just raising awareness, and I'm sure you've come in for a lot of hate as well, because there's a lot of naysayers out there. So I think let's start first things first. How did you start home educating? What was behind that for you?
Yeah. So I used to work in behaviour management when I was very young. I started when I was 19, or maybe even 18. And it was at a unit for children, teenagers who had got expelled from school, and then they got expelled from the pupil referral unit that they'd gone to after that. So it was a very small unit, and these kids, they had very, very difficult home lives, as you can imagine. And it was completely bizarre walking in on the first day. The lady looked me up and down, and I'd sort of dressed for school, like little heels and what you think you should wear when you're working in a school. And she said, have you got trainers? And I said, no. And she said, well, you're going to need them, because you're going to need to run. And I thought she was joking, and she wasn't joking. It was a very lively unit, but what I noticed was the amount of respect and really love that those kids got from the staff there was making a huge difference to them. These were children who, they weren't trusted at all. The police would wait outside and, want to pat them down and stuff after school. It was really quite heartbreaking, even though it was kind of valid. And they just weren't trusted or really cared for anywhere else. And so I noticed that made a huge difference to them, that they were actually engaging for the first time in their lives at, 14, 15. And so I thought, hang on, this is working so well, and the school environment didn't work. The pupil referral unit environment didn't work. And I wanted that for my kids. And I also was kind of recognizing that at mainstream, that really wasn't happening for children. And not because of you know, teachers want, I think a lot of teachers want to give that care. But if I had 30 children, there's no way I could parent them well. And I don't think that teachers can necessarily care for 30 children optimally, because there's too many of them. And so, yeah, and then I got pregnant at 20, so not long after. And we decided that, you know, we looked at this tiny little school, and I remember it was fine. But I remember them saying, you know, the boys do football and the girls do netball. And that was a moment for me where I thought, okay, hang on a second, I was 20, or whatever it was, 2010 or something. And so we tried we started home educating, as in we never sent her to nursery, we never sent her to preschool. And I remember realising that we'd missed the deadline for applying for a reception place. I was in a cafe and it was on the back of a toilet door that the deadline had passed. And I thought, well, that's that then. You know, we didn't ever intend to apply, but it was really like, oh, that's the moment where this is definitely happening. And then we realised so many people were doing it. I think the increase in Facebook groups really helped. You know, I met my local friends on Facebook groups. We had picnics and play dates and stuff, and went from there. And then Ira came along and Elfie came along, and never thought for a second that they were going to school. And so, yeah. And then 14 and a half years later, and still somehow going, basically. Yeah, loving it.
I think the thing that I would like to know, and if I would like to know it, I'm sure others would like, is but how did you come to set up your channel and decide to start talking about home education there?
Sure. So I think I always blogged from when Esme was a baby, and so just naturally, you know, I remember it was kind of a humorous blog. I used to blog about my, you know, we had a terrible honeymoon, it was disastrous, and I blogged about that, and it was kind of just life stuff. Then naturally, as we started home educating, it became more about that, and then people asked about, oh, you kind of gentle parent, so there was that. And then I think it was 2020, I think it was 2020, maybe in 2019, that we were doing silly dances on TikTok. We just discovered TikTok. I think it had just changed over from Musical.ly, and I just started talking about home ed. And the way that TikTok was at the time is that it was still a lot of dances and a lot of lip syncing trends, and it just seemed to appeal to people that they could access information but in an entertaining way. Yeah. And so people started asking questions, and then they, you know, and I was so passionate about it. I loved talking about it. And you know, at the time, I think, you know, Facebook groups and things are increasing now. We've got so much more online information, but back then there was some. But I think, you know, if you're hanging out on TikTok and it's on TikTok, that's convenient for people. And the same with Instagram. You know, we went previously to that. I was doing YouTube and Instagram and stuff. So pretty much because I was a parent who needed to earn online in order to help home educate the kids, and I didn't really have many other options. I did cleaning, you know, up until I was 38 weeks pregnant with my third. It was, you know, it was a big juggle. You know what it's like trying to work and home educate. And so I've just sort of weaved through that, and it's just developed as it's happened according to what I'm doing with the kids. And yeah, it's a bumpy ride. I've made a lot of mistakes, and when you're online, you make them publicly, and it can be really hard. And there is almost no grace for making mistakes in public. And understandably, especially with things as important as home ed. So it can be very, very difficult. Obviously, there's a huge increase in people I see them all the time now because it's my For You page on TikTok. You know, this is what a home ed day looks like, and here's some resources and stuff. And honestly, I do worry for people who are doing that, just because it can be a very tricky subject to navigate, as anything can with our kids, because it's such a sensitive subject. And there's so many stereotypes and so much worry and fear and misinformation, and obviously the government's really helping out with that. And so it's a bumpy ride, as you know, from running your own groups and advocacy and things like that.
Yeah, I must say I've enjoyed some of the more humorous ones, and I've even had some of my kids share them with me.
Oh, okay.
So it's always
cool.
quite interesting when that happens. What did I want to ask you about now? There was something. Oh, with my brain. We've been at this like more than half. We're over the halfway mark now, at least. But since 9 a.m.
Yeah.
And we've had to stick to being just on YouTube because we couldn't make the live work to both. So you know the techie issues and all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, obviously there's, as you said, you know, there's a lot of responsibility. Simon Squibb also said, you know, the more
Yeah.
well known you are, the
Oh
more
my gosh,
you've
yeah.
got to be responsible. And people can be quite cruel and honest, and
Yeah.
and I'm sure you also hear a lot of sort of the stuff that's very prejudicial, very prejudiced as well against home education. Now, I don't know if you want to share any of those.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yes.
I think it is a very tricky one. Something I've noticed, particularly since the bill has come into play, this most recently, the CWS bill, is that it is very hard. And I think, by the way, you've done an amazing job at setting up this live. When I saw who was on it, there are so many different people who talk about home education. And the thing is, we all have home ed in common. We're all passionate about that, but we're still very different people, politically, socially, economically. It's the spectrum for home ed is obviously completely huge. So it is very tricky to get everyone on board. And I mean, about home ed, I've heard everything you could possibly come up with, and some that I would never have thought of as well. I've never spoken about this online, but I was reported to social services. People don't stop in the comment section. We had a visit. We went through that whole thing. I chose not to talk about, I'm actually upset. We chose not to talk about that because ultimately, I don't in real time necessarily share what my kids are doing. When I talk about groups, I always slightly change the day or exactly what the group is just for their privacy. But people are absolutely brutal, and trolling doesn't end online.
Yeah.
Hopefully, obviously, the social worker was like, this is an absolute joke, and she was lovely. Luckily, I always feel like if you have more than one home ed child, you've probably got like the one who you want to talk if people ask you about home ed.
And the other one, you're just like, maybe you should go work quietly in your room right now.
There was a moment where she was talking. I had my mum with me for support, and the social worker was talking to my 12-year-old, the middle one, who's like an adult. She practically raises herself, and she was saying, the social worker said, what do you want to do when you're older? Typical question. And she said, well, I'm not sure between zoology or paleontology or ecology. And she was kind of, it sounded like I'd prepped her, but I really hadn't. And then, so she was saying that. And in the next moment, my oldest and my youngest were outside, and my youngest body slammed my teenager to the floor. So it was just this moment where I was like, oh my God. But, that's normal life, isn't it? And
yes, and hopefully social workers have got that knowledge of what's normal.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And my little one doesn't sit still for 2 seconds. I was actually doing like a photo of a sort of day in the home ed life, and it's quite rare, but we were sitting down with workbooks this morning, and it was quite funny because I went to take a photo. My 10-year-old is down the end of the garden scooping up handfuls of gravel. The other two are getting on fine, but she, give her a workbook and a chair, and she's pretty immediately quite unhappy, which is fair enough. So yeah, I think it's just normal life, and it looks different for everyone.
Yeah, I do hope you ignore some of those trolls as well, and just like
yeah, it's I do try, and I think I got to a fairly good place. It's up and down, it depends on your mood and where you are in your cycle, to be honest, as well. If I'm PMS and someone, I think I've seen some people very obviously and very deliberately try to take advantage of home education and use it, without care for the community, without care for the people who they're talking to. And I've seen that be very blatant. And so I think that when it feels like you're being put in the same box as that hurts.
Like you're taking your children out because you don't want to pay school fines, and then you're going to put them back in again, and
for
that
sure,
kind of thing.
For sure. And to be honest, some of the hardest stuff comes from other home educators, because we all have different opinions about how we're supposed to approach everything. And like I said, you make a mistake in public, like that has ramifications. But it has been really cool seeing a lot of people come together and support different movements and kind of understand that we're all really trying our best, and it is very difficult. If we knew what was going to stop this bill, we would all do it. So it's just about pitching in wherever.
We've been told that what we're doing is embarrassing. That the protests that we're trying to do, that it's we're being ridiculous and that kind of thing. But the thing is, I would rather do something than sit and wait and let it just happen.
100%.
And I don't have to do this. My children are older. It's not going to affect me, but I do it because it's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
To defend this.
Yeah.
And I want the rights to exist for my grandchildren as well. And we value what you do, and it's what you're doing is very important.
That's
And
really, that's really
you
kind.
do have a lot of us behind you.
Thank you.
And just, I think, remind yourself, and if you need a nice little supportive group hug, sometimes just let us know. We can always arrange it. I'm just looking in the comments. Yes, somebody said that the hardest comments come from other home educators, and that's certainly what we found with our efforts, trying to find out what is going to work to stop this bill. What we're trying everything.
I wonder if it's interesting that you said about the protest being embarrassing. I do hear people online saying, you're overreacting and things. And I do wonder if that is a self-protective thing. They want to believe this is never going to happen. And they want to believe that they're never going to be affected. And I'll be completely honest. And this is very hard to get across online without sounding, well, you'll get it now.
Yeah.
It's not going to affect my children because I can make home education look however I want. I can get support. I could pay lawyers. My kids could, I could buy a whole bunch of CGP workbooks and stuck them up in the corner. They go to groups. It's a very privileged life my kids have got, and so I know that I'm probably one of the very, very lucky people for whom, if we did have a visit, hopefully it would be all right. Hopefully. There's always the argument that they kind of want to take down people who are in the public a little bit more, but but what I'm really worried about is there are so many people who are providing an amazing home education on a very low income. They're minority families. They might have gay parents. There's so many different things that those visits are. Those people are not informed in trauma or neurodiversity, and so there are a lot of families who those people are going to really suffer. And to see other people basically say, well, I'm probably going to be all right, so I'm not that bothered, I find that really, really frustrating, especially when they benefit from so much of the support that the home ed community provides. There's so many people who, like yourself, you don't need to be doing this, but put so much time and effort in. And I just think,
we fight for the rights of those that are in the most vulnerable positions, because that has to be our starting point. We can't turn a blind eye to that. And you've just been getting a lot of love in the comments on the YouTube.
Oh, I can't see. I wish I could see.
It says, "You're great, Hannah. You're brilliant, Hannah. So inspiring." And
that's very sweet.
Videos. You do a great job. And Jade said she really appreciates your battle. It's not easy.
I appreciate that. And I do want to say, I will definitely let you down. Unfortunately, that is something I can guarantee. Accidentally,
it's kind of human nature. It's kind of just in human nature, But the thing is, there are some of us here that you can always come if you want to run anything by any of us to check.
That has been amazing, actually, being able to say to you the other day.
We'd be more than happy to help with that. And I think Alison wanted to ask you something, and then we need to give way for Mark.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Hi, Hannah. We've met many times on Instagram.
Yes. Yeah. How are you?
So my offer still stands. Let's get together and sort something out. Because you've got another influencer, etc. And I'm also in touch with Simon Squibb's wife. So maybe we can put something together between us. And also we need to push the little car, the little canary yellow car that's going around.
Oh yes, I saw that. That's amazing. Whose car is that?
Mine.
Well, it is now.
Legend.
It is now. It's had a journey.
It was given to. I'd say it's mine. It's not really mine. It's the community's, but it was given to me by the people that got it wrapped, and they'd driven it round Parliament Square. And stuff, and then they couldn't continue any kind of campaign, so they said that they thought that I was probably the best person to take it forward. So I've got a small team of volunteers driving it, but I need some more volunteers, and we need to push it a bit more.
And we're trying to get something started around it, where you get your picture taken, share photos if you see it, that kind of thing.
That would be brilliant.
So I'll talk to you outside of here about that. Okay.
Yeah,
but it's lovely to see you. And the comment about people saying I'm all right, I will be okay. I haven't home educated for 8 years.
Wow.
And here I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I want my grandchildren and I want my friends' children, like Chloe's children, to be able to be home educated. And I don't. There's a lot of burying heads in sand since COVID. I think COVID's been a real game changer with some people, and people that used to volunteer and used to make some effort and used to contribute have stopped doing so, and we need to get that feeling back. We need to feel much more like a community again. We need to be supporting each other, and we need to not be selfish about it.
Yeah, we need a proper unity really around these issues. Anyway, I'm going to remove your spotlight there, Alison, and I'm going to remove yours too, Megan. Thank you for joining us, and I know you're
so much.
run off doing something or the other with playing Mum's Taxi or something.
Yeah, I've got to take my kid to a birthday party with about 50 school children. So my ghost child is
good fun.
Getting the full, yeah, exactly.
Have wonderful. Have a
thank
lovely
you so
time.
much for having me, and
well,
thank
you for joining
Thanks,
us
Alison.
today. I appreciate it so much.
All right, thanks. See you later.
Okay, and then I am going to just introduce next. We are running ever so slightly behind, and I'm trying to make sure we don't. Oh, have I shared the right screen again or not? Yes, I have. Okay. So this is it? Can you see Mark's screen?
Yep.
Okay, I just don't even know anymore. So Mark is somebody that we all came to know just recently, or at least I did, and those on the action group who pay attention. And I asked Mark to help us and to write a protest song, which we're not going to try and stream it now because it might mess with the live stream. But the link should be, I will check that the link is in the YouTube description, which is where all the links are. I think the link takes you to Mark's YouTube page or his YouTube channel. And then from there, you would have to go and find the song, which as I showed in that slide, which I can show you again, it looks like that. It looks like that, what the video looks like. So you can go and watch that to hear it. And it really has grown on me, I must say, Mark. And we got some children as well to take part in that. So Mark, now you also started home educating, but wasn't your own children, right? You're muted at the moment. Just get you unmuted. You're still muted. There
Yay.
Hello, Mark, with the pink beard or is red.
How are you?
Yeah, we're good, thank you. And thank you for joining us.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Yes, so we have 15, well, not even 15 minutes now because Stuart will be, no, Fiona will be joining us again. So, okay.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, so as I said, you didn't home educate your own children, did you?
No, I didn't. No.
Yeah. So how did you come into home education?
It really came to light during COVID because obviously children came out of school during COVID, and there were mixed kind of sides regarding the COVID incident. Some people thought one thing, some people thought another, but I erred on the side of caution with it. I still think it's quite a dangerous illness. I put both my children through school, normal mainstream school. My partner put her children through mainstream school. All of our children suffered at the hands of mainstream school. They didn't fare well. So when we are kinship carers, we are raising our granddaughter, and we've raised her since she was 6 months. And we noticed that pre-COVID, when she was at school, every time we picked her up from school, she always looked really down and depressed. We couldn't get anything out of her about it. And then along came COVID, and we started teaching her stuff at home, and we noticed she was quite receptive to it. At one point, we did get enticed back into mainstream, where they made a lot of promises about safety. And when she came out of school, they had completely gone back on all those promises. There was nothing there they said they would do. There was no distancing. There was no, it was just a complete lie. And so we decided to pursue the home education route and watched her flourish. And she's consistently picking up new knowledge. She attends quite a few classes and private classes that are of an interest to her. and she's grown with them. And I'm not a young person, but my school day experiences were miserable. And it seems that nothing much has changed. I mean, I went to school in the 70s. It's still a very draconian system. The whole process of her doing home education, when you see your child actually suddenly come alive, and and especially she's neurodiverse as well, the thought of her going into the system again is just not on. So that's how we became part of the home education community. And then you yourself approached me with regards to writing the song, which I did, which had a fantastic response. And I took a great interest in what's been going on with the government and their rules and regulations. It's funny how they don't tend to stick to their own rules and regulations themselves. But yeah, so that's how I got involved in it. And it was in my mind. It was one of those things, as I said, I'm old school. It was very kind of like, well, everyone had to go to school and not everyone succeeded at it, blah, 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 blah. But when you realise there is an alternative, and that alternative is very, very positive, I wish I'd have had that alternative myself, but I didn't. So yeah, that's how we got involved in the home education thing. And yeah, it's great. It's great what everyone's doing for it. It's fantastic. We got to stand up for our rights.
Yes, and that was kind of where I came to contacting you, because as an admin of the action group, the home education action group, where we are doing as much political action as we can, I see who is joining the group, and I noticed from your little introduction about yourself when you answered the question, something like that anyway, that you were a singer-songwriter, and I made a note because I thought at some point maybe we're going to want something like somebody like you. And then I did approach you to ask if you would be up for writing some kind of protest song for home educators, and you just took me up on the challenge, which was fantastic, and totally a little bit out of your comfort zone too, wasn't it?
It was a bit. I mean, as I said to you, I don't know if you remember at the time, but I said to you at the time when you contacted me, I said you couldn't have picked a better time because I've literally just finished doing an album, and I'm releasing that album at the moment. So in between talking to you, doing the song for the Home Education Act, for home education in general, I've been busy promoting this album and the whole process that goes with it. But yeah, I'm really proud of the song. It was a challenge. I had to kind of rein myself in a bit of stuff I normally write. But I'm really pleased with the way it came out. I'm really pleased with the response, and it was fantastic. I mean, I still can't get over the children that got involved and lent their voices to the song. They did a fantastic job. It takes a lot to do stuff like that, to put your voice out there.
Yeah.
So yeah, the song's doing really, really well. I mean, the views are still flying up. I think it's 2,500 views now, which is pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, it could always be better, but I'm just proud as anything to write a song that people could, could relate to and use. If they want to sing it, they can sing it.
Well, I think it's meant a lot to those, those who've really kind of paid attention and taken it on board and have shared it. And you created a music video, and then I created another little music video with some fairly unsubliminal messages.
Well, what was funny was when I was putting the video together myself, I tried to steer away from being too political. Because I didn't want to, I don't know, I had to put it. I wasn't sure how far to go.
Yeah.
And when you sent me the video you did, because you asked me to send you the clips, didn't you, of me playing guitar? And I thought, yeah, go for it. I mean, quite a few people have contacted me and says, is it all right to use the song? And I'm saying, yeah, look, it's your song. It's not mine. I wrote it, but it's your song. I wrote it for you guys to use. There's no copyright involved here. Get it out there. And when you sent me your video, I was like, "What? You really hit an old back." It was absolutely brilliant. I mean, I was in awe, absolutely in awe. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant video.
Yeah, it was everything I'd been holding in came out.
Yeah, I'll bet.
some with the help of a bit of AI as well, you know, gave me some vision.
That was brilliantly put together, and fit with the Bridgets.
Yeah.
That cracks me up every time.
Yeah, there's some little mini Bridgets in there. And you know, I think the thing is, so the song took the message, which was our hashtag, which is "Are you listening now?" and really just put it out there. So, and now if you go and search on YouTube, it comes up, you know, if you search "Are you listening now?" you know, it comes up, and then it really sort of voicing, you know, about my choice, about the children's choices, their voice, their, you know, everything that they want, their dreams, their expectations, that's all in there as well. And you know, so it is quite powerful. And as I said, the more I listen to it, the more, and you know, I thought, actually, you know, Mark, you've got a great voice. It's really you've done a great job on there, and we're so very appreciative. I still would like to see a download, like on a like Spotify or something like that. I think that would still be really cool, so that we could actually play it and put it on our playlists and things like that.
Well, I have news, because
okay, good.
Obviously,
I like
as I've said, I've just been through the living hell of uploading what I spent 2 years creating with the stuff I've written.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, the whole uploading process of getting on you used to go through a distributor, and it's a lot of work involved in it. So when I spoke to you previously, none of this was in place. Well, now it is. I have a single on Spotify, and the album will be on there, the next single will be on there. So I'm now in a position to upload the song to Spotify.
Oh, it would be awesome.
Yeah, so I'll look into that and get it out there, because it's great, because the more people that get the message, the better.
Yeah, and I think if you wanted to, you could probably, you know, you could put a little price on it and you could always raise funds for the Joy Baker Fund or something like that. Let the proceeds go to a cause like that that's going to benefit home educators as well. That would be awesome. But I think that's really good, and I hope that everyone who's watching would go and download the song if Mark makes it available, because I think that I think it'd be fantastic. Okay, so Mark, thank you for joining us.
You're welcome.
It's been lovely to have you on, and feel free to stay in the Zoom. You don't have to disappear. I'm going to bring Fiona back on because she's visiting us again, and hopefully you'll be able to, I think you can hear me now anyway, Fiona. Yeah. So that's good. Anyway, thank you very much, Mark. And please go and
sorry.
that
Sorry,
video. Share
I'm gonna
that
have
video.
to go, because I've got the
Okay.
phone.
I'm going to remove the spotlight now, so no worries.
Thank you very
And
much.
if you guys can go and share Mark's video and just push those algorithms as well, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, that'd be
okay.
awesome. Yeah.
So welcome, Fiona. Welcome back again. And I can't quite remember where we got to.
Well, apparently some people thought this was deliberate, but I just basically monologued because I couldn't hear you. And I had to trust your written assurances that you could hear me, because I was just talking at the screen.
Into the vacuum.
My headset, so that it would be new headset, so that it would be clearer. The audio would be clearer, but I've closed all my windows. So hopefully.
There's a way with your headset, is that you need to check your settings on the Zoom as well to make sure that it's connecting to the right set of speakers and microphones and all of that.
I do need to do that, but I'd had my quota of new things.
That's all right. For the day.
Like the year, you know.
Okay, for the year. Yeah. Well, you know, I don't know if you know, we had Ross Mountney on as well. And Ross was on Zoom for I'd had a practice run with her, which was the very first time just over a week ago, and she joined us today, which was really, really good.
Yes, saw that. Yeah.
And apparently people like you and me were called the OGs, the original generation home educators. So, and she said it sounds too much like the, you know, what, OAPs.
Yeah. So have people got questions for me now that I could be doing some interactive thing?
Yeah, well, let's see. If I don't know if anyone has any questions right now, I'm just going to check the YouTube channel and see if there's anything there.
I'll tell you what, in the meantime, I'll ask a question, Fiona. So you and I have been involved in home education roughly the same amount of time, about 25 years or so, something like that. What do you think the major changes are particularly in the attitude of government and local authorities in that time?
So actually, I was thinking about this the other day. So literally 20 years ago, we had Every Child Matters, and we were having, down memory lane, we were having light touch changes to registration and monitoring. And the Labour government at that time was under the misapprehension that they could just import some standards from independent schools and make them apply to home education without changing the law. Mm-hmm. So I guess from that point onwards, in 2005, 2006, when the government realized they couldn't do that, they've been kind of aiming, whichever government it's been, whether it's been Labour or Coalition or Conservative or now Labour, they have, and the same in Wales with their different political whatever, governments have realised that they can only go so far with guidance, and if they want to make a big change, they will need to use primary legislation. So they're trying to bring in, like, new acts of parliament. But at the same time, they're really hoping that they can bring in, like, they're hoping they can, like, change the climate through guidance.
Yeah, so I mean, the guidance started to come in. So the Scottish guidance was the first one, wasn't it? Yeah. In about 2002. That's following that. And the English one, it went through, it was quite good. The first one was okay. It wasn't horrendous. I mean, the first one that eventually was put into action was okay, and we lived with that for a while, and we could point to it, and we could say that it actually said things in there like monitoring's not lawful and things like that, didn't it? Yeah. So all of that happened. But this ideology, this idea that these little rebellious home educators must be stamped out of existence, which is, I feel, is kind of behind it. There have been senior civil servants in the DfE who've been driving this ideology forward, that home education is something that is maverick and should not be allowed to exist, and that so-called minimum standards should be brought in. Yeah. I'm just feeling that this is just what we've got now. It's not new. It's a continuation of that feeling.
Yes, it feels like a conspiracy. You think there must be the same few people pulling the strings in a back room because the same themes keep coming up. But since they are themes about control and oversight, why would they not? Because, we are an anomaly. So I guess, and now the numbers just keep growing. But everybody's kept saying all the time, the numbers are really so big now, we have to do something. And they're triple, quadruple what they were when they first started saying that.
Do you not find it a little bit strange that they see the problem as being that there's a big number? Like we're doing something perfectly legal. Yeah, there's 3 times as many of us as there were in 20 years ago, but so what? Whereas what they should be doing is they should be saying, but why? And then doing something about that. But they don't care about doing something about that. They've just made the education narrower and narrower, and more people falling off the sides.
This is more a local government thing than a national government thing. But I do feel, from the perspective of a local authority, if they want to micromanage home educating families, then they have an optimum number that they feel they could really get their heads round, where they would know the individual children and, trot out to see them and have, muffins with them and see them learn and grow. And for the purpose of, their job satisfaction and peace of mind, they just want to turn the tap of new home educators off and just have that caseload that felt manageable to them, where they could sleep at night and they needn't be worried that, they weren't going to get into trouble for anything bad happening on their watch.
Yeah, well, they've got all these false links in their heads, haven't they? That home education is somehow a risk when statistically it really, really isn't.
Yeah.
And things like that. And there's all this misinformation that gets chucked around, like, you know, Sara Sharif died because she was home educated. No, she didn't. She died because like 50 people didn't do their jobs, you know, and that's it kind of carries on like that. Now, there's been a question put up, which is, what are your thoughts about the rumours about changes to EHCPs and how that will affect home education? We're kind of on the back foot a bit, because there's sort of some consultation-y stuff going on, isn't there, about EHCPs and SEN, but the rumours are that they are going to try and get rid of EHCPs.
Well, yeah, but it is all rumours.
Yep.
So and there've been rumours that they're going to get rid of EHCPs ever since they brought in EHCPs, which was back in 2014.
Yep.
And that took a really long time to bring it in. And then because they took so long to implement it, it looked as though the numbers were going to stay the same. And then, surprise, the school system had become more rigid.
Yeah.
More people were aware of support that could be available. More HCPs were being applied for in order to get some support. It kept being misdescribed as a golden ticket, blah, blah. So the situation now is the government is saying all kinds of things might appear in a school's white paper. But at the same time, they're saying things like nothing can be ruled out. So when they're asked, you know, a blank question like, are you saying in future you'll only have an EHCP if you go to a special school, and there won't be any new EHCPs? They'll be much harder to get. They say every child will get support, the appropriate support in the right environment, but we're not ruling anything out. And it's like, okay, I'm a lot more worried now. Now I've heard your reassuring answer. You know, that's just like fueled my paranoia, because you didn't say, no, it'll be fine. So I think that fear, and I've signed the petitions, etc., I think that fear will continue all the way when we see the school's white paper published, throughout the consultation over the school's white paper, when we look at the first iteration of legislation, whatever that is, when they consult on new regulations. At every point, government will be trying to push it, and we'll be pushing back really hard, and they'll be seeing, you know, oh, what does it look like we can squeeze? So I think everybody is absolutely right to be concerned, but because they are so concerned and because they are so on it, it may not be quite as bad as they fear, but only because we're traumatized through constant vigilance.
So home education, you know, we've only got a very, very small minority of children are home educated. When it comes to D and HCPs, there's a bigger body of parents to be fighting. And to a certain degree, I think that works in our favour, because it's going to be harder for them to you know, have a go at those people, really. There's a lot more heavy lifting going on as far as lobbying is going on.
I think there's a sort of combination of, there's the fear that you might not be able to get an EHCP, or that it will be weakened so that effectively you could only use it for a special school. And that's in this sort of white paper that's not yet appeared. But at the same time, you have stuff in the Children's Wellbeing Bill around deregistration from special school. So I have people contacting me and saying, we're partway through the EHCP process now, but I'm just not going to finish it because I'm scared that if they get an EHCP, then I won't be able to take them out of school. I'll like lose the right to home educate, and I'm too scared of that happening. So
yeah, I'm getting that too. Yeah,
there's a lot of fear, because until it could be as bad as we dread it until we see it.
Yeah, we don't know till we see it, do we? We really don't. No. Are there any other trends that are coming up that you can see that we need to tackle? So we've got SEND, we've got the Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill. Is there anything that's maybe a kind of small thing that people can do to help our cause, if you will, or to support us, or whatever it is?
I don't know. I was checking in and out earlier throughout the day, and I've seen people being asked variants of this question, like what can we do for PR and what can we do that raises the profile, except that it's always bad news that sells, you know, or negativity that sells. So in a sense, we'll kind of always be on the back foot because some clickbaity shock horror thing, and then home educators will produce something that says, no, it's all great, and then you make it controversial, I balanced by having a spokesperson or something who goes, well, they're not the ones we're worried about, you know.
Yeah, it's always that. It's always
so you literally can't win. You know, if you say this is a story of academic success, and then somebody else goes, academic success isn't the only thing, and you go, no, I know that, but at every level, I think home educators are going to, it's, you know, it's the Hydra. It's like there are just so many ways.
I think until we get a powerful enough lobby, and we're not powerful enough, so they can dismiss us any way they want.
And this is why we have to join with other people. This is why we have to tell all of the parents that this could affect you, for example, you know.
But we're also described as an extremely powerful middle class lobby that somehow manages to, you know, get round politicians. Like the whole time they're like, oh, those home educators, they get everywhere.
I think they use that just because I think they say we're a powerful lobby. They know full well we are not, but because it makes it sound like it's okay to kind of just, I don't know, it's kind of like we're to be feared and concerned about, you know. But if they just accepted a couple of amendments here and there, you know, we would probably back off quite a bit. As powerful as we are.
I think we are actually a powerful lobby, actually. You know, I think of 15 years ago when I was going to all the like political lobbying masterclass stuff on behalf of education otherwise, and I was thinking, well, we're already doing all that. You know, I was looking at big charities who were having to, they couldn't do any kind of grassroots response because they weren't in contact with their members in that sort of way. So they were having to put in just one response to something where they were really hyping up like a few case studies and making generalizations, whereas we have people popping up all over the place. It turns out that, you know, so many people have had a conversation with a member of the House of Lords, just as though it's the most normal thing in the world. Well, it might be in the home education community, but it isn't outside. We just see like, oh, something's going on. Who's the person who might be able to do something? They're over there. How do I get in contact with them? Not sure. I'll find somebody by the end of the day who knows what you can do, and I'll do it, and then I'll tell my friends. And I think that is quite, I think that's pretty good, actually. Obviously, it's not enough yet because we haven't won yet, but, you know, it's small but mighty, I would say.
Well, my friend Julie Spriddle, who's from Coventry, where I am, she said, we mustn't undersell ourselves. She says we punch far beyond our weight. And I think that much is true. Because what is it about home education that makes us so passionate and so tenacious about this that we will not let go? What is it about home education? It just, there's something that grabs you and you know, you can't walk away from it.
I think it's because we have not lost the connection with our children. A lot of people who send their children to school, they lose that connection with their children, and we don't, because we have our children and we are their biggest advocates and their biggest protectors and their biggest whatever, you know, facilitators. And I think it comes from that because we don't sever that connection.
Fiona, what do you were going to say something as well?
I find myself agreeing with Addison, but at the same time, I think that's what puts people's backs up. Yep. I think if you are talking to people who put their kids in nursery and peel them off their legs crying and screaming, and they were doing it for the best, and to show the child that it's very important to have a role model of a working mother, because, you know, Emily Davidson didn't get squashed in vain, then it's really difficult, because we're not, I'm not consciously judging or undermining those people, but my very act of rejecting like their system and their values, I guess I am. You know, I'd sit in meetings and people say, you sit there and you think you're better than me. And I think, no, I don't. And I think, maybe I do. Maybe I do. because I feel I don't want my child to have pain.
Yeah.
Well, you've made choices that have cost you. You know, you make choices that are a sacrifice, and you hold them very precious to you. You know that those choices are very precious. But also it's because I've seen like the life-changing power of home education in families, for children and for parents, how it's changed lives. It's changed the outcome of people's lives, and it, you know, it actually sells itself. We don't even need to advertise. Don't, you know, that's the problem. I think the government have a hard time trying to make it look not good, because, you know, as I say, home education, we don't need to advertise it. It advertises itself.
But good parenting is transforming. If you
Yeah.
become a good parent, it transforms your life.
Yeah.
End of. Whatever that looks like in your family, and I'm not saying that you're only a good parent if you home educate, far from it. But whatever, if you become a good parent, there are things that you learn about life. There is a wisdom that you gain that you would not, I don't think, otherwise gain, or would with difficulty would gain. It's transformational being a parent, and it's particularly being a good parent.
Yeah, I think you're right there. And you know, I think what we're feeling a lack of in a way, Fiona, is, you know, back in 2009 Badman report, and we had that great big petition. Graham Stuart should be joining us next, and he championed that. He set that up so that we could present this petition. And I mean, they'd never seen the like of it before, and we've never seen the like of it since. And I watched that night, you know, and I hadn't been in the country, sort of, I'd been here about 2 years, I think, and I had collected signatures for my constituency, even then, you know, and fighting for this. And that pride and the goosebumps when it came to your constituency and your MP standing up, you know, with that petition, that they've now, I think they've made it so we can't do that anymore. But, you know, I don't know if we have that same thing. We've struggled so to get people to engage with these things this time around. Really,
I just remember the chills. So the Badman investigation was announced. I think, was it the day before we went to North Yorkshire, Fiona? We both went to North Yorkshire to Northallerton to meet with North Yorkshire County Council on the same day. And if you remember, I brought a chocolate cake. Do you remember the chocolate cake? You took some home.
It was the independent. It was the independent review. Graham Badman all the way through kept saying, "I'm completely independent of government."
Yeah, was he heck? No.
No.
Yeah, and they announced it the day before we went there, and we were both sat. It was a really snowy day. Fiona had trouble getting there on the train. It was a horrible day, and we were both sat there going, "What the heck has happened? You know, where has this come from?" Because it was the first time such a big attack on home education had happened, and such a whole. We could predict the future with it. We knew that it was going to be bad. We just knew it was going to be bad.
Well, it was bad, man. So
the law, that was the thing. Yeah. But then, but so the whole mass petition thing came about because the select committee in Parliament started to look at how the Badman review had come up with all sorts of dodgy statistics and was basically not really researched at all. So, and Graham Stuart was a member of the Education Select Committee.
He was.
And as is their wont, home educators happened to be sitting in the room where the committee was taking place because we want to be in the room where it happened. And Graham Stuart came up at the end. I wasn't there that day, but my friends were from education otherwise, and just home educators, just, hey, there's this thing. It turns out we can go in. Let's go in. So there and then, and Graham Stuart came up at the end and was like, this sounds like a really interesting thing. I did a petition. I did a parliamentary petition for my local hospital last year. I wonder if we might do something like that for home education. And we're like, yes, of course, having no idea how to make it happen. So, yeah. So really, it was because Graham Badman was so rubbish at his review. And so, you know, his methods were so dodgy that the select committee looked into it, because home educators made a big fuss with their MPs and said, look, these things he's extrapolating, and, you know, like only 1% of home educators go to university. That's just a ridiculous statistic. You keep at the same time saying you don't know anything about anything.
Besides the fact that they didn't even know how to find that out.
Exactly.
You know.
Exactly. And Graham Badman was just clearly, he was investigating child death at the same time. And so it was just in his head all the time. Like, if you're not being seen every day, you've got something to hide. That was the theme that got, I would say, embedded there and has been there ever since. Like, that we must have something to hide, or even if we're not hiding something, why don't we just want to be seen all the time?
Yeah, and I think that's something that I've
to be seen by, but by somebody else who might randomly turn up, just in case.
Now, that's something that it was interesting during the pandemic. I don't know how many school teachers went and did home visits to children during the pandemic, but I don't think there were very many of them. Then it was okay, because it was convenient for it to be okay.
Yeah.
There's no consistency, is there? There really isn't. No.
Sorry, I'm trying to look for questions, but I don't
It's
really
okay.
know.
I was just trying, because we're expecting Graham Stuart. I'm just asking Alison to go and just see if she can check and see if he should have the link. It was sent to him, so we will hopefully have him join us soon. And then I will just check the YouTube channel for basically on the YouTube channel, it's just saying we should all be protecting our right to home educate, not just doing what suits us as individuals, because I think a lot of people have got individual needs and so on. But unfortunately, we are in a battle right now. We are in a bit of a war. And sometimes you have to sacrifice, and you sometimes have to count the cost a little bit to make impact. I know a lot of people have difficulty participating in all of the things that we're trying to organize, but they would be that much more effective if we had more people, and that's what we're trying to get across, is that we've heard it said that our protests are embarrassing because we haven't had great turnout for some of them, but if we had full proper turnout, then it wouldn't be embarrassing. It's just that people aren't supporting it, and we're trying to get to the bottom of why that is. And we all have a million reasons. Julie has said people are so worn down from constant hostility that they'd rather not stick their heads above the parapet. And I think there is some truth to that, but I don't think we can afford to lose this one, really, because it's the potential of it. It's not what it says right now, but it's what it could do. What could happen with it in the wrong hands. It's what it opens a door to. We've got local authorities already behaving badly when this isn't law, and some of them are already acting as if it is law.
Yes.
So that's the fear, that's the worry, and we can't afford to just give up without out of it.
I think people are missing what isn't being said. So Baroness Smith repeatedly said, but it's not the government's intention to. Well, if the bill can be read in lots of different ways, then the wording needs adjusting, because if that's not the government's intention, why is everyone reading it in many different ways? The government have the power to actually put their intention in the bill. Why don't they want to? And I think that's the bit that's quite hard for people to understand, is like, it's not benign to just say, oh, we'll fix that later, because actually the wording in the actual bill shouldn't be that difficult to interpret, that lots of people can get different interpretations from the same phrases, and can be quite extreme different interpretations, particularly when it's supposed to be fixing the inconsistency of local authorities and home educators all behaving in different manners, when the bills are meant to fix that inconsistency. To write something that everyone can interpret differently doesn't seem to match with stating that's not what the government intends. So I think it's important for people to realise things like that.
And if you suggest a different form of words, because you go, oh, okay, you say it doesn't really matter, and it could, you know, it couldn't possibly be read in that terrible way that we paranoid people are suggesting. So why shouldn't it say this instead? And they're like, no, actually, we think we'll just stick with exactly what we've got.
Absolutely.
But the changes before the government making an amendment to report.
And we'll do our own impact assessments and say that actually there's not going to be a bad impact because we said so. It's that kind of thinking that we're dealing with, which is really difficult.
We recommended the changes that we wanted to bring in. Would be the best option.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I am very passionate about home education, and it's the thing is also it has impact just not for home education, it has impact on families, and you know, parents on the whole are not to be seen as a negative influence in children's lives. You know, just generally, it shouldn't be the assumption, because it's, you know, you make laws for the exception, not the rule.
Hard cases.
You know, I mean, what I mean is you don't make laws for the exception. You make it for like the sort of general. The exceptions, you can have little things built in, but it shouldn't be applying to everyone else. And we're just living in a world. We also say the rhetoric that is out there about parents taking care of their children, the blame, and they're looking for blame. Parents being accused of you know, FII, fabricated illness, you know, because they are advocating for their child. There's just so much of that, and to try and get that's the story that they should be looking for. Those are the reports that need to be done. Is on, you know, the reports should be done on the local authorities, not actually on the people they're meant to serve, on service delivery, because there's a lot there that needs addressing.
Real advice: stop talking to the camera. If you make video content, you probably spend hours memorizing scripts just so you can make eye contact with the camera.
Was that you?
Motivational video?
Yeah, I was wondering if it was me there for a minute, but I thought I've kind of anything playing as far as I know. Anyway, have you heard anything back from Graham yet? I did have an email from his like assistant or something last night, but so I assumed that they would make sure he's showing up on time. Just having a look here.
He may have confidently expected that we wouldn't be on time.
I'm pretty good. I try. I mean, we did run late, and then we've fortunately this later part of the day we've got a little bit more margin, whereas the first part of the day was pretty much very packed. And then if someone was running late, then it had a knock-on effect. Whereas now we've got a bit of margin so that we can kind of catch up a little bit and have a bit of in-between chatting, and you get to hear more from us as well. Yeah, I will just also.
Are there any questions we haven't answered, Juliet? Let's have a look through those. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of support for maybe doing something a little bit more social media-y, from some people who actually have social media clout, so that's quite nice. I quite like that.
Yes, it was lovely to have them in as well, and to hear what they're doing. And actually, you do really put yourself on the front line with that kind of thing, because yeah, you're very much out there.
Are there any questions from the other people in the Zoom whilst we're
Yes.
waiting? Because we have got a few people in there.
Yes, we do have
in
some
here.
people in, and I will check their YouTube as well. So great opportunity to ask your questions. And we've got some comments. Jody says, I think we need to be proud of how we keep pushing back against these attacks. We have comments about, yes, the law must be clear. And let's see.
You've just had there have been questions literally just come in.
Yes, and Jody was saying like she didn't get to take part in the whole Badman era thing, but she's watched it and it's given her goosebumps even, and it was amazing. It really was. And that what struck me at that time was how much more accessible politics was in this country than what I was used to in South Africa. You know, for the first time, I was actually able to see something I'd written or signed being presented in Parliament, and that was really amazing to me. So when the system works, it's great.
I think, but we made it accessible, didn't we? I mean, I briefly saw that you had Chloe Newby Watson, as she was back then, on, and you know, she was 16 and just decided, I don't know if it was part of what she spoke about, just decided to go and see Ed Balls and just went to the Department for Children's Schools and Families, and they said, have you got an appointment? And she said, no, but why won't he see me?
Yeah.
And you know, ended up having a conversation, actually not with him, but with important civil servants, and just established that channel of communication, because you know, she was like, well, I want to speak to him, so why shouldn't I?
Yeah, and like she says, it's quite interesting. If you're a child, there are more protections. You can go and do some maverick things like that and say, look, my voice isn't being heard. You know, as an adult, especially now that we've got all these new laws about protesting and things like that, it can be slightly risky doing things. But if you're a child, you know, you can do things that you maybe. I'm not suggesting anybody climbs the Queen Elizabeth Tower, but
I'm definitely not posting any links to maps.
Do you know what? I'm going to go give him a ring.
Yeah, yeah. He's sitting having
Well, there's a question, Fiona, that you could probably speak for years on, that someone's put in YouTube.
Oh, goody.
Because they've asked about EHCPs. Can an EHCP be applied for in later teen years, and how long does it take?
Oh, I know the answer to this one too.
Okay, so EHCP, Education, Health and Care Plan, can go up to age 25. The oldest person that I have got it for so far was 23 when they started. Almost 23 when they started, yeah, 2 months shy of 23, and it is now just finishing, and they're almost 26. So they can go up to 25, but then they can be extended for the rest of the academic year. So the business of applying for one is that you do a needs assessment to see, that's the first hurdle, and then they decide whether they will do an assessment, and then they decide whether the assessment will result in them making a plan, and then they make a rubbish plan, and then you change it into a better plan. So the process of all of that, there are legal timescales which you'll be astonished to hear that the local authority completely disregards. So you have to shove it along all the time with formal complaints, which you escalate to the ombudsman. But even with the worst case scenario, if they say no at every single stage, and you have to appeal it to tribunal, this is the very worst case. They may just say yes, but the worst possible case would be, I would say, maybe 2.5, 3 years from not having one. So the young person could be 16, 17, 18 now and get one when they were 19, 20, 21. Jack is saying, have you ever known a home educator get one? Yes, you can get a rubbish one quite easily. If for example, you have a child in school, but they're not really attending school, then you can get an EHCP which will name their current school, or which will say that a mainstream college will be suitable. So that's not worth the paper it's written on. So then you need to appeal to tribunal against the contents of the EHCP. So if you're prepared at every stage to be knocked back, and Duracell bunny, you just bounce back up and you think, of course they say no, because they just rely on dislodging and discouraging as many people as possible. If I just keep going, I will be the last person standing in this, fight. It is adversarial, and I will get one, and it will be a good one. But it is a bit of a slog. You have to love paperwork or be pals with somebody who loves paperwork. I love paperwork, so I help people do it.
Yeah. I mean, I have to say, I have a small business, and I do quite a lot of EHCPs through that. And my goodness me, the barriers they try and put in your way are just extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary. And unfortunately, a lot more of my clients now are children suffering from school trauma, which is miserable, really. I mean, and we're talking really serious school trauma, not just a little bit. It's makes them mute or whatever, can't leave the house anymore, all that kind of stuff. It's quite distressing.
I'm just bringing us all in for a chat since we're here and waiting. The thing that I've actually just recently had to find out about somebody applying for an EHCP as an older student. It's through my job, which I'm working with a family where there's a 16 plus child who's coming from another country, and definitely got special needs. And he was accommodated within his previous country. He was able to attend school 2 years younger than his age. That was fine. But now coming to the UK, 16 plus, it's going to be a struggle to get him the support he needs. So we're just looking into that now, but we've got somebody from Sendias is going to support and help with that. Thank goodness, because I would not be the best person to help them, truly.
Yeah, I think if you're home educating somebody who your child wants to go to college when they're 16, that they find education a bit tricky, or you think they would find education a bit tricky once they get to college, you need to start getting into that EHCP probably 2 years before their college would start. Yeah. And then because it does, to be fair, it takes about 2 years to get a decent EHCP, especially given that, I mean, your first draft's going to be rubbish, like Fiona says. It's always going to be rubbish because they try and get away with as little as possible. And at the moment, in Lancashire, the tribunal wait is about 16 months. I don't know what it's like in the rest of the country at the moment, but it's 16 months in Lancashire right now. So, if you have, as soon as it's wonky and they refuse to change it, you put in for a tribunal. You can always vacate the tribunal later on. You can always say, that means you can always say, I don't need it anymore, but get your date in. And then work towards it. And sometimes you'll get a really decent tribunals officer who will just go, oh, we shouldn't have done that, and they'll sort it out. But sometimes you won't. It's a battle. But you need some of those things, and you need some of the difficulties identified before they get to college, because it's much harder, generally speaking, to get an EHCP at 16. And given that it takes about 2 years to get one that's not useless, then they're going to age out of college before you've got it, and then you've lost it.
Yeah. Okay, well, we've also got Fiona on here as well, and I know some parents want to know a bit about exams as a home educator. And I think you did share a question with me earlier, didn't you, Michelle, about exams? I know that's something you also write about a bit on your website, Fiona. Because there are options for home educators. Certainly mine have been able to access exams, but we've used a private exam center which does cost. But you know, that's unfortunately that's something you've got to sort of prepare yourself for, that there will be a cost. Do you want to share some other thoughts and wisdom with us, Fiona, on this?
Okay, so it is perfectly possible, but not absolutely necessary, to take exams if you're home educated. You might have less choice at 16 if you don't have exams. So I would say if your child, mine didn't, but if your child does want to go to college and then university, yes, they would be disadvantaged by not having exams. You take exams, it's called taking exams as a private candidate. So you need to find exams where you literally just go and sit and write in the or type in the exam. It's difficult to take any of the exams where there is what they call a non-exam assessment. So if there's work or a project or any kind of group thing, or I don't know, like an expedition as part of it, or art or sport, music, any of the practical stuff, it's going to be really difficult. But if it's a matter of writing things, then you can find an exam board and a syllabus where you can sit that exam as long as you can find an exam centre. You then pay to take the exam, and you pay the exam centre, and you buy resources to get your child through the exam, or you join group lessons or online lessons. You share a tutor, they work through it themselves. It's possible to do it. It's not straightforward to do it. But as I say, if they get to 16 and they want to go to college and they think they can do GCSEs at college, it's kind of like not necessarily the case, because the maths and English GCSE that they will be offered at college will be resits. So it's not a taught course for somebody starting from scratch. The college offering of maths and English is a resit, so they presume familiarity with the syllabus, and it's just that the student didn't get the requisite grade, so they're just trying to, well, they're required to like upskill a bit as part of their course, and those students will be prioritized. So if you look at a college website and think, oh great, maths and English, I can do those at 16, you need to look at the very small print to see if there will be any openings available to you, and also what the syllabus will be, and whether there will be very much active teaching, or whether basically it's just giving you a chance to sit the exam again that they think you've been taught for the last 2 years. And
that very much varies from college to college, doesn't it?
You've
got to look at individually.
And the range of GCSEs on offer might be pretty narrow, because colleges are not really set up to offer GCSEs to post 16. They think you've done that at school. There might be a few, but there won't be, I don't know, astronomy. That's the one that people are always astonished isn't available. And
sometimes the college will let you do the maths and English alongside A levels, and sometimes they won't. That's the other thing. So, but bear in mind that there is funding available for further education. That's the A level section for 3 years. You've got 3 years funding. Don't let anybody fob you off and say you've got to do everything in 2, because you don't.
I just want to also
there's some 14 to 16 college availability that changes all the time, but I have a page on my website about it, which is one of the most popular pages. There are some colleges that will let you join in with other students at post 16. There are some who put them in special home ed GCSE classes or vocational subject classes. It depends completely where you live. And also, if you're a kind of a self-starter about it, you can just go and talk to the college, because that's how all those courses got up and running in the first place, is that they didn't already exist. It wasn't the college mostly thinking, wouldn't that be nice? They had somebody reach out to them and say, can we come and look round? Can we come and chat to you? Did you know that there would be funding to do this? And can you put on an open day, or, you know, meet a group of, and colleges are businesses, they're very poorly funded businesses. So basically they'll say, if you can get me a class full, we'll run it.
Yeah. And there's a difference between a part-time 14 to 16 offer and a full-time 14 to 16 offer, and the college will have to have different facilities for that. But the other thing to bear in mind when you're doing the post-16 stuff as well is be aware of the cohort your child will be in with, because in some instances it is unsuitable because of the type of students that are going to be there alongside your child, and your child will not cope with those students. So there's a lot of factors to take into consideration.
Yeah, I did have that because when we moved into this country, we didn't know much about the system at all, and we needed to bring my daughter in, and she'd only just turned 18. So we signed her up for a college course so that we could get a visa for her. And they didn't recognize the qualifications she had. So she got dumped in with the sort of foundation group, and that did not go too well. But we are now being joined by Graham Stuart. So we're going to, let's see, just check how we are for time. So Julia, I hope you won't mind if we push you a little bit, because Graham's been able to join us now. So let me just remove spotlights here from this. So Graham, we see you. We will get you on here shortly. And I'll leave Addison in. I'm just going to share a little slide here so everyone can see who you are. So Graham, you are well known in the home educating community for the help you've given to home educators in the past, in 2009. And so that you've got this reputation now. Let me just spotlight you and bring you in as well. Add you in there, but welcome. Thank you for joining us. And I'm keeping Addison in. She can perhaps help keep the chat going. But I think what I'm really curious about is, what got you interested sort of in the whole home education thing and kind of standing up for us?
Well, I staggered into it, really. It was definitely not deliberate, but it was Graham Bank. I sat on the committee, and my job there generally, on the committee, is trying to get to the truth, isn't it? Strip away. And he came in, and then he came out with numbers on the number. He'd come out and said that there were 20,000 children known to be to the local authorities, known to local authorities. But he said, but the real number of home educated children's got to be at least double that, and might well be 4 times that. And then I don't want to bore you with this, but he basically came out and said that the children who had what do they call it? My God, my memory's going. But the
child protection. He said that he was talking about social services intervention. Wasn't
yes, and it was the child protection plan or something like that. And he said, it was double the rate. So, not only was there an issue with education as far as he was concerned, but there was a clear safeguarding issue. And he said, and it was double the rate, at which point it was just the numbers from that. And he made this as, just at the end of his long inquiry. This was a formal report to the government. And I was like, well, but you must have taken the people who have a child protection plan and divided it by what? The 20,000 known to local authorities. And he said, yes. I said, but by definition, anybody with a child protection plan is going to be known to the local authorities. And you've already said that the numbers at least double and more likely triple or quadruple. In other words, at best, at worst, the rate of child protection plans among home educated children is about the national average, but much more likely it could be as little as half the national average. So you made this whole case around a safeguarding issue for home educated children when the evidence, your own evidence, suggests the exact diametric opposite. Have I got something wrong here? And I can't remember. I haven't read the transcript ever, I don't think. So I don't know what he came out with. But I remember it was just, and I just thought, what a scam. I was just shocked that they could do that. So I think that was my kind of moment. And then there was because I can be contrarian, there was a certain appeal in the fact that the home education community is so singularly unattractive politically. Spread all over the country. It covers a whole variety of views, and it reminded me of Pastor Niemoller as well. First they came for the whatever it was, the Jews, that wasn't the Jews, the gypsies, and all the rest of it. And I was thinking, well, no one is going to. It's going to be very hard to see how anyone is going to stick up for this home educated community, and therefore it kind of appealed to me a bit. And then I kind of went from there and got involved in some more of the arguments. And home educators can be quite forceful, shall I say?
I was going to say bloody-minded, but
bloody-minded.
Okay. We'll take forceful. Yeah.
We'll just say forceful, and not always their best. If winning people over is the aim, not always.
No, you're right.
The most effective, though of course it's so diverse. You can't talk about people as if they're all the same. Or
yeah, exactly.
The whole point about it is the diversity of it. But anyway, and then from there, of course, we had the bill going through, and I was able to persuade. I mean, Michael Gove and Nick Gibb were naturally in the, in a sense, in those who would like to think that the home educators need to be brought back into the serried ranks of ordered education, not this wild autonomous free-for-all. But anyway, I managed to persuade them, and by doggedness and things. So they came over and started to see how the government had failed to make the case properly. And so we were able to use the fact that they needed our okay in the wash up at the end of as we got to the 2010 election to get it through. So because that's what made it possible. Anyway, that's a very long answer.
Yeah, but and the scam persists. They're still trying the same things, using the same arguments, using reports to support them that have already been debunked. Using figures in like reverse so that it doesn't sound quite as bad, or it sounds worse, by just like manipulating the figures. And we obviously have got really wise to this now, but we do feel like our voice is very tiny, and there's just only a small number of people really listening or prepared to listen, and the arguments sound ever so complicated. So by the time you've started trying to tell people what the issues are that we're having and all the ins and outs, they start glazing over. And
of course, because of the diversity of the community, you can't get agreement. You certainly can't enforce any agreement. Everyone's so individualistic, and they're not. Every home educator isn't going to sign up to say the same 3 ordered arguments in the same order, because that's how you win a campaign. You get very clear messaging, and everybody says the same thing repeatedly. And if you keep saying the same thing again and again and again, eventually, some people, it'll register. So it is quite challenging. I can see that.
Yeah, we were having a laugh earlier about how they label us a powerful lobby.
Yes.
And here we are. And all of us are just trying to survive and spend time with our families, and the last thing we really, I've said earlier, is that I feel some resentment for the time that's been robbed from my own life and everybody here, because just having to constantly remind people of human rights, just basic things and boundaries, and the arguments have got harder now to sustain, because we do have bad actors as well that come into the mix, but they are the exception, not the rule.
Yeah. Well, the frustrating thing was, I always said I'm not a sort of complete libertarian. If it turns out there is a significant educational underperformance issue in some segment or way, well, fine, and if that means crushing the
does that apply to school as well?
Well, but that's the point. So my whole thing was, do the research. It's just weird to go to this very expensive, heavy-handed policing thing on the basis of typically rather poorly researched, easily disproved facts. Go and do the research. Just spend a little money on research. There's 2 things I'd like to do. One is research, find out more of the reality, and 2, why not, rather than looking for some bat to beat everyone with, why don't you try and provide more support? Because if you provide support, I'm not forcing everyone, just offer it. If you actually used honey if you had honey rather than the other way around, then more and more, the more constructive and the most positive people in the community would engage, because you'd offer them something, not
yes, exactly.
Not blackmailing or forcing them. They'd come, and then you would build relationships. That would help you with your research side of things. you'd be helping every child who needs it, and you would uncover the desperation of many parents who are not willingly going in because of some conviction around their education style. So many, horribly many, are forced into it by the failure of the system to do anything other than traumatize their child for whatever reason. They might have SEN, they might not, but whatever it is, so many people do it unwillingly, and yet they are further, and then they get attacked for doing the only thing that, they may be wrong. They may be, again, that's why engage them, support them, offer them services, and then build trust. And then if it isn't right for the child or the parents, then facilitate their return to the mainstream educational world. But instead of that, it's this sort of get a hammer out and start hammering at it, and then they'll say you're confrontational, when in fact it's the state lazily, like some lazy elephant that just wants to roll over on top of the tiny home education community. Well, anyway,
so one of the problems, Graham, is that we already have some research and they refuse to look at it. So that's it. They've not done it themselves. Even if it's academic research, they won't even take any notice of it.
They're actually not interested.
Yeah,
they want
and
what they want, and that's it.
Also, we've got some problems with parliamentary process in that, for example, there were many submissions to the bill committee in the House of Commons, and a huge number of them were not published. Like a huge number of them.
Really?
Yes. Massive number of submissions not published and therefore not scrutinised.
How come?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Well, the petitions or what was it? The consultation. The bill committee. They basically said, well, we don't always publish all of them
because they don't
quite
have
normal.
to.
Yeah.
That was their answer. They don't have to. And when I asked, well, can the members of the House of Lords access what was provided earlier on? No, because they can access what's been published, but the stuff that wasn't published, they can't. So I did that one by what do they know? So I did that as an FOI, but no, they can't. There isn't a mechanism to allow them. I'm like, well, could they ask individually? Apparently, there isn't a mechanism to allow them.
And I think that's part of the is that we really don't feel very much not feeling heard, but we also know that there's a determination from the current government to and they have the majority, so they don't actually have to listen to anybody, and they can do what they want, even if it is going to cost more in the long run, even if children will be worse off going back into the school that failed them in the first place.
They're not accepting a single amendment. I mean, the whole process of scrutinising a bill through both houses is supposed to be so that it can be fine-tuned, and there is no fine-tuning going on, none at all.
Yeah, so it's very frustrating, and as I said, there are very few voices within the houses that kind of have our back on this, because I think the rhetoric has won. The narrative has won that parents are making excuses, or parents are to blame, or parents don't send their children to school. And unfortunately, there are a very tiny minority of parents that are. But and I understand it must be incredibly difficult in your position, because you can only do so much. And it's a real pity that we can't do that petition like we did back in the day, because we were talking about it earlier. That was like a goosebumps moment for me, watching that and feeling the access that I had to the parliamentary process. And I came in as a South African. I'd never had that kind of access before. Yeah, and so that was amazing. And I think there's a real sense of despair, because we do battle as a community to bring everyone together and to bring everyone in agreement to just get the numbers to have some sway, and then we don't have anyone listening on at the political side either. We're very, very tiny, and I think a lot of the politicians are at this stage saying, well, they're just throwing the amendments out, so what can we do? And I mean, Liz Truss, God bless her, she got rid of the schools bill, and I will be forever thankful for that. If that was the one thing that she achieved, I will be very thankful for it. But I think the reality is that this is a civil servant, push.
Yeah, well, they've
she
always been
doesn't-
there, and they
yeah,
sit and they
yeah,
wait, don't they? And then they
yeah.
push it forward. And
regardless of who's in government, we're going to we really need to get rid of this once and for all for a good long time, so we can relax and enjoy it.
yes.
Yeah. Anyway, I want to let you talk now, and we've had a bit of a that's not a go at you. That's just a bit of frustration. Had to come
I think I've been probably misunderstood before I accuse Alison of misleading me. But my answer was I was just coming along, and it would be very nice if I joined. So in other words, I sat quietly at the back, and that someone might at some point identify that I was in the virtual room. I didn't realize I was the center of attention.
Oh, no, the thing is that I think it's good for you to hear, like a lot of people have said, got a comment here that you're definitely, this person said you're definitely one of their heroes. And we had other comments on the YouTube channel, basically, where people have just said how much they appreciated what you've done for us. And we know that, that position is not something you can always do. You've been in difficult positions previously. I think you were, you couldn't help either. And that is the way it rolls. But we've been very thankful for what you did do, because it just reminds us that sometimes these miracles happen.
Yes.
And then it's a good day.
But the system keeps coming back. But of course, I mean.
Oh dear, yes.
Yeah. Though, I mean, of course, New Zealand, if I remember, it's a long time since the issues around this were, I was involved in it, so my memory is probably pretty poor. But New Zealand had introduced rules, didn't it? And then withdrew it again because it was, so one lives in hope. But the system seems so wedded to it. And one of the things I got involved in, of course, was trying to organise the local authority home education community, which I know it was a double-edged sword. It was always a risk. The more you coordinate them, the better able they are then to, pursue the things that perhaps we wouldn't like. But on the other hand, I thought it would, it would at least mean that you had people who were having to think more seriously about it, and that you'd have an interlocutor.
Yeah. Well, I think the chief problem we have is the local authorities. Is that people do not trust the local authorities. Now, I live in a local authority that is one of the best ones in the country as a home educator. We have a very, maybe I shouldn't say too much because that maybe it will alert somebody, but quite a laid back home education officer who knows how to recognize when somebody's doing fine and they don't need her. And she also knows how to smell the BS when people are giving her a response, and she can hear that something's not quite right, and then she will focus on those. And she says it is literally, she said I can count them on a few fingers, those families. So generally, it's not a problem. And because she's really supportive, so when families have a problem, they can go to her. She will do what she can to help them. Because of that, I have no issue sending somebody to her if I'm concerned, because I know she will be sensitive and empathetic. And because of that, people don't mind her getting in touch with them, because they know she's not going to overstep. And to me, that is what you want, a mutually respectful, trusting relationship between parents and between your local authority, everyone knowing their place, staying in their lane. And
I think that's the point, isn't it? I mean, again, going back to you asked what motivated me, it was just sort of the arrogance that I mean, it does come from a world view, which is quite easy for people, seems even conservatives, to slip into, of thinking that the state is the primary player, and therefore, the state allows you to do things, but keeps, it's in true loco parentis at all times. Whereas my kind of constitutional view was, no, the individual, the citizen, is the boss, and the state and local authorities are servants to them. And yes, they're, if you break the law and all these things, there are triggers that allow the state to intervene. But if you don't have that sense of the state is subordinate to the family, not least on the raising of children. I mean, you can't grasp that. and that's what they don't have. So then they think you're there to do what they say. And how dare you not go the conventional route of sending it to predominantly state-run schools? It's just like, well, no, it's and that was that long constitutional settlement to recognise the primacy of parents, and therefore, and most people might choose to let the state educate their child because they choose to do so, and anyone who doesn't is not is not strange. They are simply exercising the primacy which they hold, and then it's quite right.
That's why we're so worried about the bill, Graham, because it undermines that primacy.
Yeah. And then again, there's no problem with, two fronts, absolute abject failure of education. It can be triggers there to intervene, not a problem, if that really isn't happening. But, as Juliet quite rightly says, you might want to have a good close look at how many children come out of 11 years of full-time education in the state sector, barely able to read and write before you get too up on your high horse with parents.
Not to mention where I live, the schools are absolutely full. There's no room. For any other children.
But again, there's of course you get into the nitty gritty on how do we know? Well, that's again to go back to that constitutional point, if that's the right way of putting it, or right point. No, the parent has primacy. So it's only if it appears, but we can't know then whether everyone's getting a proper education. No, you can't, because that's not your role. The parents do that. Now, if it becomes apparent to you, and you can be sensible things, then yes, you can act. But that's not good enough. Well, have you got the evidence there are so many children being failed in home education educationally to justify arrogation of powers?
But if we could just get into the home, because we need to get into the home. Because
they're obsessed with that, which got me as well. I said, well, it's unbelievable. And then, of course, the confusion between the education and then the child safety point of view, and it was just like, and the whole mindset. And I go, but it's outrageous at the moment. They said, what do you mean? I said, well, I have my 2 young girls, which I had then, and I have them for months. Mine very long holidays, and I can just, what I can do with them? No one can come and inspect and find out if they're safe. I can just take them abroad on a plane anywhere I like, do whatever I like with them. How are we ensuring that they're being treated properly? Surely we need to give local authority needs to come have the right to come in my home in the summer holidays and demand access. And then they'd suddenly catch on because they'd be with you the whole going, oh yeah, that sounds right, until the point you say that, and then they realize that you're taking the mick. But that's their logic. Their logic would be that state agents can come marching up to the door and come wandering in and see whether they approve of the how safe the layout of the kitchen is.
The state makes the worst
parent of all. We should all have video cameras so that they can observe whether or not our knives are safe enough, whether we've left sharp objects around. I mean,
and not to mention, we should make sure they have the details of where I do my online grocery shopping to make sure I'm eating right and I'm not buying rubbish.
Oh yeah, because that's child abuse if ever there was. Having too many sugary treats.
But it's also that during the pandemic, when so many families were locked down, how many schools did home visits to those children? That were all at home. Suddenly it was okay for children to be with their parents. It's like, well, which one is it?
And the failures of, and again, you go back, there's so many angles on it, and the state doesn't do that which it's supposed to do already. So why on earth would you extend it? Why don't you get the state to do what it's supposed to do properly now? Kira Ishak was, when I was chair of the committee years ago, died in Birmingham, and then of course they did the typical smear and said, oh, she was home educated. And she was one of 4, if I remember. Her brother was at school and was going out at break times to go through the bins because he was starving, and his trousers were falling off his hip because there was no flesh there, and they were just falling down, this poor kid. And the teacher raised it with Birmingham Social Services repeatedly, and they didn't do anything. And you want to go, and this is a home education issue, says once they do the inquiry, and they're casting around for recommendations to try and be constructive. So they always come out and say, oh, well, we should do something about home education. It was nothing to do with home education.
They've done that again with Sara Sharifa. And,
yes, they absolutely
they weaponize these children. And well, Graham, I'm going to need to let you off the hook now and stick you in the back row.
Good.
because we're going to get Julia in. She's been waiting patiently, but we really wanted to hear from you. So thank you so much for joining us. And, please, as I said, feel free to sit in and listen to the conversations that we're having. We would love that. So I'm going to just remove the spotlight from you there and from Addison as well. And I'll bring Julia Black in. She was with us earlier today. And with our lights on. Oh, there you are. I was looking for you to spotlight you. There you go.
Hiya.
And,
Having me back.
yeah. And I kind of feel like I can just, if there's anything specific you want to share, but I think what I really enjoyed is you did such a good talk about, what lights off looks like and what lights on looks like. And perhaps you could talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, of course. And actually, as I was listening to Graham and you and Addison talk there as well, I feel that this as a metric, lights on or lights off, could be really valuable to gather data that kind of builds the case, I guess, for home ed, or even, for parents who've got children in school and want to affect changes there. Because when we start to look at what being lights off means, so my metric lights on, lights off, and I have this tool that's the lights on spectrum, it really means the sort of the state of being, and lights off obviously means that we are frustrated, angry, despondent, feeling apathy. So all of those emotions that stop us learning if we get stuck being lights off. And it's a metric that changes us from judgment when we think about children being disengaged or we look at their behavior. When we look at children's behavior, we kind of we step into judgment. And I've talked to head teachers about this and got them to see and feel a shift, because we're judging the behavior, which is sort of downstream of how a child is feeling about learning, which maybe be disempowered, they've got their agency taken away, maybe they're sitting there bored, they can't follow what's going on, all normal healthy reactions to having no agency in learning. When we switch to seeing that as being lights off, which is our thinking is negative, the way we feel, our nervous system is dysregulated, we can step into compassion. And when I've talked to children about how they feel, and adults, because I work both with children, teenagers and adults, and you ask them, and this might be something for everyone who's watching to think about, like, how does it feel when we are lights off? And parents talk about, well, it's like walking through treacle, but children tend to talk about feeling lost, lonely, scared, frightened, misunderstood, not seen, not heard, not valued. And I think from a point of view of really building a case of whether education is working, whether it's in school or out of school, when we collect this data and children tell us that they feel lights off, then we have to do something about that. And sometimes that is not staying in the school environment that is causing that. However, this is where it gets exciting, because when we begin to track our lights on status, as I call it, we can then begin to look and go, well, is this a normal, healthy disengagement? So are we hitting lights off, which is actually really important for learning, or are we getting stuck in there, which is when the problem of mental health and mental ill health begins to kick in. And it's when we begin to see children, again, either in school or in home ed, kind of switch off from learning. And that's when obviously it gets difficult, whether we're a parent or an educator, to re-engage them. So this metric, lights on, lights off, even just as to collect data about, how a child is feeling when they're learning, has been really, really key in the parents that I work with, in the families that I work with, and also in the schools that I used to work with. So I sort of think Graham sort of said, well, how do we know, they're learning? And that was really where my metric came from, because I was wanting to go, well, how do we, without assessments, and all of that kind of thing, as parents also, how do we know they're learning? And for me, it was just like, well, you see it in their eyes. It's like their lights come on. So then when we look at being lights on, this is the sort of, we're tuning into now emotions of love, joy, gratitude, abundance. And we're really then stepping into that agency. So again, we can think about it as lights off, being disengaged and disempowered and disconnected actually from our learning circuitry. And lights on being we're empowered, we've got agency, we're leading ourselves, and we are fully connected with our learning circuitry, which I talk about being the heart set, the mindset and skill set. And I think where this gets exciting is children know, so we can ask them directly. And what we want to be looking for is quite a normal, healthy curve between and fluid and dynamic movement between being lights off, which means we're stepping outside of our comfort zone, and then moving back in to being lights on. So I feel, and the parents and the families that I work with, it changes the conversation quite considerably when we start to look at it like this, because we're then not judging the behavior, but we can lead and make solutions and have policies and conversations that come with compassion. Do we want children, to be sitting there feeling lost and lonely and scared? Is that the most effective internal learning environment for them to learn? Of course it isn't. And it's really hard to argue against, they're just going to have to get on with it. So this is the conversation I love having with parents. I've got my book, Lights on Learning, which came out in December, which I was really excited to see was on Amazon's #1 gift recommendations for homeschoolers. So, maybe we can put a link to that, and you can actually get a digital version from my website, so that it costs you less and you can get it accessed straight away. But when I saw that, I just thought, actually, if we can empower parents to have that confidence that what they're doing is not only switching their lights on, which I know, Juliet, is really important to you, and and learn free, but also that they are protecting and safeguarding their children's mental well-being. Because for me, this is the crux of any conversation. And the problem is when we sort of have conversations sometimes about mental health and mental well-being, we kind of get skewed to the extremes. Or I remember a teacher saying to me about my daughter when she went back into school, age 11 in secondary school. I said, look, she's really unhappy in the tutor group she's in. She's been home educated. And so I think it's really important that we set her up for success socially. And he said, well, is she crying when she comes home? I said, well, she's not crying when she comes home. And he was like, well, can we wait until she's crying when she comes home? And I'm like, no, we cannot wait. We're going to listen to the child who is more than able and capable of telling us that she is not thriving from a mental health perspective, which we then know means that she will not be thriving as a learner, regardless of whether she's hitting those top grades. So that's the conversation I'd love to have with anyone, again, right at policy level, or, even just if it's within your home, because it's a game changer. And I think for parents, it's just as important for us to be asking, do I know what switches my lights on? How long am I spending with my lights off? Because it's normal and healthy to become lights off, but we don't want to get stuck there too long. And the best educational practices, in my view, the best educational policies, in my view, take this into account, and they build agency and ownership for the child, so that they also know this frustration, this anger, or this what I'm feeling right now, which feels very uncomfortable, actually that's normal and healthy for the thinking that I'm having. So I see this enormous problem that we have, a learning crisis around the world, as it's been called by, the World Bank and UNICEF and reports. I see it as a real big opportunity for us to be able to kind of go, right, okay, when we shine the spotlight on what a child is thinking and feeling and how they are showing up and who they're able to be, we can look and have different conversations, and not one that is about blaming any party in the mix, but one that is about empowering that child to move dynamically and have the tools to self-regulate back to being healthy, engaged, connected, and lights on. So I hope that makes sense.
Well, I think it's so important what you're saying, Julia, you know, because I think using the term lights on and lights off is one that, you know, it conjures something up for people, you know, and I think if people don't understand, they almost need to ask themselves, well, what turns my lights off? And what turns my lights off? What makes me bored? What makes me lose interest and get frustrated and you know, that kind of thing. And then to understand, and I think most parents, if you think about it, you've seen when your children's lights are off. You know,
Yeah,
they're
so
just
clear.
Yeah, yeah, we have seen it, but we've just, you don't think. And what turns the lights on is just, you know, when they become curious. When you see them curious, you see those lights and the eyes light up, the sparkle come back, the smile, the engagement, concentration, all of these things that indicate, you know, that the child is engaging. I'm just going to look and see if there's any comments on the live
And I
feed.
think I just want to add to that. I can't remember the name, but someone was talking about the love of reading earlier.
Yes, Harriet,
and
yes.
yeah, and for me, that's what this is. You know, my vision is a world where all children love learning, because when we bring love into the mix, it has such, you know, Dr. Barbara Friedrichsen's research was it's a positivity resonance and things open up for us. So I think this is really key. It's a great metric, it's a great metaphor, but it's also the science behind it backs up that if we know our children are, you know, in a state of being lights off or lights on, then we know that readiness to learn and flourish. I guess really it's about human flourishing at the end of the day, which is why I think many parents choose home education in the first place. It's certainly why I chose it.
Yeah. And I was going to say, my brain is as if I don't say the thing right away, then I lose it. It's been a long day and we're doing really well. I've had my son bring me some dinner, so I may be munching in between. But I think, you know, there's so much that as home educators, I always feel like we are at the cutting edge of understanding and learning for different, like we cover everything. We've got parents working with their dyslexic children, with neurodivergence, with autism, all of these different what some would view as challenges. But we find parents who've found how to work best with their children. And so we actually have the answers in many cases. For educators, we have a lot to share. The combined knowledge, the combined expertise about learning. And you know, the thing is also that I feel whenever I've filled in a consultation, one of these government consultations, I always talk about the training of local authorities and that they need to be trained. One of the things is child development.
Yes.
Because part of this whole thing of whether if you're going to try and push a child before they're ready and they're not developmentally ready for something, you will lose them. You will put learning barriers up for them.
Yes, and I think that's the key, you know, why the simplicity of understanding, well, if a child's lights are off, then they're not going to be able to learn. But we can use that to help them learn. And the results, you know, the families I've worked with, the children I've worked with, it's incredible how fast we can re-engage children who have been disengaged for years. And I think that's where it gets exciting. So I think, you know, we tend to, as human beings, make things extremely complicated. But as an entrepreneur, a social entrepreneur, and, you know, I guess for me, it's like, how can we make this simple? How can we really empower parents to be phenomenal leaders of their families so that they all flourish? And also have equipped with the conversations to have to advocate for themselves, which I think is, you know, is what you're really doing, you know, phenomenally well, Juliet and team.
To me, the secret is actually with the parents.
Yes.
if you work with the parents, support the parents, which is what's so annoying about this Children's Wellbeing in Schools bill, is the bit about support is virtually, it's a joke, actually. It's really not of any, it's not worth even having that section on support in the bill, because it's like this long and it basically says it's up to the local authorities what support they offer. So, that to me is that, there are a lot of parents, there are some parents who struggle to parent because they weren't properly parented themselves. But if they could be supported to be the parents they want to be, that would be so much better. And, then that to me is the way to go. Support and helping parents to trust these good instincts that they have about their children, to have caring relationships, because the relationship is so important as well. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why I closed my centres, because I was working on a school site and working directly with the children. And I realised that actually, if I can work with the parents, we make a change for life for that child, rather than just, maybe inspire or re-engage them while we're working with them, but actually to create that culture of learning in the home. So that's definitely where I would love to see investment put, is just like, what an opportunity this is when parents want to be involved in their child's education.
And we should want that, and we should be encouraging it.
Exactly.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Julia. Thank you for coming back to join us this evening. And please feel free to stay. I'm going to go and find Heidi. I know she came in here somewhere. Heidi, are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, good.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Did I spotlight you? Yes. Did I? Or was that accidental? No, that I haven't spotted you yet. I don't think, but I'm just wondering why I don't seem to be able to. That's very odd. Did somebody else spotlight her? Don't know. Are you seeing Heidi spotlit for you guys? Oh, there we go. Okay, I found where to do it. Yeah. So hello, Heidi.
Hello.
Welcome. And I do
Hi.
have a slide for you. Just the usual picture that we trot out every time you come and do a talk at the Learn.
There I am.
Heidi's website is liveplaylearn.org. Heidi is an unschooler, and she does a lot. I know you work with a lot of parents and so on as well, and just giving support and guidance and encouraging parents who have chosen or want to unschool. And I know neurodivergence comes into the mix as well.
Yes.
Would you like to have interview style, or have you got a lot you just want to say and get off your chest?
If someone's happy to do interview style, I'm happy to do that.
Yeah.
It depends how you guys are feeling, because I know you've had a long day and it sounds like you've done really well.
But I think what we'd like to know, I think for most of us, the interesting thing is like, what led you to home educating, what your experience has been, kind of talking a bit about your journey. Sorry, my son left the door open, it just banged shut. I don't know if that was loud, that everyone heard that. But yeah, we kind of want to know about different people's experiences and, how they got to where they are now, really.
Okay. I can talk about that. I can say hi. My name's Heidi Steele. I'll do a little introduction. I am an unschooling parent, and we have always unschooled. So I have 4 children who have never been to school. My eldest is 18, and then I have a 16-year-old, a 13-year-old, and a 10-year-old. So we've been very happily part of the home educating community for 14 plus years. And all my children are happy living and learning as they go. I do have a website. It's liveplaylearn.org, which Juliet kindly had a slide for there. So you can find out more about unschooling and about our unschooling network. So we just connect with other unschoolers and support each other as we unschool and home educate our children. One of the biggest things I get asked, I think, is about how we decided to home educate and specifically unschool, especially as my children have never been to school. So a lot of the families that I work with commonly hear stories about poor school experiences for their children in various degrees, and how they came to Home Educate via that route. For me, it was a different story. I am a former teacher, so I worked in early years and I was early years trained for 12 years. And during the course of that time, I did work in lots of different schools and lots of different roles. Early years was kind of my passion, and where the majority of my training and professional development was focused. I had a really keen interest in how children learn, specifically through play, and a lot of my training, I guess, focused on child development. And there's a really big disconnect between what we know about child psychology, child development, how children can learn very naturally, and that their way of doing that is through play, and then how children are taught in schools. By the time my eldest was coming up to compulsory school age, I had a very strong feeling that I didn't want him to enter the school system. It was a little bit in response to him as an individual as well. At that age, he was bright as a button, but he was fairly quiet, quite reserved. I thought he'd kind of get lost a little bit in a classroom of 30. And so at that point, we decided that we would home educate. We also decided that we wouldn't introduce curriculums, that we would just continue to allow them to explore the world on their terms. And we also actively decided that we would give it a go. We would see how it went. We didn't make a long-term commitment to do it forever and ever and ever. But as it turns out, that's how we ended up. And we consciously made the same decision for each of our children. So we didn't just blanket decide, we're making this decision and that's what's going to, that's what all of our children are going to do. Every time our children came up to the age where families register for school, we consciously reflected on the child that we had, and our family lifestyle as well, like how, if they went into school, how it would impact our family. So every time we made a decision. So my second particularly, I was very, very aware that he would quite highly likely become the naughty child in the classroom, and I didn't want that for him. I knew that with all the best will and intention in the world, even if he wasn't specifically, I'm going to say picked on, but like removed from the classroom or be on the sad cloud or whatever they have up on the wall, that whoever was responsible for him would have to say his name at least 100 times a day, and that by course of just happening would kind of put him in not a great position, really. And so we decided that he wouldn't go to school. My third child was situationally mute, and also has ongoing medical conditions, which I felt both of which would be better addressed at home. And then my fourth child, I always say she could climb before she could walk, and even now, so she's 10 now, and the types of things she's doing are all very physically active. Like, she does not sit still. That's like not that's not an option for her. And I intentionally didn't want those bits of their very natural personalities and things that we loved about them. I didn't want them contained in the way that they would be contained at school, and cause frustration or shame or you know, feeling bad about themselves when that's not how we viewed them. So that's how we came to decide to home educate. Periodically, we've checked in with the children over the course of the years about how they feel about home education, and they've always stuck with it. They love it. In fact, my older two continuously say the best thing is that we get to be with our family all the time, which has changed over the years. They're not so much with us now. You know, they've got their own friendship groups and they're stepping out into the world and doing their own thing. But it was an interesting reflection for me that the thing that they love so much would actually be the thing that is most difficult to maintain when children are at school for 6 hours a day, and when, you know, even when they are at home, they're occupied by homework. Quite often there's after school clubs which they may or may not feel the pressure to go to, you know, with their friends. So yeah, it was an interesting reflection for me that that's the thing that they enjoyed the most. And our experience of home education has been a really positive one overall. Like anything in life, when you look back over 14 years, not everything is roses, and there's been times when we've I guess struggled with various things like knowing what to do or decisions that we're making. Certainly finding groups, you know, people that we want to hang out with, or my kids want to hang out with. We've certainly been to groups where we've felt that it wasn't a good fit for us. So kind of putting effort, you know, kind of putting that continuous effort into things until you find the sweet spot. Yeah, and I mean, as unschoolers, we've really just done a lot of the things that my kids love, which, I mean, I can give you some examples, but the things that my kids love are going to be different to the things that Juliet's kids love or Michelle's kids love. But we certainly, when they were little, my boys were very active. They liked climbing trees, they liked going to the beach, they liked being in water. So we would go to the sea, we'd go to the river, we'd go to the local nature reserve. You couldn't get in the water there, but we do have a local country park which has got like a water area where you can get in. Lots of play parks, lots of riding bikes and skateboards and scooters and roller skates, lots of really active stuff, peppered with museum visits, because they also really liked things like Minecraft. So we went to a lot of museums that have geological areas so that they could actually see, you know, not redstone, but obsidian, for example, and hands-on places like science museums. And we've got a local observatory where we are that's got very hands-on areas for children to experience the science that they're interested in. So lots and lots of going about and out and about. Oh, swimming, lots of swimming. We've done sort of water again.
May I ask you something, Heidi?
Yeah.
So some people think that if you unschool, basically, you don't need to do anything as a parent, and children can just do what they like. You know, there's different versions you hear, but basically the idea is that you know, there's sometimes unschooling is regarded as a bit of a dirty word. So I'm sure you've come across that, and how do you see unschooling, and how would you describe it in a way that actually demonstrates the positive of it?
I'd love to swap just for maybe a week or something with somebody that tells me that it's easy and relaxed. Because I feel like it can be. The easy and relaxing things about it are that my children are engaging in things that they're motivated to do. So there's very little There's very little fight with my children about what we're doing. Sometimes there's a lot of negotiating because I've got 4 children and one of them wants to go swimming and the other one doesn't, and there's a lot of discussion that goes on. But in terms of parent involvement, we're really, really hands-on, coming alongside your children, being involved in what they're doing, bringing in new opportunities for them. You know, quite a lot of unschooled children don't, or typically unschooled children, you know, they don't go out and say, I want to learn this maths curriculum, or I want to learn the Great Fire of London when I'm 7. Like, if you want to do that, there's loads of material out there for 7-year-olds on the Great Fire of London, because that's what they do in schools. There's a lot of pre-packaged stuff. You know, my children want to learn how to paint their own nails and dye their own hair, and I'm trying to think of some of the more obscure things that we've done. Some unschooling children that in families I work with, you know, they literally want to go and visit the places that they know about. So they want to go to Singapore and they want to go to Malaysia. It's really hands-on being an unschooling parent, trying to facilitate what our children are interested in, or synchronized swimming. So my daughters are really interested in synchronized swimming, and trying to find how they can access that when they're not the typical age for synchronized swimmers. It is hard work. There's a lot of problem solving that goes on, a lot of thinking outside of the box, a lot of trying to do things that are good enough for now whilst you're still trying to figure out how you're going to access other things, and also bringing in new stuff for them, like giving them opportunities and exposure to stuff that's not naturally on their radar. So what
do you notice? I mean, do you notice that your children are sort of naturally drawn to certain things, and that gives you an inclination of who they are and potentially what they might do as a career?
Oh, well, that's I don't want to step into what they might do as a career. That feels like I might be speaking too soon, but you know, I've got 4 children, and I know, Juliet, you've got a whole
7
bushel of children as well. Yeah. And so I don't know if you find this, but you know, when my children were younger and they had access to everything. So one of the stories I tell is we've always had art stuff in our house. So my boys always had access to paints and paper and crayons and pastels, and like lots of different stuff was available to them, and they weren't interested. They particularly my eldest, he was interested in building things out of cardboard. He was interested in building things with Lego. He was interested in building things in Minecraft. He was interested in building things, and that just seemed to be where his natural inclination was and where he spent a lot of his time. And my older 2 just didn't touch the art stuff. And then along came my third, and I think she decimated the whole lot in like 2 weeks. It was all gone, because that was where she just navigated to. That's where her curiosity took her. That's what she wanted to jump in and play with. And she's 13 now, and she is still very creative. She's the one that likes doing the nail art, for example. It's kind of taken a bit of a twist and a turn, but like it's still, I can still see that thread from where she started, like digging into paints and drawing on the wall. She was my child that, like, if you blinked for 2 minutes, she'd drawn a mural on the wall, you know. And now she's doing intricate detail on nail art. For example, she does do a lot of other things as well. And as for my son, who was really into, so when he was younger, I thought, oh, engineering, like he's like, that's where he's going to end up. But as it happens currently, so I'm just going to say currently, because I don't want to speak into his future, he's really involved with nature preservation. So he works at 2 different places. One's a nature site local nature reserve, and the other one is a local nature trust for the area. And the other thing he really loves doing is being on the water. None of which have anything to do with engineering, which is why I laugh when you ask the question, Gina, because all those years ago I was really on like, oh, he's going to be an engineer, and now he's kind of gone left field and into something else. So,
but it wouldn't surprise me if those things all came back in again at some point, because that's all that foundational skill building. And I think the thing with unschooling is often people sort of perceive it as something that, you know, it's just like the Wild West, you know, the children are like hanging from the roof, and there's often, as I said, like a negative perception. But did you find that your children sort of automatically came to a point where they were interested in things like reading or doing maths or anything like that? You know, how have you sort of ensured that they have some of those skills that society would deem necessary for success?
I'd love to tell you my life isn't chaotic, and the picture that you just drew, but particularly when they were little, it was really chaotic. And to anyone from the outside looking in would just think it was completely bonkers. But to be fair, I always felt like that about reception classes when I taught in reception and had 30 children all playing different things. Like, to someone outside looking in, it looks completely chaotic and like nobody's got a grip on what these children are doing. But actually the adults in the room are, and this is reflected in unschooling and in my family as well, like that the adults who are present know those children really well, and they can absolutely see the curiosity, the motivation, the meaningful learning that is going on in what the child is doing. And so yes, it can appear quite chaotic, because the adult isn't, I'm going to use the word controlling and or overly controlling what is going on. But the parents are actively involved in what is happening. As for things like reading and maths, my children have a really good grasp of both. As I said, we haven't introduced curriculums or particular frameworks for learning either of those things. They came to them very naturally on their own. We did, however, have lots of reading material in the house, for example, and audiobooks and visits to the library, and you know, celebrating World Book Day. We've done that as part of our local home eds community. It's really actually very difficult in our society to not immerse children in literacy, because we are a literate, rich society. So it's actually hard to avoid it. And so my children very naturally picked up on those things. And when they were ready, you know, we read stories to our eldest every night until he was about 14, when he finally said, I'm all right now. I think I'll read. I think I'll read my own story. And he could read long before that, but it was a habit for us to read aloud together. And so that was part of our family culture. That we built, purposefully built. And so things like numeracy and literacy, the irony of them being so important in the education system is they're so important because they're such a core part of the wider society, and therefore they're really easy to access, because we're, as a society, we're quite immersed in numbers, and in, you know, numeracy is more than numbers, but you know, in those things, it's actually really easy to access them. I mean, whether they know what prefronted adverbial is, you know, one of those things.
What a fronted adverbial? Anyway, and I
Yeah,
don't
one of
actually know
them.
why anyone needs to know that, because
Exactly.
there's other things that are more important.
But interestingly, they might know what it is because it's so hilarious that they don't. It's probably gone round on a meme or something, and then they've gone, "Oh, what's that?" And then they've probably gone on and gone off on down a rabbit hole and actually
then it's
discovered
basically
for
because of,
themselves.
oh, okay, now I know what that is. Move on.
Yeah.
You know, it's like all the knowledge is out there and can be accessed. There's somebody on the live stream who said, so this is probably in connection with the previous conversation where we were talking about the parents being supported to be parents. And this comment was that parents are important, but the village has a larger and more diverse impact on kids. Do you care to discuss that?
I love this topic. Community is one of the things that the longer I home educate, the more I reflect back and see how one of the reasons that we've been able to sustain this for 14 years is because of the people that are around us, because of the friendships that we've made, because of the local connections that we've made, because of the online connections that we've made with other families who are unschooling, being able to support each other, hold each other, direct each other, all those things that community do. And I don't know how we would have fared without that. So when we talk about the village, you know, it's a really active participation. Sometimes for a long time, not all of my children wanted to be out and about. Not all of my children wanted to be in large groups. And so sometimes it was just a case of me connecting with other parents and me knowing who was out there and being able to chat with others, even if it was online. Sometimes it was about, you know, us as a family coming together with another family, and maybe the children weren't at a place where they were able to interact. And I say that delicately because I think they didn't get the social interaction as quickly as other children do. So they needed lots of repetition of meeting that same family over and over and over and over again. But just even being present with another family who is home educating, who is experiencing the world the same way you are, is really important. And then, like, the beautifulness of, you know, now we do sleepovers, you know, and other people's kids that we've known for in fact, some of them, because of my 10-year-old, some of the, you know, like I knew them when they were born, and they're, because they've got older siblings, you know, just, you know, they come and sleep over now, and my kids go and sleep over at theirs, and it's beautiful. Because everybody knows each other so well. Like, I know that parent really well, my children know that parent really well, and vice versa. You know, I get to look after somebody else's cuddly toys when they go off to play. You know, they'll come and ask me to look after their favorite cuddly toy, and it's such a beautiful thing, just that confidence and that trust and that relationship.
I want to go back to this comment though, because I think what this person is trying to say is that I think they're implying that, you know, parents are important, but actually the kids need to be out there, almost as if it's a bad thing to be with parents. That's kind of the sense I'm getting. And I think I think that there's a role that parents play in terms of their children as they're growing. It's a bit like a young tree. When you plant a young tree, you don't always want the wind to blow it this way and that way because it won't grow up straight. So you put some protection around the tree while it's young and while it's being formed until it's strong enough to stand on its own. And I think parents play that protective role of being there for their children, not always, not helicopter parenting necessarily, but like we would be getting together with friends and other people, but you'd always be there somewhere in the background, keeping an eye as your child discovers the world and is working on relationships and talking to people and learning conversational skills and negotiation skills with friends. as a parent, you were kind of always keeping an eye in case it, the situation got difficult or there was anything that you needed to be concerned about. But so they were able to grow in an environment where there's somebody looking out for them. Where I think the issue for me, and I don't want to necessarily compare with school, but in school you've got a class of 30 children, and it's not always possible for a teacher to make sure that all children are feeling safe in that environment, where they might be exposed to some negative behavior, aggression, these kinds of things. So it's just a slight shift. I mean, because we don't, like, as home educators, we've never existed in isolation. We are social beings. So we've always had a wider community. And the children were very secure because they knew that mum's just there if I need her. But I can go and run off and play, and I can go back and check that she's still there, and then I can run off. And my children are all extremely social beings that get on well with everyone, and are negotiating, making their way in life, working, studying, all the different things. And it's not, I feel they are far more secure in who they are because they've had as when they were still younger and they needed that protection, that inner sense of self was protected, until they were strong enough to kind of sort themselves out and know how to answer if there was a difficult question, that kind of thing. So that's kind of where I'm coming from with it. That's what I sort of think he was possibly trying to get at.
Okay. I love that idea that you described.
Short soon, but finish your thought.
No, I just love what you were saying there about, our children have this opportunity to run off and then come back. I call that the bungee rope effect.
Yeah.
Because you're there and you're there constant. And then one day they run off and sleep over someone's house, and then another
but they
day
don't
in the
need to
future
check.
they run off and they go traveling the world.
Yeah, but they don't need to check that you're there because you've been constant. They know that if they need you, you are
confident in themselves. Like you said, they've got to a point where they're confident in themselves. They can advocate for themselves. They can, respond, confidently. They've got a really good self-awareness, and they've acquired their own tools. It's a very much more a natural way of them growing in independence and socialization, rather than kind of forced separation and forced socialization.
Exactly. And I think and I think the thing is that often it's a people think that if you're home educating and if you're talking about the parent, that you're actually not considering sort of the wider impact of the village on the child. But the thing is, when you've got, as the parent, you're able to ensure that that village is a safe space for the child to be. And as I said, not by helicopter parenting necessarily, but by judging what's appropriate and in what situation. Anyway, so thank you so much, Heidi, for joining us. I hope you'll hang around a bit more. We've got Jen is somewhere in there. Let me go and find her. And let me just share the screen here quickly as well. So next up, we are being joined by Jen Hodge. And Jen's been just pretty amazing in really being a voice in the home educating community, a voice of common sense that we've appreciated. So I hope you are actually seeing the correct slide. I can't. I'm doubting myself now, but hopefully you're seeing the correct slide.
You've got the right one, Juliet.
Okay, good. And let me stop the share and then I can bring you in. When you're doing these live streams, it's all over the place. You don't, you kind of think, oh, I'm on this page, and then suddenly something else pops on, and then you don't know where you are anymore. So I'm trying to now spotlight you. Let me try and do that. Oh, I think you have to put your camera on to be spotlit.
Oh God, no, I can't do that. I'm sorry, you've got my voice or nothing is the only option today.
Okay, well that's fine. So she's joining in.
Just leave my little screeny thing up, can't you?
Without the camera, that's fine. And Jen, we've actually had a really good day today with just so many different people joining, having a fantastic conversation, so many aspects and facets on the spectrum that is home education. I mean, it's just, I can't believe how well it's just gone really well.
That's great. I've popped into the YouTube a couple of times, but unfortunately I've not been well enough to watch the stream, so I will watch another day.
Yes, and I know you've been through the ringer a little bit, and you know, but we couldn't not do this without you here.
Thank you.
So yeah, would you like to share a little bit about, you know, your foray into home education? You know, how did that happen for you as a family, and kind of, you know how that looks for you today?
Yeah, absolutely. So I chose to home educate when my eldest was 6 months old, simply because everybody started saying to me, when are you going to put your baby into nursery, and when are you going to go back to work? And I enjoyed being a mum a hell of a lot more than I had enjoyed the job that I was doing at the time. I think probably any job I would have done. And so I was like, well, do I have to send her to nursery? Do I have to do this? And I did a quick Google, and it was like, no, we don't. And then the conversation just developed that evening to kind of, well, actually, I wasn't a fan of school while I was there, and my husband felt the same. He'd had different experiences, but very much felt the same. So we just made that kind of decision, almost kind of an instant gut decision, that we wouldn't be using school, that we would home educate. So I did a quick Google. Was it legal? Yes. What did you have to do? And obviously over the years we thought about it lots. We had conversations. We went to home ed groups. We met people. But it was that kind of first gut instinct decision was made really on that first evening back nearly, well, 17 and a half years ago. And then we haven't kind of looked back since. So I've gone on to have 4 children. None of them have ever kind of done nursery or school. They've been kind of organically home ed. My eldest is in college. My second eldest just started a couple of days ago. And then I've got 2 who are kind of coming up behind.
Okay, I can put my audio back on. I'm eating my dinner as well. So Jen, you have also kind of delved into the whole world of sort of alternative provision, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm a doer, and as you may have noticed, so certainly fairly soon after kind of joining the home ed community, when the kids were toddlers, really, the eldest 2 were toddlers, I started helping like organize home ed groups and home ed meetups and things, and it was kind of a natural progression for me, a natural just part of my personality to organize and bring people together and do stuff. And then I got involved with quite a large home ed group that had been going a long time, and I kind of joined their committee. So that kind of built in the background. And then when my eldest 2 were kind of around 11, 12, 13-ish, they really wanted something that they could do that didn't have everybody's parents there and loads of toddlers running around, which is the kind of stuff we'd done so far, really, other than, I mean, obviously they met up with mates kind of away from groups, but the groups were very much kind of, you know, family-based groups. And I, at the time, was also looking to do something. I wanted to start a thing, to do a thing. I was thinking more and more, I was learning more and more and thinking more and more about neurodiversity and about needs and about how really just how poor our school system is. I'd spent a long time sat on the fence with friends, as you do as a kind of early home editor, going, well, that's wonderful that you make that decision and we make our decision and it's great to have choice. But as time went on, I was becoming a little bit more militant in my feelings that actually school really wasn't good. It wasn't a great place to be. So I wanted to start something that did that kind of offered group learning in a different way to what school offered. And we started off with holiday clubs. That was kind of the beginning bit for the first 6 months. Perfect timing. So I started the business on Christmas Day 2019, which I'm sure we know which direction this story is going in. First holiday club was February 2020, and then obviously COVID hit. And so we had a pause there, and I got very involved in kind of the community's effort, you know, supporting the community with volunteering and managing all that. And then that October we started our first home ed group, and it's grown from strength to strength. So now we have our own premises. We have about I think there's spaces for about, we've got probably have about 80 to 100 young people come to us every week home educating, and they do anything from kind of a morning to 2 days, and we offer a whole range of things. So I've got a team of staff, we've got ex-teachers, forest school leaders, all sorts, and we kind of offer everything from it's all educational based. So we have everything from like art and nature and outdoor learning style stuff, cross-curricular, English, maths, functional skills, kind of a whole range. And we still do kind of holiday clubs and all sorts. So yeah, most of the provision is accessed by home educated young people, but we do also have the kind of alternative provision strand running through it. So we have maybe anywhere between kind of, I don't know, 3 and 10 at any one time children who are on roll at school or on an EOTIS programme. But that may change. That may change with the government's just released voluntary guidelines for alternative provisions, which will become compulsory soon. And whilst 95% of those guidelines are, you know, they generally cover safeguarding and sensible stuff you would do anyway, there's a nice big section on things like schemes of work and tracking children and progress and monitoring where they are on a graph. And those are all the kind of things that I think are fairly toxic to a learning environment.
Thanks, Jen, for explaining that. And then you also have your website, Doing Education Differently, which in where you share some of your thoughts about and your vision for different kinds of
absolutely.
Things,
and I feel I should actually, because I should have said this at the beginning, I do apologize for not having my face on. The reason I've been unfortunately fairly unwell recently, and so I'm not able to I'm not screen worthy at the moment. I've got my screen dimness down very low and I'm kind of sat in a dark room, so I do apologize. And if I'm not as sharp as usual, that's why. So yeah, Doing Education Differently kind of came from a place of me wanting to be more vocal about my thoughts. I'm a keen writer. I love to write. I love to speak. And the work is a kick. So it's a CI, community interest company. So you can't campaign through a kick. So I had to be quite careful not to make sure my voice was distinguished between being CEO of an organisation and a campaigner. So that's kind of where Doing Education Differently came from. And yeah, I try and I'm not very good at I can't plan out what I'm gonna say. It just comes. There's lots of I've always got lots to say, clearly, as I think.
Well, it generally comes very well, and it's generally quite articulate and exactly what we would have written if we could flow like that.
That's good to hear, because it does just have to come. It just has to come, and energy levels depend sometimes. And I play around with it. I generally do tend to post kind of longer posts, and when I've got some time, I did plan to start a Substack and kind of try and keep my Facebook posts a bit shorter, but they do the job, and I do experiment with doing shorter posts sometimes and focusing more on graphics and visuals. But I have an awful lot to say. I am very pro full school reform. I believe that we should be play based all the way through primary, and that children should be allowed to specialise as soon as they want to. I believe that GCSEs should be limited to 4 or 5 max, and that should be rolled on to colleges and universities, so there's no expectation of more, and that there should be time spent on learning without attainment, that there should be just learning for the joy of learning, that there's no reason why you can't study 8 subjects, but you don't need to be writing assignments and passing exams for all of them. And there should be a focus on well-being, mental health, life skills, time outdoors, being active. So yeah, kind of my vision for schools, I believe is a good vision. I believe it would work very well. I think it's backed up by a huge amount of evidence. So that's kind of what I'm quite passionate about. But I'm also very keen to support home education still. It's just an alternative provisions. The problem with our world is quite often we get a little bit, we all tend to jump on the little thing that we do and go, oh, everybody should do this or everybody should do this. And it's that the governments are very good at that. You know, we have one solution, we have one thing, and it's like, well, no, what we need is variety, because in fact, some families just work better with home education. And even if schools were different, I think I would have chosen certainly for them to be at home through primary, and then probably as they reach that kind of 12, 13, giving them the option of some kind of flexi school arrangement if schools were different. But they're not. So yeah, I think you need all options really. And yeah, I get quite infuriated by the narrative that's currently being spun, particularly on things like safeguarding, because it's this thing of this vice grip is all I can think of, that you squeeze and squeeze and squeeze, but you can't squeeze people into safety. You can't just keep squeezing and expect everybody to be okay, and that we're all going to be well and safe, because we're not, because unfortunately bad things happen and they always will. However, if you invest in communities and you make sure that you have got a thriving, that all our communities are thriving with lots of places that to be, lots of free to access or low cost to access groups and opportunities and activities and theatre and music and groups for people in their native language to get together to speak and share. And if we create thriving communities, then we will look out for each other. People always have someone they can go to. I think the more isolated we become and the more Big Brother and the more fear-based we govern, people just that's where they get hidden in the shadows, is when everybody's kind of terrified of everybody and being reported by everybody and people inspecting. It doesn't, abuse will continue to go on no matter how many times you inspect somebody, because we know that already from all the cases where children have been harmed and they've still been on the radar. So if we have communities where everybody feels they have someone to go to, then when they know something's happening, because somebody always knows, a neighbour knows, somebody knows, Mrs. Jones from down the street, milkman, whatever, somebody always knows that something's going wrong in the vast, vast, vast majority of cases. And if they have someone they feel they can safely talk to, who they trust, then they will talk about it and people will be supported. So yeah, that's kind of my kind of areas of interest, I suppose.
Yeah, and because of the children's well-being in schools bill, there's some things that you know have really got you more involved and more active in voicing on behalf of so many, actually, what we're thinking. I'd want to talk a little bit about what you've been using the website for in response to that.
Yeah, so the website needs some energy in it at the moment, and that's just a reflection. Unfortunately, it's on a bit of a, it's still completely accessible and usable, but it's on a little bit of a pause at the moment from being updated, just while I kind of recover. But it's been used as a kind of a bit of a central point of quick information as to why we're upset about the bill, what the problem is, and what we're kind of doing about it, but also collection of school stories of school not working, kind of children's voices speaking up about school or about home ed or about their life or just about what they want and need. And there's also a lovely little alumni gallery there of home educated young people. And I'm not sure at the moment. I've been toying with, I might like freeze it as it is and like hit a certain point and go, okay, this is an expression, this is a snapshot of people's experiences. I'm weighing up at the moment, but
yeah,
it's a great place if you've got kind of MPs or people that don't understand what the problems are. They can go on and read stories,
yeah,
parents and children.
And you're still collecting the stories, aren't you? People can still go and add their
So
stories.
they can at the moment. The person that I had adding them is currently not they've had some time off over the summer, so there isn't updates happening at the moment. But yes, people can still add them, and we will get them added at the moment.
So the stories you're collecting is first of all the children's or parents, families, whatever their school stories. So where families have had to kind of
It's just where school's gone wrong. So it's and adults can post for themselves as well, so they can talk about when they were children. So essentially, the school stories is kind of an adult's voice, so you can talk about your own experiences or your experiences of your children, and then the child's voice is for anyone under 18 who wants to share their kind of thoughts and opinions.
Yes.
The Home Ed Alumni Gallery is lovely as well, because I think if you are new to home education, or if you are trying to convince somebody that it is a completely valid, sensible, fantastic option, you've just got some great pictures there of people who were home educated and have gone on to do just a variety of cool stuff. And
yeah, we did have somebody earlier on asking about outcomes for young people who are home educated, and this is a good place to go and have a look.
Yeah.
To see what has become of some home educated young people in a very quick way.
Absolutely. And I think I was chatting to my daughter about this the other day, because I'd met up with another home ed mum who we'd kind of known each other for I don't know, 10 years or so, and we'd kind of watched our kids growing up, and we were kind of we were feeling very smug, because we were like, oh yeah, look at our, the kids are in college and they're fine, and they spent most of their life up trees playing Lego, not at the same time, but doing all that kind of stuff, and how they had naturally, in different ways, they'd naturally developed into their kind of their areas of interest, and what the people they had become had happened organically, and they had gone on to be, to be doing the thing. And my daughter kind of turned around and said, that's not a measure of success though, remember, like college isn't a measure of success. College was right for us, but a measure of success is the people we are. And I was like, yeah, 100%. We were just, me and my friend were just being a bit, we're just being a bit silly. We're being a bit like, yay, look at us, it's all been great. Saved our kids all this aggro, and the kind of the being catcalled, and the dodgy messages, and the bullying, and the pressure, and the stress, and they've been able to invest their time and energy into the things that interest them, and they've been able to become experts in their field. And but the proof of the pudding is the people they are. And I think that it's kind of always important that, when we look at that gallery as well, that we're not going, oh, look at them, they're a director of this, or look at them, they're really, rich and doing this or whatever. The point is, they are healthy humans who have lived a life and had experiences, and they are part of their community. And that's kind of going back to kind of the law that kind of, that we should be raising our young people to be able to be active members of their community, and whatever that looks like. And that's certainly what that alumni shows, is a wonderful range of young people doing just really cool stuff, just really different, diverse things.
Well, if I think I started home educating in 1998, and we had quite an active, vibrant home education group in South Africa, in both cities we lived in. And I know quite a few young people who are now in their 30s who are home educated, and they're all doing absolutely fine. They're all okay. There's nothing weird, nothing harmful. They're not in jail. They're not stoned on drugs. They are all working, they have families, some of them contributing to society, just living their lives. And I think this is the point. It says there's nothing to see here.
Yeah, I mean,
fine.
It's very interesting, isn't it, that if we go back 100 years or 100 years or so, like, home education was the elite. That's what kings and queens had, and wealthy people have, and the government has done a very good, like, successive governments have had a very good job of it's very similar to what's happened in the birth world, that we've seen this alarming rate in cesarean sections. And whilst they are absolutely, cesarean births are completely valid, necessary, wonderful, life-saving things, we don't need 40% of births to be via cesarean.
Yep.
And the same thing is happening with education, that we've gone from what was completely like seen as, because whilst natural birth 120 years ago, yes, of course, at times of when they had trouble with hygiene and things like that, they would have problems. But essentially, that's how the world managed to grow as big as it did, because we didn't have it. We didn't have cesarean birth before then. And it the same with home education, that what was once just the normal, you either learnt at home and went into a trade, or you were wealthy and had tutors and whatever, but it's now become this, oh, actually, this one size fits all, 30 odd kids in a classroom, all being taught the same thing in the same way day in, day out, with all sorts of really unpleasant stuff going on in the background. That's now seen as the elite and the top, and you kind of go, that's really strange when I consider the experience that my kids have had. And it's not like, we are human. And I think this is the thing about home education. Home educated young people will have tricky times. They will go through stuff. They might have mental health and stuff. They might have challenges. The family will have challenges. People will be poorly. People will lose their jobs, have jobs, move, stress. They're standard human beings. Home education doesn't make you elite, but what it does do is mean that you can, as you said a bit earlier, that kind of protection, that creating a safe space, creating space that fits them, that they can grow and move in, that works for them. That if they need lots of people, you can create a space where there's lots of people for them. And if they need if they're quite introverted and need lots of time on their own, they can have more time on their own. So it's just this strange way that our society has gone, where so many areas have been warped. And interestingly, they're mostly to do with that kind of parent-child natural connection, and we've just lost our way.
Yeah.
I really hope we can find our way back across kind of.
I do too, because I think that for the children's sake.
Well, for our society's sake, I think we're in a fairly dark place at the moment, and I think I try and be, as you know, I'm ever the optimist, and I do believe that we can pull this around, and we do see the pendulum swing in society, that we get all very extreme in one way, and then we get all very extreme in another way, and then in many areas it does settle.
Yeah.
So it's interesting times.
Yeah, I wanted to just highlight that there have been some comments in the live stream. Thank you for being such a loud, important voice, Jen. We all appreciate you, and get well soon. And then the next one was, she's brilliant.
Oh, thank you so much.
Good.
Thank you. That's lovely.
So that's always good to hear. I'm just going to stop the share at this point so I can see the rest of the Zoom. We are expecting to be joined soon by somebody from education otherwise, but we can, while we're waiting for them, we can have a chat. We're a slightly reduced group at this stage, but does anyone have anything they want to say at the moment? They want to respond to anything? Very well behaved lot. Michelle wants to say something.
Well, I was just going to make sure people know they can just unmute themselves if they're in the Zoom and just ask away, or start a conversation point if you want to at this point.
Yeah, well, we've got Alice has just joined us now, so I will let her get in and get settled, and I will just do a little share again here. So our next guest is from Education Otherwise, and her name is Alice. So we welcome Alice, and I will spotlight you in a minute. And Alice, you're muted at the moment, but I'll spotlight you. And if you want, I'll come be spotlight next to you, so you don't feel like it's too much pressure. Nice to meet you. She's stepped in at the literally 11th hour last night, and I believe you were home educated yourself, Alice?
I am still home educated at the
Still
moment.
home educated. So, yeah, how old are you now?
I'm 15.
Wonderful. Well, thanks for joining us. And so just to tell us a little bit about yourself and are you, first tell us a bit about yourself, about your home ed journey, that kind of thing.
So I'm Alice. I left school at the end of year 4 to be home educated, and I'm representing Education Otherwise, which is one of the home education charities. And I joined their youth panel when I was 13. So I've been with them for a couple of years now, and I'm now sort of running that youth panel. And my home education journey has been brilliant. I've really enjoyed home education. For the first year out, I sort of did more deschooling and figuring out what I wanted to do. And since then, I've done, I'm starting an Open University degree next month. And so I'm very happy doing what I want to do. And I've been home educated for a lot of years. It's gone by very quickly.
So what will you be studying at Open University?
English language.
Okay, good, good. It's a good one, since you speak it. So, and you're doing it starting that at the age of 15, right?
Yes, but it's with Open University, so that's a bit more sort of normal. Yeah.
Yeah. No, well, that's great. It's good to hear. And is it only you and your family home educated, or do you have any siblings?
My brother is also home educated. I left school when I was at the end of year 4, and he left school 2 years after I did, when COVID lockdown started, and he realised sort of how much more he liked being at home.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely a nice way of life. So do you want to? I think let's first talk a little bit about Education Otherwise. So this is the oldest home education charity in the UK, which was established. I actually read this last night. Don't know if Joe, or the night before, Joe. I don't know if you can remember when we said it was established. I don't know if you know when it was established, but it is, I think, sort of around the 70s. I think late 70s. Am I right? I think so. Yeah. And those few families coming together to form something, and it wasn't actually a charity initially. I think it was just more of an association. And it was a real connecting point for many, many families. It was, I think, probably the only proper sort of national connecting point. Because certainly when I moved to the UK in 2007, there was a Yahoo group, an Education Otherwise Yahoo group, and this is way before your time, Alice, but it would be like emails that like that go out to everyone, and you can respond and put your queries and that kind of thing. And that was where everyone went for advice and support. There was no Facebook back then. And Joe said it was 1976 when it was formed, but there was no Facebook. People communicated by phone or by letter and that kind of thing, because I think emails came a bit later on. Towards the 90s is when the emails came. I'm just trying to remember, because I know I don't want to give my age away, so let's just leave it at that. So and now Education Otherwise is a charity. Yeah. And do you want to tell us a little bit more about what they do?
So we still do definitely what we were originally set up to do, which is being sort of the point for people to ask for advice and ask questions and connect in that way. So we have a helpline, which is staffed with volunteers to answer questions from home educated parents, young people, about questions about home educating. So that's everybody from answering about reports, and we also do report checking to people who are thinking about home education and want to know what different routes you can take and how to do things like exams or what the legal requirements are and everything like that. So we have a helpline, we answer email inquiries and do a lot of training events with local authorities in the background, sort of campaigning for changes on education law and everything. So, because our main goal is obviously promoting acceptance of parents being able to choose and having the right to choose their kind of education for their children.
Yeah, and of course the website has got a lot of information as well.
Yes.
There's a report checking service for members if people want to have their reports looked over and given some advice around that. So you said they've got a youth panel.
Yes.
Yes, so do you want to tell me a bit about the youth panel?
Brilliant. So the youth panel was started, I think, 2 years ago when I first joined, as an idea to sort of get young people involved in making changes around home education. Because obviously, if you think of it, the end users of home education are the children, and that was something that really most home education organisations and the things that, you know, the big ones that work with the Department of Education, they don't really have young people there speaking at events and speaking to professionals and people involved in the lawmaking. And that it's really about the young people's voice, because these are the children who've either been home educated forever or have been taken out of school for whatever reason. And that's really who we need to be listening to when it comes to forming education policy and when it comes to thinking about home education, because they're the people being home educated and they know how much it's benefit them, and they know how much other methods of education that didn't fit them really might have damaged them. And we know about things like education trauma from when we sort of, it's again always about that trying to shove a square peg into a circle hole. And it's important to have young people working around home education because they know how much it works for them just as much as their parents do.
Yeah, and is there anything that the youth panel have been able to do at all to speak to the adults in the room in terms of politicians and
I've been
anything like that? Yeah.
Through home education, otherwise, I've been to the House of Lords twice for 2 different meetings about things relating to. So one of them was about the Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill, another was about access to exams and a pilot programme to encourage and incentivise schools to open up to private candidates. So I think we've been able to do an awful lot. We do a lot of presenting back to education otherwise with sort of ideas for what we can do. And I've spoken at the Conference of Education Welfare Managers as well. There's been a lot of chances to actually get hands-on speaking to the people who make these policies and who have a say in this, and making sure that young people get into those environments, because they generally really don't. And we know that there's a really quite disastrous lack of engagement in anything like politics from children anyway. And when it comes to home education, especially, something that's impacting these children every day, and something that unfortunately is a right that's no longer going to be automatic.
Yeah. Well, we had Chloe Newby on earlier. I don't know if you've come across Chloe, but Chloe was home educated herself and her husband as well, and she's now a young mum with 3 children. But when she was your age, she was running around the halls of Parliament and demanding to speak to her MP and this kind of thing. And there were a few of them. There were a group of young people that really, really got engaged politically and made sure that they were heard. And I think one of the things we're seeing at the moment is that there's not really a lot coming from the young people themselves, and we need them desperately. I mean, are you looking to expand the youth panel, or is it a limited number of people?
We are looking to expand the youth panel at the moment. So I've just finished a sort of promotional advertisement, which we'll be posting probably the end of this month to get some more people, particularly because the people that we had a couple of years ago are now older and are now maybe closer to 19.
So age out of it, yeah.
Yes, they have. So we are looking to expand it at the moment because we don't have many people right now due to that. And so we are looking to expand it, and it's certainly not limited, and it's certainly not just a select number of people really, because everybody has something to provide. And as you've said, we don't have as many young people that are that engaged anymore, but that's because we aren't saying no matter what your skills are, you have something to provide. That's not a message that we put across anymore, and it's something people need to hear. We think everybody has something unique and valuable perspective on their home education, so definitely open to things.
Yes, well, what is the website? Is it educationotherwise.org? .uk?
I think it is.
I'll go and have a look, because I'm sure if there's any parents with young people and they want them to be able to ask about this, then they should. So it's educationotherwise.org is the website, so you can contact them if you want to find out more about the youth panel and look into what Education Otherwise have to offer. Somebody had a question here actually about your personal life, about the Open University. How are they with degrees and pricing for home education? Do they offer any discounts?
I don't know an awful lot about this. So I understand that there are general things that you can get, such as the average student loans, but also I know the Open University have different programs for people in different circumstances, so lower income. There are existing university programs for that. I don't know about anything home ed specific, but I can look into that.
Yeah.
There's the average ones for all people on below certain income levels with different support programs that they have. I don't think they have anything home ed specific.
Yeah, maybe not. Well, maybe you'll be the one to champion for that. And sounds like you've got the right mindset for that. And in terms of the youth panel, what sort of ages are you looking for?
I think somebody's just said that they do have something home ed related, so I'm sure they can add something on that. For the ages, we've got officially 13 to 18, but we have, some children are a bit younger and have maybe, I joined when I was, I think, 12, but we just sent an email explaining sort of circumstances and that maybe I would be appropriate. And then we did a interview, which obviously sounds very formal, but it really is just getting to know the young person. So we are open to people in different circumstances, but officially I'd say 13 to 18.
Okay. So Joe, you mentioned that you've said in the comments that Open University do offer something for home educators. Would you like to answer that one?
I'll hop in really quickly. They have got a home educators hub now on the Open University website. They've got a lot of lecturers and staff that are really supportive of home ed. They've also got some information I can share separately for you after the conference, where you can do the badged courses, which are free. So you have to look at the badged courses. And if you do a number of the badged courses, you can then ask for entry into one of the access courses. So if you didn't have any GCSEs or A-levels, there is a pathway through the Open University. And as Alice quite rightly pointed out, you can apply for the standard government loan to do your access course and your degree.
So I would suggest if you're able to go back to the YouTube video later on, Joe, and put some of that information in the chat there. I wanted to also, we spoke earlier about before you came in about how I feel like home education almost kills the generation gap, because they always talk about this generation gap between the parent and the child and the teachers and the children, that you don't understand each other and you don't talk to each other, and the parent says, "How are you?" and the child goes, "Ooh," and then the mother says, "How was your day?" "Ooh." It's like you don't talk to your parents, and there's like just you don't meet each other sort of in the middle somewhere. And I feel like home education changes that dynamic between the parent and the child. Has that been your experience?
Yes, I really couldn't agree more with that. And I think it's a general thing about age as an overall factor, that you don't see an older generation as being just, oh, they don't understand, or I don't have an interest in engaging with them. I think it really breaks down age barriers in a lot of ways, especially because the way that home ed is socialised isn't by year groups as well. So they generally have a very diverse age group of friends, which I think is fantastic, because I just don't think a school system works where the only common denominator between you and the people you're around is your age, and then you're just sort of thrown in and expected to work around and make friends from just that. And some people are at different stages. And I think that the diversity of the people that we socialise with as home educators is amazing in terms of friends, and also in terms of adults, and speaking to the parents of other home educators and learning how they do things. It really does break down those age barriers between your friends and your parents and teachers, and thinking about, you aren't just older than me, which means you don't understand or you don't have any relation to the experience, because you're always working together and figuring out and overcoming the problems with your home education together. So it makes it much more of a team thing rather than a me and older counterpart.
Yeah. I think I found with my children, certainly, you appeal to them as a young adult almost, where they're making the decisions about their life. It's not you making the decisions for them. You're supporting them to be in the driver's seat for their own lives and make those decisions. And certainly the way you're coming across now, I think it's quite unusual for a 15-year-old. And I know when my children have gone to college for interviews and that kind of thing, this is what the tutors see: is here's a young person who's confident, they're engaging, they lit up talking about the thing they enjoy, and we find that gets a really positive response. And I think it's very different to what they're used to seeing generally amongst young people. So I don't know. I mean, do you find, have you got quite a good social circle at the moment?
Yes, I've always found that. Yes, I'm very lucky to live in an area with a very good home ed community. We've always got lots of different clubs going on and lots of different groups and meetups, and it's been really lovely, especially because I left school sort of not really sure about home education because I was quite young. I just understood that that was what my parents thought was best after my school had changed management and everything. And I really didn't understand. And meeting all these other home educators, they were so welcoming and really brilliant. And I don't think I would have got as far as I had in home education if I hadn't been sort of taken in by this community. And they were all lovely. And I just think it's so brilliant, like you're saying, it really does give people confidence. And we know children are great self-led learners because they teach themselves to speak and walk and everything, and they can do it, and they love to choose things themselves.
Yeah, I sort of feel like we can get in the way. It's actually for us to get out of the way so that you can actually learn and grow and to come. Actually, there's a really good saying. It says, don't be the sage on the stage, be the guide on the side. And I think it's such a great saying because the school model tends to be like, I'm the wise, all-knowing one. And I don't want to knock, because there's a lot of people that really do a brilliant job in the classroom. But there's this model or idea that you have the wise, clever one sharing their knowledge with everyone. And yet, actually, when you come alongside the person, you actually can accomplish so much more. So there, Joe has said, what a great advert for home ed. So that's a very nice comment from Joe.
Thank you.
And somebody here said, good luck with starting your course. So that was really nice that I think people are, and a lot of people want to know what happens to the children. What's become of them? Are they okay? Do they know how to socialize? The usual.
Yes, no, we've heard it, and I think they are okay. And the thing is, the children that maybe struggle socializing would have struggled socializing in school as well.
Yeah. I always say you'd have to be living under a rock, right? To not, we're all social beings, and my children used to tag along with me everywhere I went as well. And yeah, I think, what we would love to see is just more and more young people becoming articulate, speaking about home education, and getting the word out there more and more. And the stories come, but often it's like the child that got their GCSE at age 9, and then there's some home educating families where their child can't do any exams, and then it's like that's not, that could just make them feel more deflated. But it's this idea generally that you will be okay.
Yeah,
The
absolutely.
young people are okay.
And they absolutely are, because they figure out what they want to do and they find their path, and that's exactly what they need to be doing.
Yeah,
and we know that a lot of children struggle when they finish A levels, don't know what they want to do at university, and home educated children generally find their thing and they find their niche really easily.
Yeah, and your parents, that was quite brave of them to take that step with you back then.
Yes, very, very, very exceptionally brave. When I was in school, I was non-verbal, so that's obviously changed quite significantly.
A little bit.
A little bit, yeah. So for my last year of school, I wasn't speaking at all anymore. And
Wow.
I had a issue with my muscles where I wasn't eating either, and I had a problem with swallow reflex. So we really had to make a sort of quite urgent decision, and I was very reluctant to leave school because obviously I didn't understand that that was allowed. We had to meet my home education officer, my local one, quite quickly because I was utterly convinced it was illegal and not, what do you mean I don't have to go to school and that's allowed? And especially since I've been struggling with attendance, and the whole goal you're given for so long is to get into school, and then they say we can leave, can we? It was really brave. I was totally against it, and then as soon as I left, loved it, would never ever go back. You could never push me back into a school building. It's the most amazing thing, but it was such a brave decision, and I'm so glad that they did it because they really had to take that leap, and the school was telling them not to, and I was, and it was really the best decision they've made. But it's such a brave thing, and that's why I think places like Education Otherwise need to exist, because there's so many parents. My parents didn't know about charities like that. There's so many parents who don't know if it's the right thing for their child and are a bit scared to make that decision. So it's so necessary.
Yeah, I see a question here, which I'm not so much. I think it's just more of a general question. But do we see parents asking for help because they're concerned about tech being used in schools as early as year 2, and the school won't allow them to opt out? And what is our advice? And to be honest, I don't know if do you work on the helpline sometimes with EO, or do you hear
So I
what parents are asking about?
I do the Education Otherwise helpline training, which means that when we have new people being trained for the helpline, I'll come in as like a caller and do a pretend call with them to train. Because of my age, I don't do anything on the helpline myself yet.
Yes.
But I will do when I'm old enough.
I mean, Michelle might be able to answer this one about, I mean, I haven't really come across parents pulling their kids out of school because of ed tech.
It's the same as anything. It's everyone's got their own perspectives, and
Yeah.
people do pull people do pull them out for those reasons. They pull them out for the other reasons as well, because some there's too much exposure to tech, some there's not enough exposure to tech, and we're in a modern society that needs AI and synchronized things. So it ultimately comes down to, we've got quite a nice law at the moment that basically says parent knows best to choose how their child's to be educated. And if your personal beliefs as a family is that you want to be tech free, then that's as valid reason to home educate as if you want to be doing the majority of your education via technology. It just comes back to the education needs to be suitable to your child's age, ability and aptitude, and that has to be a very personal family decision, because there's no right or wrong answer. The right answer is the answer that works for your family, that means your child receives an education that's suitable for them. So there's not a yes or no here. But some people absolutely do, because they're worried about the potential mental health implications, particularly when other countries are talking about banning technology for younger ages. So you can see why people would be concerned, but it's what's right for your family. So
and Jo has commented that she's seen 2 cases just this week pull out because of the school's use of AI with kids. So, but it is a fairly new issue, and as Michelle has said, like, people will have very different reasons of why they pull children out. And something that's quite interesting is that I found my reasons for continuing after a couple of years were not the same as my reasons for starting. So, because home education offers so much more than a reaction to things.
And the same bit would be bit asking about the forest schools. But so it would depend on the area where you are and what's available as forest schools, and some have drop-off forest schools, some you'd have to stay on board.
You'd need to repeat the question here, because for the video, Michelle.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so also on the YouTube, they've asked about if forest schools are an option, and obviously that will depend on the area where you live, and it will depend on what you class as forest school, because there's whether you want a drop off, whether you want one where you're staying there with your child, whether you want to implement yourself forest school principles, but you don't actually want a formal forest school setting. But it's certainly an option if you want a tech-free education for your child, to look them up. But again, it's down to what's right for your family and for your child.
Yes, well, that particular question was also about whether the child would be lonely because it's an only child. And I think where it comes to her child is age 2.5, and the worries that the child will feel lonely and like missing out. First of all, when a child is that young, they will only know they're missing out anything if they've had it. If they've not ever had it, they certainly wouldn't really regard it as anything other than their normal. The other thing is that, are you a social being? If you're a social being, if you tend to be out and busy and meeting people and doing things, then your child will take the lead from you. And yes, certainly you can look for other settings where your child can go and meet other children, play with other children. There are lots of opportunities out there, but we said earlier, unless you were kind of locked in a cupboard and never went out yourself, it's not normally something that we find is a big issue for children. And yeah, I mean, we went on to have quite a few children, so there was like, they weren't alone anyway, because they had the built-in playmates. But
mine is an only child, but mine's well and truly a lot older now because he's a teenager. But remember, most libraries still have rhyme time. Most libraries still have story times. So it's a case of, with anything else, you need to seek out what you've got locally, put a couple of posts out, say the sort of age range you're looking for. Normally someone will come back. And also remember parks. Go to a play park. At the age of 2.5, if you go to a youngster's play park on a weekend, there's a high chance there'll be other youngsters there. So it is about you providing opportunities.
Yep. Yeah, and they are there. And I think that what I just found is, as a parent, when you home educate, if something doesn't, if you can't find it, create it. Find something that you can do with your child that will provide the thing that you feel is missing. And you tend to, when you'll find other people come and join you. Our local group, some groups don't allow parents with very young children to join who are home educating, the Facebook groups. They like the child to be at least 4 years old. But some groups do. And then you can also post out there and say, I'm wanting to go to the park. Does anybody want to join me? My child is this age. And then you make connections that way. It's certainly not been a huge issue to most people that I know, even with an only child. It might just be that you have to just work a little harder to make sure that they've got some, that they're out in the world. And I don't want to even sort of say that they have to be doing anything specific. Just let them be out in the world. Let them be exploring the world. Yeah. So any last questions for Alice? I'll just check the YouTube channel. And Angela, the lady was asking about the 2.5-year-old. She says she's very sociable and active. Yeah. So it's to me, I almost see it as being a little bit more like normal interaction would have been before school was forced on people. So it's much the way children would have grown up a couple of 100 years ago, going with mummy everywhere. Yeah. So any more questions for Alice? And it's actually just been lovely to meet you, Alice. I just want to say, and to hear about the work that you're doing with the youth panel. I think that's a really great initiative, and I hope you get more members coming your way to help with that, because we do need it.
Thank you very much. It's been lovely to meet you.
Yeah, and as you can see, she's quite normal. No horns on her head, no tail.
I take them all off before I do anything on the camera. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, it's a good idea. Yeah. And she's able to talk to people as well. So that's all very positive. So thank you so much. Feel free to stick around if you want. We're going to be welcoming Randall in a minute. Yes, and there's some comments there you can go and read as well, Alice. So from we're all homemade parents here, so every one of us has had a young person go through our home, except the young uns. So yeah, yours aren't old enough yet, are they, Jo?
Mine 16
Okay, so
and
you got
11.
You got them there, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it can have its ups and downs too, that age. So
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome, Alice. Thank you for joining us. I'm glad you could, even if it was a bit last minute.
Thank you.
So then I'm going to bring Randall in, but before I do that, Randall, I've got a slide so everybody knows who you are. Is there? I've used your North Shropshire, well, you know what, your website, your No Nationalisation of Our Kids website, so that because I know you have a lot of articles in there. If there's any other details you want to put into the chat, I can share them on the YouTube video as well, if you want anything else added there. So let me just spotlight you. And what we've been doing today, Randall, is having like a really good positive chats about all aspects of home education. We've had Lord Way come in, we had Graham Stuart come in, we had TikTokers come and join us. And it's just been really fun just to kind of get that whole overview and hear from lots and lots of different people. But Randall is one of also like a veteran of the home ed movement, children grown up. But like most of us, once you get a hold, this home education thing gets a hold of you, you can't just let it go. And I think I would like to just ask Randall, is like, why are you still here?
Because I'm sick of the punishment. No, it's not just that. Look, let me say from the start, it's nice not to be the first home ed dad on something like this, but I might be pushing as the first home ed granddad that you've had today. So that might be my one claim to fame. I'm not sure whether amongst your guests that I'm not or not, but I'm probably the oldest person you might have had as well. I'm not sure, but
we had Ross Mountney. I don't know what age Ross Mountney is, but she's a grandparent as well. So
yeah, I said granddad.
Oh, okay. So sorry.
The connection was
you said you're the oldest person. You might be the oldest.
I might be the oldest, but I don't know. I was born in 1951. So
yes, we won't ask Ross when she was born. So
no, that's fine. So I've been dipping in and out as the days gone on, and that's given me one or two thoughts. But if there's anything you want to start with, Juliet,
well, I think I think
any holes that have been left through the day that you want to see if we can fill.
Well, before we do that, I think it is good for people to know, who you are, because some people might not know who you are. You are very, very involved in the home ed community, doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes and just quietly getting on with it. But very important stuff that you're doing as well, I think, in terms of the people you're talking to and how you are trying to help effect change. So I would just love it if you talk a little bit about just, your own home ed journey briefly, and then why you feel so passionately. As I said, why are you still here?
Okay,
and I mean that in the best sense possible.
We stretch back. We encountered home education in the 1990s. We had been planning to send our children to a school, just like everybody else did. We ended up discovering there was a parents' cooperative school nearby, where they didn't so much charge fees. You gave what you could to the joint effort, and we felt that was the right thing to do. So our oldest three children went there, and they went all the way through that till they done their GCSEs and were ready to go off to sixth form. But partway through that time, the family whose home that school was based in mentioned this strange thing called home education. And the more we looked into it, the more we thought, that's a better fit for us than school. So with our youngest three children, they were all home educated. But that doesn't get me here today. What really did was a gentleman called Ed Balls. Ed Balls was the last Labour Education Secretary before Bridget Phillipson. And as has been mentioned already today, in 2009, he invited his friend Graham Bradman. I think Fiona said it. Bradman kept trying to tell us all it was an independent review. Yeah, well, he was a good friend with Ed Balls, and he also held a post on the board of UNICEF in the UK, a United Nations organization, which I think is very much, that area is one area that maybe we'll touch on later. But Graham Badman came along, he did his review, and Ed Balls put forward the Children's Schools and Families Bill, which again you've talked about, because that's when Graham Stuart got involved with things and as an MP. And it was also when I got introduced to the political world full on. We decided that we would get involved in the fight to protect home education. And we went, we volunteered to collect petitions in North Shropshire, where we moved to fairly recently. It was just our youngest child who was being home educated then, and I think he was about 14 or something like that, maybe a bit younger, 12, I don't know. But we got involved, and we ended up going down to London for the mass lobby, and we watched the late night session of the presentation of petitions to Parliament, and our MP was amongst those who spoke. So that was how we got involved in this side. But by the time I forgot the name of Ed Ball's boss, Prime Minister Gordon Brown. Lost the general election in 2010. I had this strong conviction that people need not go back to sleep and think we've won it. I think it was Fiona who said earlier that they noticed, first of all, in 2004, 2005, that there was getting a negative narrative about home educators as problems. And the earliest document I found is a thing called the Iverts report, which was into Gypsies, Romney and Traveller community and home education. And that's the first document I can find where there's a call for a register. So it was about that time it had begun to brew, but I hadn't encountered it till 2009. But I knew in 2010 that this would not go away. But I discovered that my words were not actually being taken seriously by home educators. I did have a conversation some years ago with Mike Wood, and we compared notes, and both of us had the same experience on that. Mike Wood, who many will remember, was also somebody who was telling people, don't sit back and relax, it's coming back. And 2015, it did, with Michael Wilshaw, the head of Ofsted, trying to say it was a cover for people attending legal schools. He wouldn't name it, but as I'm sure Sara, one of your early contributors today, would have acknowledged, he was really getting at the Muslim community. He never said that, but that's the people who are in his crosshairs, but he wanted to encompass the whole of home education. Under his influence, and afterwards the Conservatives who'd been on our side in 2009, 2010, flip-flopped and started getting soft. 2017, 2018, they didn't jump on Lord Soley's private members bill, with the result that they, in 2018, put forward a consultation, which, as far as I can see, changed the landscape. The guidance that came out in 2019 was a sleight of hand and changed the landscape. And by now, the guidance itself should have been challenged in the courts. The opportunity we had, it wasn't done. We may have to go back to that fight. But now we're really getting into an intense period. And yep, I'm still here. How much longer? I really don't know. What I do feel, and maybe somebody would come in with some questions or something, what I really do feel is the phase we're going into, if this so-called children's wellbeing and schools bill, or as I've rechristened it with the help of Michelle, the children's surveillance and woe bill, goes through, the big change is going to be that no third party is going to stand between your children and the state. You are as parents, are the only ones who are going to be able to stand there. You had Marita on earlier, who's been doing that for her family since the 2019 guidance. That's what's caused all of her trouble. And her and her husband, Brian, have been standing between the state and their children. And my serious message here is everybody is going to have to do that for themselves. I was thinking about Jo Baker this last week. Some of you may know Jo Baker. She took on Norfolk County Council, who wanted to force their children into school back in the 1950s. In 1961, she won a court case, which really set a marker down, which we've all enjoyed the freedom of. But what struck me about Jo Baker, there was no other organisation around. There was no community of home educators to stand with her. She was a mother who stood by herself between her children and the state, and she prevailed. And I really do think going forward, that is what we've got to be looking for. I don't know whether you want me to say anything else or whether you want to change tack. Last thing I would say, I think earlier today people were saying, why is it this always keeps coming on at home educators? Well, I'm willing to go there if you want me to, but I'm not just going to jump in there because I've done a lot of talking and I'm going to pour myself a drink of water while somebody asks a question or tells me to go down that road.
Oh, do you want to go get a glass of water then?
I've got it.
Oh, you've
it's
got
here.
it. Okay.
It's next to me.
Okay. Well, the thing is there something about home education, and the I don't want to call it the right, but you could call it maybe the natural right of parents to manage how their children are raised, to have some ideas and about how we want our children to be raised. And there's something about when the state comes for that just doesn't sit right. And I think that's why you are still here.
Yeah, there is definitely something that isn't right about that. And I hope most people realise, I know you and Addison are involved in international things. This isn't just happening in these islands. It's happening everywhere. It's not that long since France, from a standing start, didn't have a vicious lobby, as we're often called it, like we have in this country. And within a matter of months, we're able to outlaw home education. And this is happening in lots of places. Either the rules are being tightened and things. And when that happens, we end up with a situation where you've got to say, this isn't just our local politicians. It's not just a nasty council. It's not just one party. Look, if you watched Tuesday's debate in the House of Lords on the children's school wellbeing in schools bill, which was all about home education, you will have noticed that one of the person who was getting most frustrated was Baroness Barron. Why? Because in 2022, she took the Conservative schools bill through, and that was mild compared to this one, but essentially it would have brought in many of the same things. And so it isn't just one party we're fighting a mindset. I suspect, I only found out about it a couple of years ago, there is a European group. It's the European conference, I think, of children's ombudspersons. Now, I don't think many people will have heard about that. And I'm not asking the people on the Zoom meeting to put their hands up if they have. That is a meeting, that is a thing where the Children's Commissioner for England, the Children's Commissioner for Wales, the Children's Commissioner for Northern Ireland, and it's a different name, but it's the same job in Scotland. They go off and they talk with other people with that same job from all over Europe. And I suspect there are people doing that right around the world with these job titles. The reason countries have children's commissioners is because the United Nations Charter on the Rights of the Child, which we signed up to in the late 90s, if I'm correct, says every country that signs up to it has got to have one. And so to know what they're meant to be doing, they go and talk to their other people in other countries, and they come back with all this idea. So one of the things the Children's Commissioner has been lobbying for, which affects home educators but isn't directly aimed at us, is a single identifier for every child, which is, I think, still clause 4 of the present bill. Now, that is going to change the landscape of childhood in this country. But she didn't get that idea just from listening to children. She would claim she did, she actually got it listening to people on the international stage who want data sets on what's happening to every child. And so we've got this bigger thing happening. And we are fighting. We're fighting what's happening here, but it will keep coming back because every time it's fallen, other people have been saying, influencing our government, our civil servants, and saying, this is what you need to do. And I don't see any way out of it. I don't know anybody who's talking about withdrawing from the UNCRC, but all we can hope is this whole mechanism collapses one day, and then we might not have these things. I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't know when it, well, I suspect it will happen one day, but I can't tell you how quick it will be, whether it's in my lifetime, my children's lifetime, or even my grandchildren's lifetime. But it will probably collapse one day. But that is what we're fighting.
What has worried me is that Stephen Morgan has been off to China and talking to people in China about their education system and seemingly very impressed by their education system and wanting to learn from them. And now he's recently been in France. I don't know if he's back from France yet. And that does worry me because there's almost this attitude of like, oh, we should be doing this. Oh, well, okay then. And no question about whether it's relevant, whether there's nothing, no looking into research. There's no, it's this whole buying into this message that somehow the state needs to be taking control of children's lives, but without questioning it. And that's really worrying.
Well, a bit nearer home as well, not just the minister, but the guy who heads up a home education department. I don't know if anybody mentioned it earlier on, for the last 3 or 4 years, home education has been a subdivision of the Department of Education's division for counter extremism and out of school education. Yeah. And the guy who heads it up, on his LinkedIn, it's public notice, went for several months to Canada as part of Prevent program to share good practice both ways with the Canadian government. So we've got somebody that Britain, heading up the home education stuff, who's been sent by Britain to talk to the Canadian government about Prevent. Once that type of thing is somebody's head, it's hard for them to get rid of it.
Yeah.
And so that's where we're going. But this problem, Julia, hasn't just cropped up since since we signed, since the 2000s, let's say. It's been brewing for several decades before that. And I really wish home educators would grasp this isn't just like it used to be. Back in Joe Baker's days, it was probably school teachers who were now running the local authorities department for education, the local council's bit. And somebody said to me today on a different topic, it's very hard to get people to change their mind when their salary depends on them thinking the way they do.
This is so true.
Yeah. And you'll never change people's minds. So think about that for politicians. If they wanted to get up in their job and you tell them something that's against what everybody else thinks, you're going to get nowhere. That's why we need a wider way of impacting the public debate. The only way we'll do it is by public debate. But going back to, we know that for decades, a lot of local authorities have used school teachers as part of their educational welfare team. Now, some of those people over the years have been very good with home educators, and I don't want to do them down. You did a lot of work with, I don't know what her background was, but with the local authority home ed person in Coventry, and it really bore fruit. Now, some of them have been very good, but some of them have been trapped with this professional pride, as if they're thinking, if you're telling me parents could educate their children better than in schools, what have I given my career for? Have I wasted my life?
Yeah. Now, in my work, I come across people that work for the council and that kind of thing, and I overheard somebody commenting about the 30 hours of childcare that are now being offered from 9 months, the free childcare and all of this, which I'm kind of opposed to, because I think children are too young, and if they're able to stay home with their parents, that's much better for them. And this gentleman was saying, well, it's 30 hours of free childcare. Why wouldn't you? I can't understand why people wouldn't take it up. And I did turn around and say, well, maybe people want to spend time with their children. I couldn't help myself. But also in another setting where somebody involved in our council on the sort of education team was saying that, of course, we all know that the safest place for children is school. And it's this is the messaging that is coming out, and it is said without a hint of irony, that people actually believe it. And it's
if you look at the bill documents, and I forget which one it is, maybe Michelle's magical memory might come up with it. It actually says a child in school is presumed to be safe.
Yeah.
And if you've got a government or civil servants or anybody else in the education industry that believes as a notion, and you remember when we had the first protests this year in March in different cities, Mary, my wife, had a conversation with the woman who was a school teacher, and she could not accept that any child was harmed in school. That is the way people's minds work. Now, if you've got that concept, it's very hard. There's somebody who's, some home educators might know, who's been campaigning to get the government to count and report on the number of suicides that occur on school premises each year. And the government doesn't want to touch it, because it is an admission of failure.
Yeah. Well, we do have on the action group, we have a thread where people can share any negative articles around school that they come across. And we've got quite a significant amount of articles that have been shared there, because we keep them all in one place, because I think this is the thing that we have to be presenting, is that it's not that we want to make schools look bad. It's just that we need to counter that argument. You're backing up that argument. So
I think the biggest thing we've got actually is the growth of home education, because that is families voting with their feet.
Yeah.
Before lockdowns, the original thing that started what we could call refugees, there was some of the early generations, not just Joy Baker, but other people about that time who were the pioneers of what I like to call these days family-based learning, because home education has become a catch-all phrase, as opposed to, the posh people in the past, their children were taught at home, but not by them. It wasn't family-based. But the pioneers of what we might see as traditional elective home education, there were several of them around, and they did things. It was Joy got prominence because she took the case all the way through and won it. But basically, after them came people like me who were settlers. We'd see what ground they owned, and we were settlers. But then we've begun to get refugees. I don't want to get onto current political things, but it feels very much like now, like many home educators have come to us as refugees, and two things have happened. One is some people have suddenly thought, why didn't I do this years ago? And it's become, they're really glad they found it. But others are just waiting for the government to get its act sorted out so they can go back and get the free education that's suitable for their children that they've been promised. But the first thing, just going on to what's happening in schools, the first driver was bullying, as far as I can work out. People began to look at home education because their children were being bullied in school and there was nothing the school was prepared to do to stop it. Then we got the rising problem with special educational needs, which is probably the biggest driver. Then there was, I think somebody earlier on said, you know, when parents were able to watch their children during lockdown and listen to their lessons online, they began to see what type of thing they were being taught at school and how they were being taught. And that suddenly said to the parents, this isn't who my child got, and they began to understand it. Since then we had the whole thing of driving up numbers that they've had. They were talking about every child having to go to school in masks, and some parents didn't want that. Every child vaccinated, that began to drive it. And even the way they've taken away parents' rights with regard to sex and relationships education, that has caused another group of people. Rachel earlier on today was saying, you know, people are saying, we don't want the culture, not just in state schools, but in so many other schools. We don't want it. We want something different for our children. And home education, Lord Frost is exactly right when he said this bill actually will change the footing of education in this country, because the one escape route parents have from a school system, not teachers, not necessarily a school, but a school system and a mentality in schools that is failing their children, is to take them out and home educate them and not have that child forced back into school just because the local authority believes schools are safe and they're the best place for every child. So in that sense, you know, we've got this refugee now, you know, we've got to cope with that. But we need the people who are here for temporary shelter to support us, so that if other people have the same needs in the future, they can come back. I have to say, I know some people who are being let down by the state think these registers will make the state do something. They won't. Every child who's been failed by the state school system is already known to the state.
Yeah. Exactly, and they could do something about it now and they're not. So Randall, I just want to give you a little bit of feedback because we're coming to the end of your time now. So we had some comments on the live stream. Having seen Randall on many YouTube videos, my kids were so excited to meet Randall at the Birmingham rally. And then
that was nice.
And Fiona's commented about government always says England has one of the loosest and most permissive in the world. Home ed. Michelle has answered that she likes to counter that we have the gold standard option of home education. It's just a matter of perception.
Can I just come in on that very quickly, Julia? And so I think it's not just the gold standard. I think it's the last barrier against a global move to force every child into school.
Yeah, we're the last bastion of freedom.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jade has said her kids have been significantly harmed in school and by a state education notion. Her 14-year-old has an 8-year battle due to his ME/CFS, and he's now almost bedbound. His biggest impact is school. And then I think this is regarding free childcare. New Horizon says a wise old lecturer once said many years ago, there are lots of things in life that are free. A bag of poo is free. You wouldn't want that. So there you go.
Well, you know, a lot of things on the internet are free, and we give our data away and everything, and we don't think about it. So yeah, that is a very good motto.
Okay, so thank you, Randall, for joining us. Thank you for everything you do, and people can go to your website, No Nationalization of Our Kids. They can find out more. And yeah, we just are thankful. I always think of you as being in the watchtower, keeping an eye out for us and having a look at what's coming. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
Okay, then I am bringing in Joe Symes. So Joe, I've also got a slide to show who you are, and it is there. So Joe Symes started Progressive Education. I think it started, well, she'll share with us now, but as a big as a Facebook group that grew and grew and grew. And I actually am very keen to hear where things are now with the organization. So Joe is chiefly concerned with alternative education, home education being one of those, but and giving people the opportunity to come together and share their ideas on alternative education. So thank you, Joe, for joining us. And if you could perhaps just tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got interested in education alternatives.
Yeah, sure. Hi, thanks for having me today. So I got into all of this just through my own children, really. I have to confess I hadn't given education much thought at all until I had my own children. I hadn't questioned my own schooling. I just, as you do, you just go to school and get on with it. And I just, I never questioned it. But my kids didn't get on very well at school. They absolutely hated it. And ironically, we actually relocated for the schools in this particular area of, it was Hertfordshire we moved to, for a village that had a high proportion of outstanding schools. And I remember a friend of mine was a head teacher at the time, and she said, "Oh, be careful about choosing an area to move to based on, Ofsted's rating." But we didn't know what we were doing. We didn't have anything else to go on. So that's what we did. And they ended up going to an outstanding school, which actually our local GP, she said she'd moved from another town to our village. And she said there was such a high proportion of primary age children with mental health problems. And I think it's down to these outstanding schools that for my two children, that it just wasn't outstanding. Basically, it caused a lot of anxiety and angst. And so, after 2 years, my oldest son was there for 2 years, we deregistered and started home educating them both. So they were home educated for about 3 years. We've had it's been a roller coaster. We've tried all sorts. We've done flexi schooling, Montessori, forest school, self-directed, consent-based education. And it's set me on a path of, exploring all the alternatives. And I'm very passionate now about sharing those and raising awareness of those so people know what their options are, because obviously mainstream is a one size fits all and it didn't work for us. And I want to help other people who it doesn't suit as well.
Yeah, and we kind of, the thing is that I feel like there are, and I hope you don't mind me chiming in on this, it's just you made me think of it. I feel like we kind of have to define 4 groups of children for the benefit of the politicians, perhaps. And so I'm talking in terms of children. You've got one group of children where the parents are happy to, where the parents are unable to properly educate their children or provide them with what they need, and for whom school would be a safe space. Where those children, for that group of children, the government should provide a really high standard of education, should give them whatever they need. Then you have a second group of children whose parents would like them to make use of state provision because it works for them. And for that group also, there should be a high standard of provision for them. And you've got a third group where the parents would like options. They would like not to be trapped within just this system or that system, but to actually have options available to them that are all considered on an equal level. And then you have the fourth group of children whose parents are quite happy to take full responsibility and educate them themselves. And unless there's any cause for concern, they should be just left alone. The other group should also just be left alone. Those parents that are kind of got it sorted. The only group they actually really need to worry about is the first one. Is the children who absolutely need that state provision. Everyone else should really be like, if everything looks okay, then goodbye, get on with your life, happy, off you go. And I think the problem is that the state feels like in every one of those groups there's children that they need to be worried about. And I think I don't think that's really the issue. I think there is a specific group they need to be worried about, and yes, they should be worried about that group. But yeah, so how did you, then you, let me just see what we had a little discussion here. You kind of, how did this progressive education, how did that come about?
So my oldest son went to school in 2016, and we endured all of that for 2 years. And then when he was in year 2 and his younger brother was in reception, we deregistered. But quite a lot of people in my life weren't okay with that. They weren't on board with home education. So yeah, I had to compromise. And so I set up a Facebook group. So what happened was I wasn't really on Facebook or social media before this. And I realized very quickly that if you're home educating, you have to be on Facebook. And that's where I learned about Facebook groups. And I was like, oh, this is what I need. Like, I need this elusive, compromised school where my kids can go, where it's going to be more nurturing than mainstream, but it's ticking boxes for people in my family that want the kids in school. So I was like, oh, I know, I'll set up a Facebook group and see if I can find it that way. So that's what I was trying to do, was to try and connect with similar people on a similar journey to find this elusive compromised school that I could settle on for my kids. And so in 2019, I set up the Facebook group, and then it just kind of, it grew. I shared it in a few other places for a few weeks or months, and then it just sort of snowballed from there. And yeah, it certainly turned out I wasn't alone. And there are now there's 11,000 people in there now, actually. And yeah, lots of parents, carers and teachers, founders of innovative learning communities and schools, psychologists.
And people from all over the world as well.
Yeah, it's global.
I know
It's
Gina
mainly
Riley
UK,
that we had on earlier, and Peter Berg,
yeah,
I
she's
think,
in
right
there.
there.
Yeah, it's international, which makes it really, and that's really inspiring because you can see what's happening in other countries. And I'm trying to raise awareness of different things that are happening to inspire change over here. So yeah, the Facebook started in 2019, and then because so much amazing stuff was being shared, like TED Talks and podcasts and blogs and websites and books, I was like, well, we have to get it out further. Not everyone's on Facebook. So then I decided to set up a website, which is progressiveeducation.org, to try and share some of these resources a bit further. So there's a directory of, I guess what I wanted to do was to try and provide a resource that I wish I'd had at the start of the journey. So there's a directory of what I call progressive schools and learning communities, which started as a UK thing, but now it's global. Trying to get the word out about that, to say it's now international. So overseas schools and communities can join as well. And there's a list of campaigns for change, because that's the other thing. It's like, not everyone's able to take their kids out of the system. Most of them are going to stay there. So I want to raise awareness of those campaigns to bring about change as well. And there's different ways for schools to get involved, and initiatives they can take part in to try and improve the learner experience for the kids that are still in school. What else? Yeah,
but
like a listing
but you've got your website now.
Yes.
And you've got other things going on.
Yeah, so almost a year ago, I launched a membership as well, which is says a quote by Socrates. I wrote it down earlier, now I can't find it. The secret of change is to focus all of your energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new. So inspired by that, myself and Alex O'Neill, who's the host of the Limitless Changemakers podcast, we've set up a membership for people that want to set up their own schools and learning communities. And so that's like you get a monthly expert webinar. So we bring in founders of innovative learning environments and practitioners of sort of progressive practice, people working with consent-based education, and tips on like how to manage conflict and stuff like that. And then there's coaching as well, and an online community that goes alongside that too.
Yeah, and I think there was a conversation we had earlier today, I think it was with Simon Squibb, and we were talking about how do we get some positive PR and that kind of thing. And what the conclusion of that was, actually, you need to build something better. You build something outside of that. So you show, just kind of like ignore that and do something really positive. That's what I got out of it. I didn't write it down, so I might be getting it a little wrong. But
yeah, I think
you promote the positive.
That resonates with me as well. It's like we've done enough of moaning about the system, and I had to change something on my website, because I have to say I was on a bit of a rant when I created this website. you know, we were coming out of quite a traumatic period. So I did have a section on there that said 15 reasons for dissatisfaction with the school system. And I've changed it. Now it's 15 ways to reimagine education. So I'm trying to put more of a positive spin on it. I think we're all sick and tired of moaning. Let's talk about the solutions now. And I think that's much more empowering and inspiring. That's what's going to bring about the change. Yeah, and if we can show that another way is possible, and I'm hoping through this membership, we can help these new learning communities to thrive, and then eventually, when there's enough of them, do some research to show the outcomes of what happens when young people have a different kind of education.
Yeah, and you've also got a course coming soon, I believe.
Yes, that's work in progress. That's probably going to launch in the spring next year. So that'll be an online, work at your own pace, downloadable course, all about different approaches to education for anyone who maybe doesn't know what kind of education they want for their children, maybe they haven't decided yet, or for those that are disillusioned with the system already.
Or maybe some local authorities.
Yeah, well, that would be amazing, wouldn't it? To, you know, if we could get politicians involved and to learn as well. That's absolutely the aim as well, to bring about change.
Yeah, and obviously I think we don't want to get into too much on the Children's Wellbeing in Schools bill, but obviously there are some concerns because we know that bill is going to look at education providers, and a lot of your members are education providers and alternative provisions. So there's the guidance for that. And, you know, I know you've had to try and help them get the information they need and try and figure it out yourself.
Yeah. It's so worrying.
Trying to keep up with it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so complicated, and a lot of the stuff in the in the bill is hidden. So a lot of it wasn't written on the face of the bill. It was like in some other document that most people would never find.
Right.
And there's I've been on a big learning curve. There's something called a Henry VIII law where the Secretary of State can decide something like 2 years after the bill. Yeah, 2 years after it's been made law, they can then tinker with it or something.
Yeah,
and
so
change
Michelle's probably the expert on that, I suppose. I hope. Michelle, you want to hop in?
I'm sure they can explain it better than me.
I wasn't fully listening at the time. My son had just come in.
We were just talking about like some of the hidden things about the bill.
There's so much hidden, so we're not gonna, most of it we won't know for a long time. So the bill effectively just has the framework. It's like the tent without canvas, basically. So you've got your tent poles up, but you've got no canvas.
And there's also,
we find out the canvas later on. So at the moment, you don't know if the amount of hours your setting will actually come under some of the rules, whether you'll be captured, and if you are captured, to what level you'll be captured, and which bits will fall on you. So it's one of these ones where if you are planning on opening in the next, say, 2-3 years, at this moment in time, it'd be very hard to plan your business plan because you may or may not be in scope. This part of your business may or may not be in scope, and that bit may or may not. You may have extra reporting duties, but then again, you may not.
And in 3
depending on
years,
what
you
they
may
put
or
in the
may not have a
regulations that are
business.
coming in the future. So it is, it's one of these bits where normally you'd have more detail so you could work from it, but they've sort of like put your tent poles up and you need to go and get your canvas to cover the tent at a later stage.
And our concern is that some of the requirements would cause people to close down those provisions, and they wouldn't be accessible to home educators and so on anymore. And it's very, very unpleasant. And you know, it's impacting a lot of people.
Well, their own accompanying documents.
Yes,
their own
that's
accompanying
right.
documents say the level of scope it could have, but then very quickly tells you, but it won't. We're going to sort that out by regulations. So technically, if the bill had no regulations and was just the wording of the bill, there is a potential that a child who is on a school roll, but then attends a swimming lesson with no teachers from the school, which a lot of swimming lessons off-site may not have teachers, for a certain period of time, could potentially, as written only in the bill without any regulations guidance, we know there's going to be regulations guidance, but if you had nothing else, be in scope of this at the moment. and that's in their accompanying documents. That's one of their own examples in their accompanying documents. They then go on to say, however, of course, we're going to then tell you what we actually mean in the regulations or in the guidance. So we know that that's not their favourite term. It's not the government's intention. But even they recognise, and a lot of their stuff they don't recognise in their documents, even they recognise in their own documents, how it's written at the moment, it could potentially be interpreted to that level, which obviously if you're setting up a business, that's just not workable, because you really can't sort of gauge how much bureaucracy you're going to be subjected to.
And you may not have a business in 3 years is also the thing.
Absolutely.
And also there's other supporting documents that they don't really mention, and when you go and dig them out, they're pretty horrific to look at in terms of what they're basing some of these things on, some of the German rulings and things like that. Okay, so Joe, any last words for people thinking about alternative provision or other settings?
Yeah, go to my website,
yes.
progressiveeducation.org.
And they will stay informed then by joining them.
And they're welcome to join the Facebook group as well, which is just called Progressive Education Group.
Okay, and then I'm going to it's going to bring in, let me do my sharing screen thing here, and there we go. I'm going to bring my friend Kathy in, and Kathy Kutsir is also what they call a home educating OG, original generation. Been home educated, well, finished home educating now technically with grown children, but also now a home educating granny, if one wants to start pulling rank like Randall. Because I know you don't do all the home education, but you never undo that.
No,
it's always part of you.
Granny, I'm Grand Kathy.
Grand Kathy. Okay. Now the interesting thing with Kathy is that Kathy and I have known each other actually a very, very long time. We literally lived around the corner from each other in Johannesburg in South Africa. When my oldest daughter, who is in her 30s, we won't give her age away yet because it gives mine away, and in her 30s, was a baby, and Kathy was expecting her first child. And we saw a lot of each other then, and before they moved away, and then we moved here, everyone went to different places, and then they ended up in the UK, and a few years later we ended up in the UK, and we've been able to continue with our friendship here. And Kathy is certainly at the time when she was home educating, she's an unschooler, but she was specifically known for being a Christian unschooler, which was quite unusual back then because certain circles frowned on the idea of being Christian and unschooling. So Kathy used to blog a lot about that, didn't you? You had a blog. You were also involved with the Home Education Advisory Service, I think, for a time.
Yeah.
Come on, where's the credentials? Come on.
Well, we started home educating in South Africa at a time when home education was a very new freedom. And so we were instrumental in founding an organization to protect home education. We were involved with a lot of the politics around it, which was not something we were interested in, but there wasn't really an option. You had to be involved if you wanted to, like you were saying earlier, Randall, be that person who was standing between the state and your children. And very early on, I realized that I did not want to use a prepackaged curriculum for my children because it felt like the education needs to fit the child, not the other way around. And so right from the start, I was resistant to using the traditional school curriculum, which already made me different in our fledgling home educating community because everybody else was doing what the school said at home. And I thought, well, I want a home education. I want the education to suit my children. But I was very much a teacher because that's the only thing that I knew. And actually, that's my natural gifting anyway. I love teaching. And along the way, I was doing like delight-directed learning and it was really fun and it was great and everybody was having a super time. I was working really hard preparing materials behind the scenes. And it reached a point where it just wasn't sustainable, because I had more children and I had a baby. And on top of that, one of my children started to really resist my beautifully designed lessons because she wasn't interested in what I was teaching her, even though I thought it was relevant to her. And I was beginning to really ask questions about what we were doing. And I ended up reading John Holt's amazing books. I read 2 of them, my How Children Learn and How Children Fail, and literally cried on every page, because inside his writings were the answers I was looking for. And I sat down with my children. I'm a bit dramatic, I make these grand announcements. In retrospect, I think I shouldn't have done that, because it did send my eldest on a bit of a trip. But I sat everyone down and I said, right, I'm not going to teach you anymore. You are going to teach yourselves. And anyway, that was how we started unschooling. And when I began unschooling, I am a Christian, and
oh, have we lost Kathy or lost me?
And at the same time, I joined Sandra Dodd's, pardon?
We lost you there briefly.
Okay. At the same time, I joined Sandra Dodd's Facebook page. Can you hear me? I see it saying my internet connection's unstable.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So I joined Sandra Dodd's Facebook page. No, not Facebook page, sorry. Email discussion list. And she was a very powerful advocate of unschooling. And people in that group began to say to me, oh, you can't unschool if you're a Christian. And it was like, okay, so the Christians were saying I couldn't unschool, and the unschoolers were saying I couldn't be a Christian and unschool. And I asked somebody why, and she said, because Christians don't understand freedom. And that really shook me to the core, because what I understood was that Jesus came to give us freedom. So how is it that the perception from outside was that Christians didn't understand freedom? And that's what I began to explore. And so from that came my website and everything that I've done subsequently, really exploring how can I, within my religious framework, find that incredible freedom that was offered to us by Jesus. And well, it worked. We unschooled 5 children, all of whom are extremely successful adults, well qualified, believe it or not. A lot of people told me they wouldn't possibly be. I was told by someone that my children would be social misfits and unable to get jobs. Well, thank you. It's not true. Yeah, I mean, I could rattle on forever. You know me, I've got a lot to say. So I think one thing I did want to touch on, though, and this is probably the most important value for me in the whole process of education, is the freedom to choose. So, if you don't have the right to say no, how can you truly say yes? So yes is undergirded by the freedom to say no. And if we don't respect each other's choice to say no, then the yes is not, it doesn't actually mean anything. It's actually a very dysfunctional relationship. Just think of it in any other context. Think of your husband or your friend even. If they have to do exactly what you say, everybody would agree that that's not a healthy relationship. So why do we think that that's okay with our children? And so we really tried to explore that. How do we find this place of teaching our children the principles they need for life and helping them to get where they need to be, but at the same time allowing them space to explore for themselves what they were really interested in? And so my youngest daughter, for example, she loved the outdoors. You could not pin her down, and I'd say to her, hey, Kate, let's do some schoolwork. Let's do some reading and writing. And she'd say, sorry, Mom, I'm too busy, and run outside, because there was nature outside. And she was really interested in birds, and she was interested in the deer that were down the field. And we had horses, and she loved spending time with the horses. And so for many, many years, I found it extremely hard to get that child to do anything that looked like formal schoolwork. Today, she's a highly qualified, high-functioning adult who has just passed one of the trickiest exams you can do in the UK to become a financial advisor. So you know, actually her unusual education and her freedom to choose did not set her back at all. In fact, it opened the way for her. So I've got a little guy who comes here now. He's 2.5. I mean, that is so little. And he is being raised by parents who really believe in choice. And I watch this little kid, and he comes and he's so chatty. And the other day I was gardening, and he came and he helped me garden, genuinely helped me garden. Wasn't just a nuisance, was actually helping me to garden for more than an hour. This is a 2.5-year-old child. He was very, very busy and very articulate. Kathy, could you pass me a trowel, please, at one point, you know, and helping me to plant bulbs and helping me to pull weeds out and helping me to dig a trench. He said we needed a trench, so we dug a trench. And it just astonished me that because it was completely his choice to participate in this activity, that his interest was sustained for as long as it was. I mean, I've raised 5 kids, but to me, even that amount of attention from a 2.5-year-old was unusual.
Yeah, wow. And I think I found that as a home educating parent, my attitude towards children changed generally. Something shifted in me from having this journey, walking this journey with my children, you know, from maybe being a parent where you regard your role as being functional, you're doing all the things, and your children, you know, let's go here, put your clothes on, we're doing, you know, caring for them in that physical, practical way, and then actually really having that relationship cracked open, you know, with them, that where you begin to see them as unique individuals with personalities and with opinions. That I found just really, really precious, and it affects my relationship with other children as well, because I find I'm able to kind of appreciate other children too in a different way than I would have, you know, before I had children.
See them as people.
Yeah, and as you know, we fostered a little boy for about 15 months, and we saw such a change in him, and the social worker actually could not get over how this child was doing, and she claimed, you know, basically that our entire family was just operating on such a high level of understanding this child and his needs and responding to him, that she just apparently never seen. And I put it down to home educating, cultivating these relationships with children, and that being kind of throughout the family, the whole thread running through the entire family because of that. I'm just looking.
You become observant because you have to evaluate what is happening. How effective is what I am doing for this child? Is it working? And then you make adjustments, and it's very easy because it's so individualized and one-on-one. You know, if you were trying to do this in a classroom of 30 children, it would be impossible. But because it's just you and this child, you can say, oh, this isn't working. Wow, they're not enjoying this book. Let's put it down and get another one, you know.
Yeah, they have agency as well in those decisions. And, you know, certainly I know your children. I know your youngest. I've seen her more recently, and what an absolute credit she is to you. We really were blessed to have her in our home for my daughter's wedding. And even after my daughter got married and gone off, there was Kate helping with the cleaning and just doing all sorts of things to help, which was really just wonderful to see. And just briefly in the last few minutes, what are you doing now, Kathy? And yeah, where's the journey taken you?
Wow. Home education, I mean, I home educated for 25 years, and it was such a big part of my life. And when it ended, I really grieved that, and I felt lost. I was like, what do I do with my life now? It was so much a part of who I was. I have horses, and I'm passionate about horses, so I got involved with horses and teaching horsemanship. And I feel like I'm in a transition stage again, because that's kind of coming to an end. I will still have horses, but they're all old now. But yeah, I feel like I've still got more to contribute with regard to home education. I'm just not quite sure what. As everybody who knows me knows, there is a book that is in process, that has been in process probably for 20 years, I don't know if I'll ever finish it, but maybe I'll find the self-discipline to do that. I still run my website, and one of my daughters is home educating. And what is amazing for me is, you know, I had to learn everything, and I learned along the way and made a lot of mistakes. For her, it's like she's been launched from our shoulders. It's natural for her. So when I watch the quality of how she's unschooling her kids, it's like so easy for her. Things that I was quite scared to do. It's just like, well, for her, it's obvious that it works that way.
Yeah, well, she knows now.
Yeah, so she and I have started a podcast, which we intend to continue developing, just talking around home education and how that works. And like so many of the wonderful people who have spoken today, the intention is really to encourage and support home educators, that they can do the job and they're very capable just because they are the parents. You know, I believe so strongly that a parent is absolutely, in most cases, the best person to advocate for a child. So that is something that I will always support. But yeah, I think what I do want to say, Juliet, is this has been an outstandingly excellent day. I've spent most of it here.
I know.
One time I had to go teach someone. I'm tired. You must be exhausted.
It's been amazing, though. I've been really energized by the conversations, and
phenomenal, amazing.
My family have been very kind. Just like not bothered me, but we're about to be bothered by one of my family members.
Yeah, your
daughter.
daughter's
I'm going to share the slide. I'll just keep you in here for now, Kathy. That's fine if you don't mind.
Sure.
And there's Leah. I've made you a slide, and this is my daughter Leah, who's about to join us. And share a little bit about her home ed journey and where she is today. And you know, very proud of her. Let me just find her. I just think we're getting towards the end of the evening, so I might just pull those that are available can come and sit in here. Do you want to come and sit here, Michelle? Want to be spotlit? Stay in the shadows there.
You might as well.
Yeah, and I'll add Joe in here. So Leah, I hope you don't mind. We're bringing some extra company in here for you. So this is Leah, and Leah is my second youngest daughter, or second youngest child out of 7. And she takes after me because my hair was once blue and now it's okay. Anyway, and Leah she's just flown the nest, but she's flown the nest the furthest of all of my children, and she's moved to Leeds this past week, which has been a really big deal for her. So Leah was home educated her entire life, except until she went to college. So you know, let's hear a little bit from you, Leah, about your you know, what was your experience of being home educated? What were some highs and lows? How did you think? Do you think it benefited you or whatever? Just go for it.
Yeah. After make it sound very good considering it was you.
Well, you're too far for me to come and catch you. So.
Yeah, so I was home educated until year 12, so until I entered college. But for me, I was always quite creative. Like my mom always say that I was very creative. I was a very active child. I didn't like to sit still for very long. Unless I was drawing. I like to be out and doing things and playing by myself and having my own space, and didn't like routine very much. I like to be able to go and do my own thing when I wanted to go do it. So for me, a lot of the time, like being home educated, I'd really like that I could just I had the freedom to go do what I wanted. I was very, my mom always made sure that like we were doing everything that we needed to. We were getting our like mandatory subjects done, but we had a lot of space to grow creatively and to explore our own interests. And so I went down kind of the creative path, but I was always able to like nurture that. And even going into college in year 12, I had already like gone into college with a built portfolio because I was like, all of the work I'm just going to do by myself in my free time. And kind of was able to nurture like my love for animation and my love for just basically anything creative. I would get involved in pretty much everything that I could. So I was in art groups. I would do crafts with my friends. I would go play sports on a Wednesday with our home ed group, and I never liked just doing one thing. I like couldn't just do like a really just do something. Like if I had to just sit down and do my work, I would have gotten really bored. I had to like have like 20 interests at once. And so it gave me a lot of freedom in that, because I was able to always just I was able to do that jumping. I was able to wear multiple hats and that. And a lot I always struggled a lot with academics. I was really good at I really enjoyed writing and reading, but I really struggled when it came to exams. Like exams weren't my thing whatsoever. Like if I was given the coursework or given essay work, I would often do pretty well on those. And I really enjoyed writing them. But the second that I had to do anything timed or anything with that much pressure, it caused me a lot of anxiety, and it made it really difficult for me to, like, especially if I was with lots of other people doing that, I really struggled to focus. And so when I came to doing my GCSEs, I think most of my results were like base passes and a little bit above. But the second I got into college and I was able to just apply myself to coursework where it was self-led, I think that's one of the things with home education. It gives you a lot of self-led skills. Like you learn to be able to lead yourself through things, and also keep yourself motivated, because you're doing it for your own interest, not for you're not doing it because you're being told to. And because of that, when I got into college and into higher education, I really was able to apply myself into the work that I was doing.
Yeah, and you did your course at college was digital and what was it
graphic
called?
and digital design.
Yeah. And then you went on to a university, which is a very
Games,
much
art,
a
and
creative
animation
arts,
course.
yeah. So she did games, art, and animation, and then she's got her first big girl job now in Leeds.
Yes.
And I don't know if you want to
So
tell us a little bit about that.
yeah. So I'm now I found on actually the day of my graduation that I had gotten a job in Leeds for ICMP, which is a music tech university. They have a really big campus in London, and they're really well known across Europe. But they've got opening their first ever campus not in London, which they're opening up in Leeds, alongside SAE, which is a creative arts university. So it's quite a big project. We're getting a whole new building and all that. So I've been hired as a facilities assistant, which is basically like a campus support technician. So my job is to understand basically all of the tech that goes on. I work with like cameras, I work with audio equipment, with lighting equipment, all of that. We get to have a lot of fun and just set up all sorts of tech and play around and teach make sure the lecturers know how to use it. But we have a lot of fun with it's all basically creative, and we're surrounded by creatives here in Leeds.
Yeah, and she's had her big move this past week into her first flat that she is sharing with her roommate.
So it's obviously working.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's just a big adventure at the moment. I mean, I haven't actually, it's the first time I'm actually seeing her since she's been gone. We've been chatting on WhatsApp, but I hope you're looking after yourself,
Always. I'm making sure I'm eating very well, despite the fact that everything is very expensive. I'm ensuring that we are an ingredient household and not a snack household. We have I've already made sure we have many ingredients for baking and bread making when necessary.
Well, those are the kind of good choices, a parent wants to see their children making when they're adulting, and I think a lot of times people ask about, but what did you do about friends? I mean, the worst question I ever heard asked was, how did you manage without friends? This like assumption that you wouldn't have, like. So how did you manage without friends, Leah? You never did.
I mean, I never did. No, I had friends from quite young. As soon as we moved over to England. So we had we were always in home education communities. We were always trying to link up to other home educators. There was never like a I don't think there was really ever a time where we were like not friends with other home educators with kids about my age. And so we almost always had somebody. And I remember when we moved here, we made quite good friends with another family of home educators, and very quickly I linked myself to one of their sons and was like, this is going to be my best friend.
Well,
and
in fact, we had Leah,
yes,
Laure.
yeah, Leah Boden.
So we had Leah Boden on earlier, and it was her son.
Yeah.
So
we were
friends.
quite good friends, and even when my mom would run, we had CHU, which was our Christian home educators in a Warwickshire group, and even with that, like we always had people coming in. We had loads of people my age coming in, usually because of bullying or just not wanting a new experience of education, which I think is quite common now. It's just people want to try something new when it's not working for them. So I think my mom leading it all, we were always on the welcome committee. We were very often the first to meet them and get to know them, and usually just try and make them feel welcome and make them feel accepted in that community. And I think as much as I was quite a quiet child, I would often get like quite excitable and very, very chatty with pretty much everyone who was willing to have a conversation about anything I was interested in. I always had somebody around me, and we always had, like, we'd have all sorts of social meetups. We used to go do all sorts of trips, educational and even just fun trips and stuff. And so like I think always, even when I went into college, there was always the thing of oh, did you have any friends when you were younger? Or like or they were like, oh, is this your first time talking to people your age? And it's like, did you really think there was nobody else? It was just us. And yeah, I mean, even when I got into college, I sometimes was like, do you know what? I think I sometimes understand why people want to be alone anyway.
Yeah.
But no, I always had somebody around me, and I always had friends. And even when we started having, obviously, a lot of the older kids within our group start going to college and going to university and all of that, even then you were always around. Like I think one of the things I was watching the YouTube stream earlier and watching the chat, and somebody said something about how in home education we treat children like adults or like people. That was the